Chapter 1. Did I hurt you last night? Lin Qingyu never imagined that as soon as her fiancé left, her future mother-in-law would send her to another man's bed. As she regained her consciousness and attempted to flee, the sound of a door creaking open echoed in the dark room, followed by a man's furious voice booming from above. Who allowed you to come here? Before Lin Qingyu could offer any explanation, her wrist was seized with a vice-like grip, but the man yanked her off the bed as if discarding refuse, disdainfully commanding, "Get out!" With a thud, Lin Qingyu landed on the carpet, pain shooting through her, causing tears to spring to her eyes. She struggled to rise, but after several attempts, she found herself unsuccessful. I can't get up," she stammered, her tone laced with defeat, but her voice emerged as a soft whimper, almost alluring in its timbre. That sound filled her with embarrassment. Her headache intensified, and she feared the man might believe she was intentionally trying to entice him. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the man rushed toward her like a gust of wind, his grip tightening around her arms. "It's you." His tone was imbued with surprise and delight. "That's not. You must be mistaken." Before she could finish her sentence, her lips were abruptly silenced. The man's domineering presence, infused with a hint of tobacco, overwhelmed her senses. In no time, he loomed over her like a mountain, his actions both forceful and crude. Lin Qingyu fought desperately, but he held her tighter, as if striving to extract the very last breath from her chest. As the long night dragged on, she lost all sense of when this torment might cease. Even if she had evaded the advances of a parent earlier that afternoon, what difference did it make? What fate awaited her now? A sharp pain pierced her shoulder. The man had bitten her fiercely, uttering a discontented remark. Focus. What followed was a more intense onslaught, leaving Lin Qingyu unable to think, compelled to succumb to the depths of the dark night alongside him. The following day, when Lin Qingyu awoke, she found her clothes neatly arranged, alleviating some of her embarrassment. Recalling the events of the previous night, she bolted upright, only to meet the deep gaze of a man by the floor-to-ceiling window. The man was silhouetted against the sunlight streaming from outside, his features somewhat indistinct, but she could discern a pallid hue to his skin, complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of scholarly elegance. Despite being seated in a wheelchair, his posture remained regal, exuding an undeniable air of aristocracy. Upon recognizing the man's face, Lin Qingyu trembled in shock. Third uncle, how could it be her fiancé's third uncle? Last night, she had narrowly escaped the advances of a parent, and in a moment of self-preservation, she had struck the man's head and fled to seek her fiancé, Lu Yan. However, Lu Yan had been in a rush for a business trip and had entrusted her care to his mother. Little did she know that after consuming the milk his mother had offered, she would find herself in another room altogether. But why? Why did it have to be Lu Yan's third uncle? Lin Qingyu felt a rush of shame and anger, wishing she could vanish into the ground. "I will take responsibility for what happened last night," Lu Sun said, pushing his wheelchair closer, his tone warm and gentle as a mountain breeze. His eyes were sincere, and his demeanor earnest. Lin Qingyu paused, her gaze rising just in time to catch Lu Sun stifling a cough, his voice tinged with an inexplicable loneliness, soon replaced by a self-deprecating smile. "Of course, the premise is that you do not mind that I am a cripple. If you are willing, we can go register our marriage today." "Register our marriage?" Lin Qingyu's eyes widened in shock. She had rushed to find Lu Yan, hoping to obtain their marriage certificate without delay, yet Lu Yan had dismissed her concerns as trivial and rejected her. Lin Qingyu never expected such a proposal to come so effortlessly from Lu Yan's third uncle. Lin Qingyu bit her lip. For a fleeting moment, she considered agreeing and escaping her original family. No, that's not possible. This man was none other than her fiancé's third uncle. She had no desire to entangle herself with someone of such a complex background. Seeing Lin Qingyu shake her head, Lu Sun appeared unsurprised, offering a self-deprecating smile. His delicate features bore a sickly pallor, and he turned his face aside to cough lightly, resembling someone on the brink of death. "It's all right, I understand. What normal person would want to spend a lifetime with someone like me?" Lin Qingyu felt a dull ache in her heart. Hearing Lu Sun speak in such a manner made her uneasy, but all she wanted was to escape this awkward situation. Stammering, "Third uncle, there's nothing wrong, so they'll take my leave now." As her words fell, she hurriedly rose, only to find her legs give way beneath her, causing her to pitch forward. Lu Sun's expression shifted, and with swift precision, he pushed his wheelchair forward, extending his arms to catch her. Their warm bodies pressed together, and the scent of him filled her senses, causing Lu Sun to recall the events of the previous night, his throat involuntarily tightening. Lin Qingyu's cheek rested against Lu Sun's warm chest, and she could hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, leaving her utterly mortified, yet her legs felt too numb to rise. A gentle voice fell from above. "Did I hurt you last night?" Lin Qingyu's face instantly flushed, resembling a boiled shrimp. Suppressing her embarrassment, she pushed against Lu Sun's chest to stand upright, feeling a pang of regret. For a brief moment, she had experienced an unprecedented sense of safety. That feeling was comforting, yet the next instant, she wanted to chastise herself thoroughly. What was she thinking? This man was her fiancé's third uncle. Once again, Lin Qingyu felt the urge to hide away in shame, yet Lu Sun seemed oblivious to her discomfort, gently grasping her wrist and inquiring, "Was I too rough?" Startled, Lin Qingyu quickly withdrew her wrist, unsure whether to shake her head or nod. "I'm sorry." Lu Sun earnestly apologized. Lin Qingyu looked up in shock, meeting his sincere gaze. This man seemed quite different from the rumors that surrounded him. However, in an unexpected turn, Lu Sun solemnly confessed, "I apologize, I was not very skilled last night." Lin Qingyu's face, which had just begun to settle, flared up once more with embarrassment. What was she doing? How could she be discussing last night's events with her fiancé's third uncle? Lu Sun watched her drooping head, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. At that moment, a series of violent knocks echoed from the door, shaking it with intensity. "Lu Sun, open the door, Lu Sun, you beast! Release my daughter-in-law at once." The raucous shouts from outside sent Lin Qingyu's face draining of color. It was Lu Yan's mother. Her future mother-in-law, the very woman who had pushed her onto Lu Yan's third uncle's bed, now brazenly coming to catch them in the act. Lin Qingyu felt utterly mortified, unsure of how to navigate this predicament. A low, husky voice broke through her thoughts. "Don't worry, just place all the blame on me later." In a matter of moments, Lu Sun released her, his composure unshaken as he maneuvered his wheelchair toward the bed, methodically straightening the disheveled covers. Upon encountering a dark stain on the sheets, his expression darkened momentarily, and he discreetly covered it with the blanket. Lin Qingyu gazed at Lu Sun's silhouette as he tidied the bed, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over her. At this moment, it was unexpected that Lu Yan's third uncle was the one concerned about preserving her dignity. With a decisive click, Madame Luer burst through the door. Chapter 2, the former mother-in-law comes to confront. Lin Qingyu stood frozen, her blood rushing to her head in overwhelming shame. However, Madame Luer showed no signs of reproaching her. Without hesitation, she pulled Lin Qingyu behind her, fiercely confronting Lu Sun with a protective fury. It was difficult to reconcile such a figure with someone who had plotted against her. Lu Sun, you have gone too far. What sort of person are you to bully my son's fiancé? The third household shows us no regard. As she spoke, she turned to Lin Qingyu, whose face was pale and distressed, and declared with righteous indignation, "Don't be afraid, you. And we'll stand up for you." Lin Qingyu remained silent, warily scrutinizing her former mother-in-law, her thoughts becoming increasingly tumultuous. Seated in his wheelchair, Lu Sun offered a sardonic smile, a soft scoff escaping his lips. "Dear sister-in-law, your arrival is quite timely. With such a well-orchestrated scheme, I fear even the old master has been summoned." Lin Qingyu's brow furrowed as Lu Yan's mother hurriedly pulled her away, speaking rapidly. "You, don't listen to his twisted words. Don't be afraid. Rest assured, and we'll take care of everything." Lin Qingyu's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, unable to discern who was the villain and who was the victim. Between Madame Luer and Lu Sun she could only refuse. Yet, Madame Luer was relentless, firmly grasping her wrist with great strength and dragging her into the hall to confront old Master Lu. "Father, the third son has tarnished my son's innocent fiancé. Yes, pure body has been given to him, he must provide an explanation today." Upon hearing this, old Master Lu was infuriated, bellowing up to the second floor, "Wretch, come down here." Lin Qingyu stood still, her nails digging into her palm, her heart feeling as though it had been pierced by a knife. In name, she was old Master Lu's prospective granddaughter-in-law. Given the current scandal, how would she face Lu Yan and the old master in the future? Old Master Lu, clearly distressed as well, clutched his chest and looked toward the butler. "Go! Bring that ungrateful son down immediately." The butler complied, ascending the stairs with Lu Sun's wheelchair, bringing him down to the ground floor. Before Lu Sun could speak, Madame Luer rushed forward to interject. As her words faded, several bodyguards ushered in the battered servant. Upon entering, the servant immediately knelt, pleading, "Old master, spare my life. It was my folly to heed the third master's words. I had no choice but to comply." All unfavorable evidence suddenly pointed towards Lu Sun, yet Lin Qingyu felt an unsettling instinct that something was amiss. Suddenly, her expression changed. No, Lu Sun did not commit this act. His tone did not suggest prior knowledge of the situation, but for reasons unknown, he had suddenly claimed her, likely under the influence of some substance. Further reflection revealed that she had felt drowsy and weak only after consuming the glass of milk that Lu Yan's mother had offered her. It was all orchestrated by Madame Luer. Realizing the truth, Lin Qingyu quickly exclaimed, "No, grandfather." Before she could finish, Lu Sun self-deprecatingly raised the corners of his mouth, saying, "I know that whatever I say now is futile. I have indeed harmed you, and I am willing to accept any punishment." Lin Qingyu was taken aback, gazing at Lu Sun in surprise. She could not comprehend why he would take full responsibility when he was clearly not at fault. With a resounding thud, Old Master Lu raised his cane and struck Lu Sun's shoulder, exclaiming, "Wretch! You scoundrel!" Lu Sun grunted, enduring the blow. Lin Qingyu felt a heavy weight in her chest as Old Master Lu's thunderous voice echoed in her ears. "And now, tell me how you intend to resolve this matter." "I will marry her, I will take responsibility," Lu Sun stated plainly. Old Master Lu huffed in disdain, a hint of contempt on his face. "You think marrying a you is taking responsibility? With your disgraceful demeanor, it is she who must consent to marry you for you to bear any responsibility." As he spoke, Old Master Lu cast a sidelong glance at the butler. "Go, fetch the family whip." The butler hesitated, unable to suppress his plea for Lu Sun. "Master, the third master's health is fragile. He has not fully recovered from the accident. How can he withstand your punishment? Go, stop your prattling." Old Master Lu glared, and the butler dared not speak further. Soon, the butler returned with a long whip in hand. Old Master Lu held the coarse whip, glancing at Lin Qingyu. "Today, I ask you once more, do you wish to marry this scoundrel? If you decline, I shall beat him to death as an apology. You may stipulate any other terms for compensation." Lin Qingyu gazed sorrowfully at Lu Sun, who met her gaze with a pale smile. Before she could respond, Old Master Lu commanded the butler to force Lu Sun to kneel before the ancestral tablets. With a swift crack, the whip struck his back. Lu Sun's body jolted, his white shirt instantly stained crimson. Lin Qingyu's heart trembled, her eyes welling with tears. She suddenly felt that Lu Sun, kneeling and enduring the lashes, was no different from her younger self, wrongfully accused of theft by her sister. No one would listen to her explanation, nor would anyone believe her. She, like him, was a pawn in someone else's game, a fish on the chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. Yet his recent words had indeed touched her. He spoke of providing her with a home. Perhaps marrying him would grant her escape from that den of wolves she called family. But what of Lu Yan? 3 years of love with him, where would she go from here? Lin Qingyu painfully closed her eyes, memories of parting with Lu Yan flooding her mind. Just last evening, she had shared the schemes against her with her family, proposing they obtain a marriage certificate to sever their ambitions. But Lu Yan had replied, I've always felt that a mother, no matter how much she may dislike her daughter, would not go too far. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding between you? Rest assured. My mother will take care of you. Nothing will happen. You can stay safely in our home. It's not that I don't wish to marry you. I simply want to give you a proper proposal before we get the certificate. The gentle and dreamy timbre of Lu Yan's voice echoed in her mind, tugging at her heart with a pain that felt like it was tearing her apart. There was no turning back. Lin Qingyu opened her eyes, a newfound resolve glimmering within them. Grandfather, I will marry him. I am willing to marry my third uncle. Chapter 3. First, let us obtain the certificate. Old Master Lu discreetly exhaled, his expression slightly stiffened. If you marry the third, you can no longer call me grandpa. You must address me as father. Otherwise, the hierarchy will be thrown into disarray. On the ground, Lu Sun managed a weak smile, which quickly drew attention to his wounds, causing his complexion to pale further. The old steward, noticing his condition, promptly turned to Lin Qingyu, third young mistress. Please lend me a hand and assist in transferring the third master to the wheelchair. Lin Qingyu felt a twinge of embarrassment at being addressed as third young lady. Yet she steeled herself and, alongside the old butler, assisted him into the wheelchair. Lu Sun sat in the wheelchair, weakly gazing at Lu Yan's mother, second sister-in-law. I wonder if you are satisfied with this outcome. As he spoke, Lu Yan's mother approached Lin Qingyu, gently taking her hand and caressing it. You. Although we do not have the fate to be mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, we are still family. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. At this moment, Lin Qingyu had already grasped the underlying circumstances, and naturally, she could not maintain a close demeanor with her. She withdrew her hand with an air of indifference and spoke in a calm tone. Second sister-in-law, if I were to marry third master today, we would become equals. And I hope you will address me as sister-in-law henceforth. Lady Lu's expression momentarily faltered, but she quickly masked it with a nonchalant smile, responding, very well. Her demeanor appeared relaxed and cheerful, showing no trace of sorrow over losing a daughter-in-law. Lin Qingyu recalled Lu Yan's departure, claiming that her mother would take care of her and that nothing would go awry. She couldn't help but let out a derisive smile. Little did Lu Yan know that it was indeed his beloved mother who had brazenly thrust her into the embrace of his third uncle. Lu Sun observed Lin Qingyu's demeanor towards his second sister-in-law and, with a pleased smirk, remarked, It seems my second sister-in-law is in good spirits. After all, the negotiations with the Chun family have presumably gone well. Once matters here are settled, the second young lady of the Chen family will be welcomed into the household. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance. As his words lingered in the air, the expression of the second Madame Lu suddenly paled. Lin Qingyu and Old Master Lu both turned their gaze towards her. Lady Lu Air momentarily exhibited an expression of great discomfort, but quickly regained her composure. Skillfully explaining to the old master. Father, what the third said is indeed true. The Chen family, who operate a golf course, have repeatedly approached me with the intention of forming a marriage alliance. They claim that our son Lu Yan possesses commendable character, is not fickle, and displays ambition. Such qualities are rare among the elite young gentlemen. However, I have firmly declined their advances. After all, our family has a marriage pact with the Lin family, and we cannot afford to break our word. Yet now that Yu intends to marry her younger uncle, I might reconsider reaching out to the Chen family. Old Master Lu, being a shrewd individual, was aware of the underlying intricacies. He lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Lady Lu Air, uncertain of the old master's stance, added. The Chen family's background is quite respectable, and a union would be highly beneficial for our Lu family. Indeed, Lu Sun readily affirmed Lady Lu Air's sentiment, causing Lin Qingyu to fidget, feeling quite uncomfortable. Lady Lu Air then beamed at Old Master Lu. Father, you heard that, right? The third has stated this, so it must be feasible. Old Master Lu, leaning on his cane, stood up without uttering a word. Lu Sun chuckled. Miss Chen is expecting twins. Marrying our Yen would be a splendid deal, a buy one get one free situation. Second sister-in-law must be secretly pleased. Upon hearing this, Lady Lu Air froze in place. You. What did you just say? Old Master Lu stamped his cane, letting out a cold grunt before departing. This was also mentioned by some former business associates of mine. They said the second Miss Chen inadvertently became pregnant during a night out, and due to her unique physical condition, she cannot terminate the pregnancy and is seeking someone to take on the responsibility. As for the truth of the matter, it seems the second sister-in-law will have to investigate. After saying this, Lu Sun instructed Lin Qingyu to push him toward the garage. Throughout the journey, Lin Qingyu remained silent, her heart heavy with bitterness and embarrassment. If she still harbored any illusions, it would indeed be foolish. It became clear that Lu Yan's mother had never regarded the Lin family favorably and had never contemplated welcoming her into their household. The uncle had chosen a niece-in-law who was deemed inconsequential, and regardless of whether she ultimately secured a title, for Lu Yan's mother, it merely resolved in inconvenience. How utterly ruthless. The current situation was precisely what Lu Yan's mother relished. With Lu Sun's fall from grace due to the car accident, being saddled with a daughter from a family of little consequence, how could he ever hope for a resurgence? Lin Qingyu glanced at the crimson stain on Lu Sun's back, her heart aching. She lowered her head and said, I will call for a car to take you to the hospital. No need, he replied. First, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to settle the matter. But your injuries? They are of no consequence. Wearing a black suit, the blood will not be noticeable. As he spoke, Lu Sun dialed his assistant, instructing him to bring down his suit jacket, household registration book, and identification card. And then turned to her with a hint of urgency, let us obtain the certificate first. Before long, his assistant, Zhou Nan, arrived with everything in hand. Even having acquired the household registration book from the Lin family in Lu Sun's name. Upon reaching the garage, Zhou Nan also carried a medical kit. He swiftly attended to Lu Sun's back before allowing him to put on his clothes again. His movements were practiced, indicating that he had often performed such tasks. Once the first aid was complete, Zhou Nan brought the car over and assisted Lu Sun into the vehicle. As she sat in the car, Lin Qingyu felt a sense of surrealism wash over her. Gazing out at the rapidly passing scenery, the reality of heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her thoughts in a tangled mess. After a prolonged silence, she heard the low voice of the man beside her, devoid of discernible emotion. What are you thinking? Lin Qingyu took a deep breath, turned around, and calmly gazed at Lu Sun. Shall we have a conversation? Lu Sun's expression darkened slightly, only to be replaced by a hint of frailty and trepidation as he inquired. Do you regret it? As he spoke, he turned his face away and coughed softly a couple of times, his feeble demeanor suggesting that he might collapse at any moment. In the front row, Zhou Nan remarked, "This performance could very well earn an Oscar." Lin Qingyu quickly shook her head and softly said, "No. I simply believe that marriage is a significant matter and there are certain things I wish to clarify before the wedding." Lu Sun coughed politely but graciously gestured for her to continue. Lin Qingyu pondered for a moment before asking, "Third uncle, have you ever taken a life?" As the words left her lips, she instinctively touched her neck, feeling as if her head might part ways with her body at any moment. Naturally, he did not overlook her charming expression. He subtly shifted closer to Lin Qingyu, his long fingers caressing the delicate side of her fair neck. "Rest assured, I am not the type to harm my wife. I would never bring you any harm." Lin Qingyu felt an intense itch at her neck, akin to the sensation of a caterpillar writhing upon her skin. She shyly shifted away, evading Lu Sun's touch, and swallowed hard before inquiring, "What about other illicit activities?" The texture of his hand was infuriatingly delightful, reminiscent of smooth, white tofu. He adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, constantly reminding himself to maintain an air of refinement, and gently explained, "In my younger years, I was indeed impulsive and had engaged in physical altercations, however, I have never crossed the threshold of the law." Zhou Nan, who was driving at the moment, interjected, "Is that what you call a fight? What you describe is merely a one-sided KO." He continued, "The entertainment venues I operate do not indulge in any illicit activities or morally questionable engagements. These principles are non-negotiable for me." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu visibly sighed in relief, yet could not suppress her professional instincts as an educator. She gently admonished, "Then please refrain from fighting in the future. Engaging in such behavior is inappropriate." "All right, I shall heed teacher Lin's advice," Lu Sun replied, grasping Lin Qingyu's hand with a demeanor that suggested a sincere intent to communicate amicably. Lin Qingyu's face paled slightly, as if she had been unexpectedly provoked. In front of her, Zhou Nan, who was driving, felt as though he had been fed a mouthful of dog food. "I should not be driving. I should be beneath the car." Lu Sun caressed Lin Qingyu's hand, applying gentle pressure to prevent her from withdrawing. Noticing her hesitation, he inquired again, "Do you have anything else you wish to say or ask?" Lin Qingyu blinked her eyelashes twice, feeling quite embarrassed to speak. "I still have 2 conditions." Chapter 4, Discussing Conditions and Offering a Betrothal Gift. "You may speak." "Foolish girl, it is entirely normal to have requirements when it comes to marriage." Lu Sun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that such a formidable figure, feared by all in Kyoto, would be so amenable. Taking a deep breath, she articulated her desire, "I wish for a small apartment. It need not be large, a modest dwelling will suffice. My name must be on the property deed. After marriage, I do not wish to reside in the old family home, but rather in this small apartment. Should divorce occur in the future, I want the house to remain mine." She sought to ensure her future security. Upon hearing the mention of divorce, Lu Sun felt a pang in his heart and inquired, "What is your second condition?" "When we marry, I wish to transfer my household registration as well." She was eager to extricate herself from her family's entanglements, hence her pressing need for a residence to facilitate this change. However, these thoughts remained unspoken. After a brief pause, Lin Qingyu heard Lu Sun's gentle voice. "Ayu, rest assured, although I am impaired, I still have the means to purchase a house for you." With that, he cast a glance at Zhou Nan. "Immediately transfer the property in the Bund Bay to my wife's name." "Understood," Zhou Nan replied, promptly initiating the necessary arrangements. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Was the Bund Bay near the residential complex close to her school? In a daze, the car arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Qingyu had just alighted from the vehicle when a chubby young man approached, panting heavily, and handed a briefcase to Zhou Nan. "Assistant Zhou, I've taken care of everything at the utmost speed." Zhou Nan glanced at the contents and, with utmost respect, presented it to Lin Qingyu, saying, "Madam, this is the property deed from the third master. Please take good care of it. Additionally, the household registration book has also been retrieved from your residence and will be processed shortly." Lin Qingyu was rendered speechless by shock as Mumu took the property deed. In recent days, her heart had been filled with unease, as if suspended in midair, but at this moment, it finally found a rare sense of grounding. She had never imagined that this precious feeling of security would be bestowed upon her by Lu Yan's third uncle. Lin Qingyu felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. She pressed her lips together and said, "I will treat you well in the future." "All right," Lu Sun replied, a pleased smile gracing his lips. Lin Qingyu assisted Lu Sun as they entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. Under the guidance of Zhou Nan, the couple swiftly completed the procedures to obtain their marriage certificate. Lin Qingyu felt dazed as she failed to notice that the man with a stern demeanor displayed a rare and joyful smile while posing for their wedding photos. Upon receiving the marriage certificate, she barely had time to glance at it before it was snatched away by Lu Sun. He maintained a serious expression while explaining. Yet internally he thought, "What a joke, keeping this will only facilitate your desire for divorce in the future. Divorce is simply out of the question." Lin Qingyu nodded in affirmation. The car swiftly arrived at the Lin residence. Upon entering the living room, she beheld her father and mother seated on the sofa, awaiting her arrival. "Mom and Dad, I am here to gather a few belongings," she announced, turning to ascend the stairs. "Stop right there!" her father exclaimed, rising with fervor to halt her. As Lin Qingyu had barely settled in, her mother rushed over without a moment's hesitation and struck her with a resounding slap. The sharp crack reverberated throughout the living room, swiftly followed by a caustic tirade. "Lin Qingyu, how could you be so shameless? You dared to climb into Uncle Lu Yan's bed. Do you possess no sense of dignity? With such behavior, how will Miao Miao ever secure a marriage into the Lu family?" Lin Qingyu scoffed with a hint of derision, recognizing that the true concern of her family lay in her sister Lin Miao Miao's inability to marry into the Lu family. Her parents had schemed to tarnish her reputation, intending for Lin Miao Miao to take her place as Lu Yan's bride. Despite being aware of her family's intentions, in this moment, Lin Qingyu felt as though her heart was being mercilessly sliced. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she became, and she could not help but retort fiercely. "I did not climb into the bed of Uncle Lu Yan, I too am a victim." "A victim? What kind of victim?" Lin's mother raised her voice, her tone sharper. "Flies do not swarm a seamless egg. You're not even married to Lu Yan, yet you've moved into his residence. How can you expect others to respect you when you show such a lack of self-respect? But do you not understand why I am living in his house?" Lin Qingyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she glared at her mother, her tone growing more defiant. She longed to see a flicker of guilt on her mother's face but was met with disappointment. At that moment, she had truly had enough of her parents' incessant humiliation. The daughter, typically a soft target for manipulation, suddenly stood her ground, inciting even greater fury from Lin's mother. "What is that look in your eyes? You think you are justified? You have caused trouble with Director Gao, and we still have to clean up after you." As she spoke, Lin's mother raised her hand once more. This time, Lin Qingyu firmly grasped her mother's wrist, preventing the impending slap. "Mother, the third master is outside. Are you certain you wish to humiliate me in such a manner?" She possessed little in the way of belongings, none of which held significant value. She had left behind the second-hand items her sister refused to return, taking only a few teaching materials and essential certificates. As she descended the stairs, her father's scathing voice echoed from below. "Others marry off their daughters, so why does mine feel like a financial liability? I ask you, where is the betrothal gift?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Sun was pushed in by Zhou Nan, his gaze landing on Lin Qingyu's bloodied cheek. His eyes cold and piercing from behind his glasses. Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Nan, sensing the unusual expression in his grandfather's eyes, hurriedly stepped forward. Positioning himself in front of Lu Sun, and offered an explanation. "Third Master is concerned that you have too many belongings and wishes to assist you." Lin Qingyu's eyes were bloodshot, and her cheeks burned with pain. Feeling embarrassed, she hesitated to meet Lu Sun's gaze, thus failing to notice the terrifying look in his eyes. As she spoke, she attempted to push Lu Sun away. However, her smile sent a chill down the spines of Lin's parents. At that moment, Lu Sun had already quelled the urge to commit violence and gently patted Lin Qingyu's hand, saying, "Your father does make a valid point. It is reasonable to ask for a betrothal gift when marrying off a daughter. This oversight was mine." "Third Master," Lin Qingyu interjected anxiously, unwilling to let Lu Sun be taken advantage of by her scheming family. Nevertheless, Lucin continued to pat her hand reassuringly, saying softly, "I know my limits." He then turned to Lin's father and inquired, "What amount do you deem appropriate for the betrothal gift?" Lin Guoshan was merely being flippant. He had no genuine intention of soliciting a betrothal gift from the formidable San Yi, a figure who instilled fear throughout Kyoto. Although this man had now fallen from grace and was no longer in a position of power within the Lu group, he still retained some vestiges of influence. This was not a situation for Lin Guosheng to provoke. With a forced smile, he remarked, "San Yi, please make your decision. I will assess the current market conditions and provide accordingly." Lu Sun appeared to ponder this before nodding in agreement. "I have already promised you a residence in Whitehan Bay this morning. I shall consider what additional gifts might be included in the betrothal." At that moment, Lin Miao Miao, stifling a yawn as she entered the living room, heard this conversation and her eyes widened in delight. "A house in Whitehan Bay? That's the pinnacle of luxury in Kyoto," she exclaimed excitedly, linking her arm with her mother's and playfully insisting, "Mommy, I want to live there." Chapter 5, A Betrothal Gift of 99,999,000. Lin Miao Miao spoke with great enthusiasm. "Mom, you have no idea. I have a friend who was gifted an apartment by her family there." "How impressive is that?" All right, Lin's mother replied without a moment's hesitation. Lin Miao Miao joyfully kissed her mother's cheek and exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Thank you, Mommy. You are the best to me. Once I move over, I shall invite my group of girlfriends to throw a party. They will surely be envious of me." Lin Qingyu's lips curled into a cold smile, not surprised. Yet an undeniable pang of pain surged through her heart. Everyone in this household deemed it reasonable to relinquish her belongings to her younger sister. Should she refuse? It would be construed as her fault, as a lack of gratitude, as an inability to understand the responsibilities of being the elder sister. Lu Sun glanced at Lin Qingyu, who hung her head low, feeling a discomfort akin to a rusty blade twisting in his chest, wishing he could drag everyone before him out and administer a thorough beating. However, he restrained himself, the facade must not crumble. Suppressing the fury within, he took a document from Zhou Nan and handed it to Lin Guosheng. "How about we offer another piece of land as a betrothal gift? As for the dowry, I am uncertain of the appropriate amount, perhaps a fortuitous figure." 9,999,000? As his voice fell, Lin Guosheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Mother Lin and Lin Miao Miao wore expressions of newfound wealth. They had never anticipated that this harbinger of misfortune could secure such a substantial bride price. Lin Qingyu was taken aback as she grasped Lu Sun's shoulder. Before she could utter a word, Lu Sun clasped her hand in return, holding it tightly in his palm and gently rubbing it a couple of times. There was no need for further words. The father-in-law was indeed correct. How could one marry without offering a betrothal gift? If this were to spread, would I still have a reputation to uphold in Kyoto? Upon hearing this, Lin Guosheng quickly shot a glare at Lin Qingyu, exclaiming, "Indeed, you must not be so thoughtless. Who is the third master? How could we justify not presenting a betrothal gift if word gets out?" "That is indeed the case," Lin Guosheng replied, glancing around the living room. "Why not offer a few antique pieces as a dowry? With over 90 million at stake, what is the point of giving a rebate?" Ultimately, it boiled down to the reluctance to part with money that had found its way into his own pocket, yet the Lin family had little of value to present. The only noteworthy items in the living room were a few antiques he had acquired at great expense. Lu Sun looked up at Lin Qingyu and asked, "Do you fancy these antiques?" Lin Qingyu immediately took a liking to the exquisite blue-on-white porcelain antique. It was the most treasured piece acquired by Lin Guosheng. At that moment, she lingered her gaze upon it, prompting Lin Guosheng to caution her against touching it. He remarked that her fate was unfavorable, and that her presence might bring misfortune. Fearing that the antique would fall to the ground. As expected, Lin Guosheng followed Lin Qingyu's gaze, his heart fluttering, and as his lips parted to speak, he heard Lin Qingyu point to his prized possession and declare, "I find that one rather appealing." Lu Sun furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. Yet he instructed Zhou Nan to bring the antique over to Lin Qingyu, inquiring further, "Are there any others that catch your fancy?" Lin Qingyu gazed at her father's pained expression, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she gestured toward several antiques. Lu Sun shook his head, remarking, "Your discerning eye requires refinement. In the future, you must accompany me to learn more. To cultivate a taste for high quality, you must first shatter that piece in your hand. Shatter it? Lin Qingyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Lu Sun. He nodded, reaching out to sweep the vase from her grasp, which crashed to the ground with a resounding clatter, the exquisite blue-on-white porcelain fragmenting into countless pieces. Lin Guoxing's face contorted with a frown, feeling as if it were not his antique that lay shattered, but rather his very heart. Lu Sun then pointed to the antique that Lin Qingyu had just indicated. Since it is the dowry bestowed upon you by your father-in-law, why not destroy it? Go ahead and smash it to your heart's content. After all, these items hold no value to me in this household. Lin Qingyu seemed to be invigorated, as if a long-suppressed rebellion had burst forth all at once. She strode over and smashed to smithereens the antiques that her father and brothers had always forbidden her to touch. The clattering sound of the antiques crashing to the ground was particularly satisfying. How exhilarating! Lin Guoxing clutched his chest, wincing in pain, his complexion turning pale. Meanwhile, Lu Sun wore a gentle smile, his eyes radiating affection. Before Lin could finish his words, Lu Sun softly interrupted, "It's all right, what matters most is your happiness." At this moment, Lin Qingyu realized that Lu Sun was venting his frustration on her behalf, and a warm sensation surged within her heart. Meanwhile, Lin Guoxing, witnessing the affectionate exchange between the two, felt a pang of pain in his chest that rendered him breathless. He could only force a stiff smile to interrupt them. "That son-in-law, when will the betrothal gifts be delivered?" "They must be given immediately." Lin Guoxing exhaled softly, while Lin Mu and Lin Miaomiao's eyes brightened instantaneously, brimming with excitement. Lu Sun casually pointed at the shards on the ground and remarked, "Such trifling sums are hardly worthy of my attention." The others nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed." As he spoke, Lu Sun gestured, and Zhou Nan approached. He promptly transferred 9,999,000 to the lady's bank account. Furthermore, he instructed the land to be transferred into her name. Lu Sun, maintaining an air of cultured elegance, turned to the utterly stunned Lin Shangwei and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention to my father-in-law that the property at Bund Bay has already been transferred to Qingyu's name this morning. There is no need for concern on your part." Just then, a notification chimed on Lin Qingyu's phone. Instinctively, she glanced at it, and indeed, it was a message from the bank, confirming a deposit of 99,999. Lin Qingyu cooperated with Dao and said to Lu Sun, "Thank you, Third Master. The funds have been received." Shortly thereafter, Zhou Nan hung up the phone and reported, "Third Master, the land has also been transferred to Madame's name." Lin Shangwo was utterly taken aback. "Third Master, oh no, son-in-law, this betrothal gift should be given to us, as the parents." "Well, in principle, yes," he replied. "But typically affluent families regard such gifts as insignificant. They prefer to give the betrothal gifts to their daughters, hoping that their future in-laws will treat them well. I simply thought it would be best to give it directly to you, rather than have you shuffle it around and incur bank fees." "Are you mocking us?" Lin Miaomiao exclaimed, her eyes darting over the shattered antiques strewn across the floor as she pointed accusingly at Lin Qingyu. "Is it this wretched person who sent you to deceive us?" At that moment, a sharp slap echoed through the room as Zhou Nan struck Lin Miaomiao across the face. A skilled fighter, his blow left her ears ringing with a resounding buzz. Lin Miaomiao had never been struck by anyone throughout her life. She stared wide-eyed for a long while, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. You, what do you mean by you?" The last person who had pointed at Third Master had already lost a finger. "I have spared you from severe punishment solely out of respect for your sister's position." As his words fell, Lu Sun glared at Zhou Nan, reprimanding him sharply. "Impudent!" Chapter 6, The Unprecedented Delight of Lin Qingyu. Zhou Nan, how could you lay a hand on him? Have you forgotten how I have always instructed you? Moreover, we are currently in a weakened state, and I have become a mere shadow of my former self. We can no longer behave as we once did." Lu Sun exclaimed, his frustration evident as he struck the armrest of his wheelchair, embodying the essence of disappointment and unfulfilled potential. Zhou Nan lowered his head. "I apologize, Third Master. I simply could not contain myself. I cannot bear to hear anyone speak ill of you. Yet one must exercise restraint. They are family of the madam. Furthermore, I have just promised the madam that I would not lay hands on others in the future. Zhou Nan immediately turned to Lin Qingyu, bowing deeply in apology. Madam, I am truly sorry, it is I who caused third master to breach his promise to you. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me. Not upon third master. Lin Qingyu did not feel anger, instead, she experienced an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. However, she could not reveal her true feelings. Merely offering a slight nod without instructing Zhou Nan to refrain from impulsive actions in the future. Lin Qingyu felt as though she had also turned to the darker side. Lu Sun's lips curled slightly as he glanced at Lin Guosheng. Father-in-law, it is indeed my subordinate's fault this time. However, I am also an elder, being Lin Miaomiao's brother-in-law. Today, let this be my transgression as a brother-in-law, as I take it upon myself to educate this sister who does not understand the hierarchy of elder and younger. And who has insulted her sister. Lin Shengguo was rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Lu Sun glanced at the scattered antiques strewn across the floor and remarked. Since that is the case, having already presented the betrothal gifts, I shall not intrude upon my esteemed in-law's efforts to tidy up. I shall visit again another time. Hearing these words, Lin Shengguo felt an even deeper pang of sorrow. There were no betrothal gifts, and the entire living room was filled with shattered antiques. These antiques were his treasured possessions. Alas! Lin Shengguo felt a throbbing headache, and his heart ached as well. Lin Qingyu smirked with malice as she hastily pushed Lu Sun's wheelchair away. Zhou Nan deliberately lingered a moment longer, casting a warning glance at Lin Guosheng and Lin Mu. Third master wishes for me to convey a message. His wife is not someone to be humiliated lightly. In the future, you would do well to weigh your words carefully. With that, Zhou Nan turned sharply and departed. In the living room, Lin Miaomiao was the first to react, her anger causing her to stomp her feet. Mom! That wretched Lin Qingyu, how dare she? How is it that she can marry a cripple and receive over 90 million in betrothal gifts, along with property and land? Mom! It's driving me mad. These should rightfully belong to me. Lin Shengguo was filled with rage, while Lin's mother narrowed her eyes mysteriously, soothing her young daughter. Darling! Do not be upset. Just now, when that vile woman received the funds on her phone, I stole a glance. It wasn't such a large figure. It certainly did not reach tens of millions. Lin Miaomiao paused, casting a doubtful glance at her mother. Are you certain? I am certain. I estimate it might reach a maximum of just around 900,000. Lin Shengguo narrowed his eyes as he gazed at his wife. Are you truly certain? Indeed. Lin's mother nodded emphatically. She could not fathom that the harbinger of misfortune could possess such fortuitous luck and asserted confidently, they are undoubtedly colluding to deceive us. Consider it, after Lu San's accident, he lost his power, how could there be ample funds available for allocation? The land. Lin Shengguo believed that money was a trivial matter, while the land was of paramount importance. Mother Lin scoffed with a derisive smile, suggesting that it might merely be idle land, undevelopable and devoid of value. Furthermore, she remarked that it was supposedly for that wretched girl. Claiming something about a transfer of ownership, who would witness such a transaction? It was merely a charade. Lin Shengguo nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasonableness of the situation. Presently, Lu San had become a mere shadow of his former self. He himself admitted to his downfall, stating that he had to keep his subordinates in line. You heard that just now. The more Lin Mu belittled Lin Qingyu's partner, the more satisfaction she felt within. From his perspective, Lu San was indeed far more capable than Lu Yan, however, his disability rendered Lin Shengguo, as a prospective father-in-law, somewhat embarrassed. Lin Miaomiao shyly nodded. Outside the villa. As Lin Qingyu just settled into the car, she heard Lu Sun's troubled voice. I apologize for the inconvenience. At present, I cannot provide such a substantial bride price. I can offer you 90,000 for living expenses for now. The remainder will be compensated later. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qingyu hastily shook her head. That's unnecessary, this is more than sufficient. I understand that you are standing up for me and do not wish for my family to look down upon me in the future. I am truly grateful for your support. Thank you for helping me in this way. Throughout my life, no one has ever stood up for me. Even Lu Yan has never done this for me. Lu Yan, a person of scholarly disposition with an obsession for archaeology, had always advised her to endure her circumstances, claiming that things would improve once she was married. Lin Qingyu had never experienced such exhilaration before. It felt as though the burdens that had weighed upon her heart for years had been completely lifted. As she spoke, Lin Qingyu handed over the land documents, saying, "I don't need this either, thank you." Lu Xun glanced at the documents, hesitated for a moment before accepting them. "If you ever want it, just reach out to me." "All right." After Zhou Nan dropped Lin Qingyu off at the bund, he took Lu Xun to the old residence. As soon as Lu Xun was ushered into the study, he heard the deep voice of the old master. "You've arrived?" "Yes." The old man waved his hand, indicating for Zhou Nan and the old butler to leave discreetly. Once only the old master and Lu Xun remained in the study, the elder solemnly approached the safe, inputting a password to retrieve a document, which he tossed to Lu Xun. "This is for you, it was prepared for your marriage." Lu Xun opened the document, glancing at the equity transfer agreement, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. "You don't think I'm marrying for this, do you?" The old master shot him a sidelong glance, grunting. "Do you truly believe I've become senile? I am well aware of the dynamics at play." He then couldn't help but cast a glance at Lu Xun's back. "Are you all right?" "I won't die," Lu Xun replied nonchalantly. The old man sighed deeply, his expression turning serious. "Once your second sister-in-law's land is ready for collaboration, remind her firmly who holds the reins in the Lu family." Presently, the Lu family was set to undertake the nuclear energy development project, an environmentally friendly initiative beneficial to the nation and its people. However, the project required a parcel of land from Lu Xun's second sister-in-law's family. The old master understood the character of this daughter-in-law, which is why he refrained from chastising her too harshly. Lu Xun grasped the complexities involved and nodded lightly. "Rest assured, I am aware. And that girl Au is a good woman, do not mistreat her." Lu Xun cast a sharp glance at the old man, "As if I would need your advice. She is the treasure I have cherished in my heart for many years." Upon leaving the old residence, Lu Xun's spirits soared as he summoned two friends to the Royal Club. The Royal Club is the most exclusive private establishment in Jiangchang, accessible only to members who must provide proof of their assets. In Jiangchang, possessing a Royal Club membership card is a symbol of status. However, unbeknownst to many, the true owners behind the scenes are Lu Xun and two other influential figures in Jiangchang. Lu Xun entered the Royal Club and took the private elevator to the top floor. This level was a sanctuary for him and his close friends, equipped with KTV, billiards, a gym, a cinema, and a restaurant. Upon arrival, Lu Xun stood up, striding purposefully towards the private room, where two elegantly dressed men were already seated. One was in his 30s, sporting a faint scar at the corner of his eye, with a fierce demeanor, known in the underworld as Yuan Liuye. As Lu Xun stepped into the room, Zhou Nan presented the two men with large red envelopes. Upon opening them, they found them empty. Lu Xun settled onto the sofa, a pleased smile gracing his face. "I've gotten married, you owe me a wedding gift. Yuan Shun. Duan Xiaobai. This envelope will be given to my wife. I can't give too much, that would frighten her, but I can't give too little either, lest it be disrespectful to your standing. Yuan Shun. Duan Xiaobai." Chapter 7, Thank you, Mrs. Lu, for providing me a home. Duan Xiaobai was almost laughing at this audacious tactic. Meanwhile, Yuan Shin toyed with the empty envelope, glancing at Lu Xun and bluntly inquiring, "Have you captured your nephew's fiancée?" The two had grown up alongside Lu Xun and were well aware of the woman he had long harbored feelings for. Tragically, she was also his nephew's betrothed. Typically, mentioning this would darken Lu Xun's expression. However, in his current good mood, he corrected them, "She is my wife now." "You have her?" Yuan Shen regarded Lu Xun with a curious glance. "Indeed," Lu Xun replied without a hint of alteration in his demeanor. Duan Xiaobai's mouth dropped open in astonishment, nearly wide enough to fit two eggs. Yuan Shen squinted, pressing further, "Have you registered your marriage?" "I have." As he spoke, Lu Xun solemnly produced two marriage certificates from his inner suit pocket, placing them on the table. Duan Xiaobai, incredulous, reached out to take a look. But before he could touch them, Lu Xun swatted his hand away. Have you washed your hands? Don't touch my marriage certificates with those dirty hands. Lu Xun shot him a warning glare, then delicately picked up the two little red books, opening one to show them. Duan Xiaobai. Yuan Shen exhaled a puff of smoke. What is so magical about this? That woman was never in your second sister-in-law's favor. And she is not from a prestigious family either. Perhaps this arrangement was orchestrated by her. Exactly, Lu Xun raised an eyebrow, succinctly explaining the situation. Duan Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you implying your sister-in-law bribed your rival to drug you? Lu Xun nodded nonchalantly. He self-deprecatingly smirked. Once I encountered her, it became an inescapable predicament. I couldn't resist. Previously, the women he had met were those he had no interest in, which he found repugnant. And thus he could endure. Yet, his proud self-control crumbled before her in an instant. Duan Xiaobai had never been in a relationship and didn't grasp these nuances. Yet he still patted Lu Xun on the shoulder, raising his glass in a toast. Brother, I'm genuinely happy for you. I thought you'd be single for life. Who would have imagined you would be the first among us to marry? Cheers to your new beginning. Yuan Shen also lifted his glass. Congratulations on fulfilling your wishes. Thank you. Lu Xun savored a sip of red wine, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he asserted, but the red envelopes cannot be lacking. Today's envelopes are for the registration. When we hold the wedding, you must contribute generously. Yuan Shen. Duan Xiaobai. While I have no need, I would be delighted to receive your red envelopes. Lu Xun casually removed his glasses, revealing a pair of piercingly intense eyes. In front of his friends, he felt no need to feign modesty. Let us make it 8,800 or 9,800. Imagining Lin Qingyu's expression upon receiving the red envelopes made Lu Xun's smile widen again. Yuan Shen did not hesitate, instructing his assistant to prepare cash envelopes. Duan Xiaobai handed over the prepared envelopes and inquired, by the way, does your wife know about your lake situation? What do you think? Lu Xun replied, accepting the envelope with a smirk. Zhou Nan interjected at the right moment, Madam is still unaware. Furthermore, in front of her, the third master is portrayed as frail and sickly, coughing at every turn, losing influence, and appearing impoverished. You all must cooperate if you cross paths outside. Duan Xiaobai's eyes widened again, his tone rising a notch. Brother, you're playing with fire. Aren't you worried that your wife will find out and want a divorce? Upon hearing the word divorce, Lu Xun's expression darkened, his voice chilling as he replied. That day will never come. Yuan Shen, being of a similar mindset to Lu Xun, smiled slyly, that is impossible. The prey that falls into the jaws of Lu San will never escape. Hearing this, Lu Xun's demeanor softened a bit as he raised his glass in acknowledgement. You understand me. He would never allow Lin Qingyu to slip out of his life. On the other side, Lin Qingyu arrived at the Bund Bay and discovered that the community's facilities and greenery were indeed excellently executed, creating a picturesque environment. Moreover, the building featured a dedicated ramp for the disabled, showcasing well-rounded amenities, which Lin speculated was a significant factor in Lu Xun's decision to choose this location. Upon reaching the 21st floor, Lin Qingyu realized that Lu Xun had purchased a spacious flat, complete with its own entrance and no neighbors, ensuring a high degree of privacy. Upon opening the coated door, one was greeted by expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a breathtaking view of the White River. The flat boasted over 220 square meters, providing an excellent sense of space, though the design leaned towards a colder aesthetic. As soon as he stepped inside, Lu Xun was momentarily taken aback. The originally gray-toned design was enlivened by the presence of a woman in the living room, the pink roses on the table, several pots of tender green succulents, and the vibrant dining cloth, all of which breathed life into the space. Lin Qingyu noticed Lu Xun's surprised gaze and quickly explained with care. I saw that our home felt a bit empty, so I bought some things to decorate. I didn't inform you beforehand and wasn't sure if you'd like it. Sensing the subtle change in Lin Qingyu's expression, Lu Xun felt a pang of empathy as he wheeled himself closer, gently taking her hand in his. Madam Lu, he said softly, I truly appreciate it, I love it, thank you. Lin Qingyu felt a tinge of embarrassment at being addressed as Mrs. Lu, as the low voice of Lu Xun echoed in her ears. Ayu, this house belongs to you, you are the mistress of this home. From now on, you may manage it as you wish. There is no need to seek my opinion, you are capable of making your own decisions.
Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. The mistress? Well, we have completed our marriage certificate. If you are not the mistress, then who is? Lu Sun replied half-jokingly, no.
You are still the head of the household. Lin Qingyu felt as though her heart had been immersed in a warm stream, and after a moment, she finally managed to smile and express her gratitude. Thank you.
She thanked him for providing her with a home,
for bestowing upon her the respect she had never received in her own family.
Lu Sun also gently curved his lips into a smile, replying, I should be the one thanking Mrs. Lu for granting me a home. Lin Qingyu felt a tinge of embarrassment at the call of Madame Lu, her cheeks flushing with a deeper hue upon noticing Zhou Nan still present nearby. Assistant, have you had your meal?
She inquired tentatively.
I have eaten. I grabbed the documents and left.
He hurriedly replied. Having received Lu Sun's consent, he swiftly made his way to the study to collect the materials. And once he had them, he darted away like a fleeting shadow.
After all, who would want to linger as a third wheel over a meal? Life is precious. After all.
Lin Qingyu felt that Zhou Nan was leaving rather hastily, as if someone were in pursuit of him.
Glancing at the dishes on the table, she turned to Lu Sun and inquired, have you eaten?
Not yet, he replied. Then allow me to serve you some rice, she offered.
All right.
Just as her words faded, her phone, resting on the table, emitted a chime and the screen illuminated. Both of them instinctively looked over and saw a WeChat notification from Lu Yan. Lin Qingyu's hand trembled suddenly as she held the fish platter.
Chapter 8. What affection does Mrs. Lu desire from me?
The sauce from the platter spilled out, and Lu Sun was startled, quickly reaching out to catch the dish and placing it on the dining table to examine her hand.
Just moments ago,
he had been so anxious that he nearly stood up, pulling her hand towards the kitchen to wash it. While rinsing, he could not help but scold her gently.
How could you be so distracted?
What if you had burned yourself? Though it was a reprimand, his tone was light, imbued with the warmth of a mountain breeze, which did not upset Lin Qingyu. Instead, it made her feel comforted.
I'm fine, she replied,
picking up a cloth to wipe the sauce that had spilled onto the table.
After a while, she took a deep breath, sat beside Lu Sun, and said, let us exchange contact information.
Lu Sun glanced at her, noticing that she was opening Lu Yan's WeChat right in front of him.
Lu Yan had sent her a message, Ayu, did you sleep well last night?
After reading it, she decisively blocked Lu Yan, raising her head to look at Lu Sun as if she had made a resolution. Third Master, let us live our lives well together from now on. I do not seek to be a loving couple, but at the very least, let us be a couple that does not quarrel. I will strive to fulfill my role as a good wife.
Very well.
However, the prerequisite is that you must change how you address me.
Lu Sun,
feeling a sense of satisfaction upon seeing Lin Qingyu block Lu Yan, opened his WeChat QR code and handed it to her.
Change to what? Lin Qingyu added him on WeChat but was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Lu Sun.
Lu Sun's lips curled into a slight smile. You can no longer call me Third Master, it is not appropriate. Then I should call you. Lin Qingyu's face flushed instantly, as if she had recalled something.
You should call me husband. Lu Sun wore a mischievous grin.
Every time he saw Lin Qingyu's bashful demeanor, he could not help but feel the urge to tease her. Lin Qingyu lowered her head, focusing on her meal, her face flushed even deeper. I suppose I shall call you Lu Sun for now.
Very well.
Lu Sun replied, unhurried, displaying an abundance of patience. The two immersed themselves in their dinner, and Lu Sun felt that it was the most delectable meal he had savored in his 29 years. Once they finished dining,
Lin Qingyu took the initiative to tidy up the dishes.
Due to her preparations for the children's extracurricular studies in traditional Chinese culture, the materials were particularly numerous,
and she worked diligently until 10 o'clock. Just as she concluded her presentation, the phone rang.
Upon seeing the contact name on her phone, Lin Qingyu's expression darkened, and she took a deep breath before answering, "Third brother." No sooner had her voice faded than a barrage of reprimands erupted from the other end.
Lin Qingyu, have you lost your mind? You actually used a vase to strike Director Gao. I command you to go to the hospital this instant and apologize to him. Do you have any idea that Director Gao had 3 stitches on his forehead?
Upon hearing those words, Lin Qingyu felt as though her heart had been pierced by a sharp blade, causing her immense pain. She found herself powerless against the strength of an adult man. Drowning in despair as she desperately called for help, fully aware that her family was nearby. Yet, all she received in response was her mother's indifferent voice from outside,
declaring that she should abandon any thoughts of the Lu family. You are now with Director Gao, you will be the director's wife from now on. In that moment,
her heart plummeted into an abyss of icy despair. To her astonishment, despite the imminent threat of violation, her brother did not utter a single word in her defense,
instead insisting that she apologize.
In an instant, all the pent-up grievances within her erupted, and Lin Qingyu shouted into her phone.
Do you even know what Director Gao has done to me?
He stitched me up with 3 needles, and I still feel it's insufficient.
Lin Jejun was momentarily taken aback,
unable to fathom that his usually obedient sister would suddenly disregard the hierarchy and confront him so fiercely.
Moreover, her venomous remark regarding the 3 stitches was utterly unexpected.
His initial instinct was to believe he had dialed the wrong number. Glancing at his phone contacts, he suppressed his doubts and coldly scoffed, "What are you doing?
If Gao Ju has taken a liking to you, consider it a blessing. How many women yearn to ascend to Gao Ju's bed, yet he remains indifferent?"
Lin Qingyu scoffed with a hint of sarcasm, "If it is indeed a blessing, why don't you share it with Lin Miao?"
Lin Jejun was momentarily taken aback,
and after a brief pause, he replied, "Miao undoubtedly deserves something far better."
Enough of your nonsense, Lin Qingyu. You must immediately appease Director Gao. Otherwise, let me assure you,
your future will be fraught with difficulties. Director Gao will not spare you.
I refuse. I have done nothing wrong,
Lin Qingyu asserted resolutely. Were it not for her concern that her family might deny her support and turn against her, she would have reported the matter to the authorities long ago. On the other end of the phone, Lin Jejun grew increasingly agitated. "Lin Qingyu, do you even comprehend that I am trying to assist you? If you let this night pass without action, not only will the family project fail to secure approval, but Director Gao will also seek retribution against you."
With that,
Lin Jejun's tone softened slightly.
"Listen to me.
Heed your brother's counsel, adopt a more humble demeanor, placate Director Gao, and perhaps even show a bit of charm. The dynamics between men and women are rather straightforward. Once you win over Director Gao, you shall be the esteemed wife of the director." Lin Qingyu closed her eyes in embarrassment, her hand holding the phone trembling incessantly, overwhelmed by a profound sense of nausea. It was an all-encompassing nausea, from her head to her toes.
Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "Lin Jejun, are you aware of what you are saying?"
Lin Jejun was momentarily taken aback by the sudden call of his name.
"Are you truly asking your sister to accompany a nearly 50-year-old divorced man to bed in exchange for a project for your company? Lin Jejun, do you not feel a sense of shame in uttering such words?
I am your sister, and yet you summon your business associate to our home to violate me. After the incident, you did not utter a single word in my defense, instead, you demanded my submission.
Do you not find yourself repulsive?"
As her emotions surged, Lin Qingyu's eyes reddened, and she nearly shouted in anguish.
"Lin Jejun, do you even regard me as your sister, your own flesh and blood? Do you believe I am made of iron? Do you think my heart does not ache?"
Lin Jejun's heart was suddenly stirred, and he spoke with less conviction. That is
because Gao Ju said he wants to marry you. He is sincere towards you, not the kind of man who would run away after a night."
"Ha," Lin Qingyu scoffed, feeling her heart shatter into countless pieces. Before this, she had held on to a glimmer of hope, fantasizing that her brother was unaware of the situation, envisioning that the repugnant man had developed ill intentions and sought her out at home.
However,
when that fantasy was abruptly dispelled, it felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over her, leaving her utterly frozen.
"He wants to marry me. So I must marry him, is that it? Why do you all believe you have the right to dictate my marriage and control my life? Have you ever considered that I am a person too? An independent individual?"
Lin Jejun was rendered speechless, and after a while, he patiently comforted her.
"How about this?
I will accompany you to the hospital to apologize and let this matter pass.
Surely my presence will suffice. I promise that with me around, Gao Ju will not harm you." "Absolutely not," Lin Qingyu firmly refused. I am married.
Visiting a man at such a late hour will surely make my husband jealous.
You're married?
The sudden increase in Lin Jejun's tone came through the phone.
How can that be? Is it with Lu Yen? What about Miao Miao?
Lin Qingyu felt a profound ache in her heart, one that had dulled her senses.
In such circumstances, the first thought of her elder brother at home was how to deal with Miao Miao. How ironic.
She should never have harbored any illusions about this group of people. Lin Qingyu still smiled, though tears were on the verge of falling from the corners of her eyes. It turned out that everything had long been orchestrated by everyone. Lin Jejun has meticulously plotted his scheme.
His family has devised a plan. So too has Lu Yan's mother.
Lin Qingyu felt an intense hatred.
A deep-seated desire for vengeance against them.
She vowed that if the opportunity presented itself in the future, she would ensure they experienced the pain they had inflicted upon her. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingyu made a resolute decision. She calmly stated, Lin Jejun, you need not concern yourself with whom I choose to marry.
This matter is of no relevance to you.
From this day forth, our sibling bond is irrevocably severed.
You are no longer my third brother. And I shall not refer to you as such.
As she uttered these words, Lin Qingyu felt an immense sense of relief wash over her.
Well,
tonight marks my wedding night, the traditional night of celebration as the ancients would say.
I shall not linger on this conversation.
I have my husband to attend to with love and affection.
With that, Lin Qingyu abruptly hung up the phone and powered it off.
As she lifted her gaze, she heard Lu Sun's cheerful voice.
What kind of affection does Madame Lu wish to share with me?
Chapter 9, a wedding night sweet enough to indulge in. The moment Lin Qingyu laid eyes on Lu Sun, she felt her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment.
Wishing fervently for a hole to hide in.
Lu Sun chuckled softly, noticing that she was on the verge of biting her lips until they bled, and, feeling a pang of sympathy, urged her gently, all right, I won't tease you any longer.
Hurry and take a shower. I just finished washing up in the guest room.
Lin Qingyu nodded slightly and hurriedly opened the cabinet to retrieve a nightgown before dashing into the bathroom. Once the bathroom door closed, Lu Sun's expression darkened. He had just returned from the study after attending to work and taking a shower, without paying attention to Lin Qingyu's situation. He had assumed she was quietly preparing her lessons, unaware that she seemed to be embroiled in an argument. Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, he felt an overwhelming urge to drag the person on the other end of the phone out and skin them alive. Lu Sun lightly pressed the phone on the bed, only to find it was turned off, so he chose not to turn it back on.
Never mind, there would be a chance to confront this person later.
What mattered most at the moment was to enjoy the wedding night with his wife.
Lu Sun dialed a number to make arrangements.
When Lin Qingyu emerged after drying her hair, she was taken aback by the transformation of the bedroom. Rose petals were scattered across the floor,
and heart-shaped artificial candles were arranged decoratively.
On the table sat a bottle of red wine alongside 2 glasses.
Meanwhile, Lu Sun, dressed in a deep gray silk nightgown and holding a bouquet of red roses, awaited her presence. Upon seeing her,
he maneuvered his wheelchair closer and presented the roses to the astonished Lin Qingyu.
Mrs. Lu, happy wedding. Lin Qingyu's heart softened completely. The joy of receiving flowers alleviated much of the sorrow brought by her third brother.
After all, she was merely an ordinary girl, and the sight of roses filled her with delight. Moreover, this was the first time she had ever received flowers. In the past, Lu Yan had not been one to engage in such gestures. Thus, Lin Qingyu had never received a bouquet before. Lin Qingyu never anticipated that she would receive the first bouquet of roses in her life from the hands of Lu Yan's third uncle. Lin Qingyu smiled and expressed her gratitude, thank you for the roses, and congratulations on your marriage. Lu Sun's eyes brightened as he took her hand and led her to a small table tucked away in a corner of the room, inviting her to take a seat. This petite table, positioned by the window alongside a soft-back love seat, offered a picturesque view of the river, exuding a romantic ambience.
However, at that moment, Lu Sun remained in his wheelchair rather than joining her on the sofa. He poured a glass of red wine and gently inquired, would you like to have a sip?
Lin Qingyu instinctively shook her head, declaring, I do not drink. From her childhood to the present, she had always been the model of propriety,
never having touched a drop of alcohol.
Within the confines of her home, a sip might be excusable, but outside, abstaining was prudent.
As Lu Sun spoke, he poured the wine.
This vintage was exceptionally rare, originating from the very year of her birth.
Having been preserved until now, its taste was rich and smooth, devoid of any bitterness.
Lin Qingyu thought to herself, both of them shared a marital bond, and being in her own home, there was nothing to fear.
Well then, I shall have a sip.
Lin Qingyu picked up the wineglass, took a small sip, and her eyes sparkled with delight. It was sweet. Lu Sun's lips curled into a pleased smile as he gently clinked his glass against Lin Qingyu's, producing a clear and melodious sound.
Mrs. Lu, congratulations on your new marriage. Congratulations. Lin Qingyu took another sip, feeling exhilarated, and then inquired, this wine must be quite expensive, right?
I've heard that the older the vintage, the higher the price.
A flicker of discomfort crossed Lu Sun's face. Indeed, this wine is costly.
When I first saw this bottle at the auction, sealed from the year of your birth, I was determined to acquire it, dreaming of the day we could savor it together. No matter how high the bids went, I raised mine by an additional 100,000 each time, looking resolute. Ultimately, this bottle was secured for
1 million yuan. I wasn't satisfied and insisted on giving the organizers 2 million, wishing to invoke a good omen. However, using this wine on our wedding night is truly worthwhile.
Lu Sun nodded with a smile. It is indeed expensive, but it was a gift from a friend. As he spoke, Lu Sun retrieved 2 red envelopes and placed them in Lin Qingyu's hands.
And this, too,
is from 2 brothers who contributed to your wedding gift. Lin Qingyu held a thick stack of red envelopes, estimating their worth to be around 10,000 yuan.
He quickly declined, saying, no need, this is for your brother, you should keep it. The monetary gifts should be presented to your wife.
Lu Sun replied gently. Lin Qingyu felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. She recalled her childhood when she received red envelopes from relatives, only to have her mother take them away before they even warmed in her hands, claiming it was for her own savings. Initially, she believed her mother's words. However, one day, she accidentally witnessed her mother taking the red envelope from her and promptly giving it to her younger sister, Lin Qingyu. At that time, Lin Qingyu was still young, not yet the thoughtless and impolite person she had become.
She shyly inquired of their mother, isn't this unfair to my sister? If you give it to me, she won't have one.
Yet their mother forcefully stuffed the envelope back into Miao Miao's arms, proclaiming, your fortune is strong.
All good things in this family belong to you.
Your sister is a harbinger of misfortune, she does not deserve it. Perhaps through years of repetition,
Lin Qingyu gradually transformed into someone else.
Holding the 2 red envelopes before her, Lin Qingyu sincerely expressed her gratitude, saying, you may laugh, but this is the first time I have received such a red envelope.
Glancing at the roses, she added, the flowers too. Lu Sun was momentarily taken aback.
Upon hearing Lin Qingyu's voice, tinged with emotion as she recounted her first experience with a red envelope, he was reminded of her family, who resembled wolves in their behavior. How dare they treat her so? Yet, upon hearing her mention the roses, he felt a surge of irritation, his voice inadvertently rising a notch.
Has Lu Yan never given you one?
Lin Qingyu felt somewhat embarrassed and lowered her head, shaking it gently.
Lu Sun, realizing the situation a moment later, repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought him up. I was just a bit upset.
As he spoke, he tenderly grasped the back of Lin Qingyu's head, drawing her closer to his wheelchair, and gently kissed her cheek, filled with compassion.
He then solemnly assured her, being with me, you will experience many firsts.
Sensing her discomfort, Lu Sun quickly shifted the conversation, inquiring, I heard you arguing with someone on the phone just now.
Is everything all right?
Lin Qingyu casually remarked.
It's just a matter concerning my family.
After speaking, she cast a glance at Lu Sun and tentatively added, I just had an argument with my 3rd brother.
I was exceedingly angry.
I said, if I were to declare that I no longer wish to acknowledge him as my brother, would you think that I... Before she could finish her thought, Lu Sun interjected, no. In his mind, he contemplated the necessity of investigating Lin Qingyu's 3rd brother, but outwardly, he gently ruffled Lin Qingyu's hair and said, if even you are provoked to utter such words, it indicates that your brother has indeed acted unreasonably.
Sometimes, familial bonds require discernment. For instance, my second sister-in-law does not treat me well.
At times, I find these two non-relatives, who contribute financially, to be more amiable.
But connections between individuals cannot be forced, even among family.
It is best to engage with those who resonate with you, and when principles are at stake. Do not burden yourself with the desire for recognition. Lin Qingyu gazed wide-eyed at Lu Sun, her eyes slightly misty. She never anticipated that he would utter such comforting words. In the past, she had engaged in similar discussions with Lu Yan.
However, Lu Yan's response was that family grievances should not linger overnight, asserting that kin should unite and resolve any discord amicably.
Each time, she hesitated to continue the conversation.
Lu Sun gently ruffled Lin Qingyu's hair. Did I say something wrong?
Lin Qingyu shook her head. Lu Sun curved his lips and continued, Ayu, I am now your husband.
Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek me out.
Although I may seem ineffectual now, I still possess some connections from the past. If I falter in any way, do not hesitate to voice your concerns. Lin Qingyu was so moved that she nearly shed tears. Wiping the moisture from the corners of her eyes, she asked, Why are you so good to me? It feels as if you are not just a husband from a whirlwind marriage.
Because you are my wife. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well?
Lu Sun raised his wineglass, maneuvering around Lin Qingyu's hand, and let out a soft chuckle.
Mrs. Lu, let us drink this toast and wish ourselves a joyful wedding night.
Lu Sun deliberately emphasized the word night.
Chapter 10. Lin Qingyu exclaimed, Your leg.
Lin Qingyu's face flushed with a fiery hue, as she shyly drank the ceremonial wine and gently urged Lu Sun towards the edge of the bed.
In truth,
she had intended to decline. The experience Lu Sun had given her the previous night had been rather uncomfortable, even evoking feelings of fear and unease.
Thus, during her bath, she deliberately chose a loose, conservative cotton nightgown.
However, reflecting on the multitude of surprises and emotions Lu Sun had bestowed upon her that evening, she found it difficult to refuse him. At that moment, Lin Qingyu lay nervously on the bed, feeling utterly foolish in her cartoon-patterned nightgown. She couldn't fathom how a mature man of Lu Sun's age could possibly find her in such a state appealing.
Suddenly, the mattress sank,
and Lin Qingyu sensed something amiss as she glanced at Lu Sun.
Your leg. Lu Sun responded. I miscalculated.
I was too excited to realize I had climbed into bed myself.
After Lin Qingyu's gentle reminder,
Lu Sun feigned the effort of supporting himself with his hands on the mattress and explained, I have no sensation in my lower leg. I can manage to get into bed using my arms and can sit in the wheelchair when getting up. I am capable of taking care of myself. Lin Qingyu felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing that she could manage her own life.
I apologize, that was not my intention. I was simply taken aback. It's quite all right. Your husband's health condition is something you ought to be aware of.
I take responsibility for not having communicated this with you. Lin Qingyu was taken aback by Lu Sun's unexpected words, feeling a warmth envelop her heart as a shadow descended before her. Lu Sun knelt beside her waist. His hands braced above her body, and continued, There is no sensation in your calves, but everything appears normal above the knees.
You are already aware of this from last night.
Lin Qingyu bit her lip, her small face turning an exquisite shade of crimson. Lu Sun chuckled softly, leaning down to kiss her. It was gentle and lingering, reminiscent of savoring a beloved childhood treat, reluctant to consume it all at once, savoring each moment slowly. Lin Qingyu felt a softness envelop her, heightened by the intoxicating effects of alcohol, and she could not suppress a soft hum of pleasure.
Mortified,
she hastily pressed her hand against Lu Sun's chest, turning her face away as she said, You should turn off the lights.
Is it really necessary to turn them off? Lu Sun seemed earnest in his inquiry.
He lamented the inadequate lighting from the previous night, which still left him with a sense of regret.
I wish to see you.
No, Lin Qingyu shook her head, so embarrassed that she wished to bury her face in the sheets.
Lu Sun, feeling a tinge of disappointment, nonetheless switched off the bedside lamp. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future.
With the lights extinguished, Lu Sun leaned in once more, capturing Lin Qingyu's lips with his, whispering enticingly in her ear, My dear, close your eyes. There were still some electronic candles on the floor, casting a faint glow.
He wished to keep his beloved unaware of any peculiarities.
Lin Qingyu obediently closed her eyes, sensing that this time, Lu Sun seemed to have grasped the essence. no longer behaving with wildness but instead adopting a tender and fervent demeanor. The following day, when Lin Qingyu opened her eyes, she was met with Lu Sun's infatuated gaze. Lu Sun had risen earlier than she, seated in his wheelchair at the foot of the bed, seemingly lost in his contemplation of her for an indeterminate duration. Lin Qingyu felt a twinge of embarrassment and averted her gaze. Suddenly, an idea struck her, causing her to startle. She snatched her phone to check the time. Oh no! How is it so late? The alarm didn't go off. Don't worry, breakfast is ready. Zhou Nan is waiting for you downstairs, you won't be late. I turned off the alarm. I wanted you to have a little more rest. Lin Qingyu felt a warmth in her heart and asked in surprise, You made breakfast? No. No, she quickly replied as she rose to wash up. Given Lu Sun's difficulties with mobility, how could she possibly ask him to cook? She had initially set the alarm an hour earlier, intending to prepare breakfast for him, only to find that he had risen even before her and turned off the alarm. After freshening up, Lin Qingyu wheeled Lu Sun to the dining table, and they sat down together to enjoy their meal. As she picked up her spoon, she noticed the heart-shaped diamond ring adorning her right ring finger, a gift from Lu Sun the previous evening. By that time, she had felt utterly drained. When he placed the ring on her finger, she could scarcely muster a sound, yet she recalled how he had fervently kissed her hand in the ring, whispering sweet nothings. The memory caused Lin Qingyu's cheeks to flush once more. What's the matter? Lu Sun asked softly, noticing her unusual expression. It's nothing. I was just thinking that this ring is too precious, it might not be suitable for school, so I'd prefer to keep it at home, she explained. Concerned that Lu Sun might overthink the situation. She had always favored a low-profile existence and disliked drawing attention to herself. This pink diamond isn't worth much. Lu Sun casually clarified, pausing for a moment before gazing earnestly at Lin Qingyu. It's just a small token of my affection. I want to give you what other wives have, to the best of my ability. If you truly feel it's inappropriate, I can buy you one without a diamond. Lin Qingyu was overwhelmed with emotion and quickly shook her head, saying, There's no need to go through all this trouble. I'll just wear this. I initially thought this ring must be quite expensive, and I didn't want to wear it to class for fear of setting a poor example for my students. However, now I realize I may have been overly concerned, I'll just wear it. Lu Sun secretly curled the corners of his lips. How could he possibly remove it? This was his mark. He longed to announce to the world that Lin Qingyu was his lawful wife, dispelling any inappropriate thoughts from men who coveted her. On the way, Lin Qingyu asked Zhou Nan to pull over, dashing into a supermarket to purchase a few boxes of candies before hurriedly returning to the car to explain to Lu Sun. I wanted to bring some wedding candies for my colleagues. In truth, when she decided to wear the ring to school, she made a resolution. Since they were married, she needed to sever ties with her past completely and could no longer hide their relationship. She was now Lu Sun's wife. And she had to embrace this reality if she wished to live her life fully. Seeing her willingness to publicly acknowledge their relationship, Lu Sun's lips curved into a pleased smile. As soon as they arrived at the school office, her colleagues eagerly surrounded her. Qingyu, congratulations! How wonderful! They chimed in, leaving Lin Qingyu slightly dazed. You all know? Her colleagues laughed, it's all over the internet. What? Online? Lin Qingyu was even more bewildered. How could news of her marriage be online? She then opened the gift bag in her hand, revealing a box of chocolates, and shyly smiled. I just got the certificate yesterday, and today I'm treating everyone to wedding candies. Her colleagues exchanged glances. Are we talking about the same thing? At that moment, Chen Niannian, who usually had a close relationship with Lin Qingyu, rushed over, exclaiming, you got married? You received the certificate yesterday? Wow, that ring is simply stunning. I can't believe Lu Yan, that dense fellow, would actually gift you such a heart-shaped pink diamond. Hearing this, Lin Qingyu's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Chapter 11, Keeping Up with Trends, a flashy wedding nearby. Li Jiao, who shared the same office, keenly sensed Lin Qingyu's discomfort and walked over with a smile to ease the tension. Alright, Nian, you've said so much without giving you a chance to speak. Let us enjoy the wedding candies first, and then we can let you share more details with everyone. Li Jiao, Chen Nian, and Lin Qingyu were all new teachers who had joined the school together and maintained a good relationship. Lin Qingyu cast a grateful glance at her. Li Jiao chuckled softly as she took her hand. Ah, you, congratulations are indeed in order. However, the congratulations we just spoke of are not for this.
Lin Qingyu was utterly perplexed.
Li Jiao chuckled and elucidated, we are referring to the recent public class competition in our district, where you secured the first place.
Now,
all that remains is the online voting, and you, an esteemed city teacher from our district, are assured of victory.
Lin Qingyu looked at Li Jiao in astonishment.
Although she regarded her own abilities as commendable, securing the top score still took her by surprise. Soon, however, a realization dawned upon her, and she shyly lowered her head.
Having just misunderstood everyone's intentions,
Li Jiao, noticing her delayed comprehension, nudged her elbow and urged, come on, share the details of the proposal with us.
Cut it out with Lu Yan, how romantic could it possibly be? Chen Niannian remarked nonchalantly while chewing on chocolate. It's not him. At the mention of Lu Yan,
Lin Qingyu felt a sharp pang in her heart but struggled to maintain a casual demeanor as she explained, it's a match arranged by my family.
A suitable candidate, I suppose, so we hastily tied the knot. As her words settled, an eerie silence enveloped the office.
Everyone was aware that Lin Qingyu had a fiancé she had been engaged to for 3 years, a prominent figure from the illustrious Lu family of Jiancheng.
How could she suddenly have a different partner? Could this new match possibly compare to Lu Yan? Could it possess his wealth and influence? The individuals present,
astute as they were, understood the complexities of high society, and varying degrees of awkwardness appeared on their faces.
Well, a hasty marriage can be quite splendid. Someone finally broke the silence.
Indeed, being introduced by elders means they are well acquainted. Anyone who can afford such a ring must surely be someone of means, another chimed in.
That's for certain.
I wonder who the fortunate individual is that gets to marry our Lin Qingyu, such a stunning beauty, a male colleague teased.
Among the teachers, Lin Qingyu's beauty is undoubtedly the most striking. When she first arrived, many unmarried male colleagues were inquiring about her.
This particular male colleague was among them.
However,
once it became known that she had a fiancé, the young master of the Lu family, one of the 4 prominent families in Jiangcheng, their interest waned.
Suddenly,
a melodious electronic ringtone resonated, prompting the majority of those present, who had classes to attend, to reluctantly interrupt the conversation, grasp their textbooks, and depart.
In an instant,
the office was left with only Lin Qingyu and Chen Niannian, alleviating a portion of Lin Qingyu's awkwardness.
Lin Qingyu let out a helpless sigh before elucidating the entire situation. Chen Niannian, incensed, rolled up her sleeves, ready to confront. What kind of people are your family?
And Lu Yan's mother, how utterly disgusting.
She used to boss you around incessantly, asking you to do this and that, whether it was buying things or picking someone up. I thought she treated you like a daughter-in-law. How could she harbor such ulterior motives?
Upon recalling the various instances of Lu Yan's mother ordering her about, Lin Qingyu's expression soured.
And her resentment towards Lu Yan's mother intensified.
Over the span of their 3-year relationship, Lu Yan's mother had made ample demands of her. Certain limited edition bags required queuing in person, and one needed to present identification to purchase them. Lu Yan's mother had insisted she handle that as well.
At times,
queuing took several hours, disrupting her lesson preparations, leading her to complain to Lu Yan. Yet, Lu Yan would respond, that's just our mother treating you like family.
One shouldn't be overly calculative with family.
Lin Qingyu reflected on the situation and decided not to complain to Lu Yan any further.
However, upon contemplation, she realized that the second madam of the Lu family seemed to be treating her as a fool.
Chen Niannian noticed the troubled expression on Lin Qingyu's face and gently patted her back, expressing concern. After yesterday's incident, why didn't you come to me?
I would have certainly helped you.
With a sigh, Chen Niannian acknowledged the irrevocability of the situation and could only offer words of comfort.
Never mind. Lu Yan's mother is no pushover either. If you truly marry Lu Yan, your days may not necessarily be blissful.
Losing a racehorse may not be such a misfortune after all. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle softly and corrected.
That is known as the old man losing his horse. Who has to say it isn't a blessing?
All right, you, a distinguished language teacher, are indeed impressive.
I, as a physical education instructor, concede to your prowess. As long as the essence remains, that suffices.
She added with a playful glare at Chen Niannian.
Chen Nian.
Still grasping her hand, earnestly advised, if that uncle of yours treats you poorly, do let me know.
I, Chen Nian, am the 18th generation heir of the Chen martial arts. I will protect you.
Very well, Lin Qingyu replied with a muted smile, so far. He has treated me quite well.
Just then, Lin Qingyu's phone rang. Upon answering, the voice of Director Wang Mei resonated, Teacher Lin. Please come to my office for a moment.
All right.
As soon as Lin Qingyu hung up the phone, Chen Nian eagerly urged her, hurry up. They must be calling to inform you about the award. This is truly a momentous occasion.
Our school has never had a novice teacher, fresh out of their first year,
receive an award at the district level.
In the past, such accolades have always been bestowed upon the more seasoned educators.
You are standing up for us new teachers. Moreover,
if you secure the top position in the district this time, you will have the opportunity to compete at the city level. Chen Nian excitedly nudged Lin Qingyu toward the balcony, her eyes catching a fleeting shadow in the corner.
Lin Qingyu noticed her daze and inquired, what's wrong?
Chen Nian furrowed her brow, feeling a hint of peculiarity, but she did not elaborate. I just seemed to see a shadow.
Perhaps I was mistaken, you should go ahead.
Lin Qingyu nodded, a rare expression of delight gracing her features as she made her way towards the director's office.
Before she could engage in pleasantries, Wang Mei,
with a stern countenance, spoke up. A parent from your class has filed an anonymous complaint against you.
Complained about me? Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback,
the smile that had adorned her lips instantly vanishing. The anticipation she had felt moments ago was now replaced by sheer astonishment.
Yes. Please take a seat. I need to discuss this matter with you, Wang Mei stated, handing Lin Qingyu a sheet of paper she had retrieved from the printer. Lin Qingyu, bewildered,
accepted the printed paper, pondering her dedication and commitment to her students.
What could these parents possibly accuse her of? Chapter 12, Third Uncle Provokes His Nephew, Vote for Your Third Aunt. This is the email that the principal just forwarded to me.
Wang Mei tapped on the table and said that someone had sent a letter to the principal and the Education Bureau, alleging that she was not adhering to the curriculum and failing to assign homework, thereby misleading the students. Lin Qingyu felt somewhat speechless at that moment.
Director Wang.
My assignments are not excessive, they are strictly in accordance with the spirit of the reduction of burdens policy.
Upon hearing Lin Qingyu's defense, Wang Mei's expression darkened considerably. Indeed. Reducing burdens is our current educational philosophy.
However, Teacher Lin, you are still inexperienced and need to learn from your colleagues. Assignments are a crucial process for reinforcing knowledge.
Do you really believe that students can do without homework? As Lin Qingyu continued to explain, Wang Mei grew increasingly impatient. Why not simply assign them more homework? What is the purpose of this lengthy discussion? After so many years as a director, it was the first time she encountered a new teacher unwilling to adhere to her directives.
Lin Qingyu felt a sense of frustration within. Yet she maintained a calm demeanor as she spoke softly, Director Wang, I am concerned that if the workload becomes excessive, parents might file complaints against me.
Lin Qingyu was exceedingly reluctant, yet compelled by the hierarchical dynamics, she ultimately acquiesced with a reluctant agreement. Only then did Wang Mei's expression soften slightly. Additionally, there is the online voting for outstanding teachers, which lasts for a week.
You must rally your colleagues and friends to garner support. The teacher from the neighboring experimental primary school has already surpassed your votes. We must devise a strategy promptly, we cannot allow our school to lose face.
All right, I understand. Lin Qingyu replied sullenly, before departing from Wang Mei's office.
Upon returning to her desk, she felt somewhat despondent. Chen Nian had been waiting for her and,
upon learning the reason for Wang Mei's summons, was infuriated. How can these parents be like this? The higher-ups demand a reduction in burdens, yet parents impose additional pressure, leaving teachers caught in the middle. One cannot offend either side.
Lin Qingyu tugged at Chen Nian's hand and whispered, Hush, do not speak further.
It is precisely as it is. Chen Nian rolled her eyes in response. As for the matters concerning our parents, I can clarify them in the group.
What troubles me now is the issue of voting. Lin Qingyu chuckled helplessly, I never anticipated that being a teacher would entail soliciting votes. Chen Nian shared her frustration.
yet recognized the inevitability of such demands in the workplace. Swiftly, she disseminated the link on her social media. Hello everyone. The fifth is our school's beautiful teacher and my dear friend. I kindly ask for your support in casting your votes. Each person can vote 3 times daily. Let's rally together.
After posting, Chen Niannian proceeded to share it across several groups and sent out multiple red envelopes, urging everyone to assist in the voting endeavor. Upon witnessing Chen Niannian's proactive efforts to solicit votes on her behalf, Lin Qingyu felt it would be remiss of her not to reciprocate.
Consequently, she promptly sent messages to several close friends and, rather casually, included Lu Sun in her correspondence as well. Lin Qingyu bit her lip. Was she just playing with her phone?
Chen Niannian observed Lin Qingyu awkwardly editing and deleting her explanation in the chat box, and simply snatched the phone away.
Is this truly Lu Yan's third uncle? Lin Qingyu nodded. Without hesitation, Chen Niannian resent the previous link to Lu Sun and then pressed the voice button.
I am a Yu's close friend, Chen Niannian. Let me tell you, your wife is currently participating in a district teaching competition to garner votes. She is nearly losing to the second place.
I ask you, will you lend a hand?
Hurry, rally those around you to help her secure votes. I don't care about his elders. He is your husband now, which makes him my peer. Moreover, if he wishes to be my friend's husband, I at least need to see if he meets the standards.
Chen Niannian pulled up a chair and boldly sat down.
Lin Qingyu was touched and embraced Chen Niannian, saying,
You are the best to me. No one in my family treats me as well as you do. Chen Niannian proudly raised her head and replied, Of course. Being best friends is a lifelong commitment. A notification chimed. Chen Niannian signaled Lin Qingyu to quickly check her WeChat. Lin Qingyu felt a sudden pang of anxiety, uncertain whether Lu Sun might find her bothersome.
In her memory, Lu Sun was a stern and humorless elder, a formidable figure who effortlessly managed projects worth hundreds of millions. At past gatherings of the Lu family, she had only dared to nod at him from a distance, never summoning the courage to engage in conversation. She couldn't help but wonder if he would perceive their efforts to solicit votes as rather juvenile.
Lin Qingyu exhaled softly, illuminating the chat page for Chen Niannian to see.
Chen Niannian cast a fleeting glance and scoffed, anyone can boast.
The crucial point lies in how he acts.
Passing my scrutiny is no easy feat in her perception. No one was worthy of Lin Qingyu.
Meanwhile, Lu Sun, upon receiving the forwarded link, furrowed his brow momentarily.
Zhou Nan, seated nearby, stole a glance at him and mused.
A significant project?
The last one that made Sanyi frown was quite a few years ago.
After meticulously reviewing the entire link page, Lu Sun promptly shared it on his social media. Vote for number 5. Each person has 3 votes daily. Not voting is tantamount to disrespecting me, Lu.
The message was succinct and aligned perfectly with Lu Sun's style, yet it wielded considerable influence. Almost instantly, the post garnered over 300 likes, with everyone eagerly casting their votes for number 5 and leaving comments beneath Lu Sun's post. Vote cast. 3 votes submitted, I shall return tomorrow.
Task completion guaranteed. Sanyi, accountant Lin from the international trade has already voted 3 times.
Sanyi, I'm Shaoli from Xinjiang Foods in the North District.
And I've cast 3 votes.
After posting on his social media, Lu Sun further shared the link with several familiar friend groups.
Vote for number 5, my wife. Each person has 3 votes daily. Do not fall behind. Yuan Shun. Duan Xiaobai. Following this,
Lu Sun also forwarded the link to several family members. To old Master Lu, Dad, please vote 3 times daily for a Yu.
After a brief pause,
Lu Sun narrowed his eyes and ultimately forwarded the link to Lu Yan.
Number 5, assisting your aunt with voting. Chapter 13 Lu Sun, my dear wife. I've initiated the voting on your behalf.
Their relationship was still in a delicate state. After sharing on social media and with relatives, Lu Sun felt it was insufficient.
He turned to Zhou Nan with a stern expression, immediately issue an urgent memo requiring every employee in the company to cast votes for my wife. Each person must vote 3 times daily. Not a single vote must be missed. In any case, my wife cannot lose. Zhou Nan.
So the furrowed brow was for this matter? Moreover, you need to report to me every hour regarding my wife's voting status.
Should the second place catch up? We will need to devise a new strategy. Zhou Nan. Hurry up then. Do you wish for my wife to lose? Lu Sun shot a piercing glare, causing Zhou Nan to shrink back, promptly agreeing to take action.
Once the voting arrangements were settled, Lu Sun sent a message to Lin Qingyu.
My dear wife, I've initiated the voting on your behalf. Lin Qingyu, thank you.
Soon, Lu Sun added, stay close to me, I shall ensure your victory. When Lin Qingyu received the WeChat message, she felt a warm flush across her cheeks. Through the screen, it seemed as though she could sense Lu Sun's commanding presence. It was a sensation she had never experienced before, as if she were held in the highest regard. By the time school was over, Lin Qingyu's votes had surpassed the second-place contender by 10,000. As Chen Niannian put it, this round was assured.
Mrs. Lu, may I clock out now? I am here to pick you up.
Lin Qingyu was taken aback for a moment, then promptly replied, oh, I have finished work. I will tidy up and come down shortly. As she stepped out of the school gate, she spotted Lu Sun's car parked not far away.
Lu Sun lowered the car window and waved at her.
Lin Qingyu hurriedly dashed forward, oblivious to the two male colleagues beside her.
Upon seeing her enter an extravagant vehicle, one of the men was taken aback.
The other colleague nudged his elbow and remarked sarcastically, stop staring, that luxury car costs several million. It's beyond our reach as teachers. Beautiful women always aspire to marry wealthy men.
Accept this reality.
Watching Lin Qingyu's departing figure, the male colleague scoffed, I thought she was lofty and refined.
But it turns out she's just like any other woman. Indeed.
After Lin Qingyu got into the car, she felt somewhat hesitant to speak. You really didn't have to go out of your way to pick me up after work, she remarked. It is, however, a quality befitting a husband.
Lu Sun replied with a warm smile, adjusting his glasses with a gentlemanly air. Shall we head to Wanfan Plaza for some northeastern cuisine? That sounds fine, Lin Qingyu said.
As she was not particularly picky about food, nodding in agreement.
Before long, they arrived at Wanfan Plaza. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lin Qingyu guided Lu Sun into the shopping center. Concurrently, Lin Qingyu's elder brother, Lin Zhejun, followed Gao Ju into Wanfan Plaza.
Both Gao Ju and Lin Zhejun wore masks, accompanied by two elegantly dressed female companions. Right this way, Gao Ju, Lin Zhejun said, leading the way with a demeanor akin to that of a subordinate.
Gao Ju,
sporting a bandage on his forehead and looking rather displeased, grunted softly, casting a glance at the two women behind him.
What do you mean by this?
Lin Zhejun hurriedly leaned close to Gao Ju's ear and said, these two have garnered a modest reputation in the modeling world.
They are even younger than my sister. Tonight,
let them take good care of you. Gao Ju pushed Lin Zhejun away, casting a disdainful glance at the two women and brusquely instructed them to leave, exclaiming,
frivolous and insipid.
Lin Zhejun's expression stiffened momentarily. He hurriedly pulled out some small change to hand to the two female models, dismissing them.
Director Gao, please calm down. Tonight,
I shall accompany you for a drink. With that, Lin Zhejun gestured invitingly. Director Gao strode towards the restaurant on the second floor of the plaza, his face clouded with displeasure.
Let me ask you, Lin Zhejun, what exactly do you mean by this? I asked you to bring your sister here to apologize. Yet you have failed to comply. Sighing, Lin Zhejun replied, how could I not comply?
It's not that my sister is being unreasonable. She was slapped a few times by our parents and her face is swollen.
She cannot face anyone in her current state.
I merely thought it best to wait until her face heals before bringing her to apologize. Director Gao shot him a skeptical glance.
Is that truly the case? Indeed. You know our parents' stance, we are aligned with you.
It's all my sister's fault for being so ungrateful. Director Gao's expression softened slightly. Lin Zhejun, I must confess,
I have taken a liking to your sister. Ever since I met her, everything else seems rather lackluster. They are too trivial to capture my interest. Furthermore,
I am not deceiving you, I genuinely wish to marry Teacher Lin.
A man ought to wed a virtuous woman.
One who manages the household and nurtures the children, only then can he find peace. It just so happens that your sister is a teacher, and my son adores her.
Yes. Yes, yes.
I have always told my sister that being noticed by you is indeed a great fortune for her.
Director Gao's demeanor lightened as Lin Jejun's flattery improved his mood.
Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Lin Qingyu, who was pushing Lu Sun in a wheelchair not far away. She occasionally leaned down to speak to the man, and they were laughing together, as if nothing were amiss.
Director Gao's anger flared. How dare you, Lin Jejun? Are you deceiving me? Your sister appears perfectly fine. What nonsense about being unable to face others? Look at her, engaging with another man so intimately. Lin Jejun furrowed his brows tightly, exclaiming without a moment's thought, What? Has she truly married? Married?
Gao Ju's voice rose several notches, his chest heaving with agitation. What? Your sister would rather wed a worthless man than marry me. Lin Jejun suddenly realized he had misspoken and slapped himself on the face. That is not what I meant. As for whether my sister is married or not, I am uncertain. She casually mentioned it, likely to brush me off.
Gao Juwei squinted,
scrutinizing the pair as they strolled towards a restaurant, confidently asserting, Look at them, their relationship is undoubtedly complex.
Lin Jejun, I must inform you that your sister must apologize to me today.
Even in front of her disabled husband, she should kneel and express her regret. I don't care whether she is married or not. If she is married, she must appease me until I am satisfied, only then can this matter be settled.
Lin Jejun's expression darkened.
The words spoken by Director Gao were exceedingly vulgar. He was well aware of the ambiguous relationship he had previously maintained with two married female subordinates. Nevertheless, Lin Qingyu was his sister. No matter how much disdain he held for her, he found it difficult to engage in such distasteful matters.
Director Gao perceived his hesitation and his tone grew more somber. What is the matter? Are you reconsidering the project approval?
I am well aware that your struggling company is pinning its hopes on that project for a turnaround.
You mentioned you are the third in line at home. If your family business goes bankrupt, do you think your father will still regard you with any esteem? Will you have any share in the inheritance of the company?
Lin Jejun's expression stiffened momentarily as he gritted his teeth and retrieved his phone, explaining, This anger shall undoubtedly be directed at you, Director Gao. I will call the bodyguards downstairs to ensure that my sister and her disabled husband are thoroughly subdued.
Director Gao cast a cold glance at him, sneering, Oh. So no more pretending to be deeply affectionate siblings here? Lin Jejun chuckled, That was entirely my sister's doing. If she hadn't struck your head, would this have happened?
Gao Ju nodded in satisfaction, recalling the exhilarating prospect of cradling the charming beauty in his lap before Lin Qingyu's husband, who was confined to a wheelchair.
Soon,
several bodyguards gathered, hastily making their way towards the private room of Lin Qingyu and Lu Sun.
With a loud bang, the door to the room was forcefully flung open.
Upon seeing the newcomers, Lin Qingyu's heart skipped a beat in shock. Chapter 14, Third Master dotes on his wife, radiating an aura of 8 meters. Lin Jejun rushed in first and, upon seeing Lin Qingyu's head so close to the unfamiliar man, was instantly consumed by fury.
Lin Qingyu, what are you doing? Hurry up and apologize to Director Gao.
As his voice echoed, Lin Jejun bent slightly, ushering Director Gao inside.
Following closely behind, 3 bodyguards entered, bracing the door with their backs.
Lu Sun, witnessing this, adjusted his glasses, reminding himself of the persona he needed to maintain at this moment.
Yet the gaze behind the lenses was icy and penetrating.
The sight of Lin Jejun rudely pointing at Lin Qingyu ignited a desire within him to stand up and break that finger. But he restrained himself. He could not afford to compromise his carefully crafted image. Oblivious to the fact that he appeared almost lifeless in Lu Sun's eyes, Lin Jejun shot a glare at the speechless Lin Qingyu.
Hurry up and apologize, what are you still standing there for? With that,
Lin Jejun hastily pulled a chair for Director Gao, who promptly settled into it like a lord, crossing one leg and leering at Lin Qingyu with a lascivious gaze.
Lin Qingyu was seething with anger.
Before she could utter a word, Lu Sun pressed down on the back of her hand. His voice tinged with a hint of coldness as he inquired, Might I ask what my wife has done to warrant an apology?
Lin Jejun pointed at Gao Ju's head and asked, Why? She has reduced Gao Ju to such a state, and yet there is no need for an apology?
Lin Jejun was entirely oblivious to Lu Sun, regarding him with profound disdain. His gaze when conversing was imbued with utter contempt. Upon hearing the mention of a ghostly figure, Gao Ju furrowed his brow momentarily, yet the thought of soon embracing the charming young lady swiftly quelled his displeasure. Lu Sun cast a fleeting glance at Gao Ju's head and remarked nonchalantly, "Oh, what a pity, why didn't it kill him?
My wife is a remarkably kind person."
To provoke her to the point of violence, one must have committed heinous acts. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu felt a slight surprise in her heart. She had never anticipated that Lu Sun would speak on her behalf. Throughout her life, she had always faced challenges alone, only finding some solace after meeting Chen Niannian.
Hey! About the apology and the incident of smashing someone's head. Could you two refrain from exchanging glances in front of us? Lin Jejun, feeling neglected, angrily kicked the table before him.
The teapot atop the table slid perilously towards Lu Sun's side, ultimately crashing to the floor, narrowly avoiding scalding him.
Lin Jejun!
Lin Qingyu exclaimed, nearly shouting in her fury.
Have you no shame? Why don't you explain why I smashed his head? Silence! Lin Jejun retorted. I am your third brother, and you dare to address me by my name? Have you no manners? Come over and apologize.
And speak a few soft words to Director Gao.
Otherwise, you will only find yourself further humiliated in front of this man.
Lin Jejun paused deliberately.
Do you wish for me to explain in front of this man why you struck Gao Ju on the head? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment.
Gao Ju let out a light snort and patted his thigh. Come, sit here, call me brother, and offer an apology. Perhaps. If my mood improves, we can let this matter slide.
Lin Qingyu fixed her gaze fiercely on Gao Ju. Noticing her unwillingness to approach, Gao Ju smirked lewdly and taunted. Are you hoping I should tell this spineless fool how I caressed your leg, which led to him smashing my head? You are shameless. Lin Qingyu spat, glaring at both Lin Jejun and Gao Ju.
Gao Ju, unfazed, arrogantly turned to Lu Sun and said, Hey, you, the spineless fool in the wheelchair.
Why do you remain silent when I mention touching your wife's leg?
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu immediately positioned herself protectively in front of Lu Sun and retorted sharply.
My husband is not a coward. Even if he cannot walk, he is far superior to you two vile individuals. People like you do not deserve to exist in this world.
Seated behind Lin Qingyu, Lu Sun's long eyes gleamed with a coldness that bespoke his inner turmoil. Every inch of his blood was aflame, clamoring for vengeance. It had been a long time since he felt such a fierce desire to disregard all and eliminate his adversaries.
Her fierce defense calmed his emotions somewhat.
Lu Sun endeavored to maintain his composure, unwilling to reveal his true self before Lin Qingyu.
Yet Lin Jejun misconstrued his restraint as cowardice and couldn't help but sneer. Look at you, what kind of people do you associate with? Your wife is being bullied.
And you dare not utter a word. Lin Jejun, whom I marry is none of your concern.
Regardless, I have done nothing wrong and will never apologize. Now, I request that you leave immediately. Do not disrupt my meal with my husband. And if we refuse to leave, what will you do? Gao Ju leisurely pulled out a cigarette, nonchalantly exhaling smoke in Lin Qingyu's direction.
Not only are we not leaving, but you also cannot escape.
Today, you must apologize.
And it must be in front of your spineless husband. Only then, after I am satisfied, may you both depart.
With that, Gao Ju cast a glance at the bodyguards, presenting an air of dominance over Lin Qingyu and her husband. Lin Qingyu was infuriated by such shameless remarks. Are you not afraid that I will report you to the police for your arrogance?
The high-ranking official chuckled.
What will you report me for? For wanting to be with you? The location is your room. I could easily claim that you invited me into your home. Furthermore,
your parents and your brother can testify that it was you who actively seduced me. After my advances were rebuffed, you resorted to slandering me.
As for the bodyguard here, he belongs to your family. What concern is it of mine?
Lin Qingyu gazed at Lin Jejun, who remained silent, her anger nearly bringing her to tears.
Home is always an individual's source of strength. With her family offering no support, it is no wonder she is bullied by outsiders. At this moment, Lu Sun,
having grasped the situation, raised his eyes with an air of indifference, his voice chillingly cold.
Oh, so this is how you treat her? And what of it? What can a cripple do against me?
With 3 bodyguards here and 5 of us in total, you, a mere invalid, cannot hope to stand against us.
As he spoke, Gao Ju rose and swaggered towards Lu Sun.
Lu Sun regarded him as if he were a lifeless corpse.
His tone devoid of emotion. What if I told you that I need not stand to crush you? Ha ha ha, Gao Ju chuckled.
That is perhaps the most amusing joke I have heard this year. As his laughter faded, he leaned closer to Lu Sun, whispering, "Oh, I forgot to mention. Your wife's legs are quite slippery." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Sun seized a handful of Gao Ju's sparse hair and forcefully slammed his head against the wall. With his other hand, he deftly shattered a glass on the table, presenting the jagged edge against Gao Ju's carotid artery. The speed of his actions left everyone present utterly stunned. Lin Qingyu did not even catch a glimpse of how Lu Sun struck, yet she felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. Gao Ju, having been struck on the head, momentarily forgot to react. It was only when the cold shards of glass pressed against his neck that he let out a pained wail. "Ah, my head, it hurts. What are you all doing? Hurry up." Though he uttered these words, he showed no intention of loosening his grip on the man's head, instead casting a gaze filled with sincerity towards Lin Qingyu. His voice, tinged with a hint of grievance as he called out to Lu Sun, conveyed, "I never intended to resort to violence, but this person is simply infuriating. Please do not be angry with me, alright?" Chapter 15. To hold a grudge is against my principles. Very well, this time I shall not be angry. It is indeed the wickedness of such individuals that provoked your actions. However, do refrain from behaving this way in the future. How could Lin Qingyu possibly be angry? In fact, she found Lu Sun's earlier act of forcefully slamming Gao Ju's head against the wall rather impressive. Yet, she could not voice this sentiment, as she was still intent on admonishing Lu Sun for his reckless behavior. Upon hearing her words, Lu Sun's lips curled into a subtle smile, readily agreeing with her. Listening to the two engage in such earnest banter, Gao Ju was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. "No, please, steady your hands. At a time like this. What on earth are you two discussing? Release me at once. If something were to go awry, you both would find yourselves in serious trouble." Lin Qingyu was startled upon hearing about being taken to the station, but she quickly regained her composure and said, "Then have a few bodyguards step aside and let us leave. He will release his grip." It was essential to remain calm and retreat rather than hastily comply with this person's demands. She had not forgotten that this despicable individual had intended to take advantage of their numbers. Director Gao repeatedly urged Lin Zhejun, "Hurry, instruct your people to leave." Lin Zhejun was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, left momentarily dazed. At the instant when Gao Ju collided with the wall, a voice echoed in his mind, "It's over, this is truly the end." Once he regained his senses, he dismissed the three bodyguards. When the guards opened the door, Lin Qingyu gently advised Lu Sun, "Darling, please release him. Let us leave first, and we can contemplate alternative solutions later." "I will not," Lu Sun replied coolly, asserting that he first needed to apologize to her. As his words fell, the shards of glass in Lu Sun's hand pressed against Gao Ju, who hastily stammered, "I'm so sorry, I'm truly in the wrong. I apologize." "You are worse than a beast," Lu Sun added. Gao Ju felt a surge of anger within but forced himself to scold, "I am indeed worse than a beast, I should not have coveted you. Please forgive me. And have your husband release me at once." "What on earth are you doing?" Duan Xiaobai strode into the private room. Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. "Country bumpkin? The illustrious third master of the Lu family has been called a country bumpkin? My goodness! This is truly a sight to behold." Having been a close friend of Lu Sun for many years, he had never encountered anyone so fearless as to address him in such a manner. However, he quickly grasped the situation. Sister-in-law is present, he cannot lose face. If it were under normal circumstances, these people would never have dared to utter such words. Meanwhile, the restrained Gao Ju was drenched in sweat, his heart pounding like thunder. Duan Xiaobai narrowed his eyes for a moment, recalling Zhou Nan's words about ensuring Lu Sun maintained his persona, and casually remarked, "Well, he was merely someone I knew from the business world. He had a bit of wealth back in the day, and out of respect for his age, I called him brother. Now that he has met with a misfortune and lost his standing, he must now call me brother. It has simply been too long since I last saw this young lad, and upon recognizing him, I became quite excited and stepped in." Lin Zhejun furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of disquiet. This experience bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Lu families. Before he could fully grasp his thoughts, he was interrupted by the voice of Director Gao.
Duan Xiaobai cleared his throat twice and exchanged a glance with Lu Sun,
signaling him to settle accounts later.
"Well, my young friend, could you do me the favor of letting go?"
Duan Xiaobai felt a wave of grievance wash over him, thinking.
"Am I not merely assisting you in crafting the image of one who has fallen from grace?"
Lin Qingyu, filled with concern over potential mishaps, hurriedly advised, "Darling, let go. If anything unforeseen were to occur, it would be a loss beyond measure. We are, after all, in the right."
Just as Gao Ju was about to strike Lu Sun,
he found himself frozen in place, hands suspended in midair, paralyzed by a chilling gaze that emanated from Lu Sun.
Despite his composed demeanor,
wearing glasses and seated in a wheelchair, that penetrating stare was nothing short of astonishing.
Gao Ju, a man accustomed to grand spectacles,
recognized that such intensity and aura were rare among ordinary individuals. He rubbed his stiff neck, poised to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted by Lin Qingyu, who draped an arm around Gao Ju's shoulders and led him away from the private room.
Once the two departed, an awkward atmosphere lingered in the room. Duan Xiaobai,
noticing that the servers had begun to serve the dishes, seized the opportunity to indulge in the meal, albeit in a somewhat familiar manner.
However,
the ambience had been thoroughly disrupted by Gao Ju and Lin Qingyu, rendering the three diners uncharacteristically silent.
Observing Lin Qingyu's troubled expression, Duan Xiaobai could not help but offer some words of comfort. "Sister-in-law, do not fret. I am acquainted with Gao Ju.
He is merely a director of a rather inconsequential contracting bureau."
Lu Sun, however, remained unresponsive, his expression dark and foreboding.
Regardless of titles, anyone who dared to provoke him would not escape unscathed. At that moment, his mind was calculating ways to evade Lin Qingyu and exact revenge on that scoundrel.
He adhered to the principle that enmity should not linger beyond a single night.
Duan Xiaobai, catching a glimpse of Lu Sun's thoughts, continued his performance, saying, "This young man has previously lent me a hand. Rest assured, dear sister-in-law, I will ensure that this matter is resolved. These two shall not trouble you further." Chapter 16, Inflicting pain on scoundrels while spreading affection. Lin Qingyu is unlike Lin Qingyu, she will not act as a sycophant to those in power.
After a brief pause,
she rose and stated with seriousness, "Furthermore, although my husband is currently out of favor, he is older than you. If you are unwilling to address him as brother, I would appreciate it if you could at least refer to him as Mr.
Lu." Upon hearing this,
Lu Sun's gaze revealed a hint of approval.
Truly, she is the woman he has chosen, distinctly different from ordinary women.
Moreover, her protective words were pleasing to his ears. He had no desire to play the villain in front of his sister-in-law, yet, he could not allow his persona to falter. Just as he took a few steps,
Zhou Nan hurried over after receiving a message.
Following Lu Sun's previous instructions, Zhou Nan spoke, "Third Master. There happen to be several business associates here who insist on meeting you to discuss a collaboration." "No," Lu Sun replied curtly.
Duan Xiaobai found this quite perplexing. Sometimes,
in order to enjoy a drink without having the family driver stay up late with him, he would take a taxi or call for a designated driver. Yet he never seemed to encounter danger.
Was this really necessary?
Lin Qingyu was about to say that it was unnecessary to go through such trouble when Lu Sun gently interjected, "Be good, listen to me.
Don't make me worry."
Reluctantly, Lin Qingyu pressed her lips together and entrusted Lu Sun's wheelchair to Zhou Nan, instructing, "Assistant Zhou, please keep a close watch."
After speaking,
she grabbed her bag and departed.
Watching Lin Qingyu's retreating figure, Lu Sun's expression hardened, and he cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Nan. "Find someone to protect my wife discreetly. We cannot allow any pests to disturb her."
"Understood," Zhou Nan replied. "Investigate where Lin Qingyu and that pest have gone."
Soon,
Zhou Nan discovered the private room Lin Qingyu had reserved and wheeled Lu Sun toward it.
Duan Xiaobai quickly followed suit to enjoy the spectacle.
As the door to the private room swung open, they found Lin Qingyu absent.
Gao Ju, who had been indulging in abalone, was taken aback, ready to express his displeasure.
But upon seeing who had entered, his demeanor shifted dramatically.
"Rest assured, I'm not meddling in your affairs.
I'm merely here to observe," he remarked,
glancing at the three bodyguards behind him.
With Lu Sun, who had only himself, the odds were decidedly in his favor, so he resumed savoring the dishes on the table.
Speak, what do you want from me? If you're here to extort money, forget it.
Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Xun shot him a glance,
prompting Zhou Nan to advance swiftly. With a swift motion, Gao Zhu's jaw was dislocated.
His mouth agape in pain, he struggled to utter coherent words.
You! What are you all standing there for? Hurry up!
The three bodyguards snapped back to reality and rushed towards Lu Xun, but before they could get close,
Zhou Nan had already incapacitated them, leaving them writhing on the ground in agony. Gao Zhu, now realizing he had encountered formidable opponents, began to tremble in fear as he looked at Zhou Nan approaching him. What do you want?
Zhou Nan deftly unbuckled Gao Zhu's belt,
twisting his hands behind the chair and binding them tightly.
Gao Zhu, terrified, began to struggle violently, saliva spilling from his mouth as he became increasingly disheveled. As Lu Xun wheeled closer, his gaze fixated on Gao Zhu's thigh, a cultured smile gracing his lips.
Would you like my wife to sit here? Gao Zhu met Lu Xun's cold, penetrating eyes and immediately shook his head vigorously. No!
Before he could finish his protest, Lu Xun seized a nearby kettle of boiling water and placed it on Gao Zhu's thigh. The sizzling sound filled the air, the acrid scent of burnt flesh wafting around.
Ah! Hot, hot, hot!
Gao Zhu screamed, the pain causing his dislocated jaw to throb, nearly rendering him unconscious.
Duan Xiaobai, casually munching on pistachios, shook his head. Had I known this would happen, why would I have acted recklessly?
The kettle remained on Gao Zhu's thigh, and after enduring the initial pain, his leg began to lose feeling.
He appeared as if he had traversed through a hellish ordeal, his eyes vacant and weary. Now, tell me, which hand touched her?
Lu Xun adjusted his glasses, smiling politely, exuding an air of cultured elegance.
However, Gao Zhu recognized the devil hidden beneath the guise of civility. Refusing to speak? Lu Xun traced the edge of a crystal ashtray on the table, adopting a tone of negotiation.
Very well, since you refuse to talk, I shall render both your hands useless. As the words fell, Zhou Nan swiftly untied the belt and pressed Gao Zhu's hands firmly onto the table.
Gao Zhu trembled in fear, pleading, "Help! Help! No!"
In the next instant, warm napkins were placed over the back of his hands, offering an unexpected sense of comfort.
Confused, Gao Zhu looked at Lu Xun.
Lu Xun smiled, patiently explaining, I fear your blood might splatter on me. My wife detests the scent of blood.
Gao Zhu's eyes widened in horror. What kind of earthly devil are you?
Before he could utter another word,
Lu Xun seized the crystal ashtray and struck down on Gao Zhu's hand with precision.
The pain of shattered bone shot through him, and he promptly lost consciousness.
Displeased,
Lu Xun discarded the ashtray and glanced at Zhou Nan, who immediately moved to push him.
Duan Xiaobai, catching on, cheerfully offered, Allow me. However, before he could approach Lu Xun, he received a swift kick to the shin, leaving him in agony and questioning his life choices, all while hearing Lu Xun's calm voice. No need to trouble yourself, my young friend. Duan Xiaobai muttered under his breath, how petty can this man be?
Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu, after parting ways with Lu Xun, made her way to the shopping mall restroom. Upon entering, she overheard two affluent ladies discussing handbags while washing their hands.
Minhua, your bag is truly exquisite. It's the European edition. I envy you. You never seem to carry the same bag twice. Indeed. He has always been generous with me.
Lin Qingyu held no particular interest in handbags, nor was she engaged in the conversation between the two individuals. She proceeded directly to the restroom, only to be momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the person before her. To her astonishment, it was none other than Lu Yan's mother.
Chapter 17, Confronting My Future Mother-in-Law.
I am no longer the former Lin Qingyu. Listening to Lu Yan's mother boast to her companions, Lin Qingyu's expression darkened as she approached them slowly.
Since Madame Lu,
the second wife of the Lu family, seemed to have no limit on her monthly spending, she politely requested the repayment of the money spent on the handbags,
amounting to 30,000 in total.
As her words lingered in the air, Madame Lu Minghua, turned in surprise to regard the newcomer,
her countenance reflecting a moment of shock.
Unable to maintain her composure, Lu Minghua shot Lin Qingyu a fierce glare.
How could I possibly owe you money? I merely forgot. Besides, I once regarded you as my daughter-in-law. What's wrong with buying a handbag to honor my future mother-in-law?
It was merely 30,000. Lin Qingyu offered a faint smile and remarked, filial piety is indeed commendable.
When others voluntarily offer assistance, it reflects their respect, however. Soliciting someone to queue and purchase on your behalf without any compensation is merely an act of petty opportunism and a lack of integrity. Moreover, your debts to me far exceed 30,000.
The funds for the other bags were transferred to me by Lu Yan. Since you possess such wealth, I kindly request that you return the 30,000.
As she spoke, Lin Qingyu activated her WeChat payment code and presented it. If you are to give, then give.
Caught in a dilemma, Lu Minghua had no choice but to open WeChat and transfer the funds to Lin Qingyu.
With a chime, the payment was confirmed.
Lin Qingyu raised the corners of her mouth and nodded. Oh, so it turns out that Madame Luer is indeed wealthy.
Of course. Lu Minghua,
noticing Lin Qingyu's defense of her, attempted to salvage her dignity, insisting, I simply have too much on my mind and forgot. Indeed, Lin Qingyu replied with a serious demeanor. But you know, people who are wealthy yet deliberately refuse to repay their debts are even more detestable, aren't they? If such a person were in the workplace, no one would associate with her. The wealthy woman secretly chuckled to herself, reveling in Lu Minghua's discomfort. It was immensely satisfying to see her suffer, especially since she often flaunted her superiority. However, she feigned embarrassment and remarked, Minghua, since you've encountered an acquaintance, I'll take my leave. It was wise to keep her gossiping to a minimum. Indulging too much in Lu Minghua's misfortunes could lead to awkwardness in their future encounters. No sooner had she spoken than the wealthy woman hurried out of the restroom, eagerly forming a small group to share the juicy tidbits she had just gathered.
No way. Lu Minghua is actually so petty. What a disgrace. Just 30,000. She prides herself on being the first lady of the elite. It's truly nauseating. Once the wealthy woman departed, Lu Minghua's expression darkened completely. She growled, Lin Qingyu, you did that on purpose. Her face flushed with rage. Yet suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany and smirked disdainfully, still angry with me?
You shouldn't hold a grudge against your sister-in-law. One day, when you become a mother, you will understand a mother's heart. A mother always wishes to provide the best for her child. She cannot simply bestow upon her offspring those of lesser status who are not favored.
Mother?
Lin Qingyu retorted with a mocking smile, don't insult the term mother.
To hand over a woman carrying another man's child to Lu Yan is an act of kindness?
Lu Minghua's face momentarily flared with anger. Yet she quickly regained her composure and spoke. Your arrangements, are they necessarily for the best? Have you ever considered what Lu Yan truly desires? Furthermore, you needn't come here and portray yourself as noble, preaching the greatness of motherhood. To put it plainly, you are merely concerned with your own image, satisfying your vanity. Lin Qingyu's voice was tinged with agitation, for Lu Minghua was akin to her own family, always leveraging their kinship to manipulate their marriages and recklessly dictate their lives. Rather than the loss of Lu Yan, it was the very essence of such behavior that infuriated her. Lu Minghua chuckled nonchalantly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qingyu and shaking her head. Oh, is that what makes you angry? Lin Qingyu, you are truly ill-suited for high society. A mere word or two from others can easily provoke you. You simply cannot thrive in the circle of affluent wives. You, regardless of the circumstances, I am still your elder. How dare you accuse me of being hypocritical to my face? Lu Minghua exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she stomped her feet in anger. This prompted a mocking smile from Lin Qingyu. First, let me remind you, we are now equals, you are not my elder. Moreover, am I mistaken in saying you are hypocritical? Look at you, a member of the elite wives circle, and yet you too have been stirred to anger. Lu Minghua's emotions surged, her face reflecting in extreme distress. Such a loss of composure was a rarity for her. Lin Qingyu washed her hands and turned her head, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Minghua. Lu Minghua had anticipated this moment long ago. He smiled nonchalantly, yet there was a hint of malice gleaming in his eyes. Lin Qingyu, I can ruin you before that happens. Lin Qingyu furrowed her brows in slight bewilderment as she observed Lu Minghua approaching her with a brazen smile, his lips curling in a provocative grin.
Lin Qingyu, you claim to possess your own career? Very well, then I shall ruin it. I shall tarnish your reputation. Let us see if you can still catch Lu Yan's eye after that. Go ahead and try.
Lin Qingyu clenched her fists, her gaze sharpening with determination.
Lu Minghua. I am no longer the Lin Qingyu of the past. Indeed.
Following the limping third master has transformed you.
You are far more resilient than the soft and yielding person you once were.
Lu Minghua wore a smile, yet his eyes glinted with provocation. Then let us wait and see if you can truly outmaneuver me. With that, Lu Minghua raised his chin, maintaining the lofty demeanor of a noblewoman as he exited the restroom. Lin Qingyu washed her hands and followed suit out of the restroom. Yet, she had barely taken a few steps when a familiar figure burst forth from the men's restroom, rushing towards her and bellowing menacingly, "Lin Qingyu!" Lin Qingyu was taken aback, and as she turned around, she saw Lin Jejun charging towards her like a rabid dog.
Chapter 18 Lin Qingyu confronts her third brother. Lin Qingyu, do you realize that your crippled husband will bring about my demise? Who does he think he is? How dare he offend Director Gao?
I am truly exasperated by your fate. You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune, living only to burden your family. Lin Qingyu gazed impassively at Lin Jejun's frenzied demeanor,
unable to suppress a cold smile. Lin Jejun was infuriated by the cold laughter, exclaiming, "What are you laughing at?" The response came, "I laugh at you, a grown man."
Lacking the capability to manage effectively, yet shifting the blame onto a woman. I find it amusing that instead of seeking scientific methods for management and operation, you resort to attributing your failures to feudal superstitions. Lin Jejun, though you stand upright on your legs, you are, in truth, less capable than many in this world who struggle to walk. This is perhaps the consequence of human evolution, where you have only evolved your limbs,
neglecting the development of your mind.
In a fit of rage, Lin Jejun raised his hand. Yet, before it could descend, he heard the cold, threatening voice of a man.
The hand, though unwilling, was poised to strike.
Lin Jejun, startled, turned around and beheld Zhou Nan pushing Lu Sun towards him. Lu Sun sat in a wheelchair, his demeanor composed, yet his gaze was chilling, reminiscent of a fierce beast lurking in the underbrush, poised to pounce and tear apart its prey at any moment.
He glared fiercely at Lu Sun. "What? Do you still intend to strike me? I am your brother-in-law. By virtue of our familial hierarchy, you ought to address me as brother." As he spoke, Lin Jejun took a few steps closer to Lu Sun. "Moreover, how dare a cripple like you challenge me? Let me make it clear. You have offended Director Gao, and you will not live to see tomorrow."
Suddenly, Lin Jejun seemed to recall something and smirked. "Only you, a worthless wretch,
would cherish Lin Qingyu like a treasure.
It appears you remain oblivious to Lin Qingyu's secret.
Shall I enlighten you?"
Lin Qingyu was aware of what Lin Jejun was about to say, and her expression changed accordingly. Observing the shift in her demeanor, Lin Jejun smirked triumphantly,
casting an exaggerated glance at Lu Sun. "You probably have no idea," he began,
but the fortune teller proclaimed that she was born in a broken month. Individuals of such a fate are said to bring misfortune and financial ruin to their families and spouses.
Moreover,
she is said to carry a curse. Those who grow close to her will meet with dire consequences. Just look at it. When she was born,
our Lin family almost faced bankruptcy. Not long after her arrival, my grandmother passed away.
You, my friend, should brace yourself for the calamity she will bring upon you,
leading to your family's downfall and destruction. Lin Jejun, silence yourself. Have you no decency?" Lin Qingyu exclaimed in fury, shoving him forcefully, while others defend their kin. Why does her family persist in disparaging her?
Furthermore, such matters were being aired in front of her newlywed husband.
Was this not a deliberate attempt to ensure her future was fraught with hardship?
Lin Jejun was forcefully pushed aside, his head striking the wall, infuriated as he raised his hand once more.
At that moment, a familiar female voice rang out. "Lin Jejun, what are you doing?"
Lin Jejun turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld his fiancé Yi, Song Jiahe, alongside his prospective mother-in-law, both intently looking at him. Lin Jejun hastily lowered his hand and changed his expression to greet her.
"Hello, Aunt." As he spoke, Lin Jejun turned his gaze gently towards Song Jiahe. "What brings you here?" Song Jiahe furrowed her brow and looked at him. What were you just doing? Lin Qingyu sighed, displaying an expression of difficulty as he turned to glance at the two individuals behind him. Alas, it is a family disgrace. My sister and her husband have gotten into a scuffle. I was just reprimanding her, urging her and her ailing husband not to cause further trouble for the family. Upon hearing this, Song's mother followed Lin Qingju's gaze and beheld Lu Sun, seated gracefully in his wheelchair. His extraordinary appearance and commanding presence marked him as a person of distinction, even surpassing Lin Qingju in handsomeness. It was indeed a pity about his legs. With impeccable poise, Song's mother nodded respectfully at Lu Sun and suggested, since we have crossed paths so fortuitously, why not share a meal together? However, as soon as the words left her lips, Lin Qingju's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly interjected, No. That won't be necessary. They have pressing matters to attend to and must depart. Lin Qingyu quickly realized the situation, a smile curling at the corners of her lips as she gracefully approached Lin Qingju. What is it, Lin Qingju? Are you afraid? What do I have to be afraid of? Lin Qingju's face turned an ashen shade, his teeth clenched in anger as he glared at Lin Qingyu. What exactly do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Lin Qingyu maintained a gentle smile, speaking in a calm and unhurried manner. Aren't you rather fond of meddling in the affairs of others' marriages? Today, I shall intervene in your matrimonial matters as well, allowing you to experience the sensation for yourself. How does that sound? Lin Qingju staggered back 2 steps, and Lin Qingyu advanced 2 steps closer. You believe that I am unworthy of Lu Yan. And only Lin Miao deserves him, thus you scheme against me at every turn. Well, today I find you unworthy of the young lady from the Song family. So I shall disclose your true nature to her. Lin Qingju, do not harbor resentment towards me, all my intentions stem from a place of concern for your well-being. After all, when individuals possess fundamentally incompatible values, there can be no genuine happiness or future together. Your distorted perspective, even if altered to appease Miss Song, will not sustain itself for long. For you lack the fortitude, just as father observed, at the first sign of adversity, your true self is revealed. You cannot maintain this facade before Miss Song for an extended period. Silence yourself. Lin Qingyu, I command you to be quiet. Lin Qingju felt a tumult of anger and fear within him. He was incensed that Lin Qingyu accused him of pretense in front of Song Jiahe. Yet he was equally apprehensive, for it was the first time he encountered such an unpredictable Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu felt a gentle warmth in her heart upon receiving Lu Sun's encouragement, which instilled her with newfound confidence. She politely turned to Song's mother and Song Jiahe. Addressing them, Aunt Jiahe, there is no need for a meal, but I do have a few words I wish to share with you. Proceed, Song Jiahe replied, her expression inscrutable, shrouding her true thoughts. However, Miss Song, I do not wish to cause you any harm. Therefore, I must kindly forewarn you that what I am about to disclose may significantly impact your relationship with him. Would you prefer to listen or not? I choose to listen. Song Jiahe responded promptly. At this moment, Lin Qingju grew increasingly anxious, swiftly positioning himself between the two women, gently coaxing Song Jiahe. Yet, she forcefully pushed him aside. Her gaze fixed intently on Lin Qingyu. As long as you speak the truth, I shall listen. Very well. Lin Qingyu replied without hesitation. Lin Qingju intends to secure a project that requires approval from Gao Ju, who, at 48, has recently divorced and has a child. Without consulting my wishes. Lin Qingju has thrust me into a precarious situation with Gao Ju, bringing him to our home and invading my room with ill intentions. I struck him on the head and fled. Yet, Lin Qingju exhibited no concern, urging me to apologize to Gao Ju and submit to his whims. I have never encountered such a heartless brother or such a shameless man. To sell out his own sister and a woman for personal gain. Miss Song, I believe such a person is wholly unworthy of your hand in marriage. For marrying the wrong individual can ruin a woman's entire life. If you still wish to uphold your engagement with Lin Qingyu, then consider my words as unspoken. After absorbing Lin Qingyu's revelation, Song Jiahe maintained a calm demeanor as she turned her gaze toward Lin Qingyu. Well, you have spoken, now it is your turn to explain. Chapter 19, The Third Master. Lu Sun's identity revealed.
Lin Jejun faltered momentarily, but quickly regained his composure to clarify, since my sister has acted so shamelessly, I shall speak plainly. Lin Qingyu is simply not to the liking of Lu Yan's mother, hence our family intends for Miao Miao to fulfill the engagement instead.
This is the family's decision. Song Jiahe nodded in acknowledgement.
Very well, that is your family's stance, I shall not interfere. Lin Jejun's face brightened momentarily, but he soon heard Song Jiahe's calm voice.
But I must ask you, have you not designed for Qingyu, pushing her towards Director Gao? Lin Jejun's expression turned awkward as he approached Song Jiahe.
Gently grasping her arms to explain, my dear, this matter is truly intricate.
Moreover, Lin Qingyu is not exactly an admirable character. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Sun.
See, they do not even spare the disabled, climbing into someone else's bed. She is quite desperate for marriage. Always yearning to escape her family.
Just consider, between the two, wouldn't marrying Director Gao be preferable to tying oneself to a man confined to a wheelchair? Becoming the wife of the director is indeed a prestigious position. Upon hearing this, Song Jiahe looked at Lin Jejun with a hint of shock.
Lin Jejun felt a twinge of embarrassment as he responded, my dear, not everyone possesses your remarkable qualities.
Lin Qingyu has not been favored by fortune. That is why we have acted in this manner.
It is inconceivable for us to treat you in such a way.
Once you join our family, I assure you that my relatives will cherish you dearly.
Lin Jejun still wished to provide an explanation, but Song Jiahe abruptly interrupted him. Lin Jejun,
I will ask you one last time, did you or did you not participate in the design of Qingyu? Yes or no?
Yes. Lin Jejun gritted his teeth as he replied, yet this matter could have ended favorably. Director Gao wished to marry Lin Qingyu, who happened to be the homeroom teacher of Director Gao's child. Once married, Lin Qingyu would become the director's wife, able to guide Director Gao's child effectively and live a prosperous life.
Wasn't this a win-win situation?
Before he could finish his thought, Song Jiahe delivered a resounding slap to Lin Jejun's face.
The sound echoed sharply, leaving Lin Jejun's eardrum ringing.
Lin Jejun covered his burning face,
unable to believe as he turned to Song Jiahe. Baby?
Please don't address me like that. Song Jiahe raised her hand to silence him, feeling distressed as she explained.
I am nauseated by scoundrels. If you continue to call me that, I will truly be sick.
She had never been particularly fond of this arranged marriage and had no genuine intention of acquiescing. She merely suggested they first assess their compatibility. Yet, upon discovering the true nature of this person, she was instantly filled with a sense of betrayal and indignation.
Lin Jejun, do you take me for a fool?
I have had private interactions with you and have gained a fair understanding of her.
She is industrious and ambitious, far superior to your family's pampered Miao Miao.
Lin Jejun could not bear to hear anyone speak ill of his sister. Instinctively, he shouted, I will not allow you to speak about Miao Miao in that manner. After releasing his outburst, he felt a twinge of regret. This engagement was of utmost significance to him and served as a measure of his worth in his father's eyes. Thus, he softened his tone while comforting Song Jiahe. My dear, I apologize, I should not have raised my voice. Please listen to me. Let us not quarrel over someone like Lin Qingyu or a useless person, shall we? Song Jiahe let out a cold laugh and forcefully pushed him away. It seems you still do not comprehend where your fault lies. Setting aside Lin Qingyu's character, even if she wishes to pursue someone, that is entirely her affair. It is her own body, and she is entitled to make her own decisions. However, when you all take it upon yourselves to dictate her choices and manipulate her,
that is an offense.
Lin Jejun, as an elder brother, how could you possibly present her to a nearly 50-year-old divorced man and still have the audacity to claim this is a good day? Do you possess any sense of conscience? Any moral compass at all? In a fit of rage, Song Jiahe forcefully kicked Lin Jejun's calf, to regard Lin Miao Miao. That worthless trinket, as a treasure, has your entire family lost their minds? Lin Jejun winced in pain, almost losing his footing, yet he still retorted angrily, Song Jiahe, I will not permit you to speak of Miao Miao in such a manner. His voice echoed, and not far away, a deep, resonant voice of a man interjected. What is all this commotion? Lin Jejun turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and beheld Father Song, clad in traditional Tang attire, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word.
Father Song, instinctively protective, turned to his wife and daughter, inquiring, "What has transpired?" Mother Song, still in shock, gradually regained her composure and explained, "Ah-hei wishes to annul the engagement with Lin."
As she spoke, Mother Song cast a disappointed glance towards Lin Qingyu. Shaking her head with a sigh, "Young Lin, I have always held you in high regard, considering you almost like a son.
I am aware of your aspirations to undertake that project.
Just yesterday, at the tea gathering with the other ladies in our circle, I even spoke favorably of you.
Yet,
I never anticipated that you would engage in such disgraceful conduct.
You have truly let me down."
No sooner had Mother Song finished her words than Lin Qinyu's expression changed dramatically. He had not expected that Mother Song would still endeavor to support him. He realized that this marriage could indeed prove beneficial for him. Lin Qingyu hurriedly tried to appease Mother Song, "Aunt, I acknowledge my shortcomings in this matter.
Yet I was compelled by my family.
Please forgive me this time, I assure you that I shall not err again." Mother Song, disappointed, shook her head.
"Your family compelled you? If they did, must you comply? Do you not possess your own principles and values?"
Seeing that he could not sway Mother Song, Lin Qingyu anxiously turned to Father Song, "Uncle, trust me.
My feelings for Ah-hei are genuine. Consider the strength of our families united, our family business will undoubtedly flourish."
Father Song, unaware of the underlying circumstances, could not help but respond with a cold laugh, "I, Song Shengtian, have no need to sell my daughter for glory. I do not rely on my daughter's marriage to enhance the Song family's status. All I desire is her happiness."
"I can certainly provide Ah-hei with happiness." Lin Qingyu,
in his eagerness, stepped forward to explain, gesturing towards Lu Sun behind him, "Uncle, please listen.
It was these two causing the disturbance today that led to Ah-hei and Aunt misunderstanding me. I can clarify everything.
There is no need for our families to be at odds over these two individuals, particularly one who is incapacitated."
Father Song instinctively followed Lin Qinyu's pointing gesture,
his pupils narrowing sharply. "Third Master!" Father Song exclaimed, his heart nearly leaping from his chest.
Standing at a height of
178 meters, he quickly bent forward slightly,
fearing punishment from Lu Sun for his earlier negligence.
"Third Master, I sincerely apologize for not seeing you. I was inadvertently obstructed by this young man."
"It was certainly not my intention to neglect greeting you."
Lu Sun merely responded with a faint Lin Qingyu gazed in astonishment at Song's father. Once a formidable presence in the business realm, who was now humbly approaching the crippled man.
"Uncle, what did you just call this invalid?" Chapter 20, Lin Qinyu's heartfelt regret impudent.
Song's father swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Lin Qinyu's face.
"In Jiangcheng, who would dare to show such disrespect to Master Lu?" "Master Lu?"
Lin Qingyu, clutching his stinging cheek, turned to Song's father in disbelief. There was but one individual in all of Jiangcheng who could be referred to as Master Lu, the one who wielded control over the economic lifelines of various industries, port transportation,
and the biopharmaceutical sector. He was none other than the designated heir of the Lu family, and also the third uncle of Lu Yan, Lu Sun. Upon grasping the full scope of the relationships, Lin Qingyu was rendered speechless by shock.
This was indeed the legendary Master Lu, known for meting out dire consequences to those who dared to offend him. Unfazed by Lin Qinyu's disarray, Song's father maintained a polite demeanor as he addressed Lu Sun, "Master, it is fate that we crossed paths today.
Allow me, Song, to treat you to a meal and some drinks."
"No need," Lu Sun replied disinterestedly.
"I have just dined with my wife."
His gaze turned to Lin Qingyu, filled with affectionate tenderness.
"Wife?" Song's father was taken aback. Song's mother promptly approached,
whispering a brief introduction in his ear, before offering a subtle nod to Lin Qingyu. Only then did Song's father take a closer look at Lin Qingyu.
Previously,
he had caught a glimpse of Lin Qinyu's sister from a distance and thought her demeanor was extraordinary. Now, up close, he found her truly breathtaking. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her aura also exuded an ethereal grace, reminiscent of the gentle and refined women of Jiangnan, radiating in intellectual beauty.
Remarkably,
despite her delicate appearance, she possessed undeniable strength. At such a tender age, she stood tall, embodying integrity and poise. Her expression neither servile nor arrogant, truly the demeanor of a noble lady. Indeed, only a woman of her caliber could be worthy of Master Lu of Jiangcheng.
With respect. Song's father nodded at Lin Qingyu and then inquired of Lu Sun, "Is this your wife? Her demeanor is truly admirable." "Master, you are fortunate."
Lu Sun relished the praise for his wife, his expression softened at the compliment.
He grasped Lin Qingyu's hand and succinctly introduced her. "Yes, this is my newlywed wife."
Lin Qingyu also politely nodded to Father Song. Father Song quickly offered his congratulations. "This is indeed wonderful news for Master San, as you have embraced a beautiful bride. Today, I extend my best wishes for your marital bliss and a harmonious union for 100 years. When you host the wedding banquet, I shall humbly seek a cup of celebratory wine." Lu Sun nodded in agreement. After finishing his congratulations, Father Song then cast a cold glance at Lin Jejun. "I am aware of your recent activities. Are you not merely preoccupied with clinging to that inept director's coattails? Lin Jejun, do you realize that our Song family was fortunate enough to partake in the construction of Hongtian Plaza thanks to whom? It was solely due to the words of the third master. By offending him now, I wonder who in Jiangchang would dare to collaborate with you in the future. You could have embraced a golden opportunity, yet you have squandered it all on your own accord." Upon hearing this, Lin Jejun's face turned an ashen white. Filled with profound regret, he quickly bent forward to engage in conversation with Lu Sun. "Third master, no, brother-in-law, this was all a misunderstanding. We are family. After all, I was unaware that you had climbed into your bed. Had I known, I would certainly not have spoken in such a manner. My intentions were merely driven by my affection for my sister." Lu Sun adjusted his glasses with a refined smile and replied, "Allow me to clarify. It was I who ascended to Yu's bed." Lin Jejun's expression faltered, and he hastily slapped himself across the face. Indeed, it is my poor expression. It is not as though I am unaware that Yu has married you. All the faults lie with me." Before he could finish his words, Song's father could no longer tolerate it. He seized Lin Jejun by the nape of his neck and pushed him away. "Get lost. Do not linger before third master and be a nuisance. Lin Jejun, how can you, as an elder brother, be so oblivious to whom your own sister has married?" Lin Jejun, realizing that the marriage proposal was doomed, straightened his back and bluntly remarked, "Uncle, allow me to remind you that I am now the brother-in-law of the third master. You should treat me with some respect." "Brother-in-law?" Father Song scoffed. "You seem to be quite unaware of the third master's temperament. He judges people not by their relationships, but by their character. Someone like you will never catch the third master's eye." Upon hearing Mr. Song's words, Lin Qingyu felt an increased respect for Lu Sun. This is how one ought to conduct oneself in life. Before Lin Jejun could articulate his thoughts, Lu Sun, with a bemused smile, interjected. "If I were to call you uncle, would you have the audacity to respond? If there's a matter at hand, call Yu, if not, just shout Lin Qingyu. You change your expressions faster than the rapid transformations in Sichuan opera." Lin Jejun was rendered speechless by Lu Sun's words. Lu Sun, uninterested in further entanglement with him, waved his hand, signaling Lin Qingyu to assist him in departing. Before leaving, he cast a lingering glance at Zhou Nan. Receiving a discreet directive, Zhou Nan promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Song's father, being astute, likely discerned the reason for Zhou Nan's lingering presence and quickly ushered his wife and daughter away. Lin Jejun cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Nan, still unable to comprehend the situation, and was effortlessly lifted like a chick to the back staircase. The sound of creaking echoed twice. Zhou Nan deftly snapped Lin Jejun's wrist. Lin Jejun, in unbearable pain, cried out without any semblance of dignity, I am your third master's uncle." Before he could finish his words, Zhou Nan, with an impassive expression, lifted his foot and delivered a kick. Lin Jejun tumbled down the stairs, collapsing onto the ground, his anguished cries echoing in the air. He yearned to rise, yet his hands had been cruelly broken, rendering him utterly incapable of lifting himself. Zhou Nan approached, gazing down upon the writhing Lin Jejun from his elevated position. "Third master sends a message, keep your distance from madam. Should you utter another disrespectful word regarding her, your vocal cords shall be rendered useless." Lin Jejun was engulfed in a profound ache, as if he were just now comprehending the terrifying nature of the legendary third master. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that today's events were not to reach the ears of the mistress. Should she catch even a whisper of the matter, he ought to prepare for his own demise. Having uttered these words, Zhou coldly stepped over Lin Jejun's hand without a flicker of emotion. A sharp pang coursed through Lin Jejun's fingers, as if they were on the verge of being crushed, the agony surging upwards to his very crown. Hearing the anguished cries, Zhou cast a fleeting glance at Lin Jejun. "Oh, my apologies, I failed to notice. I mistook you for refuse," he remarked nonchalantly before departing. In his current state of disarray, Lin Jejun found it exceedingly difficult to rise, entirely forgetting the unconscious Gao Ju, who was still bleeding in the private room. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu assisted Lu Sun into the driver's car of the old residence. Once inside, she recalled the principal's request for her to inform the parents about the assignments in the group chat, prompting her to hastily compose a message for the parents. "Dear parents, greetings, I am the homeroom teacher, Lin Qingyu. Some parents have privately expressed concerns regarding the perceived scarcity of our Chinese assignments. And I wish to address this matter with everyone. Our students possess a solid foundation. I have tailored the amount of homework according to their actual circumstances. By not overburdening them with excessive assignments, I aim to grant our exceptional students more time to explore extracurricular reading and enhance their overall skills. Rest assured, the children have grasped the content of the lessons and the new characters both in class and during after-school care. As for the request to increase assignments, I will consider it judiciously in the future." Lin Qingyu stared at the small red dot in the WeChat group, her heart skipping a beat as she nervously tapped open the chat box. Chapter 21, Mrs. Lu, were you not going to help me with my bath? We all listen to the teacher and trust in their expertise. Yes, teacher, we will follow your guidance. We support you, teacher, we have faith in you. Soon, the group was inundated with a chorus of glowing praises. Lin Qingyu smiled helplessly, not taking the words to heart. Typically, in groups where teachers are present, parents are reluctant to speak their minds. They tend to flatter, fearing that delayed responses might lead teachers to overlook their children in the future. Our class has a solid foundation? In an elite class, how could the foundation be lacking? Alas, entrusting the children to such a young teacher, inexperienced. Who knows what unforeseen events may arise? Hai Rui's mother, I recall you were the first to voice support for the teacher, someone remarked. Hai Rui's mother replied. How could I not support? Our children's futures are in their hands. I echo Hai Rui's mother's sentiments. I too have reservations. Our children are already in the 4th grade. Not in the 1st or 2nd. They are about to transition to middle school. Let us observe the situation calmly, there is no need for excessive anxiety. Did our class not achieve the top score in the midterm Chinese exam for the entire grade? Hai Rui's mother responded, that reflects our class's excellence. I fear that if this continues, we will soon be overtaken by other classes. Are you suggesting we should push Lin away? Another voice inquired. Is it not feasible? If we collectively approach the principal, we could request a more experienced, professional teacher, she asserted. I am a father of a struggling student. I find it challenging to assist with homework. I believe it is beneficial for teachers to help us within the school setting, another parent added. Indeed. I nearly lost my sanity last year while assisting with assignments. Before long, the chorus of support for teacher Lin grew louder. And Hai Rui's mother found it increasingly difficult to broach the topic of changing teachers. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu, blissfully unaware of having narrowly escaped a crisis, sensed an oddly tense silence in the car. She noticed Lu Sun gazing coldly out the window, seemingly deep in thought, causing her heart to skip a beat. She was unsure of how Lu Sun would perceive her troubled relationship with her brother, the matters concerning her destiny, and the near violation by Director Gao. It was said that many men reacted similarly. Her father was no exception. Whenever he ran out of reasonable excuses, he would blame her mother for being restless, saying that if she had remained homebound and refrained from wearing flamboyant attire, the madman would never have dared to approach her. After all, he had once been such an illustrious figure, commanding respect in Jiangcheng, where everyone bowed their heads and addressed him as third master. The more she pondered, the heavier her heart felt. In a daze, the family driver had already brought the car to a stop in front of the apartment building and adeptly assisted Lu Sun into his wheelchair. The driver glanced at Lu Sun, who merely nodded in acknowledgement, prompting the driver to refrain from further insistence. Lin Qingyu gently assisted Lu Sun up the stairs.
As they stepped into their home, she eagerly inquired, "Are you tired? Would you like me to run a bath for you?"
Lu Sun, perceptive to Lin Qingyu's demeanor, furrowed his brow slightly but refrained from uttering a word, merely nodding in acknowledgement.
His silence only intensified Lin Qingyu's unease.
Once in her room, she discreetly called Chen Nian,
recounting the events that transpired after school. "Nian, what do you think I should do? Is it possible that I might be facing divorce less than a month into our marriage?" "Surely not. If Lu Sanyi were to end our marriage over this, I would genuinely lose all respect for him." Lin Qingyu felt a lingering uncertainty in her heart. "Nian, could you please offer me some advice? If I do nothing, I truly cannot rest easy."
Suddenly, a voice filled with excitement emanated from the other end of the phone.
"They say that even heroes struggle when faced with beautiful women. Aren't you that beauty? Let me ask you, when you moved, did you bring along the nightgown I gifted you during our last shopping trip?"
Upon mentioning the nightgown, Lin Qingyu's cheeks flushed with warmth, and she replied softly, "Yes, I have it."
"I brought all the gifts you gave me. That's all that matters."
"I originally intended for that to be a wedding gift for you and Lu Yan, but now it seems it will benefit the third master Lu instead. Just wear that alluring camisole nightgown and entice him. Give him a bath and a massage. I refuse to believe he won't succumb to your charms."
"Man,"
Lin Qingyu exclaimed, her face burning with embarrassment.
"What are you talking about? What's the big deal, you? Haven't you two already crossed that line? Why are you shy now? Hurry up and tell me how it goes, ha ha ha."
"You're incorrigible," Lin Qingyu retorted before hanging up. She turned to her wardrobe to retrieve clothes for Lu Sun. Yet, her gaze inevitably lingered on the delicate pink camisole nightgown gifted by Chen Nian.
It was as light as a cicada's wing, adorned with exquisite embroidery.
A piece that exuded both ethereal beauty and sensuality. Having never worn such provocative sleepwear before, she hesitated for several seconds, but ultimately steeled herself and took it down.
Why not? After all, they are already a married couple. Assisting her husband with a bath should be nothing extraordinary.
Lin Qingyu stealthily donned her pajamas in the bathroom, then enveloped herself in a white bathrobe before preparing a warm bath. After filling the tub with water and adjusting the heating, she finally ushered Lu Sun into the bathroom.
Lin Qingyu kindly assisted Lu Sun to the steps of the double bathtub.
Lu Sun sat silently, his expression still appearing rather unwell.
Lin Qingyu lowered her head,
struggling for a considerable time before finally speaking. "I shall assist you in removing your garments."
Lu Sun remained silent.
Lin Qingyu assumed his silence was consent, and with trembling hands, she began to unfasten his shirt buttons and slide down his trousers. Beneath the warm glow of the light, Lu Sun's well-defined muscles were revealed,
causing Lin Qingyu's heart to race uncontrollably. She was taken aback by the impressive physique of Lu Sun.
Lin Qingyu felt increasingly bashful, her cheeks burning with warmth as she lowered her gaze to the last article of clothing on Lu Sun's body, hesitating momentarily. At that moment, a voice resonated from above,
devoid of discernible emotion. "Madam Lu, did you not say you would assist me in bathing? How can one wash without removing the undergarments?" Chapter 22, Darling. I yearn to kiss you.
Recalling Chen Nian's words, Lin Qingyu steeled herself and reached out to remove the final restraint from Lu Sun's body.
Throughout the entire process,
she kept her eyes nearly shut, too timid to look around. Once she had completed this task, she gently aided Lu Sun into the water. He sank almost entirely into the bath, enveloped in steam that obscured the view. Resting against the back of the tub, he placed one hand on the edge while tightly clenching his fist. No one could fathom the extent of his restraint. Battling the overwhelming urge that surged within him the moment those delicate hands made contact with him. Taking a deep breath to quell his impulses, Lu Sun coolly inquired.
"And then?"
Lin Qingyu immediately comprehended the situation and hastily dispensed some shower gel, gently applying it to his arms, shoulders, and back. She then took a towel and meticulously assisted him in bathing, embodying the image of a devoted and diligent wife. However, the more effort she exerted, the more she noticed Lu Sun's expression darkening significantly. Lin Qingyu toiled for quite some time, her shoulders drooping with exhaustion. Unable to contain herself, she tentatively inquired.
Are you angry with me? Indeed.
Lu Sun replied, his expression slightly frosty, conceding with a sense of resolve.
Upon hearing this,
Lin Qingyu's eyes brimmed with tears within a heartbeat, and she instinctively lowered her head to apologize. I'm sorry. Lu Sun, noticing her reddened eyes, almost faltered in an instant. His previously stern countenance transformed into one of concern, and he hurriedly pulled her into the water, enveloping her in his embrace, gently soothing her. Why are you crying?
I haven't even scolded you yet.
Lin Qingyu's eyes were tinged with red as she stubbornly protested. I haven't cried. Indeed, you haven't cried, your eyes are simply red. Lu Sun replied with a resigned smile. It seemed that his wife was not to be scolded.
Then tell me, what has made you feel wronged? At this moment,
Lin Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, her voice rising several notches. I was just trying to comfort you.
I heard from a friend that you wore a rather alluring nightgown and even wanted me to assist you with your bath.
I just helped you undress and scrubbed your back. I've never done such things for anyone else. And yet, you still find fault with me.
An alluring nightgown?
Lu Sun's gaze darkened slightly, yet he remained focused on the matter at hand. All right, then tell me, why did you feel the need to comfort me?
Because you were angry. Lin Qingyu found herself momentarily bewildered by the question. Now, explain to me why I was angry. My anger is not about that.
Lu Sun shook his head, his expression solemn. Ayu, the despicable behavior of the Gao and Lin families is their own fault. This situation has never been your wrongdoing. On the contrary, you handled it admirably, protecting yourself by striking that man and escaping.
Ayu, I, Lu Sun, live my life unconcerned with the opinions of others. If I were to care about anything, it would solely be your perspective.
Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback as she looked up.
So you are angry that I severed ties with my brother and have just retaliated against him? Do you think my actions were too extreme? Not at all. On the contrary, I believe you handled it remarkably well.
I have previously mentioned to you that familial bonds are contingent upon harmony. When it exists, we draw near. And when it does not, we drift apart. I do not indulge in superficial pleasantries. What I have expressed to you, including my unwavering support today, is not merely for show. As Lu Sun spoke, he tightened his embrace slightly. At times, he truly wished he could penetrate the thoughts of this little head. Wondering why she was perpetually lost in fanciful musings. A warm current surged through Lin Qingyu's heart, but it was soon overshadowed by a sudden sense of panic.
Are you upset that I didn't inform you about the matters concerning my birth chart before our marriage?
This issue had always been a thorn lodged in Lin Qingyu's heart. She held a skepticism towards birth charts. However, her family had relentlessly indoctrinated her since childhood, incessantly claiming that her birth chart was unfavorable, bringing misfortune to the family.
Ironically,
certain events coincidentally aligned with those assertions. Moreover, she had colleagues who, having concealed their birth chart details prior to marriage, faced dire consequences in their marital families. This lingering worry had perpetually troubled Lin Qingyu. Lu Sun, however, shook his head, stating, I am not superstitious. I do not believe in feng shui or birth charts. I place my faith in myself.
Lin Qingyu was utterly taken aback. Then why are you angry? I am angered by your attitude. Attitude?
Lin Qingyu felt an overwhelming sense of grievance.
Is my demeanor not acceptable? Indeed, it is excessively agreeable. Ayu, I am upset that such occurrences transpired.
You did not regard me as your husband, nor did you confide your fears to me, nor did you allow me to take charge.
Instead,
you timidly placed yourself in a subordinate position, preoccupied with how to serve and please me.
Ayu, you are my legally wedded wife, my intended soulmate for life. Not a servant.
If you yearn so deeply to escape from your family, then why not embark on a new chapter of your life from this moment onward?
Lin Qingyu was profoundly moved by these words, her mind in a daze as she repeatedly murmured, a new life? Yes, a new life. Between you and me. We stand as equals.
I respect you, and you respect me. You shall never have to sacrifice your feelings to please me.
We can communicate about anything. Moreover,
you need not guess my thoughts. If you wish to know, simply ask me, and I shall reveal it to you. Lin Qingyu had not intended to weep. Yet upon hearing those words, tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably, as if her heart were brimming with emotion. She had never anticipated that Lu Xun's true sentiments would be so starkly opposed to her own upbringing. He claimed to be indifferent to the matter of their compatibility, urging her not to view herself as inferior. His assertion that they were equals, and that all could be communicated openly, struck her profoundly. Was this not the very life she had always yearned to escape her original family for? Why then did she find herself in tears once more? Lu Xun, in his anxiety, drew her closer, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, questioning, "I have not uttered any harsh words, why do you weep?" "My intention is merely for you to shed the unhappy self of your past." Lin Qingyu sniffed and shook her head. "It's none of your business." After calming her emotions for quite some time, she finally mustered the courage to remove her white bathrobe, revealing her smooth, rounded shoulders and the alluring pale pink slip dress. The fabric of the dress, dampened by water, hinted at the beauty beneath, captivating Lu Xun, who swallowed hard at the sight. After Lin Qingyu shed her bathrobe, she mustered her courage to cradle Lu Xun's face. "Darling, you are truly wonderful. I want to give you a kiss." With that, she leaned in and pressed her soft lips against Lu Xun's. The gentle touch was fleeting as she attempted to withdraw. Lu Xun, amused, grasped the nape of her neck. "Is that all? What else should it be?" Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Had she not just kissed him? Silly girl, that was not a kiss. It resembled a chick pecking at grains or a bird nibbling on insects. A kiss is something like this. With that, Lu Xun held her head firmly and kissed her deeply. In a swift motion, he turned her, pressing her against the wall of the bathtub, while she clutched the edge tightly. The water in the tub rippled with waves, spilling across the bathroom floor. Due to the absence of contraception, Lu Xun refrained from being overly adventurous and hurriedly washed up before leaving the bathroom. As he entered the room, Lin Qingyu's phone rang. It was a video call from Lu Yan. Lu Xun's expression darkened as he answered the call while still clad in his bathrobe. On the other end, Lu Yan was momentarily surprised to see Lu Xun had picked up. "Third uncle, you must be at the old residence." Lu Xun remained silent and simply asked, "What is it?" "I'm looking for a you." "What do you need a you for?" Lu Xun's tone became noticeably colder. Being a younger relative, Lu Yan had always been wary of his stern third uncle. Hearing the frosty tone made his heart race, and he felt a peculiar sense of guilt for potentially bothering his third aunt. However, he quickly reassured himself of his maturity and shyly spoke up, "Third uncle, I miss a you. Today, we discovered some exceptionally unique artifacts, and I want to share them with her." Lu Yan's eyes sparkled at the mention of archaeology. "By the way, third uncle, where is a you? What is she doing? Why is her phone with you?" "A you is taking a bath." No sooner had Lu Xun's words left his lips than a woman's voice echoed from the other end. "Brother Lu, come quickly. There has been another discovery." Lu Yan's face lit up with excitement, and he quickly told Lu Xun, "Third uncle, I'll hang up for now." With that, Lu Yan abruptly ended the call and rushed off to follow his junior sister to see the new find. Lu Xun gazed at the darkened screen, a smile creeping onto his lips. What a fool. He sees me in a bathrobe answering a US call and doesn't react at all. If the roles were reversed, I would have flown over in a helicopter. Chuckling softly, he was about to set his phone down when he noticed Lin Qingyu, having just emerged from the bathroom, scrutinizing him with a curious glare. "Who called just now?" Suddenly alarmed, Lu Xun quickly suppressed his teasing demeanor, allowing a hint of melancholy to surface. Clearing his throat twice, he feigned a somber expression as he replied to Lin Qingyu, "It was Lu Yan. He said he misses you." Lin Qingyu felt a slight tremor in her heart, momentarily taken aback. It was difficult to articulate the sensation. There was indeed an element of awkwardness. Lu Xun, bowing his head in apology, said, "I'm sorry, I should not have answered your call without permission. I just saw that it was Lu Yan calling, and I was curious about what he wanted to discuss with you, which compelled me to take your call." Lin Qingyu's heart softened as she approached, gently taking Lu Xun's hand. "I won't," she reassured him. "Since we are married, we are committed to a lifetime together. Do not entertain such unfounded thoughts. You are wonderful, truly." "Really?" Lu Xun responded, clearing his throat with feigned coughs.
Lin Qingyu nodded. Lu Sun, with calculated intent,
grasped her hand and said, Lu Yan is quite exhilarated, claiming he has made a significant archaeological discovery and wishes to share it with you.
However,
just as he was about to call you, a junior sister of his called out about yet another new finding, and he abruptly ended the call.
You.
If you truly have a passion for archaeology, I could learn it as well. I could share it with you.
No, I do not like it.
Lin Qingyu's expression changed drastically, revealing a hint of sarcasm. She had never been fond of archaeology. Yet, out of respect for her boyfriend, Lu Yan, she was willing to listen to his insights. But it always unfolded this way. Each time Lu Yan called her, as soon as that junior sister exclaimed about a new discovery, he would immediately forsake her to delve into his research.
On one occasion,
she hinted to Lu Yan that this junior sister was intruding upon their relationship, yet he merely laughed, suggesting that she was being jealous, dismissing her concerns.
Observing Lin Qingyu's expression, a smirk of amusement played upon Lu Sun's lips.
Lin Qingyu dried her hair and assisted Lu Sun onto the bed. Then she too removed her robe and lay down beside him. Lu Sun skillfully enveloped her in his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder as he remarked,
Why aren't you wearing that lovely nightgown from earlier?
It looked exquisite. Lin Qingyu pressed her face against Lu Sun's chest, too embarrassed to look up, stammering,
It's wet. Lin Qingyu suddenly felt a surge of anxiety and looked up, asking, What do you mean?
Lin Qingyu felt a slight warmth near her ear as she heard Lu Sun's low, rasping voice. It was reminiscent of the enticing allure of a flesh-toned nightgown,
suggesting an irresistible charm that her husband could not resist.
Lin Qingyu's cheeks instantly flushed as she became aware of Lu Sun's impending actions. And she promptly pushed against him.
No. Lu Sun paused, questioning, Why?
You just coughed. Third uncle, your health has always been fragile.
After that night at the old residence.
And with our wedding night being like that, we cannot continuously engage in such activities. You need to take care of your health.
It's all right.
My body is capable in this regard, Lu Sun replied, leaning down to kiss her once more.
Lin Qingyu could hardly bear it any longer and quickly grasped Lu Sun's hand, which was causing trouble. Third uncle, did you not say you would respect me?
Lu Sun indeed ceased his actions, looking at Lin Qingyu with a mix of amusement and exasperation. All right, I respect you. With those words, he playfully bit her lip lightly. However, since you just called me third uncle, you must be punished. After saying this, he pulled her into his embrace, his voice low and commanding, Sleep. Holding her close for slumber was already his greatest concession. As he felt her warm, soft body against him, Lu Sun realized that the previous 29 years had been utterly wasted. He regretted not having taken her into his arms sooner.
Moreover,
since the day she stepped into his world, she had always belonged to him.
The next day, upon arriving at the office,
Lin Qingyu was met with playful banter from her male colleagues.
Qingyu, impressive. Your votes online are soaring.
Indeed, Qingyu, such a wonderful occasion calls for a celebration.
You must treat us to a meal at your new home.
After all, we have yet to meet your husband.
Lin Qingyu's expression turned slightly awkward.
She was uncertain whether Lu Sun appreciated having so many people at his home, and thus gracefully declined her colleague's teasing. Perhaps another time, as the voting has yet to conclude.
It's still at its nascent stage.
Two male colleagues, who had witnessed Lin Qingyu entering a luxury car the previous day, exchanged meaningful glances but chose to remain silent. No sooner had she departed than a female colleague in the office spoke up.
Hey, did you two really see her husband yesterday? Is he truly in a wheelchair? A male colleague, who had previously pursued Lin Qingyu while organizing his teaching materials, remarked, Did you not notice her fleeting anxiety?
If her husband were well,
why would she be reluctant to introduce us? Indeed. Sigh, how could such a stunning beauty marry someone disabled?
Perhaps for wealth. That man must be in his 40s or 50s. The male colleague interjected with a hint of bitterness.
She would rather wed a wealthy man.
Sitting in luxury cars and attending to an older gentleman, than consider us teachers earning meager salaries. The female teacher, who had initially posed the question, pressed her lips together. To be candid, as a fellow educator, she too held a certain disdain for her male counterparts.
After all,
Relying solely on a teacher's salary to purchase a home in the city center seemed an insurmountable dream. As she stepped out of the classroom, Chen Mianmian rushed over.
Breathless and clutching her phone. Ayu, it's bad. Something has happened. Chapter 24, Third Master's forceful protection of his wife, best friend consumes dog food, what's wrong? Lin Qingyu's brows furrowed intensely.
People online are accusing you of vote rigging, they're berating you. Chen Mianmian, hands on her hips in indignation, exclaimed, this is outrageous.
Resorting to such despicable tactics when they can't compete. It's truly contemptible.
Lin Qingyu hurriedly opened her phone to check.
As expected.
Beneath her personal voting page were numerous derogatory comments directed at her.
Is vote manipulation truly amusing? Shameless, a vote rigging expert.
Everyone, please refrain from voting for this teacher. Her character is questionable, as she resorts to hiring vote companies.
It's utterly disgusting that a teacher would stoop to vote manipulation for victory.
The more Lin Qingyu observed,
the more her brows furrowed in frustration. How could there be individuals who wished for her demise by the cruel hand of a vehicle? Such behavior is utterly outrageous.
Lin Qingyu suppressed her anger, clutching her phone as she stepped onto the balcony to call Lu Sun.
3 darling.
She was still unaccustomed to the change in address. And as soon as the words left her lips, she recalled the punishment from the previous night, prompting her to shyly amend her term of endearment. From the other end of the line, Lu Sun's low chuckle resonated.
What's this? Does Teacher Lin have many husbands? Am I the third in line? Upon being teased,
Lin Qingyu felt a burning flush on her cheeks and said, enough of the banter, I have an inquiry for you.
Have you engaged any external voting companies to assist me in manipulating votes?
It's nothing serious, merely that someone has accused me of vote rigging.
Since you have not,
I shall approach the organizing committee to express my concerns. I cannot allow baseless allegations against my character to go unchallenged.
Lin Qingyu possesses a gentle disposition.
Yet this does not imply that she is to be trifled with.
Very well, Madam Lu, should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me.
Your husband shall always be your steadfast support. A softness enveloped Lin Qingyu's voice, as if her heart had been filled with something precious.
She had family now.
A supportive kin to rely upon.
This unexpected revelation brought her immense joy.
Although Lu Sun had fallen from power and might not be able to aid her substantially, the mere utterance of such words filled her with happiness.
Chen Mianmian, observing from the side, couldn't help but blush at Lin Qingyu's bashful demeanor.
Feeling as if she had been unwittingly fed a metaphorical feast of love.
Well, that was quite satisfying.
Lin Qingyu hung up the phone and immediately called the competition committee. The call was answered by a young lady whose voice sounded to be in her early 20s. After Lin Qingyu articulated her demands clearly, the other party leisurely responded, "Oh.
We cannot manage that."
With the sound of a snap, reminiscent of a bubblegum popping, the words lingered in the air. "No, you can manage it," Lin Qingyu insisted. "You can delete the false comments from the backend to protect my rights as a contestant. Furthermore, you could issue a public notice requesting netizens to cease their slander against me.
If there is any evidence proving my cheating, it should be submitted to the organizing committee."
"Oh, dear sister, please.
Netizens enjoy freedom of speech, don't they?
They can say whatever they wish, and the organizing committee has no authority over that."
Lin Qingyu's expression darkened.
And her voice grew serious. "Miss, the internet is a realm of free speech, but it is not a lawless territory.
These individuals have baselessly slandered me,
constituting an affront to my dignity and infringing upon my right to reputation.
I have every right to pursue legal action against them."
The tone of the person on the other end was laced with disbelief, clearly skeptical that Lin Qingyu would actually file a complaint against those netizens.
"Very well. Before you proceed with your lawsuit, may I have your employee ID?
This conversation is being recorded, and I intend to file a complaint against your apparent negligence." Upon hearing this, the woman's voice on the phone rose in pitch, betraying her nervousness.
"I warn you, do not act recklessly." "I am not being reckless.
I am merely addressing the facts at hand," Lin Qingyu replied, her urgency dissipating.
"Fine, just wait.
I will report this situation to my superior.
In any case, I have acted, so you cannot sue me."
20 minutes later, the organizing committee had deleted the defamatory comments and issued a public statement as Lin Qingyu had suggested.
Chen Niannian, upon witnessing this resolution, gave Lin Qingyu a thumbs up. Impressive. This is how one ought to deal with such people.
They often shirk their responsibilities and pass the buck to others.
Meanwhile,
Lu Sun had just hung up the phone and immediately instructed Zhou Nan to investigate the masterminds behind the incident.
3 hours later, Zhou Nan returned with findings.
The primary instigator was the opponent of Madame, who had initially held the top position in votes but was overtaken by Madame.
Out of spite,
she resorted to defaming Madame everywhere. Additionally, some online trolls had been hired by your second sister-in-law, Lu Minghua, to amplify the situation.
Very well.
Submit this evidence to the competition committee at once, so they can render a fair judgment and provide Madame with an explanation.
As for my second sister-in-law, I will settle that score with her.
Zhou Nan was about to leave when Lu Sun called him back. Wait, inform the senior management that from this minute forward, everyone who voted for Madame must watch her class videos in their entirety. Afterward, each person is required to write a heartfelt commentary of no less than 300 words. Plagiarism will not be tolerated.
300 words? Zhou Nan,
who typically dreaded writing assignments, felt like crying.
Boss, could we reduce the word count a bit? Sure, while others write 300, you will write 400.
Zhou Nan, before long, the teacher who ranked second overall was disqualified by the organizing committee for engaging in unfair competition and maliciously tarnishing the reputations of fellow contestants. Furthermore, many lengthy comments had appeared beneath Lin Qingyu's voting page, with numerous verified accounts lending them a high degree of authenticity. As the workday drew to a close, Lu Sun called Lin Qingyu from the school gate. I would like to invite your friend to dinner.
What do you think?
That sounds good.
However, I must first check if Niannian is available.
Upon learning of Lu Sun's dinner invitation, Chen Niannian readily agreed.
After gathering her belongings, the two exited the school together.
As they reached the opposite side of the road, Zhou Nan approached with a polite bow, graciously opening the car door for Lin Qingyu. Madam, please. After Lin Qingyu entered the car, Zhou Nan promptly closed the door and gestured towards Chen Niannian, inviting her to take a seat.
Miss Chen, please.
This vehicle is reserved for you. Our third master is not accustomed to sharing a car with any woman other than his wife.
Chen Niannian replied. So, her presence is merely a reminder of unrequited affection, is it? Soon, the car arrived at a quaint private dining establishment named Jinyuan.
This exclusive eatery only accommodates 8 tables of esteemed guests each day.
At present, the small blackboard at the entrance indicated 1 private room remaining. As fate would have it,
just as Lin Qingyu and her companions arrived, her former mother-in-law, Lu Minghua, accompanied by several affluent women, also made their entrance. The group stared at the blackboard displaying the remaining private room, their expressions transforming into an intriguing mixture of surprise and discomfort. Indeed, it appears that adversaries cross paths unexpectedly. Chapter 25, the third master finds himself publicly cornered. Lu Yan's mother, Lu Minghua, arrived at the entrance of Jinyuan alongside 5 high society women.
At that moment,
one of the ladies from the elite circle was the first to spot Lin Qingyu.
Oh Minghua, isn't that your former daughter-in-law?
Madame Zhou, the president's wife, approached Lin Qingyu with a beaming smile, eagerly taking her hand.
Ah it has been ages since we last met. I have missed you dearly.
As she spoke, she cast a jealous glance at Lu Minghua, adding, I truly envy you for having such a prospective daughter-in-law, so graceful, so composed.
Just look at her demeanor. It is simply splendid.
Lin Qingyu gently withdrew her hand, offering a polite smile.
Auntie, now Mrs. Lu is my second sister-in-law.
What? Mrs. Zhou, the president's wife, reacted with great astonishment, utterly bewildered.
What second sister-in-law?
As the wife of the president of the Zhengcheng Chamber of Commerce, everyone is obliged to show her a measure of respect. Naturally, she possessed a naturally loud voice and always acted and spoke according to her whims, and at this moment, her reaction was akin to a hen ruffled in feathers. Lin Qingyu maintained a serene expression, glancing at Lu Minghua with a gentle smile.
This is a matter for my dear second sister-in-law to address. Family affairs? Second sister-in-law?
Madame Zhou, the president's wife, furrowed her brow as her gaze fell upon Lu Sun, who was seated in a wheelchair.
She gasped, "Oh my, you cannot possibly be entangled with the lame third, can you?" Lin Qingyu couldn't help but stifle a laugh.
Having previously interacted with the president's wife, she found her to be straightforward and unreserved, always speaking her mind.
At this moment,
she realized that Mrs. Zhou was merely advocating for her, harboring no intention to mock Lu Sun. Noticing the smile at the corners of Lin Qingyu's mouth,
Lu Sun's expression stiffened slightly as he cast a glance at Mrs. Zhou.
Indeed, it was I, the lame one, who was outmaneuvered.
Mrs.
Zhou looked at Lu Sun with disdain before turning to grasp Lin Qingyu's hand, pulling her slightly aside and lowering her voice, "You.
May I inquire if you and this third son are in a romantic relationship?
If it's merely a casual affair, you might as well consider my son. You can choose between my second or third son at your leisure." Lu Sun, feeling the sting of being undermined in person, darkened further, grinding his teeth as he replied, "There is no need for your concern, Mrs. Zhou. You and I are already legally married, bound by the protection of law."
Mrs. Zhou let out a lament.
She had always held a fondness for Lin Qingyu and had refrained from pursuing Lu Minghua out of moral propriety. Who would have thought that her inaction would lead to her being outshone by the lame third son? Mrs. Zhou pouted, casting another disdainful glance at Lu Sun, and began to murmur her grievances to Lin Qingyu. "You're such a beautiful flower, how could you be taken by this black-hearted old wolf, the lame third son? I must tell you, this lame third son is truly no good, with a heart as dark as his limbs."
Before Mrs. Zhou could finish her sentence, Lu Sun coldly interrupted, "Mrs. Zhou, is it appropriate to refer to me as the lame third son in front of my newlywed wife? Is it appropriate? Why not? Your leg is indeed useless, isn't it? Get up and show me."
Mrs. Zhou responded quite matter-of-factly.
"Lu Sun. Zhou Nan. Chun Mian Mian." Lin Qingyu could not help but stifle a chuckle. Do share your thoughts with me. Have you considered it further?
I heard from my husband Bull Zhou that the limping third is currently in dire straits. Many of his businesses have been taken over, and even his territory at the docks has been usurped. He is now powerless and financially depleted. No need for further contemplation." As she spoke, Lin Qingyu approached Lu Sun, gently resting her hands on his shoulders.
"My husband treats me exceptionally well.
The amount of money is inconsequential, as long as we can make ends meet, that suffices." She then turned to Lu Minghua, adding, "Ultimately, I must express my gratitude to my second sister-in-law for that enriched cup of milk.
Otherwise, I could not possibly be this happy now."
Mrs. Zhou, the president's wife, immediately seized upon the crux of the matter, staring incredulously at Lu Minghua.
"Wait. Did you drug Au? How despicable."
Upon uttering these words, Mrs. Zhou felt a twinge of embarrassment and attempted to smooth things over.
"Minghua, you know me.
I speak my mind without a filter. I don't beat around the bush, so please don't take it to heart."
Lu Minghua's expression grew even more rigid.
However, before she could gather herself, Mrs. Zhou became irked again, stamping her foot.
"No.
Minghua, that is truly ungracious of you.
You schemed against your own future daughter-in-law, is that even humane?
And furthermore, if you don't want her, why not design a plan for my son?
He could well do with your planning.
After all, I've shared countless meals with you, and you clearly know I favor Au.
Yet you didn't even consider my feelings. That's just inconsiderate."
After being bombarded with Mrs. Zhou's relentless jabs, Lu Minghua felt as though countless hands in the air were relentlessly slapping her face.
She was furious. She was filled with resentment.
Especially in front of so many affluent ladies. These women were known for their gossip, who knew what they would say about her behind her back.
Yet, she could do nothing.
After all, Mrs. Zhou was the one who presided over the entire commercial order of Jiangchang. Seething with indignation, she turned her ire towards Lin Qingyu.
Don't be modest.
My sister-in-law initially worried about your well-being after marriage. After all, the third leg. Before she could finish her thought, Mrs.
Zhou interjected bluntly, "What's wrong with that leg? Aside from not being able to jump, what's lacking?
Your son disappears for days, buried in some archaeological dig. I used to worry that Au might end up leading a lonely life after marrying him."
"Exactly.
Chen Mianmian, for the first time, felt someone had spoken her mind. And she chimed in, our third master, though limited in mobility, can still accompany Au for meals, 3 times a day, throughout the seasons. Lu Sun raised his gaze. Observing the 2 women before him, who were huffing indignantly, and calmly remarked, I thank you all.
Mrs. Zhou and Chen Mianmian, in perfect harmony, replied in unison. You're welcome. Lu Sun. Zhou Nan's eyes nearly bulged from his sockets. It was the first time he had witnessed the third master being put in his place. Ah, what a delightful spectacle. Yet, on the surface, he maintained an expression of utter fury, as though ready to unleash his wrath. Listening to the supportive words of those around her, Lin Qingyu climbed the ladder of success. Indeed, gratitude was due to second sister-in-law. Without comparison, there can be no harm, following third uncle brought her a sense of happiness. This was the truth. And it was also deliberately spoken for Lu Minghua's ears. For Lu Minghua, nothing mattered more, nor brought her greater pride, than her son. To strike at the heart of the matter, one must aim for that which is most cherished. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lu Minghua exploded with rage. Lin Qingyu, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that my son is inferior to this cripple? Enraged and flustered, Lu Minghua found it difficult to maintain her composure. Anyone unfamiliar with Lu Yan could disparage her son, but that was merely a reflection of their ignorance. However, Lin Qingyu had no right to. For she had been in a relationship with her precious son for 3 years. In Lu Minghua's eyes, Lin Qingyu deserved to spend her life yearning for her son. Moping in despair beside the crippled Lu Sun, forever reminiscing about the virtues of her son. Little did she expect that in just a few short days, Lin Qingyu would utter such words. How could she possibly endure this? Lin Qingyu observed Lu Minghua's discomposure and smiled gently, remarking, It seems that my second sister-in-law did not excel in her language studies during her youth and struggles with comprehension. With so many expressing the same sentiment. Did you not grasp it? As she spoke, Lin Qingyu lightly pecked Lu Sun's cheek in front of Lu Minghua. I just said thank you, I am currently very happy. However, this happiness scorched Lu Minghua deeply, prompting her to shriek in disbelief, this is absolutely impossible. Madame Zhou, the president's wife, rolled her eyes at Lu Minghua's reaction. You are trying to scheme against others while resenting their happiness. Lu Minghua, your heart is far too black, even darker than the limping third. She then turned to Lu Sun and quipped, Am I wrong, third? Chapter 26, The Little Revelation. Lin Qingyu discovers that the third master harbors a petty nature. Lu Sun's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Madame Zhou, with a sideways glance, interjected, I am merely speaking up for you. Chen Mianmian thought to herself. Isn't this akin to stabbing a knife? And a double-edged one at that? One for Lu Minghua and one for Lu Sun? Lu Minghua's anger distorted her lips. The other affluent ladies secretly reveled in the drama. At that moment, the owner of Jin Yuan, a small elderly man in his 50s dressed in a vintage Chinese robe adorned with a golden abacus, emerged, his voice calm and unhurried. Today, we have only one esteemed guest left, are you all together? Lu Minghua's eyes suddenly brightened. This golden boss was notorious for his snobbishness. Always catering exclusively to the wealthy and powerful. He took pride in this, as evidenced by the golden abacus hanging around his neck. No, we are separate, Lu Minghua smirked, her eyes gleaming with determination. Oh, my apologies, I can only accommodate one table, Golden Boss said with a hint of mockery. Perhaps you can negotiate among yourselves? No need for negotiation. We shall enter. Lu Sun and Lu Minghua declared in unison, a rare moment of tacit understanding between the uncle and niece. As their voices faded, Lu Minghua sneered, You really intend to compete with me today, little brother? I truly do not wish to contend with my second sister-in-law, Lu Sun replied. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, gently holding Lin Qingyu's hand and smiling at Lu Minghua. However, I have promised my wife that as long as she is with me, I will ensure she does not suffer any losses. You, a useless person, what can you do to prevent her from being embarrassed with you? Do not forget. The head of the Lu family is my husband. Lu Minghua shot a meaningful glance at Golden Boss. The latter, being perceptive, nodded with a smile, indicating he understood her insinuation. Allow me to remind you, dear sister-in-law,
there is a distinction between an acting chairman and a true chairman.
You. Lu Minghua glared fiercely at Lu Sun. Are you determined to sever our familial ties? And if so, what of it?
Lu Sun's long eyes grew colder behind his glasses.
Does my sister-in-law even consider me family? When you were hiring online trolls to malign Qingyu, did you ever contemplate that we are family?
As his words hung in the air, Lin Qingyu, Chen Niannian, Madame Zhou, and the other affluent ladies exhibited varying degrees of astonishment.
Lu Minghua was publicly exposed. Her face alternating between shades of blue and white, yet she stubbornly retorted, I do not know what you are talking about. You are fabricating accusations. Despite her denial,
her guilty expression was clear to all present.
One of the affluent ladies chimed in, Hey, Minghua, you brought us here for a meal. You guaranteed that we could enter Jinyuan by leveraging your husband's reputation. I ask you, are we still dining tonight? Yes. I will definitely treat you all. Lu Minghua declared, turning her gaze straight at the Jinyuan owner. You are the boss, your word is law. Whoever you allow to enter, we shall enter.
The whole of Jiangcheng knows that Golden Boss is notoriously discerning, let us see who can capture his attention.
Very well.
I invite the third master to dine with us at Jinyuan, Golden Boss stated while caressing the golden abacus at his chest. Lu Minghua felt as if struck by lightning.
Her voice rising in pitch, what did you say?
Madame Lu stated, I am the boss, and I make the decisions. Madame Lu also mentioned my discerning taste.
And I have decided to invite the third master to dine. Is there a problem? Golden Boss looked sincerely at the furious Lu Minghua,
his expression suggesting that any objections were welcome.
Lu Minghua could hardly believe it, pointing at Lu Sun with a sharp tone, you chose him?
He is currently without wealth or power, the docks are controlled by my husband, and the Lu family is also dictated by him.
You chose him? Golden Boss. Lu Minghua exclaimed incredulously. You must be out of your mind.
The whole of Jiangcheng claims you are a notorious snob.
Favoring the wealthy while looking down on the less fortunate, and you chose him?
Golden Boss chuckled lightly, indeed, the people of Jiangcheng speak the truth.
Jinyuan only serves the affluent, and our criteria for guests is indeed wealth. However, what many do not realize is that this wealth refers to spending amounts.
The third master has consistently topped our consumption list, while your spending amount is zero, so I naturally choose the third master.
You.
Lu Minghua was furious, her nostrils flaring.
Golden Boss politely bowed, his tone laced with amusement, if needed, I can present your husband's consumption records for your review. However,
the title of our top spender has never been usurped by your second brother.
Understanding the implications of Golden Boss's words, Lu Minghua's anger boiled over. Let us proceed.
Lu Sun raised his hand, and Lin Qingyu gently guided him towards Jinyuan. Suddenly, Lu Sun halted the wheelchair's wheels and turned to Madame Zhou, Madame Zhou.
Do you require assistance from this limping individual to escort you inside for a meal? Lin Qingyu.
I suddenly realized that her husband seems to harbor a rather petty nature. At this moment, Mrs. Zhou appeared to have seized upon a weakness, exclaiming, Ew, look. The limping third one is exactly this sort of person, vengeful at the slightest grievance. Upon hearing this, Lu Sun's expression darkened, and he tightened his grip on the wheelchair. Lin Qingyu smiled gently, refraining from further words as she pushed Lu Sun inside.
Chen Niannian and Zhou Nan followed closely behind. Upon entering the Jinyuan, Chen Niannian's eyes widened in astonishment.
Jinyuan is an elegantly antiquated courtyard typical of the Jiangnan region, with every design element exuding exquisite craftsmanship. She eagerly took Lin Qingyu by the hand, leading her to capture photographs in every corner. As Lin Qingyu departed, Lu Sun's expression immediately darkened. He dialed President Zhou and candidly complained, your wife referred to me as the limping third. President Zhou's tone softened as he sighed, however, Lu, the prerequisite is, I must be able to enter the room. Right now, I'm still sleeping on the floor in the study. You'll understand when you marry. Training a wife is no trivial matter. I know, Lu Sun replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips, radiating a sense of pride. Indeed, I have considerable insight into this. Before he could elaborate, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, quickly losing focus due to President Zhou's train of thought. Meanwhile, outside the quiet garden,
Lu Minghua's situation was far from pleasant.
Chapter 27. Lu Minghua's face was bruised outside the garden. Mrs. Zhou called for the family driver to pick her up. After hanging up, she cast a disdainful glance at Lu Minghua and decisively spoke, "Lu Minghua, I can tolerate a bit of your cunning and even accept your penchant for showing off. However, what you have done to you is utterly immoral. To put it more seriously, it is completely punishable by law. I am profoundly disappointed in you. Henceforth, unless necessary, do not contact me." This was a clear demarcation between her and Lu Minghua. The other wealthy ladies exchanged glances for a moment before hastily following her. "Oh, I remember a charming farmhouse restaurant nearby, why don't we dine there?" Several affluent women hurried ahead, leaving a sullen Lu Minghua standing alone, listening to the mocking comments from the group ahead. Was that girl Lu Minghua's fiancé? Indeed. You've only just realized. Goodness. To be overshadowed by his former fiancée, Lu Minghua must be furious. Lu Minghua, hearing this, felt his face contort with rage. Once inside his car, he grimly dialed the hospitalized Director Gao. As the call connected, Lu Minghua wasted no time. "Someone is investigating your accounts." "Who the hell dares to check my accounts?" The agitated Director Gao, lying on the hospital bed, winced, causing tears to well up from the pain in his dislocated jaw. "Who are you? My identity is not crucial. What matters is that we share a common enemy," Lu Minghua replied slowly. "A common enemy?" Director Gao, supporting his aching jaw, cautiously inquired, "Who do you mean?" Though he asked, a thought was already brewing in his mind. It was the man who had assaulted him that night in the private room. He had leveraged connections to investigate but found no leads. A light chuckle came from Lu Minghua's end. "Our shared enemy is the very man who left you hospitalized." Lu San. What? Are you saying that Lu San was the one who attacked me? Indeed. You may not be aware, but Lin Qingyu has climbed into the bed of his fiancé's uncle, becoming Lady Lu San. Previously, you attempted to violate Lin Qingyu. Do you think Lu San would let you off the hook? I advise you to contemplate your self-preservation swiftly. Director Gao was drenched in cold sweat, so what does the lady suggest I do for self-preservation? Find something you can leverage against Lu San and negotiate with him. Convince him not to investigate your accounts, and the matter will be settled. Director Gao wiped the sweat from his forehead. But I have nothing that can leverage Lu San. If he were easily manipulated, no one would fear him. Create leverage if none exists. Allow me to instruct you on how to proceed. Lu Minghua's lips curled into a sinister smile. After hanging up, Director Gao spat in frustration. "Damn woman, is she pushing me towards my demise? She is no better." Oh. Revealing the affair between Lin Qingyu and her fiancé's uncle, does she wish for a swift end? This wretched woman intended to use the knife to kill, truly believing him a fool. However, her other suggestion was indeed somewhat feasible. Director Gao stroked his chin, squinting slightly. Resolute, he made a call and orchestrated his plans. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu, dining in the garden, remained blissfully unaware of the brewing storm awaiting her. Exquisite Jiangnan cuisine was served in succession. Chen Niannian smiled radiantly, giving Lu San a thumbs up. "Third Master, you are incredible. You should have seen how furious Lu Yan's mother was. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. I unilaterally declare that you have passed my friend's review. Do not call me Third Master. Since you are a U.S. best friend, you may simply address me by my name." Lu San raised his glass of clear liquor, every movement exuding elegance and nobility, rivaling any young gentleman in the capital. His innate demeanor left Chen Niannian momentarily entranced. My goodness, in comparison, I live far less refined than he does. Chen Niannian felt a twinge of embarrassment, lowering her head sheepishly, before an idea struck her. "Addressing you by name seems inappropriate. How about this? You is a year my senior, so I shall call you brother-in-law from now on." Lu San nodded slightly. He had an uncanny ability to gauge people. Chen Niannian's clear, unclouded eyes were refreshing, making her stand out in his view. At that moment, Zhou Nan entered after completing his tasks, and Lu San gestured for him to sit beside Chen Niannian, introducing, "This is Zhou Nan, my assistant and also my brother." Chen Niannian, ever the forthright one, replied while eating, "We met in the car."
Lu Sun observed Zhou Nan for a moment, then you should add Chen's WeChat for convenient future contact. Your cultural level could benefit from seeking guidance from teacher Chen.
As his words fell, Chen Niannian quickly retrieved her phone, and just as Lin Qingyu intended to speak, Chen Niannian shot her a warning glance. Lin Qingyu smiled softly,
refraining from revealing Chen Niannian's identity as a physical education teacher.
She speculated that Lu Sun might be attempting to facilitate a connection between Chen Niannian and Zhou Nan. Unaware that Lu Sun actually intended for Zhou Nan to add Chen Niannian on WeChat, thereby enabling him to monitor Lin Qingyu's situation at school.
For instance, should anyone bully Lin Qingyu, he could promptly come to her defense. Zhou Nan soon added Chen Niannian on WeChat.
The four of them enjoyed a harmonious meal together. As their vehicle paused at a red light, a cacophony of noise drifted in from outside.
A nearby DIY shop was holding a promotional event, with employees clad in cartoon costumes traversing the street to advertise their products.
Noticing Lin Qingyu's gaze, one employee approached her, handing her a flyer.
Miss, if you're interested, you can participate in our blind box DIY activity at the store.
Each person can chisel a piece of stone, which could be agate, jade, or marble,
all adorned with exquisite patterns.
After crafting, couples can engrave their names together in our shop, a truly meaningful experience. As the employee finished speaking, Lin Qingyu's hand trembled slightly as she held the flyer, memories flooding her mind of Lu Yan, who had once run over to her, excitedly clutching an archaeological stone.
Ayu, this is the first stone I found during my job, close to the archaeological site. I engraved your name on it. Happy birthday, Ayu.
At that time, she accepted the stone, glancing at the scratches on Lu Yan's fingers, her heart aching.
Yet, Lu Yan concealed his hand from her view, merely asking, "Do you like this birthday gift?" "I do."
As she reminisced, a wave of bittersweet nostalgia washed over Lin Qingyu, and she suddenly heard Lu Sun's concerned voice.
"What's wrong?" Chapter 28. What went wrong? Lu Yan's promises and sweet words echoed in her mind, transforming into piercing daggers that stabbed at her heart. Her eyes stung,
and she quickly turned her head away, feigning interest in the view outside.
Lu Sun cast a sidelong glance at her,
his expression darkening as an inexplicable anxiety brewed within him.
Upon returning to the apartment, after washing up, Lin Qingyu hesitated, reluctant to go to bed.
"You should rest first.
I still have lessons to prepare."
Her voice carried a hint of guilt.
"All right."
Lu Sun discerned her reluctance and distance, responding softly as he lay down to rest beside her. Lin Qingyu was preparing her lessons on her laptop, frequently glancing towards the bed until she felt assured that Lu Sun had fallen asleep. Only then did she lift the covers and slip beneath them.
However,
just as she settled onto the mattress, she found herself drawn into his embrace.
A shiver ran through her, and her voice betrayed a hint of tension. "Aren't you asleep yet?"
I was waiting for you," Lu Sun replied, leaning down to kiss her, his large hand caressing Lin Qingyu's delicate form.
Lin Qingyu twisted her body, reluctant to cooperate.
Previously, she regarded it as an obligation, but tonight she felt differently, especially since this man was her third uncle. Yet, the more Lin Qingyu struggled, the tighter Lu Sun embraced her, an undeniable thrill emanating from him. His fervent kisses descended inch by inch, nibbling at her collarbone, igniting passion in every touch. Lin Qingyu struggled against Lu Sun's advances, placing a hand gently on his shoulder and murmuring, "Please.
I am weary."
Yet, before she could finish her sentence, her lips were seized by Lu Sun's forceful kiss. With a sharp sound, her delicate nightgown was torn asunder. Lin Qingyu was in a state of panic, her heart racing like thunder, yearning to speak, yet her lips were firmly sealed. Her body was entirely under Lu Sun's control. A single tear escaped from the corner of her eye. Tonight, Lu Sun exhibited an extraordinary brutality, as if he were desperately attempting to possess her entirely. Lin Qingyu could only passively endure the situation.
She grasped Lu Sun's shoulders tightly, digging her nails into his flesh. It was unclear how much time had elapsed before Lu Sun ceased his movements.
Exhausted, she felt disinclined to utter another word,
even too weary to contemplate matters concerning Lu Yan. Following their fervent encounter, Lu Sun's heart grew increasingly hollow. He gazed at Lin Qingyu's profile and murmured softly, "When will you completely belong to me?" The next day, upon arriving at school, Lin Qingyu was summoned to Director Wang's office. Just as she raised her hand to knock, she overheard a heated argument within. "Director, I cannot take over Qingyu's class." "Teacher Li, I am not seeking your opinion. I am your superior. And I am ordering you to comply."
"Director, you are aware of my relationship with Qingyu, we share a close bond."
"Are you not making it difficult for me?" "Li Jiao.
I am discussing work, not personal feelings."
"Do you young ladies, fresh from society, possess no sense of professional decorum?" Lin Qingyu, hearing the quarrel between the two, furrowed her brow and tapped lightly on the office door. "Come in."
Director Wang's voice carried a hint of anger. Lin Qingyu opened the door and was met with the sight of Li Jiao's crimson-rimmed eyes. Instinctively, Li Jiao turned her face away, unable to meet Lin Qingyu's gaze. Wang Mei glanced at Lin Qingyu and spoke with an authoritative tone, "You have arrived just in time.
Please coordinate the student information from your class with Li Jiao.
Starting today, Li Jiao will teach Class 1, and you will take over Class 8. Li Jiao looked at Lin Qingyu with a troubled expression.
Opening her mouth to speak, "I. Qingyu, I."
Lin Qingyu calmly looked at Wang Mei and inquired, "Director, may I ask why?" "I have been teaching Class 1 effectively, so why the sudden decision to switch with Teacher Li? I believe this abrupt change undermines the stability of the students' learning. The students in my class have grown accustomed to my teaching style over the course of more than half a semester. It seems rather unfair to the students of Class 8 to impose such a swap without warning."
"Why is this happening?"
Wang Mei let out a derisive laugh, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I hardly wish to address you on this matter. It is the collective wish of all the parents in Class 1. They do not wish for you to continue teaching these students." With that, Wang Mei retrieved a printed petition from her drawer and tossed it over. Lin Qingyu picked up the petition and, upon inspecting it, found it densely filled with the parents' handwritten signatures. Instantly, a profound pain surged through her heart, as if countless small blades were cutting into her. All 45 students in the class had their parents' signatures represented. "Lin Qingyu, you have truly brought honor to our school. Such an event has never occurred here before," Wang Mei remarked, tapping her fingers rhythmically on the table, producing a resonant sound. Lin Qingyu felt as though her heart was being twisted in knots. She questioned herself, believing she had done no wrong to her students, and could not fathom why the parents in her class would treat her in such a manner. This was the greatest insult to her profession. It was time to hand over her responsibilities. "Regardless of the bond between the two of you, please remember that this is a workplace. You must adhere to the directives of your superiors. If there are any disagreements, take it up with the principal yourself." With that, Wang Mei waved her hand, signaling Lin Qingyu and Li Jiao to leave. The two exited Wang Mei's office in succession. With reddened eyes, Li Jiao spoke first, "Qingyu, I'm sorry. I didn't wish for this to happen either." Lin Qingyu wore a dark expression and replied succinctly, "It is none of your concern. Let us proceed with the handover." Lin Qingyu recounted the class's materials and each student's circumstances to Li Jiao. Li Jiao, displaying an awkward expression, replied, "Qingyu, you are truly diligent. I feel quite embarrassed. I do not possess such detailed information to share with you." Lin Qingyu offered a resigned smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet she understood that not all educators would take the time to create individual profiles for each student as she had. At that moment, she needed to compose herself, complete the handover of her duties, and bravely step out of the office, all while enduring the peculiar gazes of her colleagues. As soon as she exited, a girl from Class 1 rushed towards her and inadvertently bumped into her. The girl quickly looked up and apologized, "Teacher Lin, I'm so sorry." After a prolonged gaze, the girl continued, "Teacher Lin, is it true what my mother said, that you would seduce students' fathers?" Her words pierced Lin Qingyu's heart like a sharp blade, leaving her momentarily breathless and with tears welling in her eyes. Faced with the expectant gaze of the student, Lin Qingyu felt utterly bewildered. Why? How could such a scandalous accusation arise? What had gone awry? Chapter 29, Accusations and Outrage. Lin Qingyu's strength unleashed. Where exactly had she faltered? Why were these parents so eager to tarnish her reputation in front of their children? Lin Qingyu felt a tumult of emotions, a mixture of frustration and anger, as if her heart could scarcely bear the weight of the moment.
The girl had waited for what seemed an eternity. And a flicker of disappointment ignited in her eyes as she spoke. Teacher Lin, we truly cannot bear to part with you. However, the mothers in our class insist that you must be dismissed. They believe you might entice our fathers away, leaving us without them. So, teacher, will you? Yet. As she uttered these words, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. To Lin's surprise, the girl managed a rare smile. I knew you wouldn't. Her expression conveyed a belief that maintaining faith in their teacher was far more significant than the question of whether the teacher could continue to instruct them. Lin Qingyu understood this sentiment all too well. In her own childhood, she had once viewed her father as a hero, a towering figure upon whom she could rely. However, after enduring a series of disappointments, that conviction crumbled. The sensation of such a collapse of faith was, indeed, far more terrifying than the notion of losing something tangible. Lin Qingyu was unwilling to let her children down. Though switching classes was a trivial matter, she could not allow her children to lose faith. Nor could she suffer unwarranted slander. Just as she turned around, before she could fully comprehend the situation, a sudden gust swept past her, followed by a resounding slap that descended inexplicably. Her eardrums buzzed, and she could vaguely hear the sharp voice of the woman before her. You wretched woman! How dare you seduce my husband? Dream on if you think you can be Rue's stepmother. The slap was not merely a blow. It struck at Lin Qingyu's very confidence. Gao Rue's mother, clutching her stinging cheek, looked at Lin Qingyu in disbelief. You hit me. How dare you strike me? Do you realize my husband is a department head? After uttering this, Gao Rue's mother seemed to recall something, her finger accusingly pointed at Lin Qingyu as she shrieked, Oh! You vixen! You've ensnared my husband, haven't you? You intend to replace me, is that it? You shameless creature, preying on the parents of students. Before she could finish her tirade, Lin Qingyu fiercely seized Gao Rue's mother's wrist. The intensity of her grip was strikingly at odds with her outwardly delicate demeanor, startling even Gao Rue's mother. Ms. Wu. I never intended to be Gao Rue's stepmother. I am already married, and I have a husband whom I love dearly. Please cease this incessant defamation. Otherwise, I shall pursue legal action for your slander. With that, Lin Qingyu released Gao Rue's mother's hand. Ms. Wu? You vixen! How can you claim you aren't attempting to seduce my husband? Let me clarify, my husband and I are in a false divorce. A false divorce. You shall address me as Mrs. Gao. If you wish to enter the Gao family, let me assure you, it will never happen. Moreover, I shall take legal action against you. How dare you, as a teacher, lay hands on a parent in school? Lin Qingyu scoffed, displaying no hint of panic. Teacher? Ultimately, a teacher is merely human. Does a teacher not possess emotions, feelings, allowing you to slander and humiliate their dignity without consequence? Ms. Wu. Let us not forget that you initiated this altercation. Should you choose to involve the authorities, I am unperturbed. Address me as Mrs. Gao. Madame Gao's face contorted with rage, her agitation escalating as she reached out to grasp Lin Qingyu's hair. At that moment, Chen Niannian, rushing from the staircase, intervened, deftly seizing Madame Gao's wrist and pushing her aside. What are you shouting about? Does yelling resolve anything? Surely you have some awareness of the character of your ex-husband. Is it amusing to trouble our teacher here? Moreover, what evidence do you possess to defame our school's educator? Evidence? Every parent in Class 1 has received the proof. The evidence is that Lin Qingyu lured my husband to her home under the pretense of discussing our child's academic issues, attempting to seduce him. Even her maid has corroborated this, and the recording has been distributed to every parent in Class 1. Madame Gao, intent on further confrontation, was met with Chen Niannian's raised fist as she warned, let us speak civilly, should you resort to violence, I will not be intimidated. I am a descendant of the Chen family's martial arts for 18 generations. Madame Gao's expression stiffened, recognizing she had encountered formidable resistance. Unable to pursue her aggression, she feigned distress. Oh, my head. It hurts terribly. I must have suffered a concussion from your actions. Just wait. I shall report the principal. I will ensure that you, this teacher, are dismissed. With that declaration, Madame Gao departed.
Lin Qingyu had more to say, but Chen Niannian interrupted her.
Ignore her. She is merely putting on a facade.
She is just looking for an excuse to retreat.
I won't say much more, I was just in class. I must hurry down now. Don't overthink it, I will come find you after my class.
Lin Qingyu gazed at Chen Niannian's swiftly retreating figure,
a warmth blossoming in her heart. Servants' recordings, what do these truly signify?
Before she could ponder further, upon reaching the threshold of the office, she distinctly overheard voices within discussing her. To her astonishment, despite Lin Qingyu's seemingly lofty demeanor, she had clandestinely entangled herself with Director Gao.
Could it be mere gossip? Wasn't she said to be married?
The version I heard was that she seduced Director Gao prior to her marriage, and succeeded.
To conceal their affair,
she had resorted to a sham marriage with a disabled husband.
Good heavens, how outrageous! What a misfortune for her disabled spouse. You think so? He was well aware. Moreover, it was precisely because he accepted benefits from Director Gao that he agreed to this facade of a marriage. That kind of wheelchair-bound individual would hardly find a wife anyway. Indeed, do you not recall?
The last time she mentioned a visit to her home, it terrified her into silence. The male and female colleagues engaged in animated discussions, oblivious to the fact that every word fell upon Lin Qingyu's ears.
A sharp crack echoed.
Lin Qingyu pushed open the door to her office and strode in with confidence.
Her posture was upright,
and a subtle smile graced her lips as she boldly regarded a group of gossipers.
Having worked together for a year,
I presumed that you all would have developed an appreciation for my beauty, she remarked.
With looks such as mine, even had I not encountered my current husband, I ought not to settle for a man nearing 50, especially one with a child, don't you think? The group, caught in their gossip,
suddenly found themselves in an uncomfortable predicament, their faces betraying a hint of embarrassment as they awkwardly responded, "Indeed, indeed."
Lin Qingyu approached her seat, smiling gently as she glanced at her gossiping colleagues.
As educators, we ought to engage in idle chatter with a modicum of discernment, maintaining our own fundamental logical judgments.
Wouldn't you agree?
Several colleagues wore expressions of discomfort. One quickly fabricated an excuse and made a hasty retreat to the restroom.
After all, the situation had become exceedingly awkward. As soon as Lin Qingyu settled down, a call from Lu Minghua came in.
Lin Qingyu's eyes darkened as she contemplated how this former mother-in-law truly had a knack for seeking her discomfort. She rose and made her way to the balcony,
unperturbed by the prospect of answering the call.
Chapter 30, Accidental Dialing. Lin Qingyu misdials an ex's number as soon as the call connected. Lu Minghua's smug voice resonated on the other end.
Lin Qingyu, how are you? Not feeling well today, I presume? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu's expression changed dramatically.
She had initially believed that Lu Minghua had called her today merely to vent his displeasure after losing face at the entrance of death.One yesterday.
However,
this statement seemed to imply that she was somehow connected to the events that transpired earlier that morning.
Lin Qingyu calmly probed, Lu Minghua, what do you mean? A delightful chuckle echoed from the other end of the phone, what do you mean? Do you still not understand? Lin Qingyu, you will never rise above me. Did you think you won yesterday at the gate of death.One?
Today, I shall reveal to you the depths of my suffering from yesterday,
and I will return it to you tenfold. Indeed, the matters in the parent group are tied to you. Lu Minghua, you truly are shameless. Lin Qingyu's anger flared instantly. Ha ha ha.
Being called shameless does not embarrass Lu Minghua, instead, it brings her joy.
Do you remember what I said to you in the restroom?
I can ruin you, and before Lu Yan arrives, I will ensure you become a thoroughly disgraced woman, reviled wherever you go in Jiangchang. From being the top educator to being scorned as a filthy woman, you must truly savor that experience.
You will not succeed.
Lin Qingyu's beautiful eyes brimmed with fury as she declared with utmost conviction, Lu Minghua, remember this, I will not lose.
And my husband will not allow me to lose. Oh, is that so? You are relying on a crippled man in a wheelchair? Lin Qingyu, let me tell you the truth.
Before I push you onto the third party, I have already devised a plan.
Once you uncover the truth,
you will surely seek revenge against me. Thus, I must ensure you are pushed towards someone who will never regain their footing in life. Saying this, Lu Minghua laughed heartily. Moreover, once you are branded as someone who entices the parents of students, I cannot believe you will still manage to survive in school. You will endure the scorn of others, and ultimately, the rumors will escalate, leading you to a point where you cannot bear it any longer and will have to resign. I will not do as you wish, I will never resign. Lu Minghua, widen your eyes and watch closely as I turn the tables.
With that, Lin Qingyu furiously hung up the phone. In her haste, she pressed the buttons repeatedly, inadvertently dialing all the contacts in her group. Once the call went through, Lin Qingyu's pupils dilated in shock. How did she call Lu Yan? She raised her hand to hang up, but her anger prevailed. For a fleeting moment, she contemplated confronting Lu Yan, questioning whether he was aware of how shameless and malicious his mother was. But in the next instant, she realized she could no longer maintain any connection with Lu Yan. She was now the wife of Lu Sun, and for whatever reason, she could not continue entangled with her ex. Since it was merely a misdial, she should hang up. However, to her surprise, just as she was about to disconnect, the call was already connected. Lin Qingyu felt an immediate surge of anxiety, her heart racing uncontrollably. She could distinctly sense it pounding against her ribs, as if attempting to escape. In the next moment, the familiar voice of her junior sister echoed from the other end of the phone. It's fine. I dialed the wrong number. However, at the instant she hung up, the tears that had lingered at the corners of her eyes finally coalesced into droplets, cascading down her cheeks. This junior sister had become the final straw that broke her emotional resilience. Deep down, she understood that she had neither the reason nor the right to blame Lu Yan. Yet, resentment festered within her. 3 years of feelings. Every time she needed Lu Yan, he was perpetually absent. Whenever matters of archaeology arose, it was as if he had lost his soul, disregarding everything, leaving her with a mother of such caliber, creating an overwhelming mess, all while remaining blissfully ignorant. Just a moment ago, had she heard Lu Yan's consistently gentle voice asking her, "Ayu, what's wrong?" she would not have felt such bitterness. Lin Qingyu's emotions unraveled, prompting her to dash out of the school. She hailed a taxi and provided the location of a small company, intent on seeking out Lu Sun. It was rumored that after being ousted from the board, Lu Sun was left managing a modest enterprise. He had shared the address of this small firm with her, assuring her that she could find him there at any time. As the scenery outside the car window whizzed by, drawing her closer to Lu Sun's company, Lin Qingyu felt an increasing sense of anxiety and restlessness. A sudden impulse surged within her, a yearning to see him, to throw herself into his embrace, to attempt to weep and plead. Sharing with him the burdens of her day, the difficulties she faced, the grievances she harbored, and the unhappiness that enveloped her. She longed to discover if, as Lu Sun had claimed, there truly existed someone in this world whom she could trust, someone who could serve as her support, even if merely on an emotional level. Once she regained her composure, she called the academic affairs director to request a leave of absence, and feeling uneasy, instructed Chen Mianmian to draft a leave note for her submission. At that moment, the taxi arrived at a decrepit office building. "Miss, we have arrived," the driver announced. Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Quickly grabbing her bag and alighting from the vehicle, she made her way into the office building. It was a dilapidated structure, devoid of employees, with the office cubicles standing eerily vacant. Lin Qingyu felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, regretting her impulsive decision to seek out Lu Sun. Her husband was currently in a precarious situation. Her reckless arrival could only serve to exacerbate his troubles. As she approached the door to the CEO's office, she hesitated, hand poised to knock. Throughout her life, she had been the child cursed by her family, seldom encountering any strokes of good fortune. At that moment, uncertainty gripped her. She was deeply afraid that her unannounced visit would disturb Lu Sun, and that upon opening the door, she might witness something she ought not to see. Could it be that the gentle and considerate husband she cherished was merely a facade? Lin Qingyu found herself on the brink of despair, unable to endure another blow. Should Lu Sun disappoint her, she would feel as though the entire world had crumbled around her. At this moment, Lin Qingyu began to comprehend the reason behind her longing for Lu Sun. The moment she overheard her junior, Lu Yan, speaking to him on the phone, a sense of betrayal washed over her, compelling her to seek Lu Sun out. She yearned for his warm embrace,
A reassurance that she was still deserving of love in this vast world, a reminder that she was not entirely alone. Lu Sun represented her final glimmer of hope.
Lin Qingyu took a deep breath and knocked on the door. A man's voice, not that of Lu Sun, responded from within. "Come in. It should be old Yuan."
To her astonishment, Lu Sun was still standing there, the wheelchair positioned quite far away.
Chapter 31, Danger.
The standing third masteress warning Duan Xiaobai, with a stiff resolve.
Pointed at him, "Haha, your wife is here. Today, I'll let her witness your cowardice.
If you don't hand over the company and repay your debts today,
I will kick you 2 more times next time." "Lu Sun, do you really think you are still the old third master Lu?"
Just as Lu Sun was about to rise, hearing the word wife made him collapse onto the ground. At that moment, Lin Qingyu, who had come bearing gifts to curry favor with his sister's husband, witnessed the scene and burst into laughter.
"I told you, how could Lin Qingyu, the harbinger of misfortune,
possibly have such good fortune to marry Third Master Lu? It turns out that Third Master Lu is merely a shadow of his former self,"
he continued,
pointing at the empty office outside, shaking his head as he looked at Lin Qingyu.
"See, you are indeed a harbinger of misfortune.
Anyone associated with you will lead a life of hardship. Only an idiot like my former father-in-law would believe that the Third Master Lu is still the same as before."
"Get lost, Lin Qingyu. Get out of my sight."
Lin Qingyu blared at him fiercely. Lin Qingyu raised the gift in his hand. A scornful smile gracing his lips. "If you do not bid me farewell, I shall take my leave regardless. Such trifles do not merit a gift."
With that,
Lin Qingyu turned on his heel and departed.
Upon their encounter, both were momentarily taken aback.
Zhou Nan was the first to recover, and without a word,
he struck Lin Qingyu with a flurry of blows. Lin Qingyu lay on the ground, wailing, "Why are you hitting me?"
After uttering these words,
Zhou Nan lifted his head and ascended the stairs.
Lin Qingyu,
on the other side. "May I inquire how much my husband owes you?"
"We will find a way to repay it."
Duan Xiaobai pretended to glance at his phone and shook his trembling leg. "Very well, it's nothing. I shall take my leave now."
Just as he stepped outside, he sent a message to old Yuan, signaling him not to come. That couple was likely engrossed in their own affection. On the way, he continuously pondered whether that kick had been too forceful. Would it cause significant pain? Given Lu Sun's petty nature, should he consider purchasing a plane ticket for an overseas escape? However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the idea. After all, he was merely aiding Lu San in maintaining his persona. Lu San would be grateful to him.
Meanwhile, in the office, Zhou Nan resolved the issue and promptly cleared a private space for the couple.
Lin Qingyu glanced at Lu Sun's leg with concern.
"Does it hurt?"
"I'm fine," Lu Sun replied, clearing his throat softly. Lin Qingyu hurriedly poured him a cup of warm water, saying, "Please have a sip of this hot water first."
However, upon seeing Lu Sun drink the warm water, Lin Qingyu still felt uneasy.
"There is no one here, perhaps you should take off your pants. I need to see if I should go buy you some medicine." Witnessing Lin Qingyu's anxious demeanor, Lu Sun felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that he should not have deceived her in this manner. Suddenly, vivid images flashed through Lin Qingyu's mind, causing her cheeks to flush.
Lu Sun,
oblivious to her unusual reaction, wheeled himself over and, with a gentle push, positioned himself beside the tea table before settling onto the sofa.
Once seated, he beckoned Lin Qingyu to approach him.
Lin Qingyu obediently approached and, as she settled beside Lu Sun, he enveloped her in a tight embrace.
"Tell me, what grievances have you endured?"
Just those few words left Lin Qingyu momentarily stunned. How could Lu Sun possibly know of her troubles outside? "You suddenly rushed over. What has distressed you?
Share it with me, won't you?"
The man's voice, warm as a gentle mountain breeze, lingered in her ears, prompting Lin Qingyu to finally release her pent-up emotions in tears. She uttered not a word, merely weeping profusely. Initially, her cries were loud and tremulous, as though she sought to expel all her hidden grievances. Yet as time passed, her sobs softened, resembling the faint whimpers of a kitten,
perhaps worn out from the outpouring of emotion.
Lu Sun, listening with a heavy heart, patiently comforted her by gently patting her back.
Once her emotions began to stabilize, He softly inquired, "May I now know what transpired?"
Lin Qingyu gently extricated herself from Lu Sun's embrace, wiping away her tears and forcing a smile.
"I'm fine now. I feel much better after crying.
It's just some matters in class, nothing I can't handle."
As she spoke, Lin Qingyu, displaying her understanding, grasped Lu Sun's hand in return.
"As for your troubles, I regret that I couldn't assist you. I truly apologize. I shouldn't have been so willful, running over here just because I felt a bit wronged. No, you possess the right to be willful, for you are my wife.
You needn't always be so considerate. Moreover,
the fact that you sought me out when you felt wronged brings me immense joy. Come, share your thoughts with me, even if I cannot resolve your issues.
At the very least, I can be your confidant." Lin Qingyu remained in hesitation, yet Lu Sun added, "Ayu, we are husband and wife.
I hope you can be candid with me, rather than resolving everything behind my back." Lin Qingyu nodded slightly and recounted the general course of events. The more Lu Sun listened, the darker his expression became, his hand nearly crushing the armrest of the leather sofa.
In the next moment,
Lu Sun drew Lin Qingyu into his embrace once more, gently caressing the back of her head to shield her from the murderous rage etched on his face. "You have suffered injustice." Those 5 simple words brought a satisfied smile to Lin Qingyu's lips. She reached out behind Lu Sun, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. At that moment, she found herself yearning for the warmth and tenderness he offered. In truth, her desires were modest. She simply wished for someone to affirm her feelings instead of constantly casting blame upon her. Ultimately, the roots of her turmoil lay in her upbringing. Having faced relentless criticism and curses that instilled in her a profound sense of insecurity. After a considerable pause, Lu Sun finally inquired, "Ayu, when you arrived,
did you ever consider what you might need me to do for you?"
Lin Qingyu gently shook her head, expressing her contentment with the simple act of being embraced.
Lu Sun slightly pulled Lin Qingyu away, his demeanor turning serious as he inquired, "Have you given this matter further thought? What do you intend to do? Is there any way I can assist you?
Please share your thoughts, and I shall see how I might be of help."
Lu Sun understood that Lin Qingyu was not a caged canary.
While she may feel momentarily overwhelmed and distressed, this state would be fleeting, once she regained her composure. She would formulate her own plans. He recognized that he could not make decisions on her behalf but rather aimed to support her growth while respecting her autonomy. Of course, should Lin Qingyu falter in her resolve, he would discreetly lend a hand from the shadows. Lin Qingyu comprehended the implications of Lu Sun's words and, after a moment of reflection, sought to ascertain precisely what content the parents of Class 1 had received in the video. No sooner had her thoughts settled than her phone emitted a notification sound. Lin Qingyu instinctively unlocked her phone and saw a video and voice message sent by Chen Niannian.
"Ayu, I am nearly beside myself with anger.
I reached out to a few familiar parents and managed to obtain the video. Take a look."
Upon opening the video,
she could vaguely discern the background of the Lin family's villa entrance.
A maid from the Lin family, known as Aunt Zhu, stood to the side,
engaged in conversation with another woman whose features were indistinguishable. The quality of the video was poor, and with the darkness of the night, it appeared to be clandestinely recorded, thus lending it an air of authenticity.
The woman exclaimed in disbelief, "Is everything you say true?" Aunt Zhu replied with unwavering certainty, "Absolutely true. I happened to be cleaning on the 2nd floor that day."
Just look at Lin Qingyu, seemingly respectable and even teaching at a prestigious school.
How could she possibly engage in such behavior?
The woman concurred, indeed.
But how did she manage to deceive that high-ranking official?
Aunt Zhu scoffed dismissively. What else could it be? She simply claimed there were issues concerning students that required discussion. I distinctly heard that high officials say, since it's about the children,
let us talk in the living room.
Then Lin Qingyu suggested that the children's files were in her room and invited him to look there. Once inside, she seduced him. While I was dusting the handrail on the 2nd floor, I even heard the high official exclaim, "You can't do this.
Teacher Lin, you should maintain your dignity." Chapter 32, The Filth of the Internet. The woman gasped, "Oh my, is this truly happening?" Aunt Zhu nodded, "How could it be false?
I heard it with my own ears." That high-ranking official was unwilling to succumb to her advances. She then turned the tables, accusing him of wanting her, even striking him on the head with a vase to coerce him, threatening to report him otherwise.
Ultimately, the high official had no choice but to yield. The woman spat to the side. This is utterly disgusting. I never would have imagined that Lin Qingyu, who appears so proper, could be so cunning behind closed doors. Anju replied, indeed. I heard that the young master of the Lu family had been delaying marriage with her for 3 years. Seeing her hopes of entering a wealthy family dashed, she quickly sought out a high official, aiming to become the official's wife. The woman shuddered. If my child were to attend a class taught by such a vixen, I would rather transfer them to another class or even another school. Such a person would undoubtedly disrupt the families of the students. The video abruptly ended, leaving Lin Qingyu seething with rage. She recognized Anju, who had worked in her household for several years and always addressed her as Mississippi. The incessant repetition of Lin Qingyu's name throughout the video was clearly intentional. Though it appeared to be a covert recording, it was evident that someone had provided these two women with a script, instructing them to speak accordingly. Every utterance was laden with manipulation. Particularly the final remark, which was nothing short of inciting the parents of students to demand a class transfer. What infuriated Lin Qingyu even more was that the high official had clearly attempted to assault her, yet the narrative was twisted to portray him as noble and steadfast, while she was depicted as the seducer who resorted to violence when spurned. How could the creator of this video be so shameless? Not only Lin Qingyu, but even Lu Sun was seething with rage, wishing he could scatter the ashes of the mastermind behind this scheme into the sea. After Lin Qingyu calmed her emotions, she spoke with composure. I believe Anju is no longer at our home, she must be hiding. My dear, I need your assistance in uncovering who sent such a video to the parents' emails. If we can identify this person, I intend to report them to the authorities. Understood, Lu Sun replied. Additionally, we must locate the individual who filmed the video. Lu Minghua just called me, bluntly stating his intention to ruin me. However, I suspect that there is more than just Lu Minghua involved in this matter. If possible, could you help me investigate? I wish to sue them for defamation. Certainly. I will reach out to some former acquaintances to assist in your inquiry. Thank you, my love. No sooner had her words faded than Lin Qingyu's phone began to ring. It was Song Jiahe, Lin Jejun's former fiancé. He arranged to meet her at a nearby CAF. Lin Qingyu noticed that the location was not far and readily agreed. Lu Sun, concerned for her safety, opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, Lin Qingyu gently patted him on the shoulder. Rest assured. I am not a parasitic plant, I am not so fragile. I can handle this. Moreover, Miss Song has shown me no hostility thus far. Lu Sun nodded, ultimately deciding to have Zhou Nan discreetly protect her. Once Lin Qingyu departed the office, the atmosphere around Lu Sun grew noticeably colder. His long, sharp eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses glinted with an icy, menacing chill. Lin Qingyu exited the office building and made her way directly to the CAF across the street. Before long, Song Jiahe appeared. She glanced at Lin Qingyu and said, I am aware of the matters concerning the school. Are you doing all right, Ayu? Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating that Song Jiahe might confront her due to the separation from Lin Jejun. Yet she had not anticipated that Song would express concern for her. To be frank, it is unfortunate and rather helpless, but I shall find a way to resolve it. Song Jiahe nodded in agreement. Your reaction is quite unexpected. However, Ayu, the situation may be worse than you imagine. I have faith in your character. And I also believe that the incident involving Director Gao is certainly not as it appears in the video, yet the online community remains skeptical. Online? Lin Qingyu furrowed her brow. Song Jiahe affirmed, precisely as you suspect. Some parents have uploaded the video onto the internet, and it is now spreading like wildfire. Coupled with the earlier incident of you displacing the second contender in the voting for the outstanding teacher in your district, the entire online discourse is rife with slander. There are accusations that you manipulated Director Gao to secure votes for yourself, and others insinuate that you are involved with numerous men behind the scenes. In summary, the remarks are quite disparaging. Lin Qingyu's expression darkened. She had previously harbored reservations about being an internet celebrity teacher. Yet she never anticipated that it would become entangled with such matters. She opened her phone and, as expected, discovered several online links sent by Chen Niannian. The comments beneath those links were overwhelmingly derogatory towards her. Such an exceptional teacher is simply unbearable. If my child were in her class, I would immediately transfer. I heard she was moved from the top class to the very last class in the grade. Isn't that going to ruin the 8th class for the boys' parents? I suggest revoking this female teacher's qualification for the Excellence Award. Disgusting, a disgrace among educators, she should be expelled from the campus. Indeed. Do not tarnish the purity of our educational grounds. Vile woman. Hurry and die. Such a mistress deserves to meet a fatal accident. Lin Qingyu took a deep breath to calm her emotions. She anticipated that the online comments would be harsh, yet she did not expect them to be this vitriolic. Ayu. Join my prestigious tutoring center. Song Jiahe extended an olive branch. In this situation, it will be quite challenging for you at your school. Even if you defend yourself. What difference does it make? Historically, very few women have managed to cleanse themselves of the filth that others have cast upon them. The words spoken behind your back can pierce your heart like daggers. Join your tutoring center? Lin Qingyu furrowed her brow slightly. She had heard of Song Jiahe's privately run tutoring center before. Furthermore, Song Jiahe had sought her counsel on several matters in private. She also recalled hearing parents mention that this prestigious tutoring center was exorbitantly priced, yet entry was exceedingly difficult, with tickets being hard to come by. Many had to rely on connections to secure admission to this esteemed institution. Indeed, our prestigious tutoring center is currently one of the top elite tutoring establishments in Zhangchang. Song Jiahe declared with great pride. She had long recognized the potential within the educational sector, establishing this private tutoring center 3 years ago. And swiftly making a name for herself, becoming the exclusive tutoring service for the affluent elite. Lin Qingyu hesitated as she looked towards Song Jiahe. Are you certain you wish to invite me to your tutoring center? Regarding Lin Jiajun. Before she could finish her sentence, Song Jiahe interjected, as for Lin Jiajun, I have not given it much thought. To be frank, I harbor no feelings for your third brother. However, during my interactions with Lin Jiajun, he did not provide me with any grounds for criticism. At times, I pondered whether I might simply settle for a life like that. Yet, I am profoundly grateful to you, regardless of your motivations, you unveiled his true nature to me. The thought of nearly spending my life with such a man sends shivers down my spine. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. A woman who marries the wrong man may pay a lifelong price. Therefore, I thank you, and I genuinely appreciate your talents. Which is why I extend this invitation to you. It is certainly not an act of revenge. As Lin Qingyu hesitated, the phone of Director Wang Mei rang. As soon as the call connected, a sharp reprimand ensued. Lin Qingyu, where are you? How dare you skip work? Do you understand the severe repercussions of your actions? As a teacher, you cannot simply evade your responsibilities due to a fleeting emotion. After a moment of silence, Wang Mei sought to salvage the situation, adding, Please inform me next time. Understood, Director Wang, Lin Qingyu replied before hanging up the phone. Song Jiahe shrugged at her, saying, You see, this is your current predicament. Consider this, come and assist me. The salary will be 5 times what you currently earn. And this is merely the beginning, substantial bonuses will follow. 5 times? Indeed. Song Jiahe nodded affirmatively. Lin Qingyu glanced at her phone, hesitated for a moment, and when she lifted her gaze again, she had made up her mind. Her eyes filled with determination. Chapter 33, Not hard, but destined to suffer. Before Lin Qingyu could utter a word, a woman rushed over, clutching a cup of scalding coffee. Be careful. Song Jiahe gasped, instinctively reaching for the menu to shield herself from the impending spill. However, before she could react, Zhou Nine swiftly subdued the woman, pinning her to the ground. The woman, caught by the nape of her neck, struggled helplessly as she was held down with one hand. Let me go. I want to douse that vixen. I want to destroy that vixen. It is shameless individuals like her that caused my boyfriend to break up with me. As her voice echoed through the CAF, all eyes turned toward the scene, with some patrons even raising their phones to capture the unfolding drama on video. Lin Qingyu stood tall, her demeanor unruffled, exhibiting not a trace of embarrassment. She directed her gaze towards the woman on the ground and spoke with a stern and resolute tone, Miss, I implore you to cease your slander against me. I have never been a mistress. You haven't. You haven't. Then why do such claims circulate online? You shameless wretch. Lin Qingyu's smile dimmed slightly at the corners of her mouth. Is everything said online necessarily true? Can you guarantee that the video circulating on the internet wasn't concocted by someone with ill intentions? To heed every rumor without discernment. Such a person is bound to face the repercussions of their actions. The woman on the ground paled at her words. What do you intend to do? Call the police. Lin Qingyu casually uttered 2 words, her gaze unwaveringly resolute. The internet is rife with rumors. If everyone were to heed the inflammatory nature of these rumors to harm others, societal order would undoubtedly descend into chaos. An adult should possess the fundamental ability to judge situations. Individuals like you, who impulsively vent emotions and deliberately inflict harm upon others, infringing upon their rights, will inevitably face the penalties dictated by law. The restrained woman, indignant, continued to struggle. Is this trivial matter truly worth involving the police? You're wasting their resources. Yet. Have you ever considered that if that scalding cup of coffee were to be thrown in my face, resulting in disfigurement, what then? That coffee wasn't that hot. I tested it. You are exaggerating a minor issue. The more she spoke, the more frantic her voice became. In truth, she had never tested the coffee and was oblivious to its actual temperature. At this moment, a sense of dread began to creep in. Should the woman before her truly be disfigured, her wealth would not suffice to compensate for such a loss. The woman who had thrown the coffee felt a twinge of regret, lamenting her impulsiveness. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu's expression grew increasingly frigid. Indeed, from the perspective of you aggressors, sending a floral wreath seems inconsequential. After all, you did not directly harm that individual. A few disparaging comments online are merely words. Splattering a cup of coffee is just about publicly embarrassing the other person, with no intention of causing disfigurement. Why, then, do we victims refuse to relent? The aggressor can never truly comprehend the anguish inflicted upon the victim through words or certain actions. Upon hearing this, the woman on the ground felt a chill, as if countless slaps were landing upon her face. After a prolonged silence, she awkwardly muttered an apology. I'm sorry, I was cheated on and felt miserable, which led me to vent my frustrations on you. This was my fault. Could you possibly refrain from involving the police? Absolutely not. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions, including those who spread rumors online. With that declaration, Lin Qingyu, in full view of those recording the incident, dialed the police, succinctly recounting the events. Before long, law enforcement arrived and escorted the disruptive woman away. Accompanied by Zhou Nan, Lin Qingyu went to the police station to provide a statement and assist in the investigation. Before leaving, she gazed earnestly at Song Jiahe. Miss Song, I am truly grateful for your invitation. Your proposal sounds remarkably enticing. However, I believe that retreating in the face of adversity and seeking refuge elsewhere, pretending that the situation does not exist, will only hinder me from overcoming my inner turmoil. Therefore, Miss Song, I must regretfully decline your offer to join your tutoring center for the time being. Should I eventually decide to leave school, we may consider collaborating then. Very well. But please refrain from calling me Miss Song. When we meet next, simply refer to me as Jiahe. Lin Qingyu nodded and got into Zhou Nan's car. As the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the police station, Lin Qingyu noticed another familiar car. It belonged to the old residence. Her brows furrowed slightly as she observed the driver opening the car door and pushing Lu Sun out. Lin Qingyu was taken aback. What brings you here? Lu Sun grasped her hand and responded earnestly, My wife is at the police station, how could I not come? Lin Qingyu chuckled, but there is still Zhou Nan. Isn't there? Zhou Nan is Zhou Nan, and I am myself. Can they be the same? Lu Sun's voice brimmed with irritation. Lin Qingyu felt as if her heart was filled to the brim. All right, if you like it, then come. I fear it may cause you trouble. Your matters will never be a bother to me. Throughout the day, her emotions had fluctuated like a roller coaster, leaving her somewhat fatigued. She collapsed onto her soft bed and quickly fell into a comfortable slumber. Old Yuan, save me. What happened? The man on the other end of the phone spoke with a steady tone.
That scoundrel Lu San actually sent the general to my home. Duan Xiaobai clung desperately to the sturdy trunk of a tree, watching the ferocious Tibetan mastiff on the ground, his heart trembling with fear.
Who was unaware that Lu San's general was the fiercest creature in all of Jiancheng? Moreover, it was known to be loyal to its master, refusing any treats offered by the old butler.
I cannot assist you with this, Yuan Shen replied coolly.
Furthermore, how did you offend Lu San? As far as I know, he hasn't released the general in a long time.
I merely kicked him, causing him to kneel.
Just that? Yuan Shen remarked with a hint of amusement before hanging up. Duan Xiaobai, Lu San, what do you mean? You are burning bridges. Do you believe I won't tell sister-in-law that your leg is fine? You are deceiving her.
You dare.
I know. Duan Xiaobai felt wronged to the point of tears. You know how urgent the situation was back then. I don't care. Duan Xiaobai's lips twitched as he retorted, then. What if I hadn't acted just now? What if I had watched you fall? Then you would be doomed. If I am unhappy, you shall not find peace either. Duan Xiaobai, it's just a bit of trouble for you to stay in the tree a while longer. Tomorrow morning, I will send Zhou Nan to retrieve the general. Duan Xiaobai instantly felt disheartened, not troublesome, but a hardship. Lu Sun hung up the phone, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. His heart felt lighter. In the next moment, Zhou Nan's call came through. Third Master, Director Gao wishes to speak with you. Very well. Almost instantly, Lu Sun's expression darkened as he ground his teeth. In the hospital room, upon seeing Lu Sun, Director Gao instinctively recoiled towards the bed, pointing at him. You. Stay there, don't come any closer. Spare the pleasantries. Speak, what do you want? I wish to make a deal with you. Director Gao shrank back in fear. I mean no harm, I only seek self-preservation. Self-preservation? You slandered my wife? I thought you wanted to die more swiftly. Lu Sun's tone was chilling, making Director Gao feel as if a sharpened knife was lightly grazing his neck, causing him to shudder in fright. I know you are investigating my accounts. In any case, the situation is as it is. I can issue a statement claiming it was all a misunderstanding. Lin Qingyu is innocent. But the prerequisite is, you must let me go. Do not report me. Oh? Is this your so-called deal? Lu Sun's eyes glimmered with disdain. Yes. Director Gao replied, his corpulent frame shifting as he instinctively grabbed the lamp beside the bed for self-defense. Let me tell you, this woman's reputation has been tarnished. No matter how you cleanse yourself, it will be futile. Do not underestimate these rumors. Historically, many women have succumbed to such slanders and jumped into rivers. Lu Sun's expression turned icy as his voice emerged almost through clenched teeth. That is others. My wife is not such a person. You exploited the psychology of women to set this trap? Director Gao did not directly acknowledge it. Regardless, believe what you want. This matter requires the involved parties to clarify. As long as I am willing to come forward, along with that maid admitting she spoke out for attention, this will all pass. Currently, that maid is with me. You cannot find her. Only by making a deal with me can you locate her. Then go ahead and try. Lu Sun's gaze was cold as he stated. There is no one in this world I cannot find. With that, he raised his hand, signaling Zhou Nan to push him away. His patience had run thin. He no longer wished to converse with a fool. Seeing Lu Sun about to leave, Director Gao panicked. Wait, don't go. We can still negotiate. How about this? I will clear Lin Qingyu's name and give you 5 million. You let me go. Lu Sun remained unresponsive, his expression indifferent. As if the 5 million was mere pocket change. 10 million. It cannot be any less. As long as you do not send me to prison, I will give you all my wealth. In a rush, Director Gao jumped from the bed, blocking Lu Sun's path. Lu Sun regarded him as one would a deceased person. I do not lack money. I am quite reasonable, as long as you do not cross my bottom line. Everything is negotiable. However, my wife is my bottom line. Not even 1 billion would suffice. At this, Director Gao, terrified, knelt before him.
Although Lin Jejun claimed Lu Sun lacked the capital to be formidable, the innate aura of a leader still sent shivers down his spine. He swallowed hard and hastily pleaded, "Third master, it was my folly, I was deceived by that woman's words."
Woman? Director Gao quickly recounted the phone call.
Upon hearing the entire account and correlating it with the timing of the call, Lu Sun understood the intentions behind it. It was indeed a scheme thought up by his second sister-in-law.
Lu Sun ceased to acknowledge the kneeling Director Gao and directed Zhou Nan to push him away. Halfway.
Lu Sun's eyes darkened as he spoke. "Zhou Nan, it seems my sister-in-law has about 10 million out on high-interest loans."
Understood. Take down that private lending company.
Lu Sun's lips curled into a seemingly harmless smile.
All right. Zhou Nan responded, taking action. In less than half an hour, Zhou Nan reported that the lending company had been shut down. Lu Sun nodded in satisfaction and called Lu Minghua.
When Lu Minghua received the call,
she was taken aback. "Oh, third brother, what brings you to call your sister-in-law? Are you seeking mercy, wanting me to spare Lin Qingyu?" After a pause,
she scoffed, "Only you would treasure Lin Qingyu.
The Lin family does not want her, and neither do I. You are merely picking up a daughter-in-law that I cast aside." Before she could finish, Lu Sun interrupted, "Second sister-in-law, are you familiar with the Bailey Company?" Lu Minghua's smile instantly vanished.
This company was a lending venture owned by a distant relative, notorious for its exorbitant interest rates. She would not dare invest in regular companies. Yet she had secretly funneled money into this one due to its familial ties.
Why was Lu Sun suddenly mentioning this company? "Lu Sun, what are you planning?" "To be a good citizen." "A good citizen?" Lu Minghua was utterly perplexed.
Lu Sun chuckled, "I heard that Bailey Company engages in usury."
"As a good citizen, I reported them.
Now the company's executives have been arrested, and their assets are frozen. The 10 million you invested is likely gone."
"Lu Sun, you..."
Lu Minghua was so enraged she could not articulate her thoughts. The mere thought of that 10 million made her heart bleed. "This 10 million serves as a warning to you.
My people are not to be trifled with. Should this occur again, it will not merely be 10 million at stake." After finishing his words, Lu Sun decisively ended the call.
At that moment, Lin Qingyu had just awakened and was met with the sight of Lu Sun's gentle smile,
leaving her perplexed. "What's the matter? Is there good news?" Lu Sun replied with a warm nod, "Yes.
We have tracked down the whereabouts of the servant who framed you. The police should locate her soon."
"Really?"
Lin Qingyu rarely displayed such a content smile.
"If they find Aunt Zhu, it won't be of much consequence.
People online may claim coercion, but if the police locate her and the results are made public,
the impact will undoubtedly be different."
Just then, Chen Mianmian also sent a message to Lin Qingyu. Someone has shared your incident at the CAF this afternoon online. The public's attitude towards you seems to be shifting." Lin Qingyu hastily clicked on the link sent by Chen Mianmian, discovering that the comments below were relatively reasonable. This teacher appears to be quite unperturbed, seemingly contrary to the previous rumors.
Indeed.
Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot afford to be lenient towards such individuals. Online harassment has escalated to offline attacks. No matter how trivial the situation may seem, we must ensure that such people face the consequences of their actions. Let more people see that adults must take responsibility for their actions. I suspect this teacher did not seduce that high-ranking official, otherwise, would she dare to report it? As far as I know, she did report it, requesting the police to investigate those who defamed her online. Currently, the committee overseeing the teachers' competition has stated that the matter is still under investigation and her eligibility for the competition will not be revoked for the time being.
Let us remain rational while observing. Haha, how much has the Lin family benefited from you coming here to whitewash her? She has driven the director's son to the point of leaving home and contemplating suicide. Suicide? Really? This is quite a commotion.
Upon reading these two comments, Lin Qingyu felt a sudden jolt in her heart.
Had Gao Rui taken his own life? In chapter 35, she discovered Gao Rui's shoes by the river. Was he truly dead? In the next moment, a frantic call from Gao Rui's mother pierced through the air. As soon as the line connected, a cacophony of shouts erupted. If anything has happened to Gao Rui, I will not rest until you pay for it with your life. What has happened to Gao Rui?
Lin Qingyu's heart raced as if it would leap from her chest.
He left a letter and ran away from home. Gao Rui's mother was in a state of distress, tears streaming down her face. Lin Qingyu hung up the phone and hurriedly got out of bed. No!
I must go out and search for the child.
Do not worry.
I have asked Zhou to enlist the help of a few old friends, Lu Sun gently reassured her. Lin Qingyu cast him a glance and nodded slightly.
After a brief wash-up, she grabbed her bag and departed. Soon, the news of Gao Rui's disappearance spread like wildfire, trending on local platforms. The entire internet began a synchronized live search for him.
A self-media blogger even claimed to have discovered a pair of shoes by the riverbank, presumably belonging to Gao Rui. Various signs at the scene suggested that he might have tragically taken his own life by jumping into the river.
In an instant, the live broadcast reignited widespread concern for children's safety.
Simultaneously, the online vitriol directed at Lin Qingyu reached unprecedented levels.
Lin Qingyu should die. How can such a person be a teacher?
It's not merely leading students astray, but causing harm.
If that student has indeed committed suicide, I suggest Lin Qingyu should be imprisoned. Exactly. An eye for an eye.
Such a teacher is utterly malicious.
It seems she pressured her son to death in a bid to marry Gao. This way, there would be no one to contest the inheritance. Oh my! This woman is terrifying. We should collectively file a complaint against her in education, ensuring she can never work in any educational institution in Jiangcheng again. All right. Let's do it. Count me in. The online discourse escalated dramatically, with some even declaring that Gao Rui was already dead. There were even netizens initiating candlelight vigils online to mourn Gao Rui.
Lin Qingyu, while searching for Gao Rui, kept a vigilant eye on the trends emerging online,
hoping to discern if any social media outlets had uncovered Gao Rui's whereabouts.
As the rumors circulated among netizens, growing increasingly fantastical, she felt a rising sense of anxiety.
However, she recalled the distinct style of Gao Rui's shoes, which did not match the model reported online. For the time being, Gao Rui should be safe. In total, there were 10 students, including Gao Rui.
Lin Qingyu took a deep breath, compelling herself to regain her composure. She endeavored to contemplate the possible whereabouts of Gao Rui. An exemplary student of both character and academics, Gao Rui was known for his principled nature and typically shunned places like internet cafes.
Suddenly, an image surged into Lin Qingyu's mind, a memory of Gao Rui approaching her with a copy of the Shanhai Jing.
At that time, Gao Rui had expressed that his favorite mythical beast was the Xie, proclaiming it to be the embodiment of fairness and justice. He had inquired, "Teacher, is there a statue of the Xie in Jiangcheng? I find it rather impressive and would love to touch it and take a photo with it."
Indeed.
She recalled visiting the old cultural center as a child, where on the fourth-floor terrace, many cement statues of mythical beasts were displayed, including the Xie.
However,
the old cultural center had since fallen into disrepair, leaving her uncertain of the statue's current existence. The recollection abruptly ceased, and Lin Qingyu's body stiffened.
Yes, Gao Rui might have gone to the old cultural center. Lin Qingyu swiftly flagged down a taxi.
Before she could step inside, several individuals engaged in social media noticed her presence.
Look! Isn't that the female internet celebrity teacher? Indeed, it is.
A group of self-media enthusiasts, armed with smartphones,
surged forward as if they had stumbled upon a treasure trove of traffic. Teacher Lin, may I inquire where you are headed? Teacher Lin, is it true that Gao Rui has died? There are rumors circulating that Gao Rui was dismembered, is this accurate? Teacher Lin, do you feel any guilt regarding Gao Rui? What is the opinion of the Gao Bureau on Gao Rui's disappearance?
The self-media members transformed into journalists, bombarding Lin Qingyu with a barrage of incisive questions. Several microphones nearly collided with her face.
Could you please step aside?
I have matters to attend to, Lin Qingyu implored, distressed by the commotion, attempting to enter the taxi. Yet the self-media contingent clung to her. In the next moment, a woman clad in black athletic wear emerged from a distance, appearing to be around 25 years old.
With strikingly aloof features,
she swiftly cleared a path for the self-media, gesturing to Lin Qingyu, "Hurry and get in the car."
Thank you.
Lin Qingyu nodded appreciatively at her savior before promptly entering the taxi. Some self-media members, witnessing her hurried departure, quickly hailed their own taxis and pursued her. The kind-hearted individual dispatched by Lu Sun to protect Lin Qingyu also followed suit. Soon, Lin Qingyu arrived at the Old Cultural Museum. As she stepped out of the vehicle, she faintly heard the voices of students emanating from the fourth-floor platform, sounding remarkably familiar.
It must be her former students from class.
As Lin Qingyu felt a smile tugging at the corners of her lips, preparing to step into the cultural center, she was suddenly alerted by the sound of car doors closing behind her.
Among the voices, one exclaimed, "Look! There's a student up there. Hurry! Quickly get the equipment and start filming."
Yes, let's go live at once." Lin Qingyu raised her eyes and was nearly struck with terror. 10 students had climbed onto the airborne sculpture of the mythical Siege. The open-air platform on the 4th floor of the Old Cultural Center was adorned with numerous cement sculptures of divine beasts. Yet only the Siege was positioned on a small platform over 10 meters above, seemingly presiding over the other sculptures below.
This small platform was minuscule.
Once the 10 students stood upon it, there was scarcely any room for further movement. At that moment, a voice from a media outlet below shouted, "Children!
Are you contemplating suicide? Have you all agreed to leap together?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu's gaze suddenly ignited with fury as she approached the self-media individual. Her piercing eyes fixed upon him. "Sir, I implore you to cease your utterances.
Are you inciting my students to contemplate suicide?
You have not even ascertained the facts.
So on what basis do you pose such inquiries?
They are all exceptionally talented individuals, and your words serve only to tarnish their reputations. As their teacher, I shall not tolerate anyone maliciously slandering my students." The self-media man, taken aback by her outburst, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, such is the nature of their profession, exaggeration to attract attention. He muttered under his breath, I was merely inquiring. I did not assert that they genuinely wished to end their lives." As his words faded, the students on the small platform began to voice their dissent in unison.
"Do not approach us."
"Yes."
"Do not come near, if you do, we shall leap."
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu's expression darkened abruptly as disbelief washed over her. Casting a glance at the familiar faces of her students, the self-proclaimed media influencer, who had just been confronted, suddenly adopted a more defiant stance.
"Look! They are collectively opting for self-destruction.
It is your failure as a teacher that has led to this. 10 students, 10 precious lives.
When calamity strikes, I shall see how you respond."
Chapter 36, a total of 10 lives. At this moment, the online assault against Lin Qingyu reached its zenith.
10 students. 10 lives. I ask Lin Qingyu, how will she compensate?
Call the police. Hurry, alert the authorities and seek fire rescue. May the heavens protect these students,
ensuring not a single one is lost. It's too perilous. Children, please do not fall.
An increasing number of media representatives arrived at the scene,
broadcasting live to their platforms. 10 children, 10 vibrant lives. What could compel them to converge here in such a tragic manner? What kind of teacher could drive so many beloved children to such despair? I am Huang Devi, urging everyone to follow me.
I will continue to provide high-definition live coverage from the scene.
Lin Qingyu observed the cacophony of self-media, each voice clamoring to report their narratives. Infuriated,
she seized the microphone from the latest speaker and addressed all the self-media outlets with fervor.
Silence. I am the one in charge here. None of my students will perish. I have faith in them. They are all bright, optimistic individuals.
They will not take their own lives.
I reiterate once more, my students will not commit suicide.
Lin Qingyu's voice resonated powerfully, her gaze unwavering, rendering the self-media present momentarily silent with her commanding shout.
At that moment, Gao Rui cautiously approached the position of authority, looking down upon those below. Teacher Lin, if they wish to capture this moment, let them do so.
I owe you an explanation, I owe you fairness.
Gao Rui.
Lin Qingyu raised her eyes to meet his, perceiving that the 10-year-old child seemed to have been thrust into maturity overnight.
Lin Qingyu felt an immediate pang of sorrow. You are all live streamers, aren't you? Come, film me. I am the son of director Gao, my name is Gao Rui. Since you enjoy live streaming, then film me. As his words echoed, Gao Rui's mother and several other parents hurriedly arrived at the scene. Upon spotting Gao Rui standing on the high platform, she was so terrified that her legs turned to jelly. Striving to regain her composure, she softly coaxed, Rui, please don't act rashly. Mother will listen to you. Alright? Please come down for me, boo-hoo. By the end, Gao Rui's mother was in tears. The other parents also attempted to calm their children, urging them not to be impulsive. Gao Rui chuckled, you still do not understand us as well as Teacher Lin does. We would never resort to suicide. We merely wish to express our thoughts. Exactly. Teacher Lin believes in us, and we cannot commit any foolish acts that would disappoint her. We simply want you adults, and those ignorant people online, to hear our voices as children. Gao Rui raised his hand, and the others gradually quieted down. He looked down at the cameras pointed at him and said, let me go first. Teacher Lin, I truly admire you. You are the best teacher I have ever encountered. You have introduced me to a wealth of fascinating knowledge that cannot be found in textbooks. I adore mythological tales. There are some accounts that even you might not fully comprehend, yet every time I inquire, you diligently gather extensive information, take notes, and then share it with me. I genuinely appreciate you. You never ridicule my interests, nor do you disparage me like my parents, who often claim I read worthless books. Yet, my mother disapproves of you. She says your assignments are too few. She wishes to have you removed. I witnessed her inciting other parents in the group to transfer you to another class. I am in torment, but I feel powerless to stop it. At that moment, Gao Rui's mother, her heart filled with a desperate wish for her son's safety, quickly interjected. Rui, I was wrong. Just come down, and I will heed your every word. No. Gao Rui retorted, I have not finished speaking. I owe an apology to Teacher Lin, I am guilty. Therefore, today I come to plead for forgiveness from the esteemed siège, the embodiment of fairness and justice. After a brief pause, Gao Rui continued, that day, I overheard a conversation between my father and an uncle. That uncle is Teacher Lin's brother. Lin's teacher's brother intended to introduce her to my father. He suggested an utterly inappropriate idea, claiming that if something untoward were to occur in Lin's teacher's room, even if she reported it to the authorities, she would struggle to explain why she had invited a student's parent into her home. Upon discovering that I had been eavesdropping, my father inquired if I harbored feelings for Lin's teacher and whether I would want her to assume the role of my mother. I hesitated at that moment. My father then continued, asserting that if he married Lin's teacher, I would be blessed with two mothers who loved me, and she could regale me with countless fascinating stories at home. I nodded in agreement. Below, Gao Rui's mother seethed with anger upon hearing this, grinding her teeth in frustration. That scoundrel Gao Jianxin. Why doesn't he just disappear? Meanwhile, Gao Rui, standing on the platform, lowered his head, a solitary tear falling onto the ground. Lin's teacher. I am truly sorry. That day after school, I genuinely wished to reveal my father's insidious scheme to you. However, after much deliberation, I remained silent. Gao Rui sniffed, expressing his anguish, I am in torment. Today, I witnessed my mother strike you in the hallway. I am acutely aware of the entire truth. I know full well that my mother is inciting others to expel you from our class, yet I find myself utterly voiceless. Teacher Lin, I apologize to you. After school, I overheard other parents discussing how everyone has been disparaging you online, with some even wishing you harm. This revelation fills me with profound sadness and guilt. I find myself at a loss as to how to assist in clearing your name. Consequently, my classmates and I began posting messages online. However, the trolls are exceedingly relentless, swiftly burying our efforts. Thus, we sought the assistance of the mythical creature, the siège, which symbolizes fairness and justice. Today, in the presence of my beloved siège, I aim to restore your honor and ensure you receive the justice you deserve. Gao Rui concluded his remarks, and a girl, who typically admires Lin Qingyu, spoke up. Indeed. Our teacher Lin is truly exceptional. We cherish her and have no desire to change teachers. Following suit, other students chimed in. Teacher Lin is not the bad teacher portrayed in the parents group.
No, she is not a villain. Teacher Lin has sacrificed so much for us. She even created individual profiles for each of us, documenting our strengths, academic advantages, and areas in need of improvement.
I adore Teacher Lin. She is our favorite teacher.
I genuinely cannot bear the thought of losing her. Several children expressed their heartfelt sentiments through tears. At that moment, the viewers watching the live stream fell silent. The sincere and affirming voices of the children resonated in the air, bringing Lin Qingyu to tears. She pressed her lips together and closed her eyes, feeling that all her previous efforts had been worthwhile.
Before long, firefighters brought inflatable cushions to the fourth-floor platform to prevent any accidents as the children descended the ladder.
With everything in place, Lin Qingyu looked at the 10 students and began to call their names.
Gao Rui. Present. Huang Yusin. Present. Lin Ruoro. Present.
You 10, come down here immediately. Lin Qingyu commanded with the authority of a teacher, insisting they exercise caution.
Not a single one should be left behind.
Understood. The children responded in unison, their voices ringing out.
One by one, they came over and embraced Lin Qingyu. Teacher, we cannot bear to part with you. Lin Qingyu, with tear-filled eyes, gently caressed the heads of the children. The onlookers from the media were subtly moved by this poignant scene. Many approached Lin Qingyu to offer their apologies. Teacher Lin, I am so sorry. Teacher Lin, it was our mistake. Please forgive us. Just as the voices faded, Gao Rui's mother stormed over, angrily striking him on the back of his head. You troublesome child. How could you side with outsiders? Do you realize that you just exposed your father's secrets in front of so many people? You could ruin him. Gao Rui, having been struck, defiantly met his mother's gaze. No, I just want to be someone who can live with a clear conscience. Gao Rui's mother was taken aback, her face reflecting disbelief, as if she could hardly fathom such words coming from a 10-year-old. Mom, you needn't deceive me any longer. You know better than I what kind of person my father is. Moreover, I am not foolish. With careful observation, I can discern many things about him. You always tell me that you and Dad are only pretending to be separated to purchase another house. You say you will remarry. But what I see is that Dad takes me to various different aunts' homes. I despise that kind of father. Every time we go, I feel sick. Upon hearing this, Gao Rui's mother widened her eyes in shock. What did you just say? Her voice trembled with emotion. Every weekend visitation. He actually takes you to those women's homes to have affairs? Each time Dad never took me to the park. When I suggested going to the science museum, he grew impatient. Several times he brought me to unfamiliar aunts' homes and left me in the living room while the adults went upstairs. Gao Rui's mother staggered back a few steps, her eyes glazed over in disbelief. She could not bear the thought that the father of her child would engage in infidelity right in front of him. Gao Jianxin, you scoundrel! If you cannot act like a decent person, then neither will I. I will report you. I will see you imprisoned. Teacher, will you forgive me? Will the Xiaji grant me forgiveness? Lin Qingyu approached Gao Rui, crouching down to meet his gaze. Gao Rui, she said, I hope you will remember the words I share with you today. Gao Rui nodded in response. The teacher wishes for you to refrain from easily forgiving those who have caused you harm, even if they later apologize. In an instant, the light in Gao Rui's eyes dimmed. A teacher must not set a poor example. Some wounds, once inflicted, leave you feeling uneasy, even if the offender expresses remorse. You still possess the right to withhold forgiveness. Do you understand? Gao Rui nodded, appearing to grasp the essence of her words. Lin Qingyu gently stroked his head. All right. Now that you understand, the teacher forgives you. Gao Rui looked up in surprise. Really? Yes, Lin Qingyu nodded. At your age, it is difficult to make the right judgment after discovering your father's secret, so the teacher forgives you. However, the person who attempted to throw coffee at the teacher is an adult, possessing her own agency and judgment, thus the teacher is unwilling to forgive her. Gao Rui, you have done remarkably well. Today, you bravely spoke out, and the teacher forgives you.
The mythical creature Xie would also deem you worthy to stand alongside it.
Representing fairness and justice.
Gao Rui, following Lin Qingyu's gaze, looked up at the towering statue of Xie, both of them smiling.
Taking a deep breath, Gao Rui left with his mother, free of any psychological burden.
Soon, the online commentary experienced a dramatic reversal.
The entire internet owes this teacher an apology. Indeed.
Where are those detractors?
Why haven't they come forward to apologize? Look, the slanderous servant has been arrested by the police.
Yes. I just saw that the director promised her son a job in exchange for her slander.
How satisfying.
The ex-wife of director Gao has also submitted her report.
Let us see him rot in prison for embezzlement. By the way, didn't Gao Rui mention that Lin's brother seemed to have pushed her toward director Gao? Is there no exposure for such a scoundrel?
Yes, let us expose him quickly, so he can't move an inch in Jiangcheng and spare other women from harm.
The most beautiful teacher, kind-hearted and truly admirable. May I ask, does Teacher Lin have a boyfriend?
Teacher Lin is truly my dream goddess, so beautiful, with such grace. As the public opinion improved, the voting for the district teacher competition had also concluded. The competition committee, which had previously remained silent, took the opportunity to announce the top 3 winners of the district's outstanding teacher competition.
Lin Qingyu's name firmly held the top position.
Many teachers in the school group sent voice messages of congratulations.
Ayu, congratulations. Teacher Lin, congrats. Ayu, you must treat us this time. Indeed, Teacher Lin. There's no time like the present.
Tomorrow happens to be Saturday, why don't we buy some hot pot ingredients and celebrate at your home?
In honor of your recent marriage and your first prize in the district teacher competition?
When Lin Qingyu received the voice message,
she was momentarily taken aback and instinctively glanced at Lu Sun. My colleague wishes to visit our home, is that all right?
Lu Sun replied with a gentle smile, of course.
Mrs. Lu. Ultimately, it depends on your desires.
If you wish for them to come, then let them, there is no need to consult me.
You are, after all, the rightful owner on the property deed.
Lin Qingyu's lips subtly curled upwards as she replied, very well, I shall invite them over.
That girl Chen Niannian has been clamoring to visit as well. I was concerned that you might prefer tranquility over a bustling atmosphere. No worries, Lu Sun interjected. As long as it pertains to you, I am amenable to anything.
Just let them come directly tomorrow, we shall prepare the meal.
Indeed, Teacher Lin. Since everyone wishes to visit your home and see your newlywed husband, why not seize this opportunity for a gathering tomorrow? Upon witnessing Wang Mei's enthusiastic support, Lin Qingyu couldn't help but smirk inwardly.
The celebration was merely a facade. These people were likely eager to scrutinize her living conditions and ascertain whether she had truly married a man confined to a wheelchair.
At that moment, a message arrived from a male colleague who had previously courted Lin Qingyu. So, Teacher Lin, where shall we meet tomorrow? Where is your home? Shall we come directly, or?
The entrance to Waitan Bay was notoriously stringent, requiring several layers of facial recognition to access their building. Unsure of how to explain this, Lin Qingyu decided it would be simpler to descend and escort them herself. Meanwhile, several colleagues began to murmur among themselves.
Didn't they say she drives a luxury car? Why does she live next to a convenience store in such a dilapidated building?
Indeed, that structure appears quite worn, surely over 30 years old.
We shall find out tomorrow.
The following day, Lin Qingyu donned comfortable attire and arrived early at the stationery store to await her guests.
One by one,
the teachers she interacted with regularly began to arrive. Some even brought small gifts as tokens of goodwill, offering congratulations,
wishing you a joyful marriage.
Lin Qingyu expressed her gratitude to everyone.
Shortly after, Director Wang Mei arrived, marking the completion of their gathering. Wang Mei glanced at the dilapidated residential buildings behind her and inquired, which way shall we proceed?
A male colleague who had previously pursued Lin Qingyu eagerly carried some fruit and headed in that direction, asking, Teacher Lin, which building is it? What floor? Chapter 38, the face-slapping continues, envy and jealousy abound. This way, Lin Qingyu replied, pointing in the opposite direction with a warm smile.
We need to cross the street. With that, she took the initiative to lead the way.
The male teacher who had once pursued her paused in confusion.
But there are no residences ahead," he protested.
"Apart from the highly sought-after Bund Bay."
"That can't be true," he shook his head. "It's impossible for it to be Bund Bay. The properties there are exorbitantly priced, and one must rely on connections to acquire a unit. How could Lin Qingyu's husband possibly live there?" At that moment,
Wang Mei followed closely behind Lin Qingyu, feeling a twinge of anxiety as they moved toward Bund Bay. However, Chen Mianmian, who was already aware of the truth, dashed forward and linked arms with Lin Qingyu, walking triumphantly alongside her toward Bund Bay.
Upon reaching the entrance of Bund Bay, one of the female teachers gasped in astonishment. "Oh my goodness, Teacher Lin, do you live here?" Lin Qingyu nodded slightly at the female teacher.
The male teacher who had once pursued Lin Qingyu suddenly became as rigid as iron.
"Good heavens! Is it really that remarkable? Wow! This place is so close to the school. I could sleep an extra half hour in the morning. Not just that, at least an additional 45 minutes. For teachers, rising early each day is one of the greatest tribulations of their profession.
Especially for those who live far away, in the bitter cold of winter. They must part with their warm blankets around 5 or 6 o'clock to make it in time for the early study session at 7:30.
Ah, I truly envy you.
Indeed, if I could reside in a place like this for the rest of my life, I would wake up smiling." Some teachers, who held no grudges against Lin Qingyu,
openly expressed their admiration.
At that moment, several security guards marched by in formation, saluting in unison.
"All right, thank you."
Lin Qingyu nodded with a smile,
prompting the security guard to swiftly summon a sightseeing vehicle, facilitating the teacher's gradual boarding.
Chen Niannian, seated in the front row, excitedly clasped Lin Qingyu's hand, exclaiming, "Ayu!
This is my first time entering the Bund Bay. I never anticipated it to be so vast and luxurious."
Many teachers in the back echoed her sentiments. Indeed, it is truly magnificent here.
It's like a dreamland.
Soon, the sightseeing vehicle arrived at Lin Qingyu's independent villa and came to a halt. The male teacher who had previously pursued Lin Qingyu was left astonished, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate 2 eggs.
"Ah, you! Does your family reside in this building?" "Yes," she replied.
Lin Qingyu nodded gently, her expression unchanging, revealing no trace of pride or arrogance. She remained herself, the gentle and graceful woman, flowing like water. Dressed in a white woolen long dress adorned with floral embroidery that accentuated her exquisite figure. With her long hair elegantly styled up, she exuded an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a goddess untouched by the mundane world.
At that moment,
the male teacher felt a sense of defeat. The male colleagues, once close to him, offered no words of consolation. The opulence of the Bund was evident to all. The rumors surrounding Jiang Cheng's premier property were well known. To reside in such a luxurious community was a dream too far-fetched for many. Let alone the fact that Lin Qingyu's husband had secured an independent villa.
This feeling of insurmountable inadequacy was palpable. As a man, he understood all too well. Prior to their arrival, a male colleague who had once pursued Lin Qingyu lamented for an entire evening,
expressing that if he were to see Lin Qingyu living in a dilapidated, creaking old house the next day, it would only confirm his belief that she must have been blind to not choose him. The sting of this moment was undoubtedly difficult to bear. As the elevator reached the floor of Lin Qingyu's apartment, Chen Nianmian stepped out, utterly astonished.
"Ah, this is a stand-alone unit. Is your home a spacious flat?"
Lin Qingyu smiled slightly.
"I suppose so."
When she first arrived, she truly did make a remarkable impression. Inputting her fingerprint, Lin Qingyu unlocked the grand entrance.
The crowd followed suit, their expressions instantly transformed into sheer astonishment.
What greeted their eyes was the breathtaking view of the river through the expansive 275-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. Sitting in such a living room, sipping tea while daily indulging in this river vista, one's spirits would undoubtedly soar. As expected, her colleagues erupted into exclamations of awe.
"Goodness! If this isn't a mansion, then what is?" The marble-patterned flooring was simply exquisite. Could anything rival this river view in beauty? I am utterly weary of expressing my envy. At that moment, a female teacher gazed at Lin Qingyu in disbelief and asked, "What does your husband do? How is he so affluent?"
"He runs a small business," she replied. "This house was purchased with the money he earned some time ago.
Currently, The situation of his company isn't as favorable as it once was.
Lin Qingyu spoke with sincerity, devoid of any hint of boastfulness, and her tone was quite soothing. At that moment, a male teacher who had previously pursued Lin Qingyu interjected, remarking, "Then this house can be considered the husband's premarital asset, correct?" His statement was astute. Yet everyone present was perceptive enough to grasp the underlying implications. Essentially, he suggested that should a divorce occur, this property would have no connection whatsoever to Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu naturally comprehended the underlying significance of the conversation and, with a faint smile, remarked, "Not quite, my husband transferred the property to me before we registered our marriage." Chen Mianmian, feeling rather smug, interjected, "Moreover, the title deed now bears only a Yu's name. Her husband is not even listed, in fact, he is residing in her home." Upon hearing this, the male teacher's expression momentarily faltered. Several female colleagues excitedly approached Lin Qingyu, chattering animatedly. "You must teach us how to handle men," one exclaimed. "Indeed, how does one make a man utterly devoted and even transfer such a beautiful house to you before marriage?" Lin Qingyu smiled silently, uncertain of her own charms. Ever since her marriage to Lu Sun, everything seemed to flow effortlessly. Meanwhile, Wang Mei, observing the envy in the eyes of those around her, felt a surge of jealousy. In her early 30s and still single, she often endured whispers behind her back, being mockingly labeled an old maid. Despite her yearning for companionship, her attempts at blind dates were met with unsatisfactory candidates. Occasionally, she contemplated settling, not wanting to prolong her single status, yet some men, lacking any admirable qualities, derided her position as a department head, claiming it would make her unmanageable post-marriage. This infuriated her. Thus, witnessing Lin Qingyu, whom she deemed unimpressive, living such a charmed life only fueled her envy and resentment. At that moment, a curious female teacher inquired, "By the way, is your husband handsome? Why haven't we seen your wedding photos?" Several young female teachers joined in the banter. Wang Mei, with a hint of sarcasm, asked, "And what about your husband? Where is he?" Upon hearing that Lin Qingyu's husband might be present, the male teacher who had previously pursued her displayed a slight easing of his expression. Having caught a glimpse of Lin Qingyu's husband from a distance, who was seated in a wheelchair. With a click, the electronic lock announced its release. And the crowd turned in anticipation of Lin Qingyu's husband. As the door swung open, Lin Qingyu instinctively glanced over and, upon seeing Lu Sun, her eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 39, Lu Sun's subtle affection for his wife Chen Mianmian was well aware of Lu Sun's circumstances, and witnessing his thoughtful gesture now compelled her to commend him silently. Truly remarkable. Seated in his wheelchair, Lu Sun exuded an air of elegance, with a refined pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his prominent nose. A gentle smile graced his lips as he gazed at Lin Qingyu, his expression seemingly asking, "Madame Lu, are you satisfied?" Their eyes met in the air. A connection filled with warmth and sweetness. Lin Qingyu curved her lips into a smile, her gaze imbued with gratitude. From the very day of her marriage, she had been acutely aware of Lu Sun's physical condition and knew that they would inevitably face scrutiny from others due to it. Yet, at this moment, seeing Lu Sun enter the room in a wheelchair, having just had a leg cast, stirred her emotions profoundly. The female colleagues, upon first laying eyes on Lu Sun's handsome visage and elegant demeanor, were already utterly captivated. Thus, Lu Sun's presence in a wheelchair did nothing to diminish their favorable impression of him. What did it matter if he had injured his leg and was confined to a wheelchair? Observing the starry-eyed expressions of her female colleagues, the male colleague who had once pursued Lin Qingyu felt as if he had been soundly slapped multiple times in silence. Especially when considering the striking looks of Lin Qingyu's husband. Even if one were to genuinely attempt to disparage him, they would find no flaws to exploit. As Lu Sun entered the living room, a group of chefs clad in Tianxiang pavilion uniforms filed in, carrying insulated wooden boxes. One by one, they presented the exquisite dishes upon the table, leaving everyone in awe. "Wow, thanks to you, we actually get to taste the cuisine from Tianxiang Pavilion today. My goodness, I must take a photo and share it on social media. This is a coveted private dining experience that so many have tried to reserve." The flattery from her female colleagues only exacerbated the discomfort of the male colleague. Meanwhile, upon seeing Lu Sun's appearance, Wang Mei was consumed with jealousy. How could Lin Qingyu be so fortunate, living in such a luxurious flat and marrying a man of such remarkable looks and demeanor? Truth be told, Marrying a husband like him and residing in such an opulent home would be more than enough for her, even if he could never stand again. As the lunch concluded, everyone harbored their own thoughts while bidding farewell to Lin Qingyu. The male colleague who had pursued her found an excuse to leave early, his retreating figure betraying a sense of desperation. Wang Mei, throughout the meal, desperately sought to capture Lu Sun's attention, but he remained indifferent, hardly sparing her a glance. Despite her attempts to engage him in conversation, he was vague and disinterested. Realizing she had overstayed her welcome, Wang Mei quickly departed as well. As the guests gradually left, Li Jiao, who had entered the school with Lin Qingyu, presented her with a pair of bride and groom figurines, sincerely expressing, "Ayu, congratulations. I truly envy you. Please ensure your happiness." While others envied her, Li Jiao uniquely wished her happiness, and this thoughtful sentiment was indeed appreciated by Lin Qingyu. "Be careful," she said, a mixture of amusement and concern as she approached Lu Sun to check on him. "Rest assured, I'm fine." In just a few deft movements, Lu Sun expertly removed the cast from his leg. Lin Qingyu assisted him in getting into bed and sincerely expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. But there's no need to go to such trouble next time." "It's no trouble at all. As I mentioned, your matters will never be a burden to me." With those words, Lu Sun swiftly turned, positioning himself atop Lin Qingyu, his earnest gaze fixed upon her. "I have stated before that being with me means you shall never lose. What is due to you, I shall provide, such as this." As his voice trailed off, Lu Sun captured Lin Qingyu's lips with his own. Initially, she was bewildered by the implications of his words. But as their garments lay scattered around them, the meaning of what he intended became all too clear, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. It was, after all, broad daylight. Lin Qingyu gently pushed against Lu Sun's chest, yet he remained unmoved. "Madame Lu, this is a midday exercise that fosters the bond between husband and wife. What other wives have, I wish to offer you as well." "Lu Sun, please stop," Lin Qingyu exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Meanwhile, on the picturesque bund, Lin Miao languidly scrolled through her social media feed in the Lin family villa. Upon seeing a friend showcase their opulent residence at the bund along with a sumptuous lunch at Tianxiang Pavilion, she felt an overwhelming sense of envy. She liked the post and commented, "Isn't this just too extravagant?" Lin Miao was momentarily taken aback. She cast another glance at the contact, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. After pondering for quite some time, she finally recalled that this individual was the sister of her elementary school classmate, Luo Jiaran. As Luo Jiaran's sister happened to be a colleague of Lin Qingyu, they had exchanged a few words at a previous gathering, which led to the addition of each other on WeChat. Lin Miao examined the photos of the open bay in detail, and she was instantly taken aback. This is undoubtedly the most exquisite house she has ever seen by the bund. Previously, she had visited a friend's home, which was quite small, around 90 square meters, and situated on an irregular floor with an unfavorable layout. A residence like this, boasting expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and a panoramic view, should be a spacious, standalone layout. Lin Miao felt a twinge of envy that made her teeth ache. It turned out that Lu Yan's uncle had indeed gifted Lin Qingyu a residence in the Bund Bay. Before long, Luo Jiaran sent a flurry of WeChat messages. Ding ding dang dang. She shared photos from her sister's social media with Lin Miao. "Miao. Is this truly your sister's grand apartment? Goodness? Given the affection your family showers upon you, isn't your sister's fortune akin to your own? Oh my heavens. Miao, let me tell you, the post your sister shared has set the comments section ablaze with likes and admiration. Everyone is expressing their envy. And the dishes from Tianxiang Pavilion. Miao, my dear Miao, you must arrange something for me as well. Take me along to bask in the glory, to soar high. I can already envision the looks of envy and reverence from our friends as they gaze upon you." Lin Miao felt a bit dazed by the comments and quickly agreed. She took her phone and found her mother, Wang Mei phone, showing her the photos from her moments. Mommy, look quickly. This is the spacious flat where my sister lives. Isn't it beautiful?" Wang Mei phone glanced at the photos, her eyes filled with astonishment. And a twinge of jealousy stirred within her heart. This little brat, how fortunate she is to reside in such a splendid home. Lin Miao clung to Wang Meifeng's arm, playfully asserting, "Mommy, I don't care.
You said before that my sister's house would be given to me. Wang Meifeng's expression stiffened,
fully aware that this matter was no longer as easily manageable as before. Miao Miao, that little girl, had changed significantly from her former self.
Lin Qingyu was taken aback upon hearing this. Mommy, you used to agree to everything I asked. You have never turned me down.
Yes, my dear, her mother replied. Whatever you desire, as long as I possess it, I shall grant it to you. Lin Miao Miao became anxious, but, Mom, it used to belong to my sister.
So it is mine now. Hasn't it always been this way in our family? Wang Meifeng's expression grew somewhat stiff. Miao Miao, things are different now. In the past,
your sister may have felt discontent, but she still had to listen to us.
Whenever there was something to be done,
she had to come to us for the household registration book. If we didn't give it to her, she wouldn't be able to proceed.
Do you remember when your sister wanted to apply to become a teacher at Zhong?
Your father found it embarrassing and didn't allow it, refusing to give her the household registration book. She begged me for quite some time, and it was by this means that I held her in check,
compelling her to buy things for you.
As she spoke, Wang Meifeng let out a sigh. Now, your sister has moved her household registration, and it seems she won't be so easily swayed by me.
Moreover, that San Yi is not someone to be trifled with.
With that, Lin Miao Miao sulked and sat on the ground in defiance.
What am I going to do? I promised my friends that I would take them to the party. A party? That's quite simple. Mother has a way.
Upon hearing this, Lin Miao Miao instantly ceased her stubbornness.
The following day,
the two of them arrived at the grand entrance of the Bund Bay. Chapter 40, The confrontation between mother and daughter. The biological mother seeks to borrow a house. Wang Meifeng and Lin Miao Miao had both meticulously prepared their appearances before arriving at the Bund Bay.
At this moment, they adorned themselves with resplendent jewelry and heavy makeup, resembling socialites and young heiresses mingling in high society.
As they approached the entrance of Bund Bay, they were intercepted by security.
May I ask who you are looking for?
The security guard inquired. Wang Meifeng arrogantly lifted her chin and proclaimed a room number. I have come to see my daughter's residence.
Madam, please hold on for a moment.
I need to confirm with the owner, the security guard replied as he prepared to make an internal call.
In a moment of urgency, Lin Miao Miao discreetly signaled to Wang Meifeng.
Understanding the cue, Wang Meifeng rushed forward to terminate the security guard's call, her demeanor somewhat unnatural as she spoke.
You see, today is my daughter's birthday.
We came specifically to surprise her.
Please, do not make that call.
The security guard furrowed his brow slightly.
Madam, I must inform you that this is quite difficult for me.
The visitor regulations for the Bund Bay clearly state that we must confirm with the homeowner,
and only with their consent can you be allowed entry. Upon hearing that the homeowner's consent was necessary for their admission, Wang Meifeng became increasingly resolute in her decision to prevent the call. No, no. If you make that call, the surprise will be ruined. Look, I know the resident's name. Her name is Lin Qingyu, my daughter. As she spoke, Wang Meifeng opened her phone to show a photo, pointing it out. See, this is me. And here is the homeowner. We are acquainted, are we not? Moreover, her husband is named Lu Sun. Everything matches, does it not? Can you let us in now?
With that, Wang Meifeng attempted to bypass the security guard to enter.
The guard stepped forward decisively, once more blocking their way. Madam, I'm truly sorry. Even if the information aligns, I cannot permit your entry. Wang Meifeng, feeling her pride wounded, became agitated. You wretched security guard, what kind of eyes do you have?
I've made it clear, I want to give my daughter a surprise.
Do you understand what a surprise is? Let me ask you, if you ruin our surprise, will you take responsibility?
Very well, you may indeed surprise your daughter, the guard began, but before he could finish, both Wang Meifeng and Lin Miao Miao displayed expressions of joy. Just as they were about to proceed, the guard halted them once more. However, you must contact your son-in-law to authorize us to allow you entry. This way, your surprise remains intact.
Wang Meifeng rolled her eyes in exasperation. Calling Lu Sun? Isn't that akin to courting disaster? At that moment,
Lin Miao impatiently withdrew 500 yuan from her purse and waved it.
Will this suffice? 500, is that enough? The guard recoiled as if struck by lightning. Miss, please do not put my job at risk. We have stringent regulations against accepting any tips.
Lin Miao, exasperated, rolled her eyes. The mother and daughter duo found themselves anxiously stranded at the entrance of the bund. Little did they know that the obstinate security guard was impervious to their pleas.
Suddenly,
Lin Miao exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she retrieved her phone and dialed a friend. Before long, the phone in the security booth began to ring. Lin Miao's friend residing at the Bund Bay requested the security guard to grant them passage. The guard complied, gesturing politely for the two to proceed. Lin Miao let out a cold huff, arrogantly linking arms with Wang Meifeng as they entered. As they stepped into the community, Lin Miao, relying on her prior visit to the Bund Bay, began to describe the surroundings to Wang Meifeng.
Mommy, over there is the heated swimming club.
The pool inside is exceptionally clean, and there's a VIP area for private swimming, free from disturbances. That over there is the gym, complete with personal trainers.
And that is the cinema.
Lin Miao grew increasingly agitated, pleading with Wang Meifeng as she shook her arm.
Mommy, I truly wish to live here.
Wang Meifeng was well aware of her daughter's desires. Miao had previously expressed her wishes on several occasions. Despite the connections of her father and three brothers, they were unable to obtain the necessary permissions to purchase a residence in this complex.
At this moment, the building was nearly fully occupied, making it even more improbable to acquire an available unit.
Unable to bear her daughter's disappointment, Wang Meifeng resolutely declared, "I will speak to that stubborn girl shortly. I will do my utmost to persuade her to move out and relinquish the apartment for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Miao excitedly kissed Wang Meifeng on the cheek, exclaiming,
"Mommy, you are the best." The two made their way on foot to the independent building.
At the entrance of the building, there was a security gate. However, fortune favored Wang Meifeng and Lin Miao, as they arrived just in time for a resident to exit, allowing them to swiftly slip inside and ascend to Lin Qingyu's floor. It was Sunday, and Lin Qingyu was at home, preparing for her lessons. When she heard the doorbell ring, she was momentarily taken aback before rising to open the door. Upon seeing her elegantly dressed mother and sister outside, she was once again stunned.
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu's expression darkened considerably. It is unbearable for anyone to be unjustly accused the moment they open their door. However, since the two had already entered her home, she felt it inappropriate to ask them to leave, and thus, she politely poured them each a cup of tea. Yet, the pair showed no restraint. They wandered about, examining and commenting on the household decorations with astonishment. Once their exploration concluded, Lin Qingyu seated herself on the sofa, adopting a demeanor befitting a hostess, and regarded them with scrutiny. "Speak, what brings you here?" Wang Meifeng, perceiving her attitude, was incensed. "You insolent girl, what kind of words are those? As your mother, I come to express concern for you, and you dare to question my purpose." Lin Qingyu smiled faintly. "Mom, shall we stop pretending? Throughout my life, when have you ever shown concern for my well-being? On any of my birthdays, have you ever uttered a word of blessing to me? You have never cared for me. Yet you pushed me towards a man approaching 50. Do you truly believe that I would trust your sudden outpouring of maternal affection, wishing to compensate for the years of maternal love I have missed?" Wang Meifeng's face darkened considerably from the rebuke. "Oh, you rebellious girl. Becoming a language teacher has surely sharpened your tongue. You even dare to lecture your own mother." Lin Qingyu saw that her mother was still putting on an act, and she instantly felt a sense of weariness, losing the desire to engage any further. Wang Meifeng, noticing her disinterest in the conversation, became increasingly anxious at that moment. Lin Miao cast a knowing glance at her, urging her to be more forthright. Wang Meifeng promptly restrained Lin Qingyu, urging her to take a seat. "Very well. I shall speak plainly. I have come this time to request the loan of your residence." "Request the loan of our residence?" Lin Qingyu furrowed her brows as she turned to Wang Meifeng. "Indeed," Wang Meifeng replied, settling herself comfortably on the sofa diagonally across from Lin Qingyu. "Are you suggesting that you wish to stay here with us?" Lin Qingyu furrowed her brows even deeper.
If that were the case, it would indeed pose quite a dilemma. After all, having her mother-in-law come to stay at her son-in-law's home was not something easily declined.
Lin Qingyu pondered what kind of rationale would be both reasonable and justifiable for her to decline. Chapter 41, Confronting My Mother and Sister. Are we moving out?
Lin Qingyu briefly questioned her own hearing.
Indeed, Wang Meifeng emphatically nodded. Lin Qingyu was instantly amused by her anger. Why should my husband and I move out of our own home?
Sister, your words are rather unkind.
Lin Nyamya couldn't help but interject. You're married, but I am not, right? What does that have to do with marriage? Lin Qingyu's brows knitted even tighter.
After a pause, Wang Meifeng continued, moreover, the matter of your third brother's marriage was muddled by you, wasn't it? If your brother wishes to pursue a relationship in the future, he will also require a suitable home. Having disrupted his prospects,
shouldn't you offer him some form of compensation?
Lin Qingyu seemed to have long grown accustomed to such accusations. No matter what she did, she would invariably be the one at fault. With a light-hearted smile, she remarked, the failure of Lin Zhejun's marriage is attributable to his own shortcomings. What he did to me, and what I did in return, has been quite merciful. I can assert with conviction that I owe him no compensation.
As for Miamia's marriage,
you are welcome to concern yourselves with it. There is no need for me, as her sister, to intervene.
What do you mean? Are you unwilling to lend us the house? Wang Meifeng's voice rose with agitation. I will not lend it. I have no obligation to do so. This house belongs to my husband and me.
We will not uproot our lives for your absurd reasons. Lin Qingyu replied, her face pale with fury.
Lin Nyamya quickly patted Wang Meifeng's back, helping her to calm down.
Sister, just look at how upset you have made Mom.
As sisters, shouldn't you, as the elder sibling, be more understanding? Do you still embody the role of an elder sister?
Lin Qingyu scoffed with irony. I toil diligently at work, painstakingly saving every penny. And I have never indulged myself with a garment that exceeds 500 yuan. Yet you, enamored with a dress priced at 30,000 yuan, merely have to pout.
And mother compels me to purchase it for you. And what is the outcome?
That 30,000 yuan dress was worn for a single day before you declared it unworthy, complaining that it is out of season and would embarrass you in front of your friends.
Have you ever considered my feelings? Have you ever pondered how long it would take me to save 30,000 yuan?
Lin Qingyu's gaze was piercing as she approached Lin Miaomiao, taking a few steps closer.
Throughout our lives, have you ever regarded me as your sister?
You always seek to benefit from me. Only when you need money do you think of me. When have you ever shown genuine concern for me? Lin Miaomiao was rendered speechless, her complexion paling. The Lin Qingyu before her was terrifyingly unfamiliar, bearing no resemblance to the Lin Qingyu she had known before.
Wang Meifeng, witnessing her precious daughter's reprimand, opened her mouth to interject.
However, before she could utter a word, Lin Qingyu shot her a piercing glance. Mother, if you had even a modicum of shame, you would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. With that, Lin Qingyu directly rose and made her way to the study. In any case, the house is not for lending. I have no desire to engage in further discussion. I need to prepare my lessons. After you finish your tea, please remember to close the door on your way out.
With those words, Lin Qingyu entered the study,
shutting the door firmly behind her as she resumed her preparations. During the initial renovation and design of the house, Lu Sun had chosen only the finest materials, and each room had been meticulously soundproofed. At this moment, as Lin Qingyu focused on her work in the study, it was utterly quiet. She even momentarily assumed that Wang Meifeng and Lin Miaomiao had departed and thus continued her concentration.
An hour later, a faint yet raucous sound of music drifted in,
causing her to instinctively furrow her brows. Typically, ordinary sounds would not penetrate the study, if she could hear the pulsating music of a dance party.
The noise outside must be exceedingly loud.
Lin Qingyu pushed open the door to the study, her heart heavy with confusion.
As expected,
the interior of the study was a stark contrast to its exterior. It was as though she had stepped into an entirely different realm. The thunderous beats of dance music reverberated through the air, causing the chandelier overhead to tremble. In the living room, the heating was on,
and several of Lin Miaomiao's close friends, clad in revealing and alluring attire, were sprawled across the space, indulging in drinks and dancing, leaving chaos in their wake.
The sofa bore unsightly stains, while a decorative piece on the wall had been marred by splattered red wine. The succulent plants she had lovingly purchased were now crushed beneath the weight of the revelry. Witnessing her once pristine home in such disarray made Lin Qingyu's heart bleed.
What on earth are you doing?
She shouted at Lin Miao and her friends, but the blaring music drowned out her voice, rendering her unheard. Lin Qingyu strode directly towards the speaker, intending to turn it off. Lin Miao's keen eyes caught sight of her and swiftly intercepted her, pulling her into the adjacent guest room.
Sister, what are you planning to do? What am I planning to do? It is you who should be answering that question.
Lin Qingyu was so furious that she felt as if she might explode. Lin Miao rolled her eyes.
Sister, are you truly this stingy? I asked to borrow the house. And you refused. I can accept it with Mom, but I have already boasted about it.
I told my friends that this house was a gift from my family.
Now they all want to come over to celebrate.
I warn you, do not expose me, or I will be humiliated.
Lin Qingyu was once again amused by Lin Miao's shamelessness.
I have never understood why you and Mother can speak such brazen words with such unwavering confidence.
Lin Miao. Have you seen the state of the outside? If this truly were your home, would you allow it to be treated in such a manner? Lin Miao.
I am indifferent to how others manage their households.
This is my home, and I have the final say.
I insist that you and your group of friends vacate this place immediately.
With that,
Lin Qingyu disregarded Lin Miao's attempts to stop her and rushed out of the guest room. At that moment, the doorbell rang.
Lin Qingyu and Lin Miao were momentarily taken aback. It was Wang Meifeng who, regaining her composure first, promptly opened the door.
Several chefs from the hotel's kitchen entered the living room, bringing in an array of luxurious dishes, including lobster sashimi, Arctic shellfish, and black truffles. Lin Qingyu seized the moment when Wang Meifeng and Lin Miao were not obstructing her and promptly switched off the sound system. The living room fell into an immediate silence, with only the clear voice of the lead chef from the kitchen resonating. Miss Lin, all the dishes are ready, the total comes to 80,000.
Upon hearing the price, Wang Meifeng felt a sharp pang in her chest. To think that merely a few wooden boxes of dishes could amount to such a staggering sum.
Lin Miao has always been financially challenged. Every penny she possesses in WeChat or Alipay is swiftly spent until nothing remains. Consequently, she instinctively glanced at her mother,
silently pleading for financial assistance.
With a subtle lift of her chin, she directed her gaze towards Lin Qingyu and addressed the young man in the kitchen,
instructing him to request payment from her.
Chapter 42, Insufficient Funds for Takeout, Both Reputation and Dignity Are at Stake. As the music ceased,
her surrounding friends began to sense that something was amiss.
Lin Miao, anxious about losing face, hurried to Lin Qingyu's side and whispered, "Sister, please lend me some money." Lin Qingyu remained silent, merely casting a tranquil gaze in her direction.
Lin Miao exclaimed in desperation, "Sister, please hurry and lend me the money. I beg you. Do not let me lose face."
Lin Qingyu smiled faintly and gracefully made her way to the sofa, settling down.
"Who ordered the takeout? Who pays for it?"
At that moment, Lin Miao's friend cast a disdainful glance at the mother-daughter duo.
"It's just an 80,000 yuan takeout, surely you can afford the bill? If you can't even indulge in this, how can you claim to be a wealthy heiress?"
Lin Miao's face was filled with awkwardness as she fixed her gaze fiercely on Lin Qingyu. The leading young man from the kitchen glanced at Lin Qingyu,
then at Wang Meifeng, and inquired about the room number. "May I ask who among you is the owner of this room?"
Lin Miao anxiously glared at Wang Meifeng, silently urging her to provide the funds. As long as they refused to pay, Lin Qingyu would acknowledge her as the homeowner, and that would spell disaster for her. How could she ever hold her head high among her friends afterward?
Wang Meifeng's expression became rigid, and she awkwardly approached the kitchen staff, presenting her WeChat payment code with a hesitant, "Please scan."
The kitchen staff took out the POS machine and scanned the code. After a couple of beeps, he frowned slightly.
"I apologize, madam, but your balance is insufficient. Kindly consider an alternative payment method."
As his words echoed, the surrounding friends began to whisper among themselves.
Lin Miao, feeling increasingly anxious, approached and reproached, "Mom, how could the balance be insufficient?" As she spoke, she accessed Wang Meifeng's WeChat account to check the balance.
which displayed a mere 40,000 yuan, instantly triggering her dramatic flair.
Oh dear, Mom, have you forgotten? Just yesterday,
you used your WeChat account to purchase that bag worth over 300,000.
No wonder there's no money left in WeChat.
You should quickly use a credit card. I'm sorry, our hotel does not accept credit cards, politely interjected a kitchen staff member.
At that moment, a friend burst into laughter.
Tang Yan is renowned in Jiangqing for its exquisite sashimi, with the hotel's hallmark being the selection of only the finest, freshest seafood. Meticulously choosing the most delectable parts while discarding the rest, thus commanding a higher price. Another distinctive trait of this establishment is its refusal to accept credit on account, as the merchant fees for credit cards are prohibitively high. Meow meow, all the socialites and wealthy wives in this circle are well aware of this.
How could you and your mother not know?
Lin Meow Meow's expression was as rigid as iron, yet she forced a smile, saying, "Oh,
I must have eaten too much at home and forgotten."
Lin Meow Meow nudged Wang Meifeng with her elbow and whispered, "Hurry up, pay up."
However, Wang Meifeng glanced at her Alipay balance and realized it was insufficient.
She could only scrape together funds. Asking the kitchen staff to first scan WeChat for 40,000 yuan and then another 20,000 from Alipay. The remaining amount was unattainable, leaving her utterly embarrassed.
"Madam,
you still owe 20,000, the kitchen assistant reminded. With no options left, Wang Meifeng turned to Lin Qingyu, her tone harsh, "You little brat, hurry and pay."
"Why should I?"
Lin Qingyu responded coolly, meeting her gaze with a smile.
"Why?" "Because you're the homeowner. The goods are delivered here, if you don't pay, who will?" Wang Meifeng retorted, frustration spilling over.
As soon as her words left her mouth, Lin Miao Miao glared at Wang Meifeng, her cheeks puffed in anger.
At that moment,
one of Lin Miao Miao's friends seized the opportunity to chime in with a mocking tone, "Come on, anyone can come whenever they please."
Lin Miao Miao,
who was particularly sensitive about her pride, felt more humiliated than if she had been physically harmed.
"My sister's house is my house.
You all know that when our parents pass away, everything, including my sister's share, will belong to me.
That's how our family operates."
Wang Meifeng felt a twinge of discomfort at the mention of her parents' demise.
Lin Qingyu's expression turned icy. "The distribution of family assets is at the discretion of our parents. I have no say in that. However, I am the homeowner of this property, and I have the final word. I do not welcome any of your friends.
Anyone who wishes to come to my house must seek my permission first." "Oh, Meow Meow, just stop. This house isn't yours, you truly have no authority here."
"Forget it. I will take my leave. I refuse to be swayed by others' opinions."
The sarcastic girl had no true intention of bringing her friends over. She merely sought to provoke Lin Miao Miao, unable to tolerate her boastful demeanor. Once the sarcastic girl departed, the remaining friends picked up their forks to eat sashimi while commenting with thinly veiled disdain.
"Meow Meow, this is your fault. The house clearly isn't yours.
Yet you insist on puffing yourself up as if it is.
How embarrassing for you now."
"Indeed, if you had just told us it belonged to your sister,
we wouldn't have thought less of you.
After all, a spacious flat in Bunbei must be quite expensive."
"And Meow Meow, didn't you say your whole family dotes on you?
You often bragged about how your siblings would grant your every wish. It seems that isn't the case after all." The friends exchanged barbs, igniting Lin Miao Miao's fury. She stormed over to Lin Qingyu, hands on her hips, glaring down at her sister seated on the sofa.
"Are you satisfied now?"
Lin Qingyu gracefully lifted one leg, her demeanor elegant as she gazed at her without responding. The young chef in the back kitchen had listened attentively and grasped the general situation. He cleared his throat a couple of times and continued to remind Wang Meifeng and Lin Miao Miao to settle the remaining payment.
Lin Miao Miao shot Lin Qingyu a glare and said, "Hurry up and give me the money. Are you not embarrassed enough already?"
Lin Qingyu smiled gently and remarked, "You and mother truly are a pair of close relatives." Lin Miao Miao furrowed her brows, a sense of foreboding creeping in.
"What do you mean?"
"My meaning is clear, you shall never learn to treat others with courtesy. One refers to me as that wretched girl while another fails to even address me as sister, simply calling me Lin Qingyu.
In a family, we do not speak of favors. Yet should there not be a fundamental attitude of respect before requesting assistance from others?" At this moment, Luo Jiaran, who had previously urged Lin Qiangyu to visit her sister's apartment, could no longer contain herself. Teacher Lin. You are my sister's colleague, and I address you as Sister Lin. We are family, must you be so calculative? It is merely an invitation for your sister's friend to come over for a meal. Is it so wrong? You are wealthy. So what? Oh, just because you've married a prosperous man, do you now look down upon your sister and mother? Must you be so miserly? Is this truly your way of hospitality? How can someone like you be a teacher to others?
Lin Qiangyu nodded in agreement, exclaiming, exactly. Just like your behavior towards your family, if I were to capture it on video and share it online.
Let's see what the netizens would have to say about your words. Do not forget, you have only recently emerged from a wave of online exposure.
As she spoke,
Luo Jiaran pretended to take out her phone, threatening Lin Qingyu.
She was already contemplating bringing her friends over for a visit next time.
So this time she was determined to firmly hold Lin Qiangmu's sister in check.
Lin Qingyu harbors a profound aversion towards individuals who habitually share their opinions online. And upon hearing this, his expression shifted slightly. Luo Jiaran, noticing his reaction, smirked with a sense of triumph, inching closer while brandishing her phone.
Will you pay up? Or shall you await the inevitable exposure by netizens? Choose wisely. Chapter 43, Third Master learns of Lu Yan's token of affection. Lin Qingyu calmly lifted her head and smiled gently at the camera, saying, "Go ahead and shoot."
Her tone was light and airy, leaving Luo Jiaran utterly astonished.
As if her expression conveyed, how is it that you suddenly feel no fear?
Lin Qingyu discerned the thought swirling in Luo Jiaran's mind and,
with a faint smile, inquired, "Do you truly believe that all netizens lack intelligence?"
I am rather curious, without the homeowner's consent.
How do you expect them to defend your actions when you have so recklessly squandered a luxurious residence?
Just because it is not your own property.
Does that mean you feel no remorse?
With that, Lin Qingyu abruptly rose, her gaze piercing directly at Luo Jiaran, exuding an authoritative presence akin to that of a teacher.
And to suggest that this can be encapsulated in merely the words "just that"? A single meal costing 80,000 yuan, how many working-class individuals earn that much in a year? And yet you dismiss it as just that? I work at the same institution as your sister. Feel free to ask her if we need to toil for an entire year to earn 80,000 yuan. To throw away the hard-earned wages of others, sacrificing an entire year's worth of labor in one meal, and you call it just that? Since you are so bonded with your sister, perhaps you should cover the remaining 20,000 yourself. I noticed you indulged in several bites of the lobster sashimi, while I have yet to taste a morsel. How about it? It seems more justifiable for you to pay than for me. Luo Jiaran, taken aback by the confrontation, retreated repeatedly, her expression rigid. Struggling to find her voice. The idea of producing 20,000 yuan felt more like a sentence of death than a mere request. After all, she hailed from an ordinary working-class family. And her current attire and accessories were acquired through online loans. Where would she find the spare funds to play the fool in this scenario? As the other young women observed that their plates were nearly empty, they began to rise, playfully teasing as they prepared to depart. Meow meow, in the future, please refrain from inviting me to such gatherings. To come and enjoy a meal while having to read others' expressions, it is quite disheartening. Indeed. I dread the thought of being ridiculed if this were to leak out. And honestly, we have no interest in your family matters. Oh, by the way, do you need me to lend you 2,000 yuan? No. That won't be necessary. Lin Qiangyu, her expression stiff, desperately attempted to keep her friends from leaving. Won't you stay a little longer? I assure you, my situation will be resolved shortly. Not a chance. With their appetites satisfied, the group of young women departed without hesitation, leaving only Luo Jiaran to accompany Lin Qiangyu. Lin Qiangyu watched as her sisters departed, her face darkened with fury. She stormed over to Lin Qingyu and shouted, "Are you satisfied now? You wicked woman, must you hold such a grudge against me? Even in death, this house will still be mine to inherit. This house is essentially my own." With a sharp crack, Lin Qingyu unceremoniously slapped Lin Qiangyu across the face. "Even if I were to die, this house would not belong to you. I still have my husband. Lin Qiangyu, let me make this clear, no matter what transpires in the future, Even if this house were to be donated, I will not allow you to benefit in any way. Just as her voice fell, Jonan entered, pushing Lu Sun along with him.
Lin Miao Miao, upon seeing Lu Sun enter, immediately resorted to childlike complaints.
Hey, did you just hear what your wife said? Let me tell you, the woman you married is truly venomous.
Yes, I heard, Lu Sun replied, his eyes curving with warmth as he gazed at Lin Qingyu. At that moment, Luo Jiaran stood beside Lin Qingyu, mistakenly believing Lu Sun was looking at her, causing her face to flush crimson. She had heard her sister speak of Lin Qingyu's husband and his exceptional demeanor. Even seated in a wheelchair, he exuded an air of nobility that was undeniable.
Now, witnessing it firsthand, she found the words to hold true. Luo Jiaran possessed a keen eye, often assessing others by their choice of brands and timepieces. With just a glance at Lu Sun, she swiftly concluded that this man was extraordinarily wealthy. The thought of such an exquisite man looking her way made her heart race uncontrollably. Lin Miaomie failed to notice the peculiar behavior of Luo Jiaran and, in a fit of anger, glared at Lu Sun, exclaiming, "You both are villains." As she spoke, Lin Miaomie deliberately retrieved a stone from her bag and hurled it towards Lin Qingyu. "Here. This is the token of love that Lu Yan gave you. Sister. I initially thought you cherished this stone. You lent me your place for a party, and I brought this stone from home for you. But now it seems you are hardly worth such kindness." With that, Lin Miaomie turned and stormed off. Miao. Wang Meifeng attempted to chase after her daughter but was intercepted by a young chef from the kitchen. "You haven't paid the remaining balance." After listening for about 10 minutes, the young chef finally grasped the situation. This shameless mother-daughter duo had come to host a party without the host's consent. Under such circumstances, it was unreasonable to demand the remaining balance from the homeowner, so he could only stop Wang Meifeng from leaving. Soon after, Wang Meifeng departed. Luo Jiaran waved at Lu Sun, saying, "Sister, brother-in-law, I shall take my leave now." She hastily ran out to pursue Lin Miaomie. Upon catching up with her, Luo Jiaran continuously offered consolation. "Miaomie, please do not be angry. I stand by you in this matter. It is your sister who has gone too far. Indeed, it is all her fault." Lin Miaomie fumed, stamping her feet in frustration. Observing Miaomie's expression, Luo Jiaran feigned hesitation and remarked, "Miaomie, I have an idea that could help you get even, though I feel a bit embarrassed to voice it." Upon hearing Luo Jiaran's words, Lin Miaomie's eyes instantly sparkled, and she then clasped Luo Jiaran's hand. "I must vent this pent-up frustration. Jiaran, I have always known you are the best for me. While everyone else has departed, you remain steadfast by my side." Luo Jiaran nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "As long as you understand my intentions, that is all that matters. Let me clarify, this notion I propose is solely for your benefit, do not overthink it." "All right then, do speak," Lin Miaomie urged eagerly. Luo Jiaran glanced at Wang Meifeng in the distance and lowered her voice, saying, "Do you know who has emboldened your sister's arrogance? It is none other than your brother-in-law. If I were to entice your brother-in-law and successfully capture his attention, do you truly believe he would continue to dote on your sister as he does now?" Lin Miaomie furrowed her brow in suspicion. "Are you certain about this? Moreover, with my brother-in-law's disposition, can you truly win him over?" "Absolutely. I am younger than your sister. What man does not prefer youth? Even if he does not divorce your sister, he would still relish the prospect of supporting a young canary like me. And do you genuinely believe he harbors any feelings for your sister? It is merely due to her physical imperfection that he accepted her when someone was willing to marry him." "Indeed," Lin Miaomie nodded. "It does seem rather unfair for you to have to seduce a man confined to a wheelchair." Upon hearing this, Luo Jiaran's lips curled into a smile. "Well, let it be known that I am doing all this for you, so you must treat me well in return." "Of course," Lin Miaomie vowed, placing her hand over her heart. "Next month, I shall buy you a handbag." Excited by this promise, Luo Jiaran planted a kiss on the side of Lin Miaomie's face. Meanwhile, after Lin Miaomie and her companions departed, an immediate hush fell over the living room. Lu Sun and Lin Qingyu's gazes simultaneously settled on the token of love that Lu Yan had gifted. Chapter 44, Lin Qingyu's birthday, surprise from the former fiancé. Lin Qingyu stared at the stone that Lin Miaomie had thrown to the ground, a sudden pang of pain gripping her heart as if something had been violently tugged.
This stone, discovered by Lu Yen when he first embarked on his career, was a legitimate find from the archaeological site, holding immense significance for him.
Moreover,
as a bookish individual devoid of any carving skills, he had devoted considerable time to learn, painstakingly inscribing the words, "Lin Qingyu, I wish to spend my life with you." The carving may not have been aesthetically pleasing, yet the sentiment it conveyed was truly precious.
However, with Lin Miao tossing the stone in front of Lu Sun, how could she fail to comprehend the implications? This was far from an act of goodwill, rather, it was an attempt to sow discord between their marital bond.
Lin Qingyu took a deep breath, fully aware of what she ought to do and what she ought not to do at this very moment. She bent down to pick up a stone and, in front of Lu Sun, tossed it into the trash bin, then nonchalantly prepared to tidy the living room. Rolling up her sleeves, she began to clear the wine glasses from the coffee table, appearing as if nothing had transpired.
Yet, Lu Sun was not foolish.
He observed Lin Qingyu's facade of composure keenly, his fists clenched tightly, and an icy chill enveloped him. "Leave it.
Let Zhou Nine handle it."
Lin Qingyu was momentarily startled by the coldness in Lu Sun's voice, gazing at him in confusion.
Lu Sun spoke the truth.
Though angered by her attachment to that worthless stone, he couldn't bear to see her overly fatigued.
"Third uncle,
Lin Qingyu perceptibly sensed that something was amiss with Lu Sun. He seemed troubled by the stone that Lu Yen had gifted her.
She wished to clarify. But upon uttering third uncle, Lu Sun's expression darkened even further.
With a sharp click, the door closed, and Lu Sun's demeanor turned entirely frigid, exuding an aura of chill that required no further restraint. He wheeled himself to the trash bin and cast a glance at the unsightly stone within.
Catching sight of the offensive inscription. "A lifetime with a U?" What a jest! A Yu's lifetime could only be spent with him. Lu Sun's grip on the wheelchair tightened, revealing the tension in his veins.
He shut his eyes. Memories of that day in the car flooding back, how Lin Qingyu had been reminded of Lu Yen when she encountered a vendor promoting carved jade by the roadside. She had recalled that wretched, valueless stone. A mix of bitterness and frustration welled up in Lu Sun, wishing he could dismantle that stone into pieces.
But he could not. He could only glare at Zhou Nan and command, aside from that stone, dispose of everything else that others have touched. After a pause, he added,
"This stone shall remain for my wife to handle herself."
"Understood," Zhou Nan replied, his tone trailing off as his phone rang. He stepped away to take the call. Lu Sun remained seated, staring at the closed door with an ominous expression. His gaze seemed to convey a dire warning, "Dare to deny it, and you shall face the consequences." Zhou Nan smiled wryly, his lips twitching in resignation.
"Third master, you truly cannot go in." Just as he finished speaking, a piercing glare shot his way. Rubbing his cool neck, Zhou Nan hastily explained, "Old Zhang from the PR department just called.
He mentioned that the partners we met at noon are now under observation in the hospital. The blood tests indicate they have contracted the latest epidemic virus. It would be best for you to isolate from Madam for now."
His voice dwindled to a whisper. Lu Sun, maintaining his grim expression, acknowledged with a curt "I understand" and turned to retreat to the guest room for rest.
Zhou Nan sighed, resigned to his fate,
and sought out a familiar cleaning team to swiftly tidy the living area. Once everything was in order and disinfected, Zhou Nan closed the door behind him as he departed. Lin Qingyu waited in the room for an extended period, yet Lu Sun did not arrive. As the clock approached midnight, she finally decided to step out of her room, intending to pour herself a glass of water in the living room. However, upon switching on the light, she was startled by the scene that unfolded before her eyes. The coffee table, sofa, carpet, sound system, and various ornaments had all been replaced with new ones. Although the style remained unchanged and seemed identical to the originals, everything was,
in fact, brand new.
Lin Qingyu recalled that Lu Yen had previously mentioned his uncle, who possessed a rather obsessive nature,
characterized by an intense desire for possession and a strong sense of territoriality.
He was averse to anyone touching his belongings. Should someone dare to do so,
he would discard everything and replace it with new items.
This was due to his profound affinity for things that were entirely his own. Lin Qingyu seemed to suddenly comprehend why Lu Sun would be so concerned. Perhaps it was because she had conversed with Lu Yen.
Thus that stone had struck a nerve within him?
Lin Qingyu was filled with doubts as her gaze caught a glimpse of a faint light seeping through the crack of the guest room door, momentarily taken aback. It turned out that Lu Sun had not left, he was resting in the guest room.
Was he intending to sleep apart from her? No, that would not do.
She could not act in accordance with Lin Qingyu's intentions. After all, Lu Yan was part of her past, a fact she could not alter. It seemed Lu Sun had entrusted Zhou Nan with the disposal of other matters, leaving only this burden for her to bear. The long night stretched on, and she found herself unable to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment in the guest room, Lu Sun was acutely aware of everything unfolding. He first reviewed the surveillance footage from the living room, piecing together the events of the day. Upon hearing Lin Qingyu mention that she could not bring herself to buy clothes exceeding 500 yuan for herself, he felt a pang of compassion and promptly instructed Zhou Nan to provide him with the names of the clothing brands favored by the local socialites of Jiangchang. He meticulously examined each brand, selecting garments that complemented Lin Qingyu's essence. After placing the orders, he requested that the brands deliver the clothes the following day. Once this task was accomplished, he checked the real-time monitoring and felt a rush of anticipation when he saw Lin Qingyu approaching his door. However, when she ultimately said nothing and lingered by the trash can, he felt as though a heavy hand had twisted his heart. The excitement he had felt moments before was now overshadowed by a profound sense of disappointment. As the night dragged on, it was not only Lin Qingyu who found herself sleepless. It was not until dawn that Lu Sun finally succumbed to slumber. The next day, Lin Qingyu awoke early to prepare breakfast, hoping to initiate a reconciliation. She gently knocked on Lu Sun's door, but received no response, and ultimately had to leave for work. Throughout her journey, Lin Qingyu appeared lost in thought. Upon reaching the school entrance, Chen Mianmian rushed over, colliding with her and presenting a gift. "Ayu, happy birthday!" Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback before recalling that today marked her lunar birthday. She accepted the gift with a simple thank you. "What's the matter, Ayu? You seem rather downcast." Lin Qingyu sighed and recounted the events of the previous day. Upon hearing this, Chen Mianmian was filled with both anger and indignation. "Your mother and sister truly lack any sense of shame." Lin Qingyu seemed to have long since accustomed herself to this. Her brow furrowed as she solemnly remarked, "What concerns me at present is not this." Chen Mianmian immediately grasped the implication and earnestly inquired, "Ayu, could it be that you still harbor feelings for Lu Yan?" Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback but suddenly gained clarity. "Mianmian, thank you for enlightening me. Lu Yan has indeed been rather disappointing during this business trip. I believe what I lack is a sense of ceremony when it comes to breaking up with him. Once the separation occurs, everything should fall into place." Seeing that Lin Qingyu had ceased to dwell on Lu Yan, Chen Mianmian accompanied her with laughter as they walked into the school. However, no one anticipated that on Lin Qingyu's birthday, Lu Yan would unexpectedly present her with such a grand surprise. Chapter 45, A Sudden Proposal. Lin Qingyu's ex-fiancé seeks her hand in marriage. The more she pondered, the more Chen Mianmian felt compelled to assist Third Master. Between Lu Yan and Lu Sun, she stood by Third Master. Moreover, since Lin Qingyu was already married to Lu Sun, she genuinely hoped her dear friend would find happiness with her husband. Thus, Chen Mianmian sent a WeChat message to Zhou Nan. "Hey, could you please ask Third Master if he knows what day it is today? I am Lu Sun. Today is Ayu's birthday, I am aware." In such a brief span of time, it was impossible for him to cheat. It could only mean that Lu Sun truly remembered Ayu's birthday. "Alright, if you know, then be sure to perform well." Lu Sun understood. This man did not seem as unfeeling as the rumors in Jiangcheng suggested. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Lu Sun tossed his phone to Zhou Nan. His expression dark as he inquired, "Have the clothes been sent to the house?" "They have been delivered, and as per Third Master's request, the price tags were removed to avoid causing any psychological burden for Madam." "Good." Lu Sun's expression softened slightly. "When will the blood test results be available?" "I am waiting to be discharged to celebrate my wife's birthday." Zhou Nan exhibited a look of difficulty. "The doctor mentioned that you fainted this morning, and it is highly likely you have contracted a virus, so you must remain in isolation here. The report is expected to be ready by evening." "I was simply tired this morning." Mentioning his earlier fainting spell, which caused him to forget to open the door for his wife, filled Lu Sun with frustration. "Hurry! Tell the director to expedite the process, I want to be discharged." Director Wang replied that it could not be rushed. Blood analysis requires time.
Furthermore, if you insist on leaving, I will have no choice but to inform the elder. Upon hearing this, Lu Sun's expression darkened completely. First, reserve a restaurant. If the blood report comes back clear, I can immediately celebrate my wife's birthday. Make the cake according to the design I selected a few days ago. Understood. Zhou Nan responded promptly and hurried off to make arrangements.
At the school, once Chen Niannian confirmed that Lu Sun was aware of Lin Qingyu's birthday, she felt reassured. At lunchtime, she promptly sought out Lin Qingyu for their meal. The two friends walked together until they encountered several parents blocking Director Wang.
Director Wang. It was our oversight as parents that led us to consider replacing Teacher Lin.
We never anticipated that the children would be so fond of her.
Upon hearing this,
Lin Qingyu curled her lips in derision. The previous petition requesting the principal to transfer her to another class had garnered considerable support from parents.
At this moment, a parent retorted, "How is this unfair to Class 8? Class 8 is a remedial class, the best educational resources should be reserved for our elite class."
Director Wang Mei's expression darkened. Teacher Li Jiao, who currently teaches Class 1, is also exceptionally talented. She was an outstanding graduate from a normal university.
However, her guidance during this essay competition was evidently lacking. My daughter remarked that it was far inferior to what Teacher Lin provided. Indeed, other parents chimed in, especially since Teacher Lin had successfully guided 2 students from Class 8 into the finals.
Teacher Lin truly possesses remarkable skills. The competition relies on the abilities of the students. The teacher merely plays a supportive role.
Ultimately, it still depends on the children. Weren't you the ones complaining about Teacher Lin assigning too little homework? Well, Teacher Li can certainly meet your expectations. Wang Mei's tone sharpened. I reiterate my stance. Teachers cannot be shuffled around at will, as it would disrupt the students' stability. If you have further objections, please address them to the principal. With that, Wang Mei forcefully departed.
Lin Qingyu and Chen Niannian quietly departed, no longer wishing to listen.
Along the way, Chen Niannian exclaimed with satisfaction, "Serves you right.
Soon enough, they will complain that your assignments are too few. Now they realize your worth.
But it is too late. It's a pity for Li Jiao, who has taken over your advanced class." Lin Qingyu smiled lightly, dismissing the notion. Why should I indulge others?
I take no pleasure in that. Li Jiao is from the same cohort as us. If I were to favor her, that I would gladly do.
Indeed. Chen Niannian refrained from further comments and instead inquired, "By the way, did your husband wish you a happy birthday today?" Chen Niannian seemed somewhat incredulous. Glancing at Lin Qingyu's WeChat contacts before offering reassurance, "Some people might be planning to surprise you.
They may appear indifferent now, but after work, they will unveil their surprise.
And you'll find yourself overwhelmed with emotion."
Lin Qingyu chuckled as she glanced at Chen Niannian. "Where on earth did you acquire such wit?"
Chen Niannian, exuding confidence, raised her chin and replied, "Just you wait and see."
During lunch, Lin Qingyu invited Li Jiao, and the three enjoyed a simple meal to celebrate. After finishing the grading of papers, the sky had nearly darkened. As 6 o'clock approached and Lu Sun had yet to call her,
Lin Qingyu felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. After some contemplation, she decided to take the initiative and called Lu Sun, hoping to invite him for dinner. However, Lu Sun's tone was somewhat chilly. "All right then, you focus on your tasks." Lin Qingyu hung up the phone.
Uncertain whether Lu Sun was still sulking over the matter concerning the stone, and she felt a twinge of grievance. After tidying up her desk, she picked up her bag and exited the school. Just as she reached the school gate, Director Li of the Jiangcheng Cultural Relics Research Institute approached her.
Director Li,
a witty and humorous elderly gentleman, donned a traditional Chinese suit and wore black-framed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. Upon seeing Lin Qingyu, he greeted her warmly.
"Ah, you, long time no see.
I've come specifically to wait for you today, as there is a publication from our institute that I need your assistance with." As he spoke, Director Li gestured towards a small sedan parked behind him, inviting her to join him. Lin Qingyu, reluctant to offend Director Li,
got into the car with him.
After all, it was not an insurmountable task.
Previously,
The publications released by the office occasionally sought her assistance in refining the usage of certain words from the perspective of a language teacher. Given the formal nature of such publications, the precision of word usage was of utmost importance. Lin Qingyu accompanied Director Li into the car.
Along the way, Director Li continuously praised Lu Yan, describing him as a young man of remarkable practicality and a rare talent within the institute. Lin Qingyu wore an awkward expression,
utterly oblivious to the fact that a vehicle was trailing them from behind. The occupants of the car were Luo Jiaran, who was on her way to the school to borrow money from her sister to repay her credit card debt.
Upon noticing Lin Qingyu entering an elderly man's car,
she hastily flagged down a cab from the roadside to pursue them.
Before long, the car arrived at the Cultural Relics Research Institute in Zhengchang.
As Lin Qingyu alighted from the vehicle, she immediately sensed that the atmosphere had shifted remarkably from what it once was. The sycamore trees flanking the entrance of the research institute were adorned with vibrant lights and an array of birthday wishes and love notes. The lights shimmered brilliantly in the evening breeze, enveloping the surroundings in a palpable aura of romance.
Lin Qingyu followed the director into the courtyard of the research institute, bewildered.
Colleagues gathered around, each holding heart-shaped balloons of various hues, forming a circle with smiles of blessing upon their faces. In the center of the courtyard stood a projection screen,
towering to the height of a person. With a couple of crackling sounds, Lu Yan's figure appeared on the screen.
Dressed in a black suit and adorned with a red bow tie, he held a bouquet of roses, with the backdrop revealing his current archaeological site in Aoyu.
Lu Yan smiled warmly and called out, his expression earnest.
Aoyu, before my business trip, my mother agreed to our marriage. He nervously cleared his throat and adjusted his bow tie, repeatedly asking those around him, "Is this all right?" Once they signaled their approval, he beamed at the camera.
Aoyu, I've always hoped to propose to you on your birthday.
After 3 years, 1,095 days and nights of companionship.
I am certain that you are the soulmate I wish to share my life with. Aoyu,
I know you must be upset with me for not contacting you for so long. At this, Lu Yan chuckled lightly.
This was all taught to me by my junior sister.
She said this is a strategy of first restraint, allowing for a surprise that is doubled when the proposal finally comes. With a bashful smile, Lu Yan tenderly called out, "Aoyu," and then knelt on one knee.
Will you marry me?
His eyes on the projection screen were filled with sincerity. The wind rustled the leaves of the sycamore trees, and the sound of bells chimed,
lending an ethereal quality to the moment.
Lin Qingyu's heart surged with intense fluctuations. At the moment Lu Yan fell to his knees. It felt as though her heart had been struck by a great hammer, causing her breath to quicken abruptly. The colleagues at the office were all in a frenzy, chanting,
"Marry him! Marry him!" Even the director, an elderly man, wore a beaming smile, clapping his hands in encouragement, "Marry him! Marry him!"
The remnants of Lin Qingyu's rationality compelled her to shake her head, staggering backward a few steps. "No.
I cannot acquiesce. I cannot acquiesce."
The atmosphere of joy abruptly ceased, as if a pause button had been pressed. Lin Qingyu lost composure and fled the research institute, leaving her colleagues, including Lu Yan,
in stunned silence.
Lin Qingyu sprinted furiously, oblivious to the fleeting encounter with Luo Jiaran, who was secretly recording a video. All she knew was that she had to leave this place immediately. She kept running, the sound of the wind rushing past her ears, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Among them were the words spoken by Chen Mianmian, "Some people might wish to surprise you. For now, they may ignore you, but after work, they will unveil their surprise.
And you will be overwhelmed with emotion."
Soon, Lu Yan's voice echoed in her mind, "Aoyu, I want to give you a grand proposal.
Aoyu, I am certain that you are my soulmate.
Aoyu, today is your birthday, will you marry me? Aoyu, rest assured, my mother will take care of you." All these voices intertwined, and finally, Lin Qingyu lost control, collapsing by the riverbank, her hands covering her face as she wept bitterly. It turned out that Lu Yan had long decided to propose on her birthday. She felt such hatred.
She truly loathed Lu Minghua. And she resented fate for its cruel twists. But what could she do about this bitterness?
Lin Qingyu felt as if her heart was being suffocated with pain.
Lu Yan's calls came one after another. She repeatedly rejected them, ultimately turning off her phone and sitting alone by the river.
Unsure of how long she had been crying, Lin Qingyu felt as though she had exhausted all the tears of her life before finally calming down.
Lu Yan, I am married. On the other end of the line.
Lu Yan paused for a moment before reacting. Impossible.
I know you are angry about my business trip.
You must be saying this to provoke me.
No. Lu Yan, we are done.
This is my fault, I should have informed you sooner. However, everything happened so suddenly that I was unprepared and forgot to tell you. Between us, there has always been a lack of a formal breakup ritual. After a brief pause, Lin Qingyu spoke calmly. Listen, Lu Yan, we are finished.
On the day you left for your business trip.
Before she could finish, Lin Minghua, who had just received a proposal video from Lin Miaomiao, rushed over.
Snatching Lin Qingyu's phone away and shouting excitedly, What are you telling Yan? What did you say about me?
As he spoke,
Lin Minghua animatedly explained to Lu Yan on the other end of the line, Yan, don't listen to Lin Qingyu. Mom hasn't done anything. You have to believe me. After a moment, Lu Yan's perplexed voice came through the speaker. Mom, what are you talking about? Yu hasn't said anything bad about you.
Realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much, Lin Minghua's face turned pale with guilt, and she quickly soothed Lu Yan. Mom has more to say to Yu, I'll hang up for now.
With that,
Lin Minghua abruptly ended the call and threw the phone at Lin Qingyu with great force.
I truly underestimated you. Marrying the third one. Yet you still managed to entice my Lu Yan into proposing to you. If it weren't for Miao Miao telling me, and for my timely arrival here. Were you really going to tell Lu Yan that I pushed you into the arms of the third one? Are you trying to sow discord between us mother and son? You won't be satisfied until you do.
Lin Qingyu glared at Lu Minghua with palpable resentment, exclaiming, Look in the mirror, your self-incriminating and guilty demeanor is truly laughable.
Am I the one who has sown discord between you and your mother? Were the words you just uttered not the truth?
Lin Qingyu smiled serenely, assuring, Rest assured.
I shall never dream of this again. With that, she departed the riverbank with resolute strides. In the tumult of emotions, she had not anticipated Lu Yan's proposal on her birthday.
However, as she regained her composure, she became acutely aware that her feelings for Lu Yan had dwindled to mere resentment and regret. The moral and ethical boundaries that lay between them would forever preclude her from harboring any other sentiments towards him.
While love may thrive on mutual understanding and companionship,
marriage often necessitates a supportive family. Lin Qingyu comprehended the underlying truth at this moment, realizing that she must decisively sever all lingering memories of Lu Yan from her heart.
Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Duan Xiaobai arrived with 8 apples to visit Lu Sun.
Upon entering, he glanced at his watch and, with a familiar demeanor, addressed Zhou Nan, asking if they had finished their meal. If not, he suggested they eat together and requested Zhou to bring him a lunchbox.
Get lost.
Lu Sun shot him a fierce glare.
Duan Xiaobai widened his eyes in surprise, speculating whether the couple had been quarreling.
He then boldly seated himself at Lu Sun's bedside, saying, Brother, if you have emotional troubles, feel free to consult me.
I am quite knowledgeable.
Lu Sun cast a sidelong glance at him, incredulous.
You? What?
Lu Sun furrowed his brows, emphasizing, But we are married.
See? That is precisely the issue. Duan Xiaobai elaborated. People typically experience love before marriage, dating, getting to know each other,
sharing tender moments, hand-holding, the first kiss, and only then do they smoothly transition into the sanctity of marriage.
But you too? You went straight for a home run? How can that be the same?
The foundation was never properly laid.
Duan Xiaobai passionately articulated his insights.
At that moment, Zhou Nan's phone chimed,
indicating a new email had arrived. He instinctively opened it, only to be taken aback by the video within. Third Master. Someone sent a video of the madam to my inbox.
They probably couldn't find your contact information on the official website, so they sent it to my assistant's email. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Lu Sun, and his sharp gaze fixed on Zhou Nan.
Show me the video. Chapter 47, Madam. Regarding the third master, I cannot help but inform you. The video had been sent to Zhou Nan's email by Luo Jiaran.
After failing to locate Lu Sun's contact information on the Lu Corporation's official website or Weibo, she took a gamble and sent it to Lu Sun's assistant,
hoping he would see it.
Lu Sun glanced at the video, his handsome features freezing into an icy mask.
Duan Xiaobai discreetly observed him,
gasping in shock and hastily retreating several meters.
What a joke! After all these years of knowing Lu Sun,
I can tell without even watching that the video must have stirred his jealousy. In the past, whenever he spotted Lu Yan and Lin Qingyu laughing together, Lu Sun would become extremely agitated, either dragging him to spar or insisting he join old Yuan for drinks.
This time, it was likely related to Lu Yan once again.
After what felt like an eternity, Lu Sun's cold voice finally broke the silence in the dimly lit hospital room.
Where is the madam?
Zhou Nan hesitated for a moment before truthfully responding. The personnel assigned to discreetly protect the madam reported that she is crying by the river.
In that tense atmosphere,
even the sound of breathing felt like an intrusion.
The oppressive silence lingered in the room until Lu Sun's phone rang. He glanced at it,
feeling the chill around him dissipate slightly.
Lu Sun answered the call, his voice still tinged with coldness. It's me. After a brief silence on the other end,
a tentative voice inquired, Are you busy?
Speak. Lu Sun's tone gave away no hint of his emotions. Lin Qingyu took a deep breath and said, Just now, Lu Yan proposed to me.
Upon hearing this, Lu Sun's frosty demeanor softened slightly. He did not respond, seemingly waiting for Lin Qingyu to continue her revelation.
At this moment,
Lin Qingyu's emotions had calmed down, and expressing herself no longer seemed as daunting. She gazed at the vibrant night scenery outside the window and slowly began to confide in Lu Sun.
After work,
the director of the Cultural Relics Institute came to fetch me, merely mentioning a visit to see some publications.
As he is an elder,
I felt it was inappropriate to decline his request for a small favor, so I acquiesced.
However, once I realized the implications, I promptly rejected his proposal. Lu Sun,
I must apologize. I feel it is imperative to be honest with you about this matter. I just called Lu Yan to inform him of my marriage. Though I hadn't yet revealed that it was to you when Lu Minghua snatched the phone from my hand. My intention in making this call is to ensure you do not overthink this situation and to prevent you from hearing the news from someone else.
I promise to maintain my distance from Lu Yan moving forward.
All right, I trust you. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu let out a sigh of relief.
Shortly after, a gentler voice emanated from the other end of the phone. Where are you now?
Her wardrobe, which previously housed only a quarter of its capacity, now appeared desolate. Yet at this moment, it was adorned with a plethora of seasonal garments, coats, dresses, and base layers in an array of colors, resembling a vibrant display in a boutique. As a woman, she naturally cherished this delightful surprise.
Moments later, a voice as warm as a mountain breeze resonated through the phone. Madam Lu, happy birthday.
Lin Qingyu felt a flutter in her heart. It turned out that Lu Sun truly remembered her birthday.
However,
she could not fathom why his voice had turned colder when the topic arose, as he merely replied with a I don't know.
Reluctantly,
she managed to curve her lips into a faint smile. All right, then you carry on. I shall not disturb you.
After the call ended, Lu Sun's expression darkened once more.
Initially, it was a chilling demeanor, reminiscent of a desire to harm. Now, it was merely a simmering frustration.
Zhou Nan hastily broke the awkward silence. That was a call from your wife, wasn't it? Did she confide in you?
Yes, Lu Sun replied with a slight nod.
His expression inscrutable.
Zhou Nan exhaled. The fact that she confided in you indicates that she harbors no feelings for the second young master. Rest assured, third master.
Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Zhou Nan continued boldly, Did you purchase the auspicious plot?
Hence, I believe that your sister-in-law's honesty stems from a sense of responsibility and morality. If she had feelings for the third young master, I doubt it would be so certain. Upon hearing this, Lu Sun's countenance darkened further.
How could he not understand?
Yet, ever since he had gained her, Lu Sun had become increasingly greedy. Yearning for more, not just her presence, but her heart as well. He wished for Lin Qingyu to belong to him entirely.
Duan Xiaobai sighed, as I have said before.
Third master, you must pursue her.
How? Lu Sun inquired. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Nan, who promptly made arrangements for takeout. Duan Xiaobai's face lit up with joy. Zhou Nan's takeout was always delectable. Trading 8 apples for a meal was well worth it. Just as the takeout was organized, Zhou Nan awkwardly turned to Lu Sun. "Third master, the report is in." "You're fine, it's just a common cold. You likely overexerted yourself and fell into a deep sleep this morning."
Zhou Nan quickly grasped the situation and added, "Leave this matter to me."
Lu Sun grunted in acknowledgement. Madam, this is Zhou Nan. May I inquire if you have settled down for the night?"
The voice on the other end was Lin Qingyu's, clear and alert. "Not yet. It's regarding the third master. I simply cannot contain myself and wish to discuss it with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu felt a renewed sense of spirit. "Please, do elaborate," she urged.
Zhou Nan cleared his throat, adopting a seemingly troubled expression. Lu Sun, noticing this, nodded slightly in approval. Zhou Nan, perceptibly sensing Lu Sun's satisfaction, continued to speak on his behalf.
"Furthermore, regarding this morning, third master did not intentionally neglect you. He had fainted and was entirely unaware of madam's knocking at the door."
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu felt a tightening in her chest. "Is he all right now?" Zhou Nan let out a deep sigh. Ah. Chapter 48. Zhou Nan takes the stage for Lu Sun, skillfully teasing his wife. After Zhou Nan sighed, he refrained from discussing Lu Sun's condition and instead continued to tantalize Lin Qingyu with suspense, saying, "There is another matter that I simply cannot overlook. I feel compelled to inform you, madam. Third master is truly pitiable." "Lu Sun? Duan Xiaobai?" Zhou Nan shook his head and sighed. "Madam,
someone just sent third master a video of the second young master's marriage proposal. Before you have had the chance to explain to third master. He is feeling quite despondent. He believes he has marred your relationship with the second young master."
Duan Xiaobai, isn't that utter nonsense?" As Zhou Nan spoke, his voice quivered with emotion. "Third master, he even asked me to assess his assets, to see if there are any properties that could be sold. He stated that if you choose to divorce, he would be willing to give you 2/3 of his wealth, keeping just enough for his retirement." "Madam,
third master truly cares for you. The blood test results have yet to arrive, and upon witnessing the second young master's proposal video, he has become utterly disheartened. Contemplating drafting a will, declaring his desire to set you free so you may pursue the life you desire."
Upon hearing this, Duan Xiaobai was rendered speechless. Is this how a person speaks?
Meanwhile, Lu Sun nodded in apparent satisfaction. Lin Qingyu felt a mix of bitterness and anxiety upon hearing Zhou Nan's words,
and quickly inquired, "Which hospital are you at? I will head over immediately." Zhou Nan exchanged a glance with Lu Sun, who gave his consent before revealing the name of the hospital. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?"
"Third master had actually made a reservation at a restaurant to celebrate your birthday today. However, the blood test results have yet to come in. So we hesitated to invite you.
Would you prefer if I arranged for the restaurant to deliver your meal?"
"All right," Lin Qingyu responded, promptly ending the call.
"My goodness.
You two, combined, must possess a multitude of cunning tricks. Who could possibly compete with you?" At this, Lu Sun's expression darkened slightly as he turned to Zhou Nan.
"Double this month's bonus."
Zhou Nan smiled and bowed slightly. "Thank you, third master." Upon hearing anything related to money, Duan Xiaobai's eyes suddenly lit up. But before he could utter a word, Lu Sun gestured to Zhou Nan.
"Throw this fellow out and I'll give you an additional 10,000 as a bonus."
As Duan Xiaobai was being led away, he stubbornly shouted towards the hospital room, "No, third master, let me explain.
I can be your love consultant. Just give me a consultancy fee." "No. My meal. My boxed lunch is still inside." He squinted his eyes for a moment, observing Luo Jiaran as she approached the nurse with a fruit basket, repeatedly bowing and pleading, "Please, I beg you. This is my esteemed uncle. Nurse, just let me in. I only wish to give him a surprise."
"I won't disrupt your work, just for a brief moment."
The nurse, however, coldly refused. "No. This is a VIP ward.
You must tell me which floor and room you wish to visit.
Only after I confirm with the patient can I permit you to enter."
After much coaxing,
Luo Jiaran ultimately had to concede, handing the fruit basket to the nurse. "Since I cannot see my elder, please accept this fruit basket as a gift." "No need."
"Thank you," the nurse replied curtly.
Luo Jiaran rolled her eyes in frustration.
She had heard from Lin Miaomia that someone she knew had spotted Lu Sun in this private hospital's VIP area and had hoped to catch a glimpse of him.
However,
the obstinate nurse had thwarted her plans and wasted her expensive fruit basket. As she turned to leave, a thought struck her.
"Nurse, I happen to have an elderly relative at home who requires a peaceful environment. I noticed the VIP accommodations here seem quite pleasant. Could you tell me how the fees are structured?"
The minimum charge for a basic suite is 100,000. Regardless of the duration of stay.
It's a baseline of 100,000. Additional costs will be detailed in an itemized bill.
However, we generally have no available rooms, they are booked year-round.
Luo Jiaren's eyes widened in astonishment. A minimum charge of 100,000? That's enough to buy a handbag that makes a statement.
It appeared her suspicions were correct. The wheelchair-bound third master of the Lu family was indeed quite affluent. With a cheerful hum, she departed. Feeling that while her encounter had not been successful, she had at least gleaned useful information.
"Third master. I spotted a girl at the visitor's window who had been inquiring about you." "Inquiring?"
Lu Sun's brow furrowed slightly in displeasure. "Yes, the place is booked for us today."
Yet she told the nurse she wanted to visit an elder.
Meeting her at the apartment and then again here seems too coincidental.
Lu Sun replied indifferently. Not overly concerned about the young girl. "Look into whoever sent the video to your email." "Understood." Just as Zhou Nan responded, Lin Qingyu entered the ward with some fruit. Following the recent proposal incident involving Lu Yan, Lin Qingyu felt a tinge of awkwardness. Zhou Nan, sensing the atmosphere, warmly invited her, "Madam, please take a seat at the dining table." He then assisted Lu Sun into a wheelchair, wheeling him to the table, and after serving their meals, left the room. Once Zhou Nan departed, the ward fell into silence. Lu Sun broke the stillness. "Let us eat." "All right," Lin Qingyu replied, feeling the awkwardness, and quickly opened the takeout packaging, offering one portion to Lu Sun. They both ate in silence, not exchanging further words. Lu Sun had ordered gourmet meals from a high-end restaurant. The wooden box contained multiple compartments, with the largest holding a sizzling steak, releasing steam upon opening. The other dishes were equally extravagant, featuring heart-shaped foie gras and black truffle dumplings. Yet, Lin Qingyu could not discern much flavor, particularly when she noticed Lu Sun had barely touched his meal, instead poking at the wooden box with a toothpick, heightening her unease. After finishing their meals, Lin Qingyu took the initiative to speak. "Thank you for gifting me so many clothes." "It's only right for a husband to buy clothes for his wife," Lu Sun replied, still focused on whatever he was fiddling with. The box was about 5 to 6 centimeters high, making it difficult for Lin Qingyu to see what he was doing. So she continued discussing the clothes. "Some of the brands I recognize, they seem quite expensive." "That entire wardrobe. I took them from someone else," Lu Sun stated casually. "What?" Lin Qingyu paused in surprise. Lu Sun explained with remarkable nonchalance, "A clothing distributor owes me money. Ever since I stepped down, he has lost all fear of me and refuses to repay. I had no choice but to take his clothes as compensation." "Oh." Lin Qingyu felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing this and couldn't help but say, those clothes could be sold to recoup some funds. Alternatively, next time, instead of clothing, perhaps you should take something else of value that can be easily liquidated. Before Lin Qingyu could finish her words, she was interrupted by Lu Sun. "Madam Lu." Lin Qingyu was taken aback as she raised her gaze, only to find Lu Sun speaking earnestly. "I, Lu, still possess the ability to buy a few garments for my wife. That is not what I meant." Upon hearing these words, Lin Qingyu felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing she might inadvertently wound his pride. Before she could utter a response, she beheld Lu Sun emerging from behind the wooden box, presenting several large cherries, which he meticulously arranged before her. Each heart-shaped cherry bore a puncture from a toothpick, inscribed with characters that read, "Happy birthday, Mrs. Lu." Chapter 49, Mrs. Lu, may I request a few instances each week? Lin Qingyu felt a sudden surge of emotion, as if her heart and soul were completely filled. It turned out that Lu Sun had been carving words into the cherries all along. Observing the stunned expression on Lin Qingyu's face, Lu Sun pushed a few cherries forward with an intense desire to compete, declaring, "I can carve as well. If it pleases you, I am willing to learn." Lin Qingyu felt a mix of amusement and emotion.
She lifted her gaze to Lu Sun, taking a deep breath, preparing to express the thoughts that lingered in her heart.
Only to find that Lu Sun spoke simultaneously. "Ah, you, allow me to pursue you. Lu Sun, let us be in a relationship." The words fell,
and both were momentarily taken aback.
With a soft click, Director Wang pushed open the hospital room door and entered.
Upon hearing their exchange, he too was momentarily stunned.
With a disdainful tug at the corner of his mouth, he remarked, "Young lady, you wish to date this black-hearted fellow?"
In response, Lu Sun shot him a sharp glare.
"Wang Chongyang, silence yourself. If you cannot speak wisely, do not speak at all. Be gone." Wang Chongyang, invigorated by the banter,
pointed at Lu Sun while turning to Lin Qingyu. "Young lady, look at how rude this man is to an elderly person.
You should not date him.
You would be better off with my son, who is far more polite."
"Wang Chongyang, you are courting death. She is my wife." Lu Sun, infuriated,
nearly stood up to confront him.
Director Wang feigned surprise, widening his eyes as he looked at Lin Qingyu. "Oh, I see.
So you are the one who is to wed that unfortunate fellow, Lu Sun."
Lin Qingyu smiled awkwardly and nodded. Wang Chongyang shook his head in lament. "Alas! What a splendid flower, yet it is planted upon this foul and unyielding stone of a latrine. How pitiful!" Lu Sun's gaze was so frigid it seemed as if he wished to bury Director Wang. "What are you doing here? If there's nothing of importance, then leave." Director Wang,
relishing in the old man's discomfort, assumed an air of authority and replied, "As the director of this hospital and your attending physician,
what else could my purpose be but to express my concern for you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu promptly inquired, "Dean, how is Lu Sun's health? How could he faint this morning?"
Lu Sun had always prided himself on his robust constitution, so upon hearing his wife mention the embarrassing incident from the morning, he hurriedly clarified, "I didn't faint, I merely fell into a deep sleep."
"Oh, spare your wife the deception." Dean Wang sighed.
"Your condition is merely a result of weakness, which is why you fainted.
These are all aftereffects of the accident.
I had thought you had been recovering well under my care.
How could this sudden change occur? After much contemplation, I can only deduce one possible reason." Lin Qingyu hurriedly inquired, "What is the reason?"
"Indulgence beyond measure." Director Wang replied with utmost seriousness.
Upon hearing this, Lu Sun felt an overwhelming urge to bury his entire family.
Meanwhile, Lin Qingyu's face flushed once more, her gaze awkwardly fixed on the ground. Director Wang patted Lu Sun on the shoulder, saying, "At your age, you're nearing 30, and after the accident, you're not as robust as you once were.
You must take it easy. I just overheard you two discussing romance. That's splendid.
But perhaps you should refrain from anything too intense for now, start with holding hands."
How delightful that would be.
As he spoke, Director Wang turned his attention to Lin Qingyu. "You shouldn't always heed this old fellow's words. He needs to take better care of himself." After finishing, Director Wang nearly burst into laughter and quickly found an excuse to slip away. He felt an immense sense of satisfaction at having dealt with that old rascal's relentless schemes.
Serves him right. Once Director Wang departed, the ward fell silent once again.
Lin Qingyu felt a wave of embarrassment for a while before she mustered the courage to approach Lu Sun, lowering her head as she asked,
"Do the words you just spoke still hold true?" Lu Sun seemed momentarily taken aback, prompting Lin Qingyu to take a deep breath and gather her resolve. "Lu Sun,
I wish to embark on a romantic relationship with you, to engage sincerely as lovers do, transitioning from strangers to a deeper understanding of one another."
Lu Sun reached out,
pulling her onto his lap, his voice deep and resonant as he replied, "Certainly, but, Mrs. Lu, I lack experience, so you must guide me."
"However,"
Lu Sun deliberately paused, his lips grazing the side of Lin Qingyu's face as he continued, "However, it is the man's role to take the initiative in a courtship.
Prepare yourself to be pursued by me."
With that, Lu Sun leaned in, ready to capture her lips with his own.
Just then, with a loud click, Director Wang barged in once more. "Young lady, I almost forgot to remind you.
If an older man like Lu Sun is pursuing you, do not acquiesce too swiftly.
Look at him, so smooth-tongued, who initiates such intimacy on the very first day of courting.
You mustn't fall for his charms.
I risked my very life to offer you this counsel." With that, Director Wang slipped away again. Lin Qingyu let out a chuckle.
She could sense that the dean shared a good rapport with Lu Sun. At that moment, as Lu Sun leaned in closer, Lin Qingyu hastily rose to her feet to evade him. The dean was right, if one wished to pursue her, respect was paramount. There should be no inappropriate gestures.
A romantic relationship must commence from a place of mutual understanding. Lu Sun's expression faltered. Lin Qingyu smiled softly. Allow me to assist you to bed for some rest.
With that, she took the initiative to care for Lu Sun, gently maneuvering his wheelchair to the bedside and helping him onto the bed.
As soon as Lu Sun reclined,
he reached out and tugged at Lin Qingyu, pulling her into his embrace, his chest against her back. Contentedly, he rested his chin on her shoulder and said, "Madam Lu,
I wish for you to stay with me tonight." Lin Qingyu hesitated. Did we not agree to be in a relationship just now? Shouldn't being in a relationship allow us to spend the night together? Lu Sun, with an air of nonchalance, tightened his embrace around Lin Qingyu's delicate form,
almost as if he wished to melt her into his very being. Lin Qingyu felt a tickling sensation on her neck, wriggling like a caterpillar, and chuckled as she explained.
Of course not. Lu Sun, please, don't do that, don't move.
Lu Sun stiffened slightly, his voice tinged with a husky undertone. He dared not act on her here. Who could tell if that despicable old man surnamed Wang might barge in at any moment?
At that moment, Lu Sun genuinely wished to dismember Wang Chongyang into 8 pieces. Lin Qingyu could acutely sense the transformation in Lu Sun, rendering her too frightened to move. Softly murmuring to herself, "It certainly should not be like this when in love. Lu Yan and I never experienced such a thing." Lu Sun, struggling to contain his discomfort, let out a muffled groan. Then love must be truly dull. Lin Qingyu. After a while, Lu Sun defended himself once more, saying, "But we are husband and wife." Lu Sun let out a muffled grunt. Then let us only begin our courtship tomorrow. Tonight does not count. Moreover, Mrs. Lu, are you not concerned that I might faint again this evening? Someone must be there to care for me. Lin Qingyu found the suggestion reasonable and agreed. After a brief moment of contemplation, she boldly proposed, "Very well, let us begin sleeping in separate rooms starting tomorrow night. You shall take the guest room. This way, you can heed Director Wang's advice and take good care of your health." Separate rooms? Lu Sun's voice rose slightly. "Madam Lu, my health is perfectly fine. I am in excellent condition. Do not heed that old fool's nonsense. Sleeping apart is akin to seeking my demise. How can one engage in a romance yet sleep separately? This is devoid of meaning." Lu Sun paused, feeling as though he had retreated several steps before finally speaking again. "Then, Madam Lu, may I request to do so a few times a week?" Chapter 50. She did not wish to stir trouble, but that did not imply she was afraid of it. A few times a week? Lin Qingyu's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. Who would dare to ask so bluntly? From Lu Sun's perspective, he could see a pair of small ears blushing with a delicate hue, adorned with short, fine hairs, exuding an undeniable charm. Unable to restrain himself, he gently nibbled at Lin Qingyu's warm earlobe. Lin Qingyu reacted strongly, her body trembling slightly. "Ah? Is that what you just said?" Without a moment's thought, she blurted it out. As soon as the words left her lips, she wished she could bite her own tongue. Lu Sun was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "What does Mrs. Lu think? If you require it, I can accommodate you several times a week." The sound of Lu Sun's cheerful laughter echoed in her ears, and Lin Qingyu felt waves of heat wash over her cheeks. She covered her ears and, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, "No more of that. Anyway, in a relationship, if I haven't agreed, you can't enter my room." Lu Sun found his little wife utterly adorable. Her cheeks flushed and her playful demeanor was simply charming, making him want to devour her whole. He seemed to have discovered a new delight. A vibrant and lively Lin Qingyu, and he promptly pulled her closer, placing a tender kiss on the back of her head, earnestly declaring, "Mrs. Lu, starting tomorrow, I will earnestly pursue you." Lin Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. Lu Sun added, "Strive to enter the house as soon as possible." Lin Qingyu pondered why she had never noticed her uncle Lu Yan's rather unrefined demeanor before. Yet, inexplicably, whenever she nestled in his embrace, a sense of comfort enveloped her. After a day filled with numerous events,
she finally succumbed to slumber as her mind relaxed. Once her breathing steadied, Lu Xun discreetly retrieved his phone to send a message to Zhou Nan. I have deflated all 4 tires of Wang Chongyang's car. Pausing momentarily, he felt compelled to add, I have also punctured every tire in his garage. Zhou Nan. The following day, Lin Qingyu hurriedly partook in breakfast at the hospital before making her way to school. She donned a powdery purple woolen coat gifted by Lu Xun, complemented by a white scarf, radiating an air of elegance intertwined with youthful vitality. Upon entering the academic building, she was taken aback. Director Wang Mei sported the same coat, surrounded by a throng of teachers singing her praises. Oh, Director Wang, this garment truly complements your aura. The fabric is exquisite. It must be rather expensive, no? This color enhances your complexion splendidly. Listening to the flattery around her, Lin Qingyu instinctively sought a discreet path to slip away. She certainly did not wish for anyone to notice that she and Wang Mei were wearing the same outfit. However, as fate would have it, just as she turned to leave, the sister of Luo Jiaran called out to her. Ah! Teacher Lin, what a coincidence! You and the director are wearing the same attire today. Lin Qingyu felt a slight stiffness in her body, clearly recognizing that the words were intentionally provocative. She had no desire to stir up trouble, preferring to maintain a low profile and avoid minor inconveniences whenever possible. Yet this did not imply that she was afraid of confrontation. It was indeed a coincidence. Lin Qingyu smiled warmly and gracefully approached Teacher Luo, who possessed an astute eye. Certainly not someone who would repeatedly miscalculate grades. Upon hearing this, the expression of Luo Jiaran's sister darkened abruptly. Previously, she had miscalculated the total Chinese scores for the entire class, mistakenly believing she had outperformed Lin Qingyu's class and secured the top spot in the grade. She had taken to boasting in the office, only to be informed shortly thereafter by the Academic Affairs Office that her tally had been erroneous. And the total score was far from as high as she had claimed. The embarrassment of that incident resurfaced, causing her to feel somewhat flustered. However, she was not one to easily back down and quickly escalated the situation by provocatively asking, let us all see, who looks better in this outfit? Director Wang or Lin Qingyu? This remark undoubtedly placed Lin Qingyu in a precarious position. Several teachers wore expressions of discomfort, unsure of how to respond. The age difference between Wang Mei and Lin Qingyu was evident, and their appearances were not comparable in the slightest. When Lin Qingyu first entered the school, she was hailed as a rare beauty, a flower among the faculty, seen once in a decade. In contrast, Wang Mei, though not without her own merits, possessed a rather ordinary appearance, and her figure was somewhat ungracefully proportioned. When both donned the same attire, it was evident to any discerning eye who appeared more appealing. However, given Wang Mei's esteemed position, no one dared to voice the truth. The teachers exchanged glances, each remaining silent in the presence of the unspoken reality. Lin Qingyu smiled gently at Sister Luo Jiaran and said, since the question was posed by Teacher Luo, perhaps it would be fitting for her to provide us with an answer. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly echoed their agreement. Indeed. Yes, Teacher Luo, please share your thoughts. At that moment, Wang Mei also cast a curious glance at Sister Luo Jiaran, causing her to feel a sense of unease, as if implying that Director Wang held a superior position. Lin Qingyu smiled softly, I beg to differ. Upon hearing this, Sister Luo Jiaran widened her eyes in disbelief, regarding Lin Qingyu as if she had lost her mind. To refute her would imply that Wang Mei did not look good in the dress, suggesting that it was Lin Qingyu who looked better. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Qingyu calmly elaborated, as Teacher Luo has stated. Clothing must be worn with an aura. However, I personally do not concur with the notion that Director Wang exudes such an aura solely due to her age. I believe it is Director Wang's own experiences and refinement that enable her to emanate such presence. As her words settled, Sister Luo Jiaran suddenly recognized the awkwardness of the situation and hastily clarified, what I meant was not that you are older than Lin Qingyu. Upon saying this, Sister Luo Jiaran slapped herself in frustration. Wang Mei shot her a sidelong glance but chose to remain silent. The onlookers stifled their laughter. But just as they were about to disperse, 2 parents from Class 1 approached, their demeanor dripping with sarcasm. It was indeed rare to see a teacher sporting the latest V brand coat at school. At this moment,
The two affluent mothers directed their hostile gazes towards Wang Mei's attire. Sister Luo Jiaran immediately defended Wang Mei, exclaiming, "What is so strange about this? Are we to imply that our teachers cannot wear V-brand coats?" One of the parents stepped closer to Sister Luo Jiaran, a smirk playing on her lips. "Of course they can, but I am curious, what is a teacher's monthly salary that allows them to afford a 150,000 yuan coat?" At this revelation, the crowd gasped in collective astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out at the thought of a coat priced at 150,000 yuan. Lin Qingyu was taken aback. The affluent parent chuckled, her inquisitive gaze flitting between Lin Qingyu and Wang Mei, continuing her sardonic remarks. "I have heard that teacher Lin has married quite well, donning a pink heart diamond ring worth millions. Naturally, she can afford this coat priced at 150,000. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qingyu was left in a daze, staring blankly at the ring on her finger. Worth millions, the pink heart? Chapter 51, Director Wang's self-inflicted humiliation. Ayu's envy, the parent, fixated on Wang Mei, failed to notice Lin Qingyu's astonishment and continued with her biting comments. But some individuals, earning an ordinary salary, wearing such an expensive coat, could it be that they have misappropriated funds? Upon hearing the parent's veiled insinuation of corruption, Wang Mei's complexion turned ashen, and she hastily clarified. This clothing is not from V's brand. It was a gift from a good friend, nearly a little over 1,000, not that expensive." Wang Mei spoke the truth, the garment was a high-quality imitation, costing just over 1,000. "Oh," the parent elongated her voice, "so it is a replica. That makes sense." As she spoke, the two parents exchanged knowing glances at Lin Qingyu, remarking, "Teacher Lin, that outfit looks truly stunning on you." After offering their compliments, they departed, leaving Wang Mei, who had just acknowledged wearing a replica, feeling the sting of embarrassment. Though it was an imitation, the price of over 1,000 had been a considerable investment for her, one she had deliberated over for quite some time. Being publicly humiliated like this was infuriating. Upon witnessing this, Lin Qingyu intended to step into the teacher's office, yet before she could take a single step, she found herself encircled by her colleagues. "Ayu, may I touch your dress? I've never felt a garment worth 150,000 before. Indeed, let me have a glimpse. Ayu, is that ring worth over 10 million? Goodness! What does it feel like to wear an entire luxurious apartment on your hand?" Several female teachers chimed in, each taking turns to admire and touch Lin Qingyu's attire and accessories. Lin Qingyu was incessantly touched by others. "This garment was a gift from my husband, though it may well be a replica. As for the diamond ring, it is undoubtedly a case of mistaken identity by that parent. My husband insists that it holds no significant value, certainly not worth 10 million. Lin Qingyu was taken aback by the revelation, however, upon recalling Lu Sun's fallen status. She deemed it improbable that he could present such an extravagant diamond ring, thus dismissing the thought. The surrounding female teachers were equally perplexed, unable to offer any definitive insight. At that moment, a married female teacher glanced at Lin Qingyu's diamond ring and remarked, "Teacher Lin, there's no need for modesty. Given that your husband can afford the multi-million-dollar penthouse at Bund Bay, it is not beyond reason for him to gift you this ring worth over 10 million. The other female teachers gasped in astonishment upon hearing the price of the penthouse. Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Surely, that spacious flat could not be so exorbitantly priced? She had privately estimated its market value to be around 10 million. Yet, the distinction between a value in the millions and one in the billions is monumental. Other female teachers chimed in, indeed, that flat does exude a sense of luxury, but based on the square meter price circulating outside, it should be attainable for around 7 to 8 million. A married female teacher chuckled lightly. Are you all aware that my husband is the chief engineer of the Bund Bay? Everyone nodded, nearly forgetting that detail. That day, after visiting teacher Lin's home, I sent photographs to my husband. He is quite knowledgeable in this field and confidently asserted that the property, along with its interior decorations and furnishings, would not be worth less than 100 million. This is because teacher Lin's building boasts the finest views in the entire development and is the most expensive, specifically designated for elite clientele in Jiangcheng. Securing a spot requires not only internal competition, assessing who has the strongest connections and who holds a higher status in Jiangcheng, but also the ability to afford the internal pricing. As her words settled, the
the teachers found her credibility compelling, erupting once more into envious exclamations.
Ah, you! I envy you immensely. To have such an impressive husband. Ah, your husband is truly generous. To gift you such an expensive home. Luo Jiaran's sister observed the scene,
nearly grinding her teeth in jealousy.
Why? Why was it that Lin Qingyu's class consistently outperformed hers in Chinese, and her husband was so wealthy? With a flatted bund bay and a diamond ring so costly.
Luo Jiaran's sister's eyes darkened as she sent a message to her sister, maintain a good relationship with Lin Miaomiao. Her brother-in-law is quite a remarkable figure. I just heard that the house they reside in is worth over 100 million, and that diamond ring on teacher Lin's hand costs over 10 million.
After sending the message, Luo Jiaran's sister cast a disdainful glance in Lin Qingyu's direction.
She had eavesdropped on her sister's conversation with Lin Miaomiao the previous night,
discovering her intent to take revenge by alluring Lin Qingyu's husband.
She understood her sister all too well. Her propensity to chase after the affluent was evident.
Hence her provocative remarks. Now, she awaited the moment when Lin Qingyu would be cast aside, weeping in despair. Soon, the class bell rang,
and the teachers surrounding Lin Qingyu dispersed. During the lunch break, Chen Niannian approached her, inviting her to lunch and a shopping spree.
Just after they finished their meal, Lu Yan's bothersome call rang through once more.
Lin Qingyu, with poise and confidence, answered the phone in front of Chen Niannian.
Leaning in closely,
Chen Niannian attempted to eavesdrop on the conversation.
A gentle voice emerged from the other end. "Ayu, have you calmed down?" Chen Niannian thought to herself. What a ridiculous opening line.
Lin Qingyu instinctively furrowed her brow. Lu Yan, I have already made myself quite clear to you last night.
I have ended our relationship. And I have also entered into a marriage. Ayu, could you please refrain from being angry with me any longer?
I understand that on the day I was on a business trip, you must have felt frightened. Encountering such matters with Director Gao must have left you quite flustered.
However, Ayu, I am also powerless in this situation. This is the nature of the workplace. As a fellow employee,
you should comprehend that when the company requires you to travel for work, there is little room for refusal.
Moreover, have you not always been supportive of my archaeological endeavors?
I frequently tell my colleagues that in our profession, one must find a partner as understanding and considerate as you.
Listening to these words,
Lin Qingyu felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Before she could respond, Lu Yan continued to speak to himself.
By the way, Ayu,
I spoke with my mother last night, and she mentioned that you no longer reside in the old house.
Tell me honestly, is there some misunderstanding between you and my mother? Chapter 52, Luo Jiaran seduces Lu Sun, and is caught on the spot by Lin Qingyu.
Lin Qingyu's lips parted slightly. And just as she was about to speak, Lu Yan began to express his thoughts earnestly.
Ayu, my mother is an elder. If there are any shortcomings, please be accommodating towards her.
I understand that she may not handle certain matters well.
However, people of her generation tend to behave this way.
Historically,
the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law has always been challenging.
I am her only cherished son, and she will naturally feel threatened by the prospect of losing me to you. Yet, Ayu, I have always believed you to be a considerate person. You surely can comprehend my mother's feelings and alleviate her sense of insecurity, can't you?
Upon hearing Lu Minghua's name, Lin Qingyu was filled with resentment.
Gritting her teeth, she retorted, yes. I will ensure she never feels insecure or thinks I might take her son away.
Because that is simply impossible between her son and me.
Exactly, Lu Yan continued. As a man, witnessing the harmony between you two brings me the greatest joy. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Niannian could no longer contain her frustration.
She snatched Lin Qingyu's phone and shouted into the receiver, Lu Yan, are you out of your mind? Ayu is married. I have met her husband. This is no joke. So put away your self-righteous attitude. Ayu does not need to marry you. She deserves far better. Furthermore, have you read too many books and become foolish? What did you just say? You knew Ayu was scared when she faced that situation while you were on a business trip? You knew she was frightened. Yet you left anyway? How can you call yourself a person, let alone her boyfriend? You claim you are helpless in your career. That's utter nonsense. Others might say that. But you are the second son of the Lu family. If you did not want to go on that trip, wouldn't it be within your power to refuse? You knew about the situation with Gao Ju. From the moment you received my call until now, have you even thought to ask if Gao Ju retaliated against Ayu? Have you inquired about her safety? No. You are too busy justifying why you had to leave on your trip while expecting Ayu to tolerate your mother. I must tell you, regarding Ayu's marriage, you should truly consult your mother about it. Ayu is the one directly involved. She does not wish to discuss this embarrassing matter over the phone, and I cannot say much either. But Lu Yen, let me be clear, your mother will not be coddled by our family anymore. She shot a glare at Lin Qingyu, still visibly angry. What are you looking at? Are you upset that I took your phone? Are you really angry at me for standing up against such a worthless man?
Lin Qingyu could not help but smile,
playfully pinching Chen Niannian's cheek.
You know, I was just thinking how fortunate I am to have you, my articulate sister, to express everything I wish to say.
Otherwise, I would be regretting my earlier performance. Chen Niannian proudly lifted her chin, declaring, of course. In arguments, I, Chen, have never been defeated. At that moment, a notification chimed on Lin Qingyu's phone, signaling the arrival of a message.
Ayu, let me reiterate this seriously, you are a person of great refinement. And it is not fitting for you to associate too closely with Chen Niannian.
Eavesdropping on others' conversations and seizing their phones are behaviors that reflect a lack of upbringing.
Lin Qingyu and Chen Niannian simultaneously glanced at the text message. After sending a WeChat message, Lin Qingyu swiftly blacklisted Lu Yan's phone number.
Chen Niannian gave her a thumbs up, impressive. Quite decisive. This meal is on me. After Chen Niannian settled the bill, the two exited the restaurant.
Chen Niannian suggested they take a stroll to aid digestion. However, after just a few steps, Chen Niannian's gaze fell upon a figure seated in a wheelchair, causing her to come to an abrupt halt.
Ayu, isn't that your husband? Lin Qingyu followed Chen Niannian's gaze and observed Zhou Nan pushing Lu Sun into a ladies' handbag store. Shortly thereafter, Luo Jiaran also entered.
With a furrowed brow, Chen Niannian lowered her voice and said to Lin Qingyu, "Let us discreetly position ourselves behind that large column over there." Conveniently located beside the store was a sizable human-shaped sculpture, accompanied by an impressively thick marble pillar. Behind the pillar, there were wrought iron chairs where the two could sit and covertly observe and listen to the happenings within the shop. Lin Qingyu felt a twinge of curiosity and acquiesced to Chen Niannian's suggestion. The two quietly nestled behind a pillar and took a seat.
At that moment, Luo Jiaran excitedly entered the boutique.
Earlier that morning, she had received a WeChat message from her sister, revealing that Lu Sun had gifted Lin Qingyu a diamond ring valued at over 10 million, evoking her envy. She fervently prayed for a chance to encounter Lu Sun by serendipity. To her astonishment, while perusing the mall at noon, she unexpectedly crossed paths with him. Feigning a casual shopping excursion, Luo Jiaran stepped into the store, sauntering to the focal point of the room, where she coyly exclaimed, "Oh dear!
Why is the heating so intense in here?"
The dress she wore featured exceedingly delicate straps and a plunging neckline, exposing ample skin with the slightest lean. Its brevity showcased her long, graceful legs. This dress was her battle attire, frequently donned for nights of revelry in clubs and lavish boutiques, as she aimed to ensnare a wealthy suitor. Little did she anticipate that today, encountering Lu Sun, would provide the perfect opportunity. Chen Niannian observed this spectacle,
her fists clenching in disbelief. How utterly shameless. The weather in Jiangchang was a brisk 8 degrees Celsius outdoors. What was this teacher's sister doing, dressing so provocatively? Why not simply remove all her clothes for a more straightforward approach? Lin Qingyu's expression darkened slightly.
In this renowned boutique, only two men, Lu Sun and Zhou Nan, were present. Luo Jiaran's intentions were evident. She was undoubtedly targeting these two individuals.
Judging by Lin Niaomiao's friend's usual behavior,
the likelihood of her aiming for Lu Sun was even greater. Oblivious to the fact that every move she made was under Lin Qingyu's watchful eye,
Luo Jiaran pretended to examine a few handbags before striding towards Lu Sun.
She calculated the distance deliberately, feigned a stumble, and with a delicate cry of "oh dear,"
she fell straight into Lu Sun's embrace.
A smug smile played at the corners of her mouth, confident in her youthful figure. she was convinced that dressed as she was, a fall into a man's arms would surely stir his interest. Closing her eyes, she let herself fall. Already envisioning the scene where Lu Sun would buy her a handbag. After all, he had purchased a 10 million yuan diamond ring for Lin Qingyu. Spending a modest sum for herself was surely within reach. Chen Mianmian, witnessing the unfolding drama, was almost ready to rush out, but Lin Qingyu calmly held her back. She wanted to see how Lu Sun would react. At that moment, Lin Qingyu's heart raced as she observed. Chapter 53, The couple's joint effort to humiliate Luo Jiaran. What a spectacle! Just as Luo Jiaran was about to topple into Lu Sun, he deftly maneuvered his wheelchair, evading her well-laid trap. With a thud, Luo Jiaran crashed to the ground. The sound echoed painfully, delighting both Lin Qingyu and Chen Mianmian. Zhou Nan, watching her with suspicion, demanded, "Who are you? Why did you attack Third Master?" He quickly donned a pair of disposable gloves provided by the sales assistant and swiftly restrained the fallen Luo Jiaran, pinning her down. "Speak! Who sent you to assault Third Master?" Luo Jiaran writhed in pain, her hand painfully twisted behind her back, her mind racing with curses. Who would dress so provocatively to attack someone? Yet, still harboring hopes of enticing Lu Sun, she refrained from cursing, instead adopting a soft tone. "Mr. Lu, don't you remember me? I'm a U.S. colleague's sister, I've been to your house before." "Oh," Lu Sun replied indifferently. His attention focused on the handbag in his hands. Seeing this, Luo Jiaran raised her voice in a feigned sultry tone. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Her cries dripped with a hint of seduction, eliciting eye rolls from the sales assistant. Aware that men often fell for such tactics, she persisted, fluttering her eyelashes at Lu Sun. "Brother Lu, I just twisted my ankle, I didn't mean to attack you. Could you ask your subordinate to let me go?" With a stoic expression, Lu Sun raised his hand, and Zhou Nan released her, disdainfully removing his gloves and tossing them into the trash in front of her. Luo Jiaran froze, casting a resentful glare at Zhou Nan. As a nightlife beauty, she had never been treated with such disdain. Suppressing her inner frustration, Luo Jiaran approached Lu Sun enthusiastically. "Brother Lu, are you looking to choose a handbag for you? Since we fortuitously crossed paths today, why not let me recommend a few suitable bags for a US age from a woman's perspective?" She casually pointed at a handbag. "How about this one? It's versatile and perfect for a you." Lu Sun glanced at the handbag she pointed to and then regarded her coolly. "How old is my wife?" Luo Jiaran was taken aback, having never anticipated such a question. What kind of question was that? "My wife doesn't need something versatile. As her husband, I am capable of providing her with handbags in various colors to match her outfits. Moreover, she is worthy of any handbag in this store. These bags should feel honored to be held by her." Luo Jiaran's expression stiffened as she watched Lu Sun indicate the handbag she had recommended to the sales assistant. The assistant hastily donned white gloves and approached the bag. At that moment, Luo Jiaran's demeanor softened slightly. She thought, so this man plays hard to get. As she parted her lips to highlight the bag's features, Lu Sun raised his hand again and casually remarked, "I don't want this handbag. Pack up everything in this section." Both Luo Jiaran and the sales assistant were momentarily stunned. This section contained hundreds of handbags, each worth at least 100,000 yuan. With a mere wave of his hand, he was buying the entire display? The sales assistant, clearly taken aback, asked repeatedly, "Sir, are you certain you want all the handbags in this section?" "Yes," Lu Sun replied matter-of-factly. "What's the matter? Is it not allowed?" The sales assistant seemed to envision a substantial bonus beckoning to her and quickly responded with a smile, "Of course. Absolutely." At this point, Lin Qingyu could no longer remain hidden. She rushed out to intercept the sales assistant, exclaiming, "My husband is joking. Wait, don't pack them just yet. Let me discuss this with him." After pushing Lu Sun aside, she admonished him in a teacherly tone, "Why do you want to buy so many handbags? That's such a waste of money. Life shouldn't be lived this way." This was the first time Lu Sun had been scolded, and he awkwardly turned his face away, suppressing the domineering aura he had just exhibited, and explained somewhat defensively, "She mocked you. I wanted to show her that you don't need versatility, you can handle any handbag." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lu Sun was purely motivated by a desire to avenge her, wishing to purchase so many handbags.
How delightful.
Such a gesture is indeed very much in line with the character of San Yi. Lin Qingyu felt a gentle warmth in her heart as she observed Lu Sun's awkward demeanor, eliciting both amusement and sympathy.
She crouched down slightly,
communicating with Lu Sun in a tender manner, reminiscent of how she would summon her students to her office.
I understand your anger,
and I recognize that your actions stem from a place of care for me. However, as we navigate through life, we cannot afford to indulge in such capriciousness.
We must be prudent in our expenditures.
Lin Qingyu had not forgotten that Lu Sun had previously mentioned that he was currently facing some financial constraints and would provide her betrothal gifts at a later time. Lu Sun, in a somewhat dejected tone, remarked that had it been in the past, he would have acquired the entire establishment.
Lin Qingyu. Moreover,
I do not wish to merely exist.
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. I wish to pursue a girlfriend.
A friend of mine advised that if I present her with a gift each day, I shall win her heart.
Lin Qingyu felt a mixture of anger and amusement,
pondering the nature of such dubious friends. At that moment, Lu Sun exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Nan.
Luo Jiaran's eyes widened in disbelief. Was the outcome of this couple's communication merely the acquisition of the handbag from across the way?
Jealousy nearly consumed her.
Witnessing the sweet interaction between Lu Sun and Lin Qingyu was utterly irksome, prompting her to discreetly exit the boutique. Noticing this, Chen Nianmian called out, "Hey! Aren't you Luo's sister? You've dropped something."
Luo Jiaran, momentarily deceived, turned to look at the ground, only to find nothing there, leaving her puzzled as she glanced back at Chen Nianmian.
Chen Nianmian's grin was unabashed. Your dignity, dear. It's scattered all over the ground. Aren't you going to pick it up before you leave?
Instantly, Luo Jiaran felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment,
shooting a fierce glare at Chen Nianmian before storming off.
As she exited the store, a sudden sneeze caught her off guard, exacerbated by the temperature. Onlookers regarded her attire, so scanty for winter, with incredulity, wondering how a woman could be so brazen as to don a spaghetti strap dress in such frigid weather.
Hastily,
Luo Jiaran threw on her fur coat and fled the scene.
In her heart, Chen Nianmian relished the moment, while Lu Sun couldn't help but smile at the unfolding drama. Lin Qingyu assumed he was jesting about Luo Jiaran and, somewhat surprised, inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "Happy," Lu Sun replied, raising an eyebrow. "Happy? Indeed.
I find great joy in spending money for my wife," Lu Sun said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he regarded Lin Qingyu, curious to know if the teacher was pleased with his response. Lin Qingyu felt a warmth spreading across her cheeks, as if she had been playfully teased by Lu Sun.
Who said that this fellow was incapable of romance? Could he actually be quite adept at it? With that thought, Lin Qingyu hurriedly pulled Chen Nianmian away. Yet,
after just a few steps, she received a WeChat message from Lu Sun.
"Madam Lu, have you contemplated how you wish to embark on this romantic journey? A friend of mine has provided several options. Perhaps you would like to choose one?"
Chapter 54, Indeed, Third Master is a cunning old fox.
Lin Qingyu was perplexed.
Upon seeing Lu Sun's WeChat message, it felt as though she could hear his warm voice, akin to a gentle mountain breeze, whispering softly in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Chen Nianmian, witnessing this, rolled her eyes.
"I can't stand you too. You've just parted ways and already sending WeChat messages. Hey! Your third master is rather clingy, isn't? Lin Qingyu harbored no secrets from Chen Nianmian and felt a bit embarrassed to confess. "Last night,
I candidly revealed my engagement proposal to Lu Yan, and simultaneously we both expressed our desire to embark on a romantic relationship." At that moment, he was seeking her opinion. Chen Nianmian felt a slight pang of envy and shuddered, exclaiming, "Hey, Lin Qingyu!
Have you noticed that you never flaunted your affection for Lu Yan in front of me before? Is that so?"
Lin Qingyu replied nonchalantly.
Chen Nianmian rolled her eyes and retorted, "What do you mean by rekindling a romance? Aren't you already in a relationship? It's utterly unbearable for a singleton like me."
As she spoke, Chen Nianmian muttered to herself, "However, as your close friend, I believe Lu Sun is infinitely superior to his nephew."
"All right, what suggestions do you have?" She thought it wise to listen attentively, lest his friends advise him on extravagant gifts like handbags.
Lin Qingyu cast a quick glance. Taking into account Lu Sun's leg condition, ultimately opting for a more reliable approach, let us go on a blind date.
Lu Sun replied, "All right, Miss Lin. Let us meet at the lakeside restaurant at 7 this evening. I will be wearing gold-rimmed glasses and holding a pink rose." After sending the message,
Lin Qingyu hurriedly made her way to school with Chen Niannian. Upon arriving at the office, she searched for strategies regarding blind dates online. She had never been on a blind date before. Her engagement with Lu Yan had been arranged by the matriarch of the Lu family. Years ago, she had unexpectedly saved the matriarch, who, out of gratitude, set up this union.
During her university years, Lu Yan took the initiative to meet her.
Their first encounter was at the Archaeological Research Institute, where he introduced her to many fascinating artifacts, making the experience quite enjoyable rather than awkward.
Now,
as she prepared for her first formal meeting with Lu Sun, Lin Qingyu thought it best to do her homework.
Meanwhile, after leaving the boutique,
Jonan settled the bill and then pushed Lu Sun out.
"Third master, that woman just now, named Luo Jiaran, is the one who wanted to coincidentally meet you at the hospital last time.
She is also the one who sent you the video of the second young master's proposal."
"Whom?" Lu Sun responded calmly, instructing,
"Have someone keep an eye on her to ensure she does not pose a threat to my wife."
"Ha?" Jonan expressed surprise. "Not going to deal with her?"
"Not for now, after all, she is part of my wife's social circle. I do not wish to be overly aggressive, it might frighten her.
Moreover, I want to leave a good impression on her."
After a pause, Lu Sun added, "Have someone give her a warning.
If she persists in approaching, we shall find an opportunity to discreetly eliminate her." Jonan immediately grasped the implication.
The third master intended to bide his time, waiting for the right moment to extricate himself from this situation cleanly, then eliminate her when the opportunity arose.
"Ah, I understand. Truly a cunning old fox. Is it so soon? Did you not mention 3 months before?"
Lu Sun's expression momentarily changed. "Yes, originally it was a royal tomb of the Gemini dynasty. Now, a burial site has been developed, and access to another core tomb is restricted. It is said to be difficult, with significant funding gaps. The research institute is concerned that a large investment might damage the tomb, hence the decision to halt in-depth research for the time being."
Lu Sun furrowed his brow,
decisively stating, "Immediately devise a plan to secure suitable investors for that project and recruit outstanding talent to provide support.
At all costs, delay Lu Yan." Jonan acknowledged with a firm yes.
Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, Lu Sun's long eyes were filled with determination.
At 3 in the afternoon,
he summoned all his loyal senior executives from the headquarters to a dilapidated conference room for a secret emergency meeting. These individuals were all loyal to the third master, and their sudden summons filled them with both excitement and apprehension. The third master must have called us over for a significant project.
Indeed.
The third master is still biding his time. To gather us for a meeting amidst such risks must indicate a monumental project. As the senior executives entered the shabby conference room, their hearts raced with anticipation, eager to embark on a grand endeavor.
Once seated, Lu Sun inquired,
"Share your experiences regarding blind dates."
"One by one, please."
The executives wore puzzled expressions.
"Yes, that is certainly the case.
The issue of being single is indeed a prevalent social topic.
This project has potential." Most of the executives were men in their 40s and above,
and they began to share their personal experiences, while Lu Sun diligently recorded each detail. Observing the third master's seriousness, they could not help but ponder, how could this not be a significant project? Meanwhile, at a tea house, a young man in his late 20s, clad in flamboyant attire, entered a private room. He was Wu Haotian, the head of Bailey Company and a distant nephew of Lu Minghua. Striding in with a swagger, he immediately noticed Lu Minghua's sour expression and poured her a cup of tea, asking, "Aunt, who has offended you?" Lu Minghua did not respond and retorted, "Why did you call me out?" Wu Haotian sighed deeply, "What else could it be? I wanted to thank you for earlier advising me to find a scapegoat as a legal representative. Otherwise, I would be behind bars by now. However, I cannot provide that 1 million investment at this time." Lu Minghua cast a sidelong glance at Wu Haotian. realizing he was unaware that she was the reason his company had been shut down. She responded generously, "Forget it, I am well aware of your family situation. It's not easy to start a business, and now this has happened.
You need not return the million."
Although she said this, Lu Minghua understood that her nephew would be unable to repay her even if he wanted to, thus, it was better to do a favor.
Wu Haotian's eyes brightened at her words. "And, if you ever need my assistance, just let me know.
I, Wu Haotian, will certainly go above and beyond."
Lu Minghua,
pleased by this unexpected gain, confessed, "To be honest, I am currently facing a rather troublesome issue."
"Feel free to share, Aunt."
Lu Minghua, being a kindred spirit, did not hide anything from him and directly recounted her plans to scheme against Lin Qingyu.
Wu Haotian smirked, "Isn't this simple? Aunt, leave this matter to me. It's not difficult to make a woman obedient." "Really? Do you have a good plan?" Lu Minghua's expression darkened as she hesitated. "This might not be appropriate?" "Oh, Aunt, just pretend you know nothing. Leave this to me." Lu Minghua, hearing this,
felt a smile creeping onto her lips and chose not to argue further. Soon, it was time for Lu Sun and Lin Qingyu's initial blind date.
Lu Sun changed into several outfits, bought pink roses, and arrived at the restaurant half an hour early.
Chapter 55, The Third Master's Blind Date.
Opening his wardrobe,
he found the clothes he had gifted, from overcoats to woolen sweaters to dresses, all neatly categorized and arranged by color from dark to light, demonstrating considerable thoughtfulness. Yet, on the far side of these garments, a few strikingly different pieces stood out: vibrant, floral patterned dresses. Lin Qingyu tentatively donned one of the floral dresses, and to her surprise,
it looked exceptionally charming.
She then draped a cashmere coat over it, readying herself for the appointment. Just before stepping out, she glanced at the charming fragrance gifted to her by Chen Niannian and spritzed a few more sprays, her cheeks flushed as she departed.
Upon entering the designated restaurant,
Lin Qingyu surveyed the surroundings and quickly spotted Lu Sun seated at a cozy table by the window. One hand held a glass, while the other rested casually on the table. His demeanor appeared relaxed, yet to the discerning eye, it was evident that he exuded an innate air of nobility, setting him apart from the other patrons in the establishment. Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing slightly. How had she never noticed before how handsome her third uncle, Lu Yan, truly was? At that moment, Lu Sun's gaze was directed towards the entrance, and upon seeing her, his eyes seemed to flicker with a hint of surprise. Lin Qingyu's cheeks flushed instantly as she nodded towards him, her heart inexplicably tightening. Approaching the dining table, before she could utter a word, she heard Lu Sun gently inquire, "Are you Miss Lin?" As he spoke, he placed one hand on the table, struggling to rise to his feet. Lin Qingyu then realized that Lu Sun was exceptionally tall, likely around 185 centimeters. Standing before her, he towered over her by nearly half a head, exuding both charm and a sense of security.
Concerned that Lu Sun's legs might not endure prolonged standing,
Lin Qingyu gestured for him to take a seat, quickly adding, "Mr. Lu, please sit down. I heard from the introducer that your legs are not very convenient." She thought to herself that by saying this, Lu Sun would perceive her as a considerate woman. However, as soon as her words fell, Lu Sun's expression darkened slightly.
Meanwhile,
Zhou Nan, sitting behind the booth and observing the wheelchair, stifled a laugh, nearly bursting out. He could easily imagine the deepening scowl on Third Master's face at that moment. Initially intending to impress the lady, he unexpectedly found himself exposed regarding his leg predicament.
How amusing. After Lin Qingyu took a seat, she noticed that Lu Sun's complexion appeared rather unsettled. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "Mr. Lu, is something amiss?"
Lu Sun composed himself, striving to leave a favorable impression on Lin Qingyu, and made an effort to lift the corners of his mouth.
"Nothing is wrong. Let us formally introduce ourselves. I am Lu Sun."
As he spoke, Lu Sun extended his hand with courteous grace. Lin Qingyu gently extended her hand and said, "Hello.
I am Lin Qingyu, it is a pleasure to meet you." Following their formal introductions, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as both seemed at a loss for words.
Despite having prepared extensively, the moment of the blind date left their minds blank. Lu Sun picked up the menu and handed it to Lin Qingyu, saying, "Miss Lin, perhaps you would like to take a look at what you enjoy eating?"
Lin Qingyu ordered a plate of pasta along with several appetizers. After placing their orders, a serene silence enveloped the two. Their gazes met, and suddenly, they erupted into laughter. Previously, Lin had often heard colleagues mention the awkwardness of blind dates. But experiencing it firsthand was indeed surprising. Lin Qingyu jestingly remarked, while Lu Sun, exhibiting considerable gentlemanly grace, offered an apology, if Miss Lin feels uncomfortable. The fault lies undoubtedly with me. I was unprepared, which has caused your discomfort. How about this, if you have any questions about me, please feel free to ask. Lin Qingyu pondered for a moment before speaking. Mr. Lu, what are your expectations for your future partner?
Chapter 56, the charming older man. As the question left her lips,
Zhou couldn't help but break into a nervous sweat on behalf of Lu Sun.
To claim he had no expectations would appear insincere. Yet to admit he had them might risk missing the mark with his future spouse. Truly, as a language teacher, her question was delightfully intricate. Lu Sun contemplated for a moment, and the scene of their first encounter years ago flashed through his mind, prompting a soft chuckle.
Upon hearing this,
Lin Qingyu felt a slight heaviness in her heart.
Had she not also harbored such fantasies?
Yet, the two of them were bound together by fate,
compelled to assume the roles of husband and wife.
In truth, this predicament seemed rather unjust for Lu Sun as well.
Lin Qingyu felt the encouragement from Lu Sun and nodded. Then I must pose another incisive question to Mr. Lu. Assuming one is already married, what expectations do you have for your wife? Lu Sun seemed to catch a glimpse of Lin Qingyu's playful side and couldn't help but chuckle.
If I were to say that I have no expectations of my wife, you might find that statement rather disingenuous. However, in truth, he continued, gazing intently at Lin Qingyu, as long as she is the one I desire, my indulgence towards her is absolute. She need not conform to any particular image, for I cherish every facet of her being. Lin Qingyu felt a flutter in her heart, realizing that Lu Sun was quite cunning, seizing the opportunity to tease her as she posed her question. Although she was uncertain about the veracity of Lu Sun's words, as his wife, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Naturally, if one were to express a desire, it would be for her to trust him, to believe in his love for her,
and to have no doubts about his affection and loyalty.
As he spoke, Lu Sun flashed a sincere smile, candidly admitting that no man relishes having his wife constantly on guard, perpetually suspicious, and rummaging through his belongings.
Lin Qingyu nodded in acknowledgement.
It seemed she had indeed underestimated this man, who was 5 years her senior.
His response was nothing short of impeccable. Yet, she remained unconvinced and pressed on with her inquiry. Would you expect your wife to be a full-time homemaker? If her career conflicts with childbirth and childcare? How would you address that?
Upon uttering the question, Lu Sun's gaze deepened with contemplation. He felt a surprising sense of relief at having engaged in this matchmaking encounter. It became evident that this young lady harbored numerous uncertainties about him and lacked a sense of security.
Fortuitously, this opportunity to rekindle their romance could foster the emotional connection and trust they needed. Is something the matter? Lin Qingyu felt a sudden wave of vulnerability under Lu Sun's penetrating stare.
These inquiries were indeed matters that weighed on her mind.
Nothing at all,
Lu Sun replied with a warm smile.
Your question has prompted me to express a few thoughts to my future wife.
I wish to convey to her that no matter what kind of person she aspires to be, I will wholeheartedly accept and support her. If she desires to be a full-time homemaker, I will stand by her decision.
As a man, I will endeavor to ensure the household's daily expenses, providing her with a stable life.
Conversely, if she wishes to pursue her career, I will also support her and offer my utmost assistance with the resources at my disposal. To me, marriage signifies a partnership in navigating life together, mutually uplifting one another rather than demanding sacrifices for personal satisfaction. Regarding your concern about the potential conflict between childbirth and career, it suggests that pregnancy should not be a pressing agenda, allowing for a more gradual approach. As for childcare, while I cannot proclaim that I can take on the role of a full-time caregiver, I will strive to assist in this regard.
Moreover, with my financial capabilities,
I can hire a nanny to alleviate the burdens on my future wife. In Chapter 57, Dream Husband, she pondered that if Lu Sun could genuinely fulfill these promises,
he would certainly outshine Lu Yan.
Chen Mianmian had once jested that it was highly probable that while she was giving birth,
Lu Yan would still be engrossed in his archaeological pursuits.
Lu Sun chuckled, "The same question, Miss Lin, is one that I would pose to you as well."
Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lu Sun was quite cunning as well. "I wish to find someone entirely different from my father." Upon hearing this,
Lu Sun paused in surprise. Lin Qingyu curled her lips in a self-deprecating smile and remarked, "I once discussed this topic with my close friend,
and I arrived at the same conclusion.
My father is very much a traditional man, concerned with appearances, often reprimanding my mother and me.
Throughout my life,
he has never been at fault, the blame has always rested upon us.
I yearn for a partner who will not scold me, who will respect me, and who, when faced with difficulties, won't be quick to place blame upon me.
I hope that if I stumble,
my husband will inquire if I am in pain rather than immediately chastising me for not walking properly.
I desire someone who will listen to my innermost thoughts and value my opinions, rather than someone who consistently dictates my life and tells me what to do."
Lu Sun understood that Lin Qingyu was speaking from the heart and gently assured her, "Rest assured, I will not."
Lin Qingyu nodded slightly, then playfully inquired, "May I ask,
Mr. Lu, have you ever had a girlfriend in the past?"
"No," he replied.
"Then I must be candid with you, Mr. Lu.
I once had a boyfriend with whom I was in a relationship for 3 years.
Due to my previous experiences of failure,
I have added an additional criterion for my future partner."
"What is it?" Lu Sun inquired, suddenly feeling a bit anxious.
Having already emulated Lu Yan by donning gold-rimmed glasses,
he wondered what further expectations Lin Qingyu might have. Would he need to delve into the study of archaeology as well?
Upon noticing his slight unease,
Lin Qingyu couldn't help but smile.
"I hope that my future partner, regardless of how busy their work may be, can always find time to accompany me and our children.
This, I can certainly manage."
Lu Sun visibly exhaled in relief, took a piece of steak and placed it in his mouth, then inquired, "Miss Lin,
have you ever considered what your future partner might look like, or what kind of personality they should possess?" As he spoke, he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with a noticeable eagerness and asked, "For instance, a scholarly gentleman who wears glasses?"
Lin Qingyu chuckled softly, "Mr. Lu, you seem quite eager for me to claim a label, but that may lead to deductions."
Lu Sun remained silent, yet Lin Qingyu took a moment to ponder his inquiry.
It appeared that she did not particularly favor bespectacled men, rather, it was merely a coincidence that Lu Yan fit that description.
In fact,
she was more inclined towards men who exuded a commanding presence and offered a sense of security. She recalled catching a distant glimpse of Lu Sun at an event before his accident, when he was still able to stand and did not wear glasses.
He walked with an air of confidence, radiating charisma. That image was quite appealing.
However, Lin Qingyu refrained from voicing her thoughts, lest she be labeled as infatuated.
The two continued their conversation, delving into their hobbies. "Do you have any pets?" she inquired. "Yes, I have a dog." "Really?"
Lin Qingyu's eyes sparkled with interest. "I always wanted a dog when I was younger, but Miao Miao was afraid of them, so my family wouldn't allow it."
"Is your dog adorable?" In the back seat, Zhou Nan nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this exchange. Lin Qingyu's interest was suddenly piqued. "Is there a chance for me to meet him?" "Certainly," Lu Sun replied promptly.
And then he sent a WeChat message to Zhou Nan, arranging for someone to take the general for a bath and style him to appear adorable.
Zhou Nan felt like crying. "This is too difficult for me. The fiercest dog in Jiangcheng. How can he be cute?" After discussing their interests, the two had nearly finished their meal. Lu Sun took out his phone, opened the WeChat QR code, and politely said, "Miss Lin, since our conversation has been so delightful, shall we exchange contact information?" Lin Qingyu thought to herself, "Haven't we added each other on WeChat already?" She cast a puzzled glance at the QR code and couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 58, How could the esteemed third master have become a mere mistress? The WeChat name is surprisingly, Mistress. Lin Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle. However, Lu Sun, with utmost seriousness, remarked, after some contemplation, "It is indeed better to keep our two identities separate. Different identities convey different messages." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Qingyu's phone chimed. Instinctively,
She glanced at it and discovered that Lu Sun had sent her a message via his original WeChat account. Madam Lu, your dress today is quite exquisite.
Lin Qingyu's cheeks instantly flushed with heat.
She scanned the QR code of the mistress and added Lu Sun's newly registered WeChat account. Feeling as though she were genuinely entangled in an affair. Flirting with her through her husband's WeChat while pursuing her with the mistress's account. Lin Qingyu had never realized before how adept Lu Sun was at this. Lu Sun, my feelings for Mrs. Lu are as evident as the sun and moon. Even in infidelity, I remain devoted solely to Miss Lin.
Lin Qingyu's cheeks flushed even more. Blushing, she couldn't help but ask, so what shall we do now? We've already had our meal. Lu Sun pondered for a moment and replied, then, Miss Lin, shall we arrange to meet again next time? Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback,
but soon regained her composure and nodded politely, saying, all right, let us arrange another meeting next time.
Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Qingyu anticipated that Lu Sun would accompany her.
But instead, he merely summoned a vehicle to transport her. Lin Qingyu mused to herself that Lu Sun was truly acting as if they were on a blind date. She had always desired a plush, affectionate dog, and to her surprise, marrying Lu Sun had somehow fulfilled that wish. As the car came to a halt at the entrance of the community, Lin Qingyu, feeling somewhat satiated, decided to take a leisurely stroll around the vicinity, contemplating a route that would lead her to the back entrance of the neighborhood, thus aiding her digestion.
The path was rather tranquil, shrouded in darkness.
And perhaps due to her heightened anxiety, she couldn't shake off the feeling that a sinister figure lurked behind her. There were three. Lin Qingyu's heart trembled slightly as she weighed her thoughts with composure. She feigned calmness while dialing a number to Lu Sun. As soon as the call connected, she deliberately raised her voice, exclaiming, oh? Darling, you're coming to pick me up? No need, I'm just a few steps away from the back door.
What? You're already on your way?
As Lin Qingyu stood there, several men exchanged furtive glances behind her, silently acknowledging a grave predicament.
Among them,
one man was deeply indebted to a loan shark, and Wu Haotian, the nephew of Lu Minghua, had promised him that if he abducted Lin Qingyu, his debts would be absolved. Resolute, he turned to his two companions and commanded, seize her. We must act swiftly, for this opportunity may never arise again. The three men lunged forward, but Lin Qingyu, clutching her handbag, struck the nearest assailant in the face and shouted, what do you think you are doing?
What are we doing?
It seems someone has a desire for you, and we've been hired to capture you, the leader of the thugs retorted, rubbing his face where the handbag had landed.
He spat disdainfully and lunged towards Lin Qingyu, seizing her hair. You wretched woman, were you trying to deceive us?
Where is your husband?
He's right here.
Let me go. In the bleak winter night, as the biting wind swept through, the three thugs were taken aback by the chilling tone of a voice that resonated from behind them, colder than the frigid air. The leader, trembling with fear, released his grip on Lin Qingyu's hair. Lin Qingyu hurriedly ran behind Lu Sun. A few henchmen turned to glance at the man behind them, unable to suppress their laughter.
A cripple? Is this all?
Chapter 59, The Madness of the Third Master. Several henchmen, upon seeing Lu Sun seated in a wheelchair, could not help but burst into laughter. Lu Sun paid no heed to the derision of these insignificant pests, his full attention was fixated on Lin Qingyu's pale, delicate face. Grasping her icy hand, he gently inquired, have you been frightened?
Lin Qingyu's heart was tumultuous.
For a fleeting moment, she genuinely felt that it was all over. Lu Sun gently rubbed her hands, reassuring her, do not fear, I am here, and nothing will go amiss. As he spoke, he warmed her hands, and in a fatherly manner, he inquired, tell your husband. Where did they touch you? Where they touched, I shall exact retribution. A slight smile graced Lu Sun's lips, but behind his cultured glasses, his gaze was heavy with intensity. Lin Qingyu's heart quivered slightly as she recalled Lu Yan's words, that Lu Sun possessed an overwhelming sense of possessiveness and detested others touching his belongings. Instinctively, she shook her head and tugged at her hair.
Lu Sun curled his lips into a smile, directing his gaze towards the three lackeys. Excellent. You may begin preparing to don wigs.
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu found Lu Sun's words rather audacious. She instinctively glanced at the three towering men, feeling a lingering uncertainty within her. The leader of the group spat disdainfully, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. You? A worthless wretch.
Think you can teach us a lesson? The other two henchmen joined in with laughter. Lu Xun regarded the leader with an indifferent gaze. You are not even worthy for me to sully my hands on. The leader, incensed by this, rolled up his sleeves and stepped closer to Lu Xun. I've never met anyone as cocky as you. Don't come too close, Lu Xun replied, casting a cool glance at him. The leader chuckled upon hearing this. Are you scared? It's mainly because your ugliness offends my eyes. Lu Xun's expression remained genuine, suggesting he was not one to utter falsehoods. Lin Qingyu was filled with anxiety, her heart racing. Instinctively, she touched Lu Xun's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from further provoking the adversary. However, Lu Xun calmly patted the back of her hand and assured her, do not worry. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow anyone to mistreat you. The leading man shook his head, as if he had heard a jest. You, a worthless fool, still dare to be so arrogant. He pointed to his own face. Do you see this? Your woman did this. He continued. If you had merely cowered and begged for mercy, allowing me to further mar your visage and take your woman, this matter could have been settled. But now, I must inform you, this is far from over. Lu Xun raised his eyes to glance at Lin Qingyu. You did this? Lin Qingyu nodded slightly. Lu Xun furrowed his brow and admonished, why did you strike so gently? Next time, hit it with all your might. If anything goes awry, I shall bear the consequences for you. Lin Qingyu was both amused and exasperated, her heart a tumult of emotions, touched yet anxious. What kind of situation was this? With no support from anyone around, was such audacity truly permissible? As expected, her words incited the wrath of the leading man, who raised his hand and charged forward. I'll blow your head off. Meanwhile, Lu Xun sat calmly in his wheelchair, nonchalantly whistling a tune. Suddenly, a massive figure darted from the shadows, soaring through the air. Its jaws snapped shut with precision, clamping onto the man's wrist as he aimed to strike Lu Xun. The colossal creature then crashed onto the leader, slamming him to the ground with a resounding thud, its jaws firmly gripping the man's wrist. The man, momentarily stunned until the back of his head struck the ground, felt a surge of agony in his wrist, prompting a terrified scream. It's a dog. A dog. The man flailed desperately, but the beast, a steadfast general, held on with unwavering tenacity, emitting a disgruntled growl through its nostrils. In pain, the man cried out, hurry. Someone help me. My wrist is about to break. Lin Qingyu was somewhat startled. Lu Xun cast a sidelong glance at her and softly warned, General, maintain your charm. The general replied. You want me to maintain my charm at 180 pounds of Tibetan Mastiff? Show me how you do it. Chapter 60, my driving skills are exceptional. The general, rarely lost in thought, relaxed her lips, allowing the man to break free. At this moment, the three henchmen trembled as they retreated. The general barked at them fiercely. Remembering the reprimand from the third master, she tentatively called out, Woof! 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 Under the glow of the street lamp, Lin Qingyu finally discerned the appearance of the imposing large dog before her. With its long brown fur and robust limbs, it exuded an air of majesty, however. For reasons unknown, its coat was adorned with an array of colorful bows, rendering it rather awkward in appearance. One of the small henchmen tentatively attempted to retreat, but the dog, known as General, fixed him with a fierce glare and pounced, pinning him to the ground. Care to try running again? Our delightful general guarantees an existential crisis. The three henchmen were visibly horrified. Where, pray tell, is the cuteness in that? In unison, they lamented, who is the Grandmaster now? It's you! It's you! The trio nearly burst into tears, lamenting, if you had a dog, you should have mentioned it earlier. Moments later, Zhou Nan rushed over. Third Master, the police have been alerted. They should be arriving shortly. Lu Xun cast a glance at the three henchmen, instructing, behave and descend the slope. Waiting for the police at the intersection. Understood? Understood, the three henchmen nodded in fright, satisfied with the completion of its task. General excitedly bounded over to Lu Xun and Lin Qingyu, wagging its tail in a plea for affection. However, as soon as its large head drew near, Lu Xun disdainfully pushed it away. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, as Lu Yan had mentioned,
The possessions of the third master of the Lu family were not to be touched by others, they were not to bear the scent of anyone else. If Lu Xun were to arrive a moment too late and she were to be encountered by these individuals elsewhere, would he then forsake her as well? Lin Qingyu felt increasingly uncertain within her heart. Previously, there were whispers that the third master of the Lu family was akin to a king in Zhangcheng.
At that moment,
she experienced a sensation akin to being in the company of a tiger while serving the emperor. Lu Xun raised his gaze to Lin Qingyu, puzzled by her sudden distraction. Assuming she was still engulfed in fear, he gently grasped her hand and pulled her to sit upon his lap.
Lin Qingyu exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lu Xun's neck.
The warmth of their bodies pressed closely together, and a satisfied smile curled at the corner of Lu Xun's mouth.
Madam Lu, allow me to assist you down the hill.
No, that's unnecessary. Lin Qingyu attempted to rise, only to be gently restrained by Lu Xun.
Rest assured,
this wheelchair is custom-made, with excellent weight capacity and swift mobility. Lin Qingyu still struggled to rise, whispering softly in Lu Xun's ear, this is not ideal.
There are so many people here. She was truly unaccustomed to displaying intimacy in front of strangers. However, Lu Xun was a man of spontaneity, unconcerned with the gaze of onlookers. He chuckled lightly while resting his hand on her back, what does it matter? As he spoke, he turned to Zhou Nan. Did you see anything?
No.
I saw nothing, Zhou Nan exclaimed, turning his head away.
He then playfully tapped a few of his subordinates on the head, instructing, come on.
Follow me down, no one is allowed to peek.
The subordinates obediently tilted their heads to the other side and descended the slope one by one.
The general, too,
displayed remarkable understanding, directing his gaze elsewhere as he followed suit down the slope.
Lu Xun, satisfied, wrapped his arm around Lin Qingyu's back and said softly, Mrs. Lu, it appears we are alone now.
Lin Qingyu felt a rush of warmth in her ears, overwhelmed by a profound sense of embarrassment. Suddenly, Lu Xun pressed the forward button,
and the wheelchair surged unexpectedly ahead.
As it was descending a slope, Lin Qingyu experienced a disconcerting sensation of leaning forward, prompting her to clutch Lu Xun's neck tightly. Lu Xun relished this embrace, his laughter ringing out cheerfully, Madam Lu, fear not. My driving skills are quite commendable. Indeed, despite its modest appearance, the wheelchair was capable of achieving the speed of a small electric vehicle. The night breeze whistled past her ears.
Lin Qingyu clung tightly to Lu Xun, feeling an unexpected thrill.
As the wheelchair approached the slope, it hit a stone and tipped precariously to one side. Lu Xun quickly wrapped his arms around Lin Qingyu, managing to cushion their fall by landing on the ground.
Upon witnessing this, Zhou Nan couldn't help but chuckle.
I told you not to show off, and look what happened.
Chapter 61, No Mocking Third Master.
Zhou Nan instantly composed himself, sternly reprimanding a few of his subordinates, no laughing. The general, understanding the gravity of the situation, turned his head away. After all, who would dare to enjoy a meal while witnessing Third Master's misfortune? Lin Qingyu hastily assisted Lu Xun to his feet and settled him into a wheelchair, the corners of her mouth twitching subtly. The words about her husband's exceptional driving skills seemed to linger in the air, evoking a sense of amusement. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived. The gang members, upon seeing the officers, rushed forward as if they were reunited with long-lost kin, their emotions evident. The police, encountering such ruffians for the first time, found the scene rather extraordinary. As they made their way to the police station, Lu Xun's expression was dark and sullen.
Upon arrival, a familiar face spotted him and promptly inquired with a hospitable demeanor, Third Master, what brings you here?
Lu Xun scoffed, what brings me here? It must be that I have been too benevolent over the years, leading some to believe I am incapable of wielding a large knife, which is why I have come. The familiar officer, Zhou Nan, and the general exchanged incredulous glances, silently questioning the believability of Lu Xun's words. Unfazed by their bewildered expressions, Lu Xun maintained an air of nonchalance, crossing one leg over the other, and raised a teacup to his lips. However, just before taking a sip, he paused. As if recalling something, blew on the tea lightly, and then offered it to Lin Qingyu, saying, take a sip, it will ward off the chill. Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating a refusal. After all, the tea was offered to him as a sign of respect for Lu Xun. Yet,
Lu Sun's gaze intensified as he uttered, "Be obedient."
Lin Qingyu graciously accepted his kind offer, taking a sip of the warm tea, which instantly enveloped her in a comforting warmth. At that moment, Lu Sun, with an air of composure, lifted his teacup and drank from the very spot where Lin Qingyu's lipstick had touched. Lin Qingyu's cheeks suddenly flushed with warmth. Wasn't it said that Master Lu disliked consuming items others had previously touched? At that moment, Zhou couldn't help but roll his eyes once more. Must the display of affection be so unabashedly blatant? Moreover, wasn't this the same Master Lu who had walked away when someone had merely placed a piece of fish on his plate? Truly astonishing. Facing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Sun calmly stated, "First, let my wife and I provide a statement." "Hurry. My wife needs to retire early for her beauty sleep." The police officer quickly regained his composure and inquired, "May I ask, Master Lu, what brings you here at such a late hour?" "Walking the dog," Lu Sun replied. The officer glanced at the general, his expression one of disdain. How could such a magnificent dog be reduced to this pitiful state? The general, seemingly understanding the officer's look, let out a sorrowful howl. Lin Qingyu suddenly felt a pang of pity for the dog. The police officer inquired further with the thugs about their intentions. The thugs altered their statements, claiming they were merely having a streak of bad luck and sought to solicit money from a woman they spotted walking alone, mistakenly believing she would be an easy target. Lin Qingyu furrowed her brows and recounted the words spoken by the henchman earlier. The henchman insisted, "No, you must have misheard." The police officer rapped on the table and quietly admonished, "Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, we will certainly conduct an investigation." After half an hour of questioning, the officer rose to bid farewell to Lu Sun, saying, "Third Master, rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate the circumstances of this case." However, regarding the classification of this incident as he spoke, the officer cast a glance at Lin Qingyu. "Shall we provisionally categorize it as robbery? What do you think?" Lu Sun understood the officer's intent. After all, classifying it as an indecency charge would inevitably cast some negative light upon Lin Qingyu, and he nodded in agreement. "Let it be as you suggest. However, please add a charge for bullying the disabled." The officer was taken aback, looking at the three henchmen who seemed utterly terrified. One could not help but wonder who was truly bullying whom. Zhou guided Lu Sun away. As they exited the door, Lu Sun glanced back at him. "Investigate thoroughly. And make sure to pull out every single hair from those three henchmen. How dare they tug on my wife's hair? They are courting death." Zhou felt somewhat speechless but accepted the order. After escorting Lu Sun and Lin Qingyu to the car, he took the general to a pet grooming salon, where he would also relay Lu Sun's instructions. Upon entering, Lu Sun took Lin Qingyu's hand, looking at her with a questioning gaze. "Ayu, can we forego the title of Mr. Lu for the time being?" Chapter 62, Lu Sun's tenderness, to calm his wife's fright. Lin Qingyu looked at Lu Sun in confusion. Lu Sun gently took her hand and said, "Grant me half an hour, I wish to hold you close and be a good husband." Lin Qingyu suddenly recalled that during their blind date, she had expressed a desire for someone to embrace her and show concern during difficult times, rather than merely placing blame. She nodded gently. Lu Sun pulled her onto his lap, tenderly enveloping her in his arms, softly stroking her back as he murmured, "It is my fault. I failed to protect you properly, causing Mrs. Lu to feel frightened." Lin Qingyu felt a warmth in her heart. "It is none of your concern." "No. This matter originated with me. Zhou has already clarified everything." Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback by the sound of Lu Sun's self-reproach. She looked up to hear Lu Sun say, "They were sent by Wu Haotian." "Wu Haotian is the cousin of Lu Minghua." Lin Qingyu furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "Why is it related to Lu Minghua again?" In response to Lin Qingyu's puzzled gaze, Lu Sun gently tousled her hair and replied, "Lu Minghua invested 10 million in Wu Haotian's Bailey Lending Company, engaging in usury." Lin Qingyu stared in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. "This is illegal." Lu Sun nodded in agreement. "On that day, Lu Minghua hired internet trolls to slander you online. I simply could not tolerate it. Moreover, I had heard that this Bailey company had harmed many individuals. Thus, I decided to report them. I learned from Zhou that some people In desperate need due to a family member's illness, resorted to borrowing from Bailey Company, only to be overwhelmed by the compounding interest, leading them to take their own lives. I thought that by reporting them, I could not only take revenge on Lu Minghua but also perform a service for those impoverished borrowers. Lin Qingyu felt a surge of anxiety, her hand firmly pressing down on Lu Sun's.
You have acted rightly in this matter.
The shamelessness of Lu Minghua is her fault,
not yours.
Lin Qingyu never expected that Lu Sun possessed such a just side.
After they embraced for a while,
Lin Qingyu suddenly recalled what her colleague had mentioned about the ring earlier that morning, and she abruptly straightened up.
By the way, I must ask you.
You said this ring wasn't expensive, yet my colleague claims it's worth over 10 million.
Is that true?
Lu Sun replied with a faint smile.
Lin Qingyu's expression shifted slightly as she tentatively inquired, so, were you deceiving me all along?
Lu Sun felt a tremor in his heart.
Acutely aware of the crux of the matter,
he quickly turned his face away and coughed a few times. When he turned back, he wore a frail demeanor.
This ring was indeed not inexpensive.
Upon hearing Lu Sun's words, Lin Qingyu hurriedly attempted to remove it. However, I expressed my concern that you might refuse to wear it, which is why I spoke in such a manner. Moreover, as a frail individual, I possess little to offer you, save for what I have earned in the past. Lin Qingyu paused momentarily, and Lu Sun hastily slid the ring onto her finger, his gaze fixated on that delicate, fair hand, which appeared exquisite in every regard. This ring was purchased during my prosperous days. At that time, I envisioned presenting it to the woman I cherished.
Eventually, I encountered you. Therefore, Mrs. Lu, I implore you not to decline, if you would be so kind.
Lin Qingyu glanced at the apartment and then at the ring, murmuring softly.
It seems that Master Lu's past earnings could sustain a lifetime.
Lu Sun chuckled lightly, offering no contradiction. His wealth was so vast that even he was oblivious to its true extent.
In any case, it was inexhaustible. The ring, worth over 10 million,
was hardly of concern to him.
He even contemplated waiting for Lin Qingyu to embrace him more fully before acquiring a billion-dollar piece to wear for amusement. Before long,
Zhou Nan arrived with the freshly bathed general.
Upon seeing Zhou Nan's arrival,
Lin Qingyu hurriedly attempted to rise. Lu Sun gently restrained her, coaxing,
You must sit on my lap, only then will the general acknowledge you in the future.
Lin Qingyu was somewhat skeptical. Yet she couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear in the presence of such a large dog.
Well, sitting on Lu Sun's lap it was. After all, Zhou Nan had seen her like this before.
Lin Qingyu felt that her skin had grown thicker recently. Lu Sun snapped his fingers, beckoning the dog over,
and gently introduced Lin Qingyu, saying, This is our pet, named General.
Lin Qingyu hesitated to move, respectfully addressing, General, greetings.
Lu Sun chuckled lightly, You. There is no need for fear. Our general is quite well behaved and endearing. Lin Qingyu pondered, how could it possibly be adorable?
Upon noticing her disbelief,
Lu Sun cast a glance at the general.
In that instant, the general's heart quivered with apprehension.
What performance was this dog about to showcase? Chapter 63, Have you forgotten that Lu Yan risked his life to save you? Shake hands, Lu Sun commanded.
The general appeared somewhat bewildered.
What was there to find endearing?
Lu Sun shot a warning glare, Shake hands, if those paws touch my wife, you shall face dire consequences. The general widened its eyes, hastily scraping its paw against the ground before timidly extending a furry paw. Lu Sun then turned to Lin Qingyu with a warm smile, Go ahead and shake its paw.
It's quite well behaved and won't bite. Zhou Nan interjected, Didn't he just bite two little rascals moments ago?
Master San's talent for fabricating stories has truly reached new heights. Lin Qingyu glanced at the furry paw, feeling a flicker of affection, and cautiously extended her hand to gently stroke its dorsal side. Noticing that the dog showed no signs of discontent, she proceeded to shake its paw. The soft pads beneath were delightfully tender, creating a soothing sensation.
The dog, unaccustomed to such gentle attention, experienced a slight tickle and let out a soft whimper.
Lu Sun then commanded, Come here, let me pet your head.
The dog obediently stepped forward, presenting its head. Lu Sun took hold of Lin Qingyu's hand and affectionately petted the dog's forehead.
As Lin Qingyu adapted, her courage gradually grew, and she began to stroke the dog's head herself. The gentleness of a woman's touch differs from that of a man.
The general,
reveling in the sensation, squinted his eyes in sheer delight, letting out joyful howls. Observing this, Lu Sun's expression darkened slightly at the corners.
Lin Qingyu found it increasingly amusing and couldn't help but ask Lu Sun, "Will I be able to feed it in the future? Can it understand my commands? When you are not around, may I take it out for a stroll?"
Lin Qingyu was somewhat apprehensive about encountering a similar situation tonight. If only she had a dog by her side, she would feel much safer.
Lu Sun was exceedingly confident in his response.
Lin Qingyu felt somewhat surprised. Yet she did not dwell on it, believing that it was essential to gradually cultivate a bond with the general.
However, unbeknownst to her,
when the general was still a puppy, professionals had trained him using photos and belongings of Lin Qingyu. The purpose of this endeavor was to ensure that when Lin Qingyu eventually met the general, he would not pose a threat to her. Just as the master bedroom door was closing, Lu Sun kicked the general. The general let out a whimper, appearing rather aggrieved.
Zhou Nan widened his eyes in astonishment. "Third master, why did you kick him? Did you not see how this little creature yelped when you first touched him?" Zhou Nan replied, "Are you really jealous?"
"Third master, he is just a dog.
A male dog."
As if he comprehended the human conversation, the general whimpered again, looking even more pitiful. Zhou Nan approached and gently patted his head, saying, "Stop whining. If you keep it up, we might have to consider a certain procedure." The general promptly fell silent. Inside the master bedroom, Lin Qingyu had just settled down when a WeChat message from Lu Xiaosan arrived. "Miss Lin, good night."
Moments later, another message came through from a different account. "Mrs. Lu, good night." Just as she was about to turn off her phone, a call from an unfamiliar number came in. "Sister Au, please don't be angry with senior brother Lu Yan. All the blame lies with me." Upon hearing this,
Lin Qingyu's expression shifted, as she did not anticipate that it was Lu Yan's junior disciple calling, which stirred a sense of aversion within her.
"There is no need for you to apologize to me, nor is it necessary.
I shall not utter words of forgiveness. If there is nothing of significance,
I shall terminate this call." "Ah, you jia."
A frantic voice resonated from the other end of the line.
"Your words imply that I am to blame." "Ah, you jia. What must I do to earn your forgiveness for my senior brother?
Please tell me, and I shall comply immediately.
However, I implore you not to block him, all right?
He has been despondent all day, making frequent mistakes at work."
"Li Menglan. My relationship with Lu Yan has concluded."
Lin Qingyu interrupted the junior disciple, asserting,
"I am already married. It is inappropriate for you to persist in this conversation. If there is nothing further, I shall hang up." With that, she prepared to end the call, but Li Menglan's voice grew more urgent on the line. "Ah, Yu Jia, how could you possibly marry someone else? Have you truly forgotten how Lu Yan risked his life to save you all those years ago?"
Lin Qingyu's hand, grasping the phone, suddenly paused. Once she regained her composure, she hung up and promptly blocked the number. After turning off her phone, Lin Qingyu leaned against the bed's headboard, her expression darkening as her thoughts inevitably drifted back to a scene from several years ago. Chapter 64, Lin Qingyu's secret. This incident took place during her sophomore year. It was the birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Lu family.
And as Lu Yan's fiancé, she was naturally among the invited guests.
That day,
the entire family gathered to honor the elderly matriarch, receiving everyone's good wishes.
She suggested that the younger ones go off and play, sparing her the company of her age.
It was then, amidst the merriment, that someone proposed a game of hide and seek.
Thus, she and Lin Nyamia concealed themselves in a thatched cottage nestled in the hills behind the Lu family villa. Lin Nyamiao, concerned that someone might discover them, locked the door of the cottage. They waited for an extended period, yet no one came to find them. Little did anyone anticipate that a fierce fire would suddenly engulf the cottage. The flames, fueled by the mountain breeze, swiftly encircled the entire structure. They were trapped with no means of escape. Thick smoke billowed, and soon both she and Lin Nyamia collapsed to the ground. In her fading consciousness, she glimpsed her family locating them. With a loud crash, her three brothers forcefully kicked open the locked door. They rushed inside, and upon seeing Lin Nyamia on the floor, one brother immediately scooped her up and carried her out, oblivious to her lying nearby.
Help me, save me.
Her voice, choked by smoke, emerged as a mere whisper. In that moment of despair, she gazed at her brothers as they shielded Miao Miao, rushing through the inferno.
How she envied them! How deeply she felt despair!
For a fleeting instant, she thought that for someone like her, born under an ill-fated star, perhaps perishing in the flames was the best outcome.
Yet, she truly did not wish to die. She was still so young. In the midst of her desperation, she heard the voice of Lu Yan calling for her from outside. Ayu, are you in there? Ayu. Ayu is still inside.
Following that, her perception dulled. She could only hear the voices outside urging Lu Yan not to enter, warning that the fire had already destroyed the beams and the structure could collapse at any moment. Then, she vaguely saw a tall figure decisively plunge into the flames, unhesitatingly cradling her in his arms, shouting, "Lin Qingyu, you must not sleep.
You shall not sleep. I will take you out, you will not die."
At that moment, she marveled at Lu Yan's strength, surprising for someone so slender. Surely, she would not perish. What beautiful words! Yet, she felt an overwhelming fatigue, her eyelids heavy and unwilling to open. She faintly recalled Lu Yan carrying her out of the cottage.
Just a few steps beyond the threshold, a collapse echoed behind them.
Before she closed her eyes, a faint smile graced her lips. She was saved. She had narrowly escaped death. This man had granted her a second chance at life. It turned out that someone could indeed risk their life for her.
Finally, she was no longer overshadowed by Lin Miao Miao.
When she awoke later, Lu Yan anxiously stood by her bedside.
In her heart,
she mused that she might as well marry someone willing to risk their life for her.
Reflecting on the past, Lin Qingyu sighed deeply. Upon closer examination,
her relationship with Lu Yan had always been lukewarm, devoid of passion. The true transformation had occurred in the wake of the fire.
From that day forward, she fully embraced Lu Yan, her affections blossoming as a result of her gratitude for his life-saving act.
This was why she had forgiven Lu Yan for his various shortcomings during their relationship, his absence, his indifference to a rival who repeatedly intruded upon them,
and his many views on familial dynamics that unsettled her.
At this moment, Lin Qingyu became increasingly rational. In truth, there were many incompatibilities between her and Lu Yan, merely obscured by the weight of his life-saving deed. Now, reflecting on it, perhaps their failure to marry was not necessarily a misfortune.
However, was she truly compatible with Lu Sun?
The thought of Lu Sun piqued her curiosity about his social circle.
Unable to resist,
she powered on her device and opened Lu Sun's social media, where she found a recent post.
Chapter 65, The Facade of Poverty is About to Crumble. Lu Sun's post bore today's date. We went on a blind date.
Below, a flurry of high-ranking executives commented.
So it really was a blind date.
Lin Qingyu smiled, contemplating exiting her circle of friends, when she noticed that Zhou Nan had also posted a message, accompanied by a photograph of the general. Taking the general for a makeover, but he steadfastly refused to comply. Ultimately, it was only after the arrival of Third Master that he consented.
Today? Has our general charmed you?
Duan Xiaobai was the first to comment. Wow, my eyes are burning.
What did the general do to offend Third Master? Duan Xiaobai added. Ha ha ha, I must save this.
Next time the general tries to bully me, I'll magnify this photo and show it to him. It'll be utterly revolting.
She cast a casual glance at the general's photo and couldn't help but burst into laughter.
It was likely that Lu Sun had done all this just for her sake. The thought of someone going out of their way to please her made Lin Qingyu's lips curve into a smile, leading to a night filled with sweet dreams. The next day, Lu Sun rose at 5:30, quietly engaging in morning exercises within the confines of his bedroom. He had always been disciplined, maintaining certain standards for his physique.
In crucial moments, allure could prove advantageous.
After completing a series of workouts, Lu Sun pushed the wheelchair out of the guest room.
Shortly thereafter, Zhou Nan entered with breakfast.
Noticing that the lady had yet to rise, and promptly began reporting on the situation.
Third Master.
Last night our men pulled each strand of hair from the heads of 3 minor thugs. They were in excruciating pain yet still refused to identify Wu Haotian. I suspect Wu Haotian promised them that if they were caught, they wouldn't reveal his name, and any debts would be wiped clean.
This is his usual modus operandi.
Lu Sun took a sip of tea, his gaze penetrating as it drifted toward the floor-to-ceiling window.
The robbery had not yet succeeded. They understood that even if convicted, the sentence would not be severe.
Weighing the options, they chose the lesser of two evils.
Their actions were not surprising. Keep a close watch on Wu Haotian. Understood.
Just as Zhou Nan finished his statement, Lin Qingyu emerged, visibly startled upon seeing Zhou Nan.
Assistant Zhou, up so early? Madam, I came to bring you breakfast and, coincidentally, some food for the general.
Lin Qingyu entered the kitchen and retrieved the meat that had been thawed since the previous night. After swiftly preparing it, she brought it out. Raising her voice slightly, next time, you need not trouble yourself to deliver food to the general.
I can prepare it myself. With that,
Lin Qingyu took a clean bowl and poured the meat inside. Turning to Zhou Nan, she added, I specifically researched it before bed last night.
Dog food should not contain salt. You can rest assured, I will take good care of the general. Saying this, Lin Qingyu pushed the dog bowl forward and gazed earnestly at the general. Go ahead and eat.
The general, appearing lethargic, cast a disinterested glance at the bowl of pork.
Hardly mustering the energy to move,
Lin Qingyu's smile froze at the corners of her mouth as she looked at Zhou Nan in confusion.
Madam, allow me to handle this. The general only consumes Kobe beef, which is airlifted daily from Japan. Kobe beef?
Lin Qingyu exclaimed in surprise, that meat is quite expensive.
Indeed, he replied.
And he only eats the fresh shipments that arrive daily.
If it has been in transit for more than 8 hours, he refuses to eat it.
Lin Qingyu widened her eyes in astonishment.
Is this dog really that picky?
Zhou Nan expertly began to sear the steak, adding, moreover, the general only acknowledges this particular establishment. The marbled beef must possess a marbling content of at least 60, anything below that, he simply refuses to eat.
Lin Qingyu. It has become a delicacy.
When frying the pork chop, it must be cooked to exactly medium, neither a moment less nor a moment more. Lin Qingyu could scarcely believe her ears.
Assistant Zhou. Are you truly saying this? Indeed, it seems that dogs often mirror their masters.
The general's temperament and eating habits are strikingly akin to those of Master San, particularly fastidious.
Lu Sun.
Upon finishing his statement, Zhou Nan perceptibly noticed a chill in the surrounding atmosphere and hastily corrected himself, Madam. What I meant to convey is that both the general and Master San are equally refined, each possessing their own unique taste.
Lin Qingyu. Is this the intended meaning?
Lin Qingyu was initially skeptical.
However,
upon witnessing Zhou Nan cutting the steak into small pieces and placing them into a specialized dog bowl he had brought, the general swiftly wagged his tail and began to eat.
At that moment, she became convinced.
Thus, she cast a meaningful glance at Lu Sun.
Darling, the Kobe beef airlifted daily by private jet must not be inexpensive, right? Is it a remnant of past earnings? Chapter 66, Lin Qingyu digs a pit.
Burying the third master, Zhou Nan felt a jolt of panic.
Oh no! He had said too much. He quickly interjected, indeed. Our third master used to be quite wealthy.
Everything was secured for several years. This Kobe beef was contracted for 50 years, paid in full up front. It could last until the general has passed. Upon hearing the term passed, the general suddenly bared his teeth menacingly at Zhou Nan. After a few growls, he resumed enjoying his Kobe beef.
Lin Qingyu cast a glance at Lu Sun, inquiring whether his words held truth. Lu Sun nodded affirmatively. So, are you truly devoid of funds now? She asked. Indeed.
My circumstances have drastically changed, Lu Sun replied with calm composure. Ah, so the general has benefited from your former prosperity, she remarked.
Precisely, Lu Sun continued to affirm. Yet,
you lavishly indulge your dog with airlifts of Kobe beef from Japan, while our children will have to endure a life of ordinary means due to your present financial state.
Are you suggesting that the offspring of the illustrious third master is faring worse than a mere dog? Is that your implication? Lu Sun remained silent. Zhou Nan exclaimed in disbelief, wow. Madam, I am silently applauding you in my heart. Lin Qingyu could not help but stifle a laugh at Lu Sun's predicament. Humph. Did he truly think her a fool? If she still believed that Lu Sun was a man devoid of wealth, that would indeed be foolish. However, such a misunderstanding was not entirely unfathomable.
The esteemed third master of Jiang City, who commanded both respect and fear, was hardly a simpleton. Even if he had fallen from grace, he undoubtedly retained some hidden resources. At this moment, Lin Qingyu could not be bothered to expose him. After all, she harbored no resentment towards the affluent, who would choose to live a life of poverty when one could enjoy the comforts of a well-lived existence. Lin Qingyu sat at the dining table and opened the breakfast brought over by Zhou Nan, momentarily taken aback. This. How does it resemble what the aunt used to prepare when she visited our home? Zhou Nan nodded in affirmation. It is indeed the same aunt from the old residence. Third master was concerned that her cooking might disturb your rest, so he had her prepare breakfast at my apartment. Once it was ready, I brought it over. Lin Qingyu felt a warm sensation in her heart, pleasantly surprised by Lu Sun's thoughtfulness and attentiveness. She casually inquired, "Where does Assistant Zhou reside?" "I also live in this community. Years ago, in consideration of my convenience, Third Master arranged for me to have a small apartment here." Zhou Nan spoke with a hint of awkwardness. Lu Sun cast a deep glance at him, his eyes conveying a clear message. "Now you understand who the master is." Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded, "All right, no need for an explanation. This must certainly be the result of the earnings amassed by Third Master in the past." Zhou Nan chuckled dryly a few times. "You are absolutely correct, madam." After finishing breakfast, Lin Qingyu stepped outside. As soon as she emerged, she received a text message from Lu Sun. "Wife, I was wrong." Lu Sun continued. "The error lies in conflating my perception of poverty with your understanding of it." Lin Qingyu. "Lu Sun, I have not deceived you, my dear. My wealth has indeed diminished significantly, approximately by half. I am far poorer than I was before." Lin Qingyu. "It is indeed my narrow-mindedness." Lu Sun, "Of course, this money is still sufficient for our children to live better than the general." Lin Qingyu. "Well." She suddenly realized that she could not compete with Lu Sun in conversation. Before long, the phone began to ring. As Lin Qingyu answered the call, a voice filled with tears emerged from the other end. "Sister Au, please forgive Brother Lu Yan. I was truly distressed last night and couldn't sleep a wink. Sister Au, all the blame lies with me. Feel free to hit me or scold me, just please don't ignore Brother Lu." Lin Qingyu felt a wave of irritation wash over her. "Li Menglan, is this enough? Please refrain from calling me with different phone numbers. If we are to discuss this matter, it should be between Lu Yan and myself. It is our affair." "That is not true, Sister Au." Came Li Menglan's voice, tinged with emotion. "You blame me, and I can understand that. Would it please you if I knelt before you right now? I could call you via video, you can witness my kneeling." As her words faded, a voice approached from the other end of the phone. "Junior sister. What are you doing? Why are you on your knees?" Hearing Lu Yan's voice, Lin Qingyu couldn't help but smirk. "Ah. The little green tea has been putting on a show for Lu Yan this early in the morning. Sister Au." Li Menglan's voice quivered on the line. "I'm not that kind of person. You have misunderstood me deeply. I genuinely wish for you to reconcile with senior brother." In the next moment, Lu Yan's reproachful tone resonated through the phone, indicating he had seized the device. "Au, how can you treat junior sister this way? You still call her a green tea? Look at you now, do you still resemble a teacher?" After a brief pause, Lu Yan sighed. "Au. I know I Haven Tea handled my departure well this time. I can understand your resentment, but how have you changed so much? I feel as though I can scarcely recognize you." Lin Qingyu let out a cold laugh. Should teachers really endure such grievances? Must they remain silent while offering compliments to a pretentious individual? And then await the year's end to receive the Best Teacher award from you? Lu Yan furrowed his brow. "Au, why have your words turned so harsh and cutting? I remember you used to be very gentle." As he spoke, Lu Yan stepped away a few paces, lowering his voice. "Au, our junior sister is different from us. We come from privileged backgrounds and possess confidence. However, our junior sister's circumstances are challenging, she harbors some insecurities. You mustn't provoke her like this." Lu Yan. Lin Qingyu's tone became more severe. "Did I not make it clear that our issue should be resolved between us, without involving an outsider? I She is not an outsider.
Indeed. I am the outsider. Lin Qingyu forced a weary smile. Lu Yan, I am exhausted. Do not compel me to change my phone number.
Inform your junior sister that if she continues to harass me with calls, I shall not be courteous.
Why can't you understand? Our junior sister means well.
She wishes for us to reconcile, which differs from your perception.
Lu Yan explained urgently. Can you not be more mature?
Lin Qingyu interrupted him.
Lu Yan was momentarily taken aback as a remarkably calm voice resonated from the other end of the line. Throughout our relationship, you have been consistently absent. You cannot rely on mobile communication to resolve every issue. You mention our junior sister's unfortunate circumstances and her low self-esteem, but have you ever considered my perspective? Have you truly understood how I have fared these past years in the Lin family? Even if my situation is favorable. Does that mean I should yield to Li Menglan simply because she is weaker?
If you believe it is acceptable for an outsider to intrude in a couple's affairs, then I shall allow my suitors to add you on WeChat and frequently communicate with you. Perhaps you should experience that for yourself.
With that,
Lin Qingyu hung up the phone and decisively blocked the number.
Upon arriving at school, she felt a lingering resentment. Previously,
she had not encountered any issues and had not noticed so many discrepancies in Lu Yan.
However, now that a problem had arisen, these issues had become glaringly evident.
After 3 years of dating Lu Yan, the multitude of problems they faced made Lin Qingyu suddenly worry about her relationship with Lu Sun. Lin Qingyu pondered for a moment before sending a WeChat message to Lu Sun. I have 2 questions I would like to ask Mr. Lu.
Upon reading the message,
Lu Sun immediately straightened his posture.
Could it be that Yu was presenting him with an examination? Chapter 68, Lu Xiaosan and Lu Yan on WeChat.
Lu Sun pressed the voice message button. Miss Lin, please feel free to ask whatever you wish. Lin Qingyu pondered for a moment and inquired, may I ask?
If during our courtship, you discovered my close friend eavesdropping on our conversation, would you feel upset?
And if she overheard something inappropriate and seized my phone to scold you?
How would you handle the situation?
Lu Sun was momentarily taken aback, not perceiving this as a significant issue.
To him,
the paramount concern was whether his beloved harbored feelings for him. The fidelity of 2 individuals in love is a matter of principle. Beyond that, everything else pales in comparison. Miss Lin, he began, I do not consider this to be a grave concern. Young women in love often seek counsel from their friends.
I believe you are a mature individual with your own opinions.
Allowing a friend to eavesdrop on our conversation indicates that she is someone you deeply trust.
Furthermore,
you likely feel that our discussions do not delve into personal privacy or ambiguous matters, but rather consist of topics that are entirely appropriate for her to overhear.
Therefore, I surmise that I would not be angered.
As for your friend snatching your phone and reprimanding me, such behavior is indeed somewhat impolite.
However,
I believe that as your close friend, her intentions are rooted in concern for your well-being, and I can empathize with that.
Additionally,
I would reflect on my own actions to consider where I might have faltered.
A brief silence ensued before Lu Sun's voice, warm as a gentle mountain breeze, resonated through the phone.
Lin Qingyu felt a flutter in her heart. She could not help it, for Lu Sun's deep and resonant tone was simply irresistible.
Lu Sun smiled and said, that is only natural.
Now, Miss Lin, please proceed with your second question. Lin Qingyu pondered for a moment and posed a question regarding the events of the morning. If you were to become a teacher and encountered someone who provoked you in person,
would you reprimand them? Why?
Lin Qingyu was evidently taken aback by Lu Sun's straightforward response. As a teacher, I must take responsibility for my students.
From a professional standpoint, I cannot lead them astray. However, when dealing with others, I am not in the role of a teacher, and I will not hold back.
Lin Qingyu's lips curled slightly. At present, it seems that Lu Sun aligns quite well with her values.
Of course, further observation is necessary before drawing any conclusions.
Very well.
I have a task for you. Lin Qingyu forwarded Lu Yan's WeChat contact.
My ex's junior sister constantly annoys me, and I am at my wit's end. I would like to trouble Mr. Lu to return the favor in kind.
Lu Sun replied, Miss Lin, rest assured, I shall handle this. After sending the message, He eagerly added Lu Yan using a secondary account, noting, recommended by teacher Lin to learn archaeological knowledge from you.
When Lu Yan received the WeChat request, he hesitated for a moment. Initially, he did not intend to accept it, but recalling Lin Qingyu's words about experiencing the sensation of someone intruding between them, he begrudgingly accepted. He was determined to prove that he could endure it. Once the request was accepted, Lu's Jr. swiftly initiated a conversation.
Hello, I am Lu. I greatly admire teacher Lin.
I hear you are engaged in archaeology. I have some questions I would like to discuss with you.
Rest assured, I am not here to disrupt your relationship. I wish to join you.
I believe that knowing another friend opens up more avenues. Chapter 69, The Third Master receives a best friend's endorsement. Lu Yan furrowed his brows,
feeling an indescribable discomfort.
He clicked into Lu's Jr.'s WeChat moments, only to find it entirely devoid of any records, prompting a chuckle.
So, it was a new account.
After sending his message, Lu Yan ceased to check his phone. On the other side, having failed to provoke his nephew, Lu Sun's handsome face darkened.
Standing nearby,
Zhou Nan stole a glance at the phone screen, startled.
Could it be that only a top-tier green tea would utter such words? How could their third master understand this?
In the next moment, Zhou Nan observed Lu Sun calmly opening the drama document on his laptop, preparing to select a series to watch.
Zhou Nan's lips twitched. Their third master had never been one to watch dramas. What had sparked this newfound interest?
Zhou Nan felt a sudden wave of sympathy for the second young master, encountering such an industrious and ambitious junior.
Step 1, Acquaintance. Step 2, Take the initiative. A man must actively invite the other out.
Lu Sun found this reasoning sound, thus he sent a WeChat message to Lin Qingyu.
Miss Lin, I would like to invite you to watch a movie tonight. I wonder if it would be convenient for you.
When Lin Qingyu received the message,
Chen Nianmian was seated beside her.
She cast a glance and thought to herself, unexpectedly, third master appears to be quite courteous. He displays a cultivated demeanor and politeness towards those he respects, yet he is undeniably arrogant towards those he disdains.
Lin Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, however. He indeed possesses the capital to be arrogant.
Chen Nianmian raised an eyebrow and teased, "Oh, I didn't expect you to hold him in such high regard."
It's only been a few days, hasn't it?
Just as she was about to say more, Chen Nianmian halted her. The whimsical Chen Nianmian leaned closer and whispered a clever scheme into her ear.
Lin Qingyu nodded and sent a message via WeChat. However, I would like to engage you in a little game. In 10 minutes, let us each write down the name of a movie we wish to watch.
The intention behind this was to test Lu Sun, to uncover his genuine preferences, thereby gaining a deeper understanding of him.
At that moment, upon receiving the task,
Lu Sun quickly accessed the cinema's ticketing app and ultimately selected 2 films, one an action movie he favored, and the other a science fiction film that Lin Qingyu adored. As the 10-minute timer expired, both participants simultaneously submitted their answers into the chat box. To their astonishment, their choices were identical. Even Chen Nianmian exclaimed, "Oh my!
This is simply incredible. How did you know I love science fiction?" Lin Qingyu could not resist inquiring of Lu Sun. In the next instant, his low chuckle resonated through WeChat.
Whenever you visit the old house, 8 times out of 10, you are seen with a science fiction novel in hand. It is nearly impossible for me not to be aware of your fondness for the genre. Lin Qingyu was taken aback, not expecting Lu Sun to be so observant. She had always believed that there was little interaction between them during their time at the old residence.
Chen Nianmian excitedly nudged Lin Qingyu's elbow. Impressive.
Even that fool Lu Yan doesn't know you enjoy science fiction films, he always chooses art films. This third master is quite commendable.
Lin Qingyu managed a faint smile. Who could argue otherwise? She mused.
After indulging in countless science fiction novels, Lu Yan still opted for romantic art films time and again.
Ultimately, after consulting with Lu Sun, Lin Qingyu settled on a science fiction action blockbuster.
Having not watched a sci-fi film in ages, her face radiated with excitement.
After work, Lu Sun arrived to escort her. Following a light meal, they queued for tickets.
Throughout their journey, Lin Qingyu's lips curled into a smile, until a familiar profile caught her eye,
instantly chilling her to the bone.
Chapter 70, The Madam indeed has connections with that young man. What is wrong? Lu Sun perceptively noted the shift in Lin Qingyu's expression. Following her gaze, he spotted a group of high school boys playfully tussling, one of whom stood out, a boy with a buzz cut and tips dyed in a striking yellow. Adorned with an earring in his right ear and an ever-present smirk at the corner of his mouth, he exuded an air of mischief.
A troublemaker.
Lu Sun's brow furrowed slightly. He pondered that even if this boy was a rebellious student, it should not provoke such a reaction from Lin Qingyu. Her face had turned pale.
At that moment, Lin Qingyu appeared distinctly distracted, her steps unsteady. Once inside the theater, her thoughts were entirely absent from the film.
Before the movie could conclude, she leaned closer to Lu Sun and whispered, "I'm feeling a bit unwell, let us leave."
Lu Sun nodded. As they entered,
he grasped Lin Qingyu's hand, intending to inquire about her distress, but was taken aback by the chill of her skin.
"Your hands are so cold. Allow me to call for the family doctor."
Before he could retrieve his phone, Lin Qingyu interrupted him, retreating into the master bedroom. Lu Sun gazed at her fleeing figure,
a weight settling in his chest. Was it truly necessary for her to be so rattled by a mere boy?
Her hands had turned frigid.
Before long, Jonan,
who had been discreetly watching over the couple, arrived.
Lu Sun cast a glance at him. "Please check the cinema's surveillance footage.
There were several high school students ahead of us tonight, one with dyed yellow hair.
Investigate their backgrounds." Was the third master suspecting that tonight's incident involving the madam was connected to those students?
Indeed, Lu Sun affirmed with a nod.
Prior to encountering that individual,
Lin Qingyu had been in high spirits, but afterward, she appeared flustered and her breathing became erratic.
Jonan cleared his throat awkwardly and leaned closer to Lu Sun. Third master. Could it be that the madam is experiencing her menstrual cycle?
Absolutely not, Lu Sun replied with unwavering certainty.
Jonan was taken aback. You know about that? Lu Sun's gaze deepened, prompting Jonan to hastily excuse himself.
Third master, I shall take care of it immediately. Lu Sun chuckled to himself.
How could he not be aware? Over the past 3 years, he had never missed a single detail.
He had always observed her from afar, noting every nuance. When she frowned in discomfort, when she refrained from cold drinks, and when she felt chilly, he remembered it all, including her menstrual cycle. In the dead of night, Lu Sun quietly entered the master bedroom. Bathed in the moonlight, he beheld Lin Qingyu curled up, clutching his pillow, appearing utterly devoid of security. The following day, Jonan arrived with information regarding the high school students.
Third master, these students are all seniors from West District Experimental High School. Known troublemakers who consistently rank at the bottom academically.
Pointing to the boy with yellow hair, he continued, "You were correct. He is likely the one who unsettled the madam."
Are you certain?
Lu Sun inquired, his eyes narrowing.
Jonan nodded.
Among these students, the madam has only interacted with him.
His name is Qi Tianxi. After graduating, she was assigned to intern at West District Experimental High School, where she taught his class. After a pause, Jonan added.
It is said that the madam graduated with outstanding grades, and the school wished to retain her.
However, for reasons unknown, she declined and chose to teach at an elementary school instead.
It is indeed perplexing that she would opt to teach at a primary level instead of a prestigious high school.
What about the other information? Lu Sun prompted.
We are still investigating. Currently, we have no details on whether there was any conflict between the two.
As he spoke,
Lin Qingyu abruptly swung open the door and stepped out.
Chapter 71, This promises to be entertaining. Lu Sun and Jonan instinctively froze. Lin Qingyu appeared dazed.
Having not heard the conversation between the two, she forced a strained smile and greeted them before making her way to the dining table.
Observing her demeanor,
Lu Sun's brows furrowed deeply as he pushed the wheelchair over, intending to assist her with breakfast.
However, when his elbow brushed against Lin Qingyu, she flinched violently, creating a noticeable distance between them. This reaction intensified Lu Sun's concern. I apologize.
I didn't realize you were behind me, he offered. Aware that her response had been excessive, Lin Qingyu quickly explained.
Afterward, she lowered her head, silently consuming her breakfast. The previous night,
she had been plagued by dreams of events from a year prior, leaving her feeling quite unwell. A throbbing headache accompanied by a vague sense of nausea enveloped her.
Noticing her pallor, Lu Xun gently inquired, "Would you like me to call a doctor?" "No, it's unnecessary. I'm full, and I must head to work."
Lin Qingyu replied anxiously as she rose, grabbing her bag and swiftly leaving the apartment.
As the door clicked shut, Lu Xun's expression darkened to a point where it seemed to exude icy despair. Zhou Nan, too, remained silent, acutely aware that any observant individual could infer the underlying tension in the air. As soon as Lin Qingyu arrived at the school, she was summoned to the office by Wang Mei.
"Prepare yourself, starting tomorrow, you will be participating in the city's outstanding teacher advancement competition in the West District."
"The West District? Is it possible for me to decline?"
Lin Qingyu instinctively exclaimed. At that moment, Luo Jiaran, her older sister, happened to knock and enter Director Wang's office.
Upon hearing Lin Qingyu's intense reaction, she was momentarily taken aback. Wang Mei furrowed her brows and asked, "Why not? The competition has always been held in the West District. Here in the East District, we only host the preliminary round. You are the sole candidate from our school who has advanced. If you do not participate, then who will?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu's breath quickened, and for a moment, she seemed lost in thought. As if the chilling voice of that person echoed in her ears, "Don't let me see you in the West District again." The frigid tone enveloped her like a constricting python, sending an involuntary shiver down her spine.
"Teacher Lin." Wang Mei's voice grew more insistent.
After speaking, Lin Qingyu, still dazed,
exited the office.
Wang Mei rolled her eyes and remarked in front of Sister Luo Jiaran, "She is acting a bit neurotic."
Sister Luo Jiaran's gaze darkened. She felt a lingering fear emanating from Lin Qingyu regarding the West District. Consequently, as soon as she left the office, she recounted the incident jokingly to Luo Jiaran. "By the way, you've been close to Miao Miao. Do you know why her sister is so afraid of the West District?" Meanwhile,
Lu Minghua sat in a private room of a tea house, listening to a report from her informant. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with intrigue.
"Are you referring to Qi Tianxi? The sole heir of the Qi family?"
"Indeed," nodded the elderly driver, Uncle Hui, who sported silver hair at the front. Lu Minghua brewed a cup of tea and placed it at the seat opposite her. "Uncle Hui, please, there is no need for such formality between us."
Uncle Hui,
a reliable aide she brought from her maternal home, was in his 50s, composed, efficient, and held her utmost trust. After taking a sip of tea, Uncle Hui inquired, "Miss,
what prompted you to have me investigate Qi Tianxi all of a sudden?"
The informants I deployed reported that Lin Qingyu and the third young master went to the movies. And upon seeing a few high school students, her expression changed dramatically. Suddenly, Lu Minghua erupted in laughter, surprised by the discovery of such a valuable individual.
Uncle Hui squinted slightly. "Miss, do you intend for Qi Tianxi to deal with Lin Qingyu? But didn't you arrange for your nephew Haotian to take action soon? I must ensure a double guarantee."
Lu Minghua's gaze deepened as she savored her tea. Qi Tianxi, being the sole heir of the Qi family,
was cherished as a treasure among his kin. Compared to Haotian, he was a far more valuable pawn.
With a smile gracing her lips, she added, "Moreover,
wasn't he his sister, Qi Mengyue, once pursuing the third young master? Oh, by the way,
Lin Qingyu is set to be dispatched to the West District for a competition tomorrow."
Uncle Hui had just received this information from his subordinates and relayed it to Lu Minghua.
She struck the table, producing a crisp sound.
"Excellent. Immediately inform Haotian."
Just as Uncle Hui was about to depart, Lu Minghua interjected again. "Anonymously send the photographs of Lu Xun and Lin Qingyu at the movies to Qi Mengyue.
Also, inform her that Lin Qingyu will be in the West District tomorrow."
As her voice trailed off, Lu Minghua wore a satisfied smile.
This is going to be quite the spectacle.
Chapter 72, Luo Jiaran probes Lin Miao Miao about the West District incident. Luo Jiaran was astute. Upon receiving her sister's message,
she promptly sought out Lin Miao Miao. In Miao Miao's room, after some idle chatter, she asked, "By the way, Miao Miao, are you aware of your sister's past experiences in the West District?" Lin Miao Miao's expression subtly shifted as she cast a skeptical glance at her. "What have you heard?" "Oh, nothing much.
I just heard from my sister that your sister seems quite frightened to go to the Western District." Lin Miao Miao popped a strawberry into her mouth,
squinting at Luo Jiaran due to the sourness. What? Are you interested in this matter? Is it of any significance? Luo Jiaran chuckled with a hint of irritation. Haven't I yet won over that third master? I simply wish to make the most of this situation. You have no idea, last time at V's place. Your brother-in-law bought out the entire store's collection of bags for your sister. I can't even begin to express my envy. Entire store? Lin Qingyu exclaimed, sitting up straight. Indeed. Luo Jiaran replied, with a tinge of jealousy in her voice, at this rate, your sister will become utterly arrogant, towering over you. That cannot happen. Lin Qingyu declared, slapping the table. I must inform you of this. You should tell my brother-in-law. Pausing for a moment, Lin Qingyu narrowed her eyes and spoke mysteriously. I'm not entirely sure of the details. It was my second brother who helped my sister with this matter back then. He was reluctant to disclose anything. However, I heard from my mother that a student surnamed Qi nearly stripped my sister of her clothes. It was a rather harrowing ordeal, you see. That student is quite deranged. Lin Qingyu embellished the story with dramatic flair. In truth, she had no idea whether Lin Qingyu's clothing had been removed by that student. Nevertheless, judging by her family's reaction at the time, it seemed to be quite similar. Luo Jiaran gasped and covered her mouth, exclaiming, goodness! It is said that the esteemed third master is particularly sensitive about this matter. Lin Qingyu pondered for a moment and nodded emphatically, indeed. My third brother has mentioned that San Yi is particularly sensitive about others touching his belongings. Not only people, but even his possessions are off limits. Luo Jiaran slowly curved her lips into a smile. Very well. I shall seek out Ming to inquire about San Yi's whereabouts. Miao, await my good news. Ming is a small-time hoodlum whom Luo Jiaran met at a nightclub. She relies on him to gather information regarding Lu Sun's movements. Lin Qingyu lifted the corners of her mouth with a sense of pride. Lin Qingyu, I wonder how you will continue to be so arrogant in my presence. I refuse to believe that someone with your fate can lead a life more content than mine. On the other hand, Lin Qingyu was utterly distracted throughout the day. After informing Lu Sun about her impending business trip upon returning to the apartment, she secluded herself in her room. Lin Qingyu concealed her thoughts. And Lu Sun felt the weight of her silence. The atmosphere within their home grew increasingly oppressive. The following day, Lu Sun personally accompanied Lin Qingyu to the high-speed train heading to the Western District. Just before entering the station, he grasped her hand firmly. His profound gaze exuding unwavering resolve. Ayu, he said, I reiterate my promise. I am your husband, and I will protect you. Whatever burdens you carry, you can share them with me. You can always trust me. Lu Sun's voice was as warm as a gentle mountain breeze, instilling a sense of steadfastness in those who heard it. Lin Qingyu felt a gentle warmth in her heart and managed to muster a smile as she nodded in agreement. Lu Sun watched her enter the station, then cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Nan. Have arrangements been made to ensure the safety of my wife? Indeed. I've arranged for Xia Bei to accompany her for protection during the business trip. Xia Bei is a woman, which makes it more convenient to be with her. Lu Sun nodded, a subtle discomfort stirring within him. Zhou Nan urged him away from the train station, speaking as they walked. Third Master, at 10 o'clock this morning. You have a meeting regarding the project in Beishan. Cancel it. Zhou Nan was taken aback. Purchase a ticket for the next train. We shall accompany Madam on her business trip. And also, Lu Sun continued, have someone bring my travel attire in. While you're at it, fetch the general too. Zhou Nan was momentarily stunned. Shouldn't you hurry? Lu Sun tightened his grip slightly, a nagging unease residing within him. 2 hours later, Lu Sun and Zhou Nan boarded the train to the Western District. Shortly thereafter, Lu Minghua's nephew, Wu Haotian, and Luo Jiaran also set off for the same destination. Chapter 73, The Third Master's Moral Cultivation. Lin Qingyu pondered many thoughts along the way. She indeed ought not to be afraid, after all. It was not she who had committed any wrongdoing. She should bravely confront her inner fears. Moreover, she now had Lu Sun as her steadfast support. The thought of Lu Sun brought a subtle smile to Lin Qingyu's lips. Upon arriving at the venue, she entered the examination hall with a light step. 2 hours later, Lu Sun arrived at the hotel where Lin Qingyu was staying.
He approached the front desk, presenting his identification and marriage certificate.
I am Lin Qingyu's husband. Here are my credentials. My wife left in a hurry today and brought along an important document of mine. Could you please provide me with a duplicate room key? I need to enter. My wife is taking an exam, and her phone is turned off. The female receptionist hesitated.
At that moment, the hotel manager approached and,
upon seeing Lu Sun, was taken aback.
Sir, what brings you here?
Zhou Nan conveyed Lu Sun's request.
The hotel manager quickly reprimanded the receptionist.
Hurry and hand the room key to the gentleman. If something goes awry, I will take responsibility. Do you still want this job? Before he could finish, Lu Sun interrupted. No need for termination. She has been diligent.
Upon hearing this, the hotel manager immediately donned a smile.
Yes, you are absolutely right, sir.
He then handed the room key to Lu Sun.
Also, I need a presidential suite.
Certainly, the manager replied, bowing slightly, and instructed the receptionist to arrange a presidential suite.
Subsequently handing the key to Lu Sun. Zhou Nan pushed Lu Sun into the elevator, inquiring with confusion, Sir, you acquired your wife's room key. Yet you still wish to book an additional presidential suite. Is it for someone else?
Lu Sun glanced down at the 2 room keys in his hand.
Acquiring my wife's room key is merely a precaution. In case of an emergency, swiping the card is quicker than kicking down the door. Zhou Nan responded. Oh, I see. The presidential suite isn't for me. Upon reaching the presidential suite, Lu Sun commenced a video conference with his subordinates. Originally,
the negotiations for the Beishan project were to take place in person but were now conducted online. He held 2 meetings back-to-back from morning until afternoon. Just as the meetings concluded, Zhou Nan approached to report, Sir, Wu Haotian and Luo Jiaran have also arrived.
Lu Sun's expression darkened. Indeed.
The decision to accompany Lin Qingyu on this business trip proved to be the correct one. Wu Haotian's presence was not unexpected, given that Lu Minghua had tipped him off. Investigate who disclosed our whereabouts to Luo Jiaran and teach them a lesson.
It has already been handled.
The individual confessed that Luo Jiaran claimed to have important information to share with you, assuring him that you would not make things difficult for him.
Which is why he revealed your location. Important information?
Lu Sun toyed with the pen in his hand, seemingly lost in thought.
Suddenly, he wore a smile that sent a chill down Zhou Nan's spine as he calmly instructed, Go and summon Luo Jiaran to the CAF in the lobby.
Just tell her I wish to see her.
Zhou Nan was taken aback. Why not bring Luo Jiaran here?
It would be more private.
And she might find it easier to disclose any secrets.
Lu Sun shot him a piercing glance.
Bring another woman into my room? Are you trying to make my wife divorce me?
Zhou Nan trembled at the sudden reprimand, mumbling softly, but I am still here.
No. I categorically refuse to engage in any action that could be used against me. If someone captures footage from the hotel surveillance showing Luo Jiaran entering my room, how will I explain that to my wife? Zhou Nan was left speechless, astonished by Lu Sun's resolute stance.
Soon, Zhou Nan arranged for Luo Jiaran to come. Chapter 74, Luo Jiaran reveals the secret to Lu Sun. As Zhou Nan guided Lu Sun downstairs, he simultaneously reported, Sir, we've traced Wu Haotian's communication with Lu Minghua. He might attempt to approach your wife tonight. Keep a close watch, Lu Sun replied nonchalantly, dismissing any concern regarding his nephew.
Upon arriving at the CAF,
Luo Jiaran stood up excitedly, her eyes fixed on Lu Sun as she sweetly called out, Sir. Zhou Nan nudged Lu Sun forward, and as he passed by Luo Jiaran, a strong scent of industrial perfume assaulted him, nearly making him gag.
Suppressing his displeasure, he bluntly asked, What do you want?
Luo Jiaran thoughtfully poured Lu Sun a glass of lemonade, glancing at Zhou Nan.
Speak your mind, Lu Sun urged, rubbing his wedding ring. As a married man, I cannot meet alone with a woman. Luo Jiaran's expression stiffened momentarily, yet she quickly forced a smile.
I truly envy Teacher Au for finding such a wonderful husband like you.
However,
sir, I feel it is unfair for you.
Oh?
Lu Sun's tone grew colder.
Marriage should be sincere. Yet, it is evident that Teacher Au is concealing something from you.
As she spoke, Luo Jiaran observed Lu Sun's expression. Noticing his growing solemnity, she felt a surge of satisfaction and continued, Teacher A, you must not have mentioned her connection with Qi Tianxi.
Has she? What could there possibly be between her and Qi Tianxi?
Lu Sun's pallid face instantly darkened. Luo Jiaran's heart soared with delight.
She has been violated by Qi Tianxi. Impossible.
Lu Sun's voice was fierce, filled with unwavering conviction. Luo Jiaran lowered her gaze, piecing together the situation. She looked around and whispered, according to Miao Miao, it didn't go all the way.
But Qi Tianxi did tear her clothes and tormented her.
The ordeal was quite, and there were many tools involved. He even recorded videos and took photos. If it weren't for Teacher Ayu's second brother rushing in at the last moment, who knows what could have happened.
With each word Luo Jiaran spoke, Lu Sun's expression darkened further.
By the end of her revelation, she sighed heavily. Sir, I genuinely feel for you, pain that you remain in the dark.
If those scandalous videos were to be released, how could you maintain your standing in Jiangcheng?
Sir, Luo Jiaran called sweetly.
Grant me an opportunity to express my heartfelt concern for you.
Since Teacher Ayu was unfaithful before marriage, why should you? As she spoke, Luo Jiaran reached out towards Lu Sun's hand, attempting to touch him. But before she could make contact, Lu Sun withdrew his hand.
Luo Jiaran's expression darkened, disappointment flickering across her face.
Yet in the next moment, a room key was thrust into her view.
Lu Sun said nothing as he was ushered away by Zhou Nan.
Luo Jiaran glanced at the hotel room key marked 8-404, her excitement surging uncontrollably.
After tonight, acquiring a new handbag would be nearly a matter of moments.
She picked up the room key and kissed it fervently several times.
A female attendant approached. Hello, I am the reception staff for the competition in the city. Are you teacher Lin Qingyu?
I am, Lin Qingyu replied politely with a nod.
May I trouble you for a few minutes, teacher Lin? The attendant gestured towards a windowside booth. There is a survey regarding the competition that we would like you to fill out. Please wait a moment.
A related staff member will come to assist you shortly. As Lin Qingyu settled into her seat, a warm and enthusiastic waitress promptly served her a glass of refreshing lemonade.
Lin Qingyu picked up the glass of lemonade, poised to take a sip.
Yet the memory of the milk that Lu Minghua once offered her caused her to set it down abruptly.
Shortly thereafter,
a woman donned in a pristine white Chanel suit approached with an air of arrogance, her piercing gaze settling unkindly upon Lin Qingyu.
Are you Lin Qingyu? I am.
Lin Qingyu replied, meeting the woman's hostile eyes, a flicker of distaste stirring within her. With a sharp clatter, the woman tossed her BMW key onto the table, followed by her LV handbag, before she arrogantly seated herself opposite Lin Qingyu, crossing her legs with a disdainful demeanor.
Not exactly a stunning beauty, are you?
Just a touch of modest charm, she remarked, casting a derisive glance at the glass of lemonade.
Do you like them? She continued,
displaying her freshly manicured nails to Lin Qingyu. I just had them done, but I need to spritz some moisturizing spray. As she spoke, she retrieved a small bottle of spray from her handbag and began to spritz it onto her nails, the sharp scent wafting towards Lin Qingyu with each hiss.
Lin Qingyu instinctively held her breath, slightly bewildered by the unexpected turn of events before her. Are you here to have me fill out a survey? She inquired. If not, I shall take my leave.
The woman smiled, continuing to spray her mist. I am here to persuade you to withdraw from the competition.
Withdraw from the competition? Lin Qingyu's expression froze momentarily, her gaze sharpening. What gives you the right to ask me to forfeit?
Because I am Qi Mingyue, the woman stated with unwavering confidence.
Upon hearing that surname, Lin Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically. There was never a survey, was there? You bribed the staff to make me wait for you here? Precisely.
Qi Mingyue replied, raising an eyebrow, admiring her manicured nails with an air of superiority, completely dismissing Lin Qingyu.
I recall my brother mentioning that you should never appear in the Western District again.
As she spoke, Qi Mingyue lifted her gaze and smiled at Lin Qingyu.
So I kindly ask you to swiftly withdraw from the competition and leave the Western District. I must decline.
Your brother may have said such a thing, but I did not agree to it. The vast Jiang city belongs to no one, nor does it succumb to anyone's whims. I shall go wherever I please.
With that,
Lin Qingyu picked up her bag and abruptly stood up.
Qi Mingyue glanced at her, casually inquiring, "What is your relationship with the third master?"
Lin Qingyu furrowed her brows and cast a glance at her. "I am not obliged to explain myself to you." With that, Lin Qingyu turned on her heel to leave. Behind her, Qi Mingyue's ethereal voice floated through the air. "I do not care how you ended up watching a movie with Third Master.
However, I warn you to keep your distance.
He is not a man you can covet."
Lin Qingyu chose to disregard Qi Mingyue and proceeded directly toward the elevator. However,
after taking a few steps, she furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss. Her body grew increasingly warm, her legs felt weak, as if she were treading upon cotton.
How could this be?
She had consumed nothing just moments ago. Suddenly, Lin Qingyu's complexion shifted.
It was that bottle of spray.
It appeared to be a moisturizing agent for nails, but in reality, it was a vile concoction. Lin Qingyu instinctively turned her head to glance at the Grand CAF in the lobby, where she caught sight of Qi Mingyue. Her fiery red lips curled in a triumphant smile as she regarded her. The disdainful gaze seemed to convey the message that crushing her would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Lin Qingyu was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of hatred. Yet, the more her emotions intensified, the more rapidly the effects of the drug took hold, causing her body to feel as though it was ablaze.
No!
She mustn't fall into the trap set by those vile individuals. Gritting her teeth, Lin Qingyu forced herself to make her way to the staircase. Just as she reached the corner, a large hand firmly covered her mouth.
Ah! Lin Qingyu's heart trembled, and she let out an exclamation.
Yet, her voice was silenced by the man's large hand, rendering her unable to alert anyone. What should she do? Lin Qingyu was pulled into the shadows.
Chapter 76, Capturing the Turtle in the Jar.
Lin Qingyu felt a sense of despair. She wished to struggle, yet her body was devoid of strength. However, as she gradually calmed down, she could not shake the feeling that the man's presence was oddly familiar. How could this be? Perhaps it was merely her intense desire for Lu Xun to rescue her at that moment, for otherwise, how could she perceive this man's chest as reminiscent of Lu Xun's?
His scent akin to that of Lu Xun?
"Hush, do not be afraid, it is I," came the soothing voice of the familiar man beside her.
Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu's body trembled slightly, and her eyes moistened almost instantaneously.
Lu Xun gently loosened his grip on her. Lin Qingyu turned her head and saw Lu Xun. One hand resting on his cane, the other draping over her shoulder. "It's really you," she said, her voice trembling with emotion as she embraced Lu Xun tightly. He gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "Do not be afraid, everything will be fine, I am here."
In the next moment, Lin Qingyu could no longer hold herself up and collapsed against Lu Xun.
Zhou Nan, standing a short distance away, hurriedly pushed the wheelchair closer. His gaze falling on Lu Xun's self-sufficient legs.
"Third Master, you are being too ostentatious."
He smoothly folded the portable cane in his hand and tucked it beneath the armrest of the wheelchair.
Lu Xun's expression darkened as he looked at Zhou Nan.
"Take her to the hospital.
Coordinate with our acquaintances here.
There are people Lu Xun has placed in hospitals across Jiangcheng's various districts."
"Understood," Zhou Nan nodded. Swiftly transporting the two to the hospital.
The doctors Lu Xun had arranged were already waiting, and upon seeing Lin Qingyu blushing in his embrace, they immediately understood the situation. In a hushed tone, one doctor said, "Third Master, you could actually resolve this issue yourself. Moreover, since she is your wife."
"No way."
Lu Xun firmly rejected. "She has already been drugged once by my second sister-in-law, and now, less than 2 months later, it has happened again. I worry for her health. You must handle this properly and ensure no remnants of the drug remain in her system." The doctor looked momentarily taken aback before quickly preparing several 4 drips.
"Instructing the nurses to set them up.
After that, administer any necessary tonics.
Do not concern yourself with the costs. I want her to be healthy." The doctor nodded, understood.
"Rest assured, Third Master." Lu Xun watched as Lin Qingyu was taken into the VIP ward for her treatment, then turned to Zhou Nan.
"How is the situation arranged?"
"Everything is under our control." Lu Xun adjusted his elegant glasses and coldly stated, "Whatever medication Qi Mingyue used on my wife, return it to her double."
"Understood." Zhou Nan promptly arranged it. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Wu Haotian had bribed the service staff and successfully entered the room Lin Qingyu had previously occupied.
He set up 3 night vision cameras to capture the scene from various angles. Soon, he excitedly stripped down to just his shorts.
Before long, Luo Jiaran,
clad in seductive lingerie and a woolen coat, arrived at the door, swiping her room card. With a couple of beeps, she pushed the door open.
Before she could say anything, Wu Haotian seized her hair.
"You little vixen, come here."
Luo Jiaran, caught off guard, was thrown onto the bed,
pain causing tears to well up in her eyes.
"Who are you?"
"You're not the third master." Realizing her mistake, she reached out to defend herself against Wu Haotian.
The room was dimly lit, and Wu Haotian, unsure if she was Lin Qingyu, slapped Luo Jiaran hard. "Shut your mouth. If you don't behave, you'll regret it."
Saying this, he roughly began to tear at her clothes. The woolen coat was ripped open, and the thin nightgown was torn apart with a sound. Luo Jiaran trembled in fear, never having encountered such a situation before. She resisted violently, but to her shock, Wu Haotian struck her. After a few blows, she felt as if her insides were shifting.
"No, you have the wrong person.
Help! Help!
Please stop hitting me!" Luo Jiaran cried out in desperation. Wu Haotian removed his shorts and lunged at her.
Suddenly, 2 beeps sounded, followed by the growling of a fierce dog.
Woof woof woof. Moments later,
Wu Haotian felt his ankle clamped by sharp teeth, causing him to shrink back in terror.
Chapter 77 Zhounan, investigate the relationship between my wife and Qi Tianxi.
Woof. The dog barked once, released, then bit again.
Woof.
This continued. A slow entrance into the room was made by a man named Luo Shi, with dyed blonde hair and beguiling features. He held a cigar delicately between his pale fingers, enjoying it as if it were a rare delicacy. With a click, the room lights were turned on. Luo Shi nonchalantly switched off the 3 night vision cameras, removed the memory cards, and pocketed them, then smiled at the tearful Luo Jiaran. "Oh, my poor little one, crying so pitifully. Let me help you call the police." Luo Jiaran, clutching the sheet tightly to her chest, trembled with fear but quickly responded. "No, please don't call the police.
I want to go to the police station. That one tea do."
Luo Shi grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "There is video evidence here. This man has assaulted you. This is incriminating evidence, and as a good citizen, I must report this."
Before long, the police arrived and swiftly subdued Wu Haotian.
However, the dog still refused to release its grip. Luo Shi let out a whistle, and only then did the dog relent,
allowing the police to take Wu Haotian away.
As the female officer attempted to escort Luo Jiaran, Luo Shi stepped forward, kindly offering her a tissue to wipe her tears. Leaning in to whisper in her ear,
"The third master asked me to convey 2 messages to you. The first, Wu Haotian must serve time. If he does not, you will be the one to suffer."
Luo Jiaran shivered, staring at the man whose beauty rivaled that of a woman. But his chilling smile made him seem far more terrifying than a messenger of hell. In that moment, she realized the truth. The third master had given her the room card, intending to trap her. To have her beaten by this monstrous man, almost subjected to violation. She had never encountered anything like this before. But how could the third master act this way? She was just a girl. Tears streamed down her face in frustration as she gazed at Luo Shi. "Why? What is wrong with me?" Before she could finish, Luo Shi interrupted. "The second message from the third master is this: before you climb into bed, consider your own worth.
This time is a warning, next time
it may not be so pleasant." As his voice faded, Luo Jiaran felt a chill run through her entire body. Her strength draining as she was led away by the police. In that moment, she truly comprehended the third master's terrifying nature. This man was indeed beyond her capacity to provoke.
With Luo Jiaran taken away and the video evidence, Wu Haotian was successfully convicted.
Meanwhile, Qi Mingyue, who had been on the phone with Lu Minghua to establish an alliance, was suddenly grabbed from behind, her mouth covered, and was pulled aside. The assailant retrieved a spray from her bag and aimed it at her face.
"What are you doing?"
Qi Mingyue struggled. But soon her hands and feet were restrained by men in black, forced to endure as they sprayed the entire canister on her face until it was empty. The empty can was tossed aside, and the intruder merely stated, "The third master wants you to stay away from him."
This matter will not end here. At that moment,
in the hospital, Lu Sun was listening to Zhou Nan's report. Third master, Wu Haotian, Luo Jiaran, and Qi Mingyue have all been dealt with.
Lu Sun nodded indifferently. Also deal with Luo Jiaran's sister. This matter cannot exclude her influence. Zhou Nan hesitated. How should we handle her?
Transfer her to a regular elementary school position. I cannot allow a potential threat to remain close to my wife.
Understood, Zhou Nan replied, but then hesitated again. Speak up, is there anything else?
Zhou Nan paused for a moment, stating, I have discovered that Madam has a record of consulting a psychologist. This matter is related to Qi Tianci. Chapter 78, The Impact on Marital Affection. Zhou Nan furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his thoughts.
Qi Tianci is not a virtuous individual.
He has exploited several young women, leveraging his affluent and powerful background.
Lu Sun's sharp gaze intensified as he interrupted Zhou Nan. I have no interest in hearing about other women. I am solely concerned with Madam's affairs.
Zhou Nan swallowed hard. I have yet to uncover the full details.
However,
I did find that there was an occasion when Madam appeared distraught, exiting the same hotel as Qi Tianci. At that time, her second brother came to pick her up. It seems he made an agreement with the Qi family that
Madam would no longer visit the West District. Not visit the West District?
Lu Sun frowned, exasperated.
What a foolish arrangement.
Following that incident, Madam sought psychological counseling.
The specifics remain confidential, and I was unable to investigate further. Zhou Nan lowered his gaze, hesitant to provoke Lu Sun.
From the revelations of Luo Jiaran to the discovery of Madam's psychological consultations, the events that transpired were not difficult to surmise. This undoubtedly touched upon the ire of the third master.
Zhou Nan instinctively took a few steps back.
An uneasy silence enveloped the air for a moment, during which Zhou Nan noticed the veins in Lu Sun's hand gripping the wheelchair's armrest.
Yet, in the next instant,
those veins gradually relaxed as Lu Sun responded calmly, I understand.
Zhou Nan was taken aback, wondering if he had processed the matter internally.
As he observed Lu Sun turning to push the wheelchair into the hospital room, his expression grew solemn. The third master truly harbored deep affection for Madam.
An affection profound enough to embrace all aspects of her, including her past.
Such love had softened his nature.
Lu Sun wheeled the chair to the bedside.
Gazing tenderly at the slumbering Lin Qingyu, gently brushing aside the hair from her forehead. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Qingyu awoke, startled by her unfamiliar surroundings.
Do not be afraid, you are in the hospital.
Upon seeing Lu Sun by her side, Lin Qingyu's heart finally found solace.
Now that you are awake, have some porridge. It will ease your stomach.
After a brief pause, Lu Sun added, Your competition is scheduled for tomorrow, you should rest well today.
All right.
Lin Qingyu rose to freshen up and proceeded to the dining table to partake in breakfast. The sound of ringing echoed a few times.
Lin Qingyu received a WeChat message from Teacher Luo.
Dear Lin, there is something I have contemplated for quite some time and have decided to share it with you. My younger sister, Luo Jiaran, heard from your sister about the incident involving Qi Tianci and has gone to gossip with your husband. I sincerely apologize, Teacher Lin, for not being able to restrain my sister. I hope this matter has not affected the bond between you and your husband.
I mean no harm, Teacher Lin.
I am merely concerned that Luo Jiaran may jeopardize your marital relationship.
If that is indeed the case, I cannot absolve myself of blame. Teacher Luo.
One may indulge in careless eating, but one must not speak recklessly.
I have not been violated by Qi Tianci.
As for our marital relationship, there is no need for your concern, my husband was with me throughout the night. However, there is one truth in your words.
Teacher Luo, you cannot escape responsibility for Luo Jiaran's actions.
After sending the message, Lin Qingyu chose to disregard her. She found it hard to believe that Teacher Luo was entirely unaware of Luo Jiaran's conduct. If there was a genuine intention to caution her,
why not do so last night instead of waiting until the early morning?
Putting down her phone, Lin Qingyu cast a glance at Lu Sun and inquired.
Did Luo Jiaran come to see you?
Lin Qingyu's heart skipped a beat. So, do you have nothing to ask me?
Chapter 79. What if someone else touched me? Lu Sun gazed steadily at Lin Qingyu, his expression inscrutable. Do you have anything to say to me? Lin Qingyu, slightly anxious, picked up the milk cup and took a hurried sip. Haven't Luo Jiaran told you everything that needs to be said? No, I wish to hear it from you. Lu Sun replied in a calm tone, devoid of any pressing urgency, resembling more a gentle encouragement. When it comes to matters concerning you, I never want to hear it from others, I want to hear it from you. If you choose to speak, I shall believe. If you prefer silence, I shall patiently wait until the day you feel entirely inclined to trust me. Lin Qingyu felt a slight tremor in her heart, her grip on the milk cup tightening. A few moments later, a thought crystallized in her mind. She set the cup down, her expression turning serious as she gazed intently at Lu Sun. I have heard that you dislike others touching your belongings. Is that true? As for my possessions, once someone has laid hands upon them, I would rather destroy them and purchase new ones than allow them to be touched again. Lin Qingyu recalled the sofa and decorations in her home, and in an instant, everything became clear. Moreover, Lu Sun paused for a moment and, with an expression of calmness, stated, aside from family and those who capture my attention, I never share a dining table with anyone else, nor do I share dishes from the same plate. The rumors circulating outside are indeed true. Lin Qingyu gazed at Lu Sun in astonishment, taken aback by his candidness. Thus, he had heard about Luo Jiaran's own violation. Was this an attempt to delineate boundaries with him? Lin Qingyu's hands fidgeted anxiously as she posed the question that had long lingered in her heart. What if it were me, touched by someone else? What if that night I had been accosted by those three ruffians? If, I say if. Lin Qingyu took a deep breath, her eyes shutting tightly in anguish. What if Qi Tianxi had touched me? The air fell into an instant silence. Lin Qingyu pressed her lips together, anxiously awaiting Lu Sun's response. It was only then that she realized Lu Sun had been gazing at her intently. And he spoke up as soon as she opened her eyes. Madam Lu, the fact that I have not yet earned your complete trust must be due to my previous shortcomings. His voice remained as warm and comforting as a gentle mountain breeze, causing Lin Qingyu's heart to flutter almost imperceptibly. You are not an object, you are a person, flesh and blood, endowed with independent thought, regardless of the past or the future. Should an unfortunate event truly occur, it would undoubtedly be due to my failure to protect you adequately. In such cases, it is always the perpetrator who bears the stain of wrongdoing. You hold no guilt. Lin Qingyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears in an instant, her voice muffled and soft, akin to that of a kitten. Do you not find me distasteful? In your eyes, am I, Lu Sun, truly such a superficial man? Lin Qingyu could no longer contain her emotions and rushed forward to embrace him. Lu Sun gently patted her back, reiterating his words. No matter the circumstances, you can always trust me. If any uncontrollable misfortune were to occur, my only concern would be for your well-being, and I would seek vengeance on your behalf. Ah, you! The mere thought of you marrying me brings me immense satisfaction. Lin Qingyu sniffled, her nose tinged with acidity, and settled back into her chair. After regaining her composure, she began to recount the events surrounding Qi Tianxi. Qi Tianxi was a student from the class I supervised during my internship. He was not a good person. Lin Qingyu chuckled at herself. I never anticipated that I would describe a student in such a manner throughout my life. I had always believed that students were akin to uncut jade, and teachers were the artisans who sculpted them. However, my encounter with him completely transformed my original perspective. I still remember that day. Chapter 80. With a husband to support you at school, I noticed Qi Tianxi bullying a girl. She was a well-behaved student, the top performer in our class. He dragged her into the sports equipment room, and I happened to walk by and rescued her. After learning of Qi Tianxi's malicious behavior, I spoke with him several times, striving to change him and make him realize that bullying others was wrong. I even reached out to his parents privately. Yet the outcomes were minimal. One day, I discovered that the girl had been forcibly taken to a hotel by Qi Tianxi. I chased after them, determined to save her. But Lin Qingyu covered her face in anguish, as if she were ensnared in a nightmare. Ultimately, Qi Tianxi dragged me into the fray, imprisoning me within a wardrobe. Then he violated that young woman. I was confined within the wardrobe,
listening to her cries for help. Each plea piercing my heart like a dagger. Eventually, the young woman ceased her cries for assistance, resorting to pleas for mercy, her suffering palpable. Lin Qingyu spoke, her breath somewhat unsteady. Lu Sun wheeled over and embraced her, saying, "It's all right, this is not your concern, do not dwell on it." Lin Qingyu buried her face in Lu Sun's shoulder, shaking her head. "No. If I had not thought that Tianci was still a child and that reporting him would ruin his life, and had decisively called the police, perhaps such a tragedy would not have occurred. I can never forget that girl's heart-wrenching voice." Later, my second brother arrived. His friend spotted me being pulled into a room by Tianci and informed him. He came to take me and that girl away. Tianci was relentless, insisting on teaching me a lesson. However, my second brother protected me, repeatedly assuring that I would not report the incident, would not testify, and that I would never set foot in the West District again, which finally made Tianci relent. I never dreamed that a minor could be so vile. Lu Sun fixed his gaze on Lin Qingyu, asserting, "You do not seem like someone who would refrain from reporting." Lin Qingyu was taken aback, not expecting Lu Sun to possess such an understanding of her. She quickly masked her surprise with a mocking smile. "I reported it to the police. I accompanied that girl to file a report. My elder brother was so enraged that he nearly severed ties with me." "And what transpired afterward?" "Subsequently, the girl, perhaps under duress, had her family bribed and voluntarily retracted her statement at the police station. Her relatives claimed that she was watching a horror film with Tianci in his room. They asserted that her failure to win his affection led her to slander him. As for me, confined within the confines of the cupboard, unable to witness the events unfolding outside and only hearing the sounds, I could not serve as a witness. Thus, the case faded into obscurity." "Is your role as a primary school teacher also a result of the machinations of the Qi family behind the scenes?" Lu Sun's gaze turned icy, as if Lin Qingyu's mere acknowledgement would prompt him to plunge a knife into that family without hesitation. Lin Qingyu shook her head and said, "It is due to Tianci, but not because of the Qi family. After that incident, I realized that I cannot change the mindset of a high school student. It takes time to form such deep-seated beliefs, and many high school students have already ingrained their values and personalities. They cannot be altered. Therefore, I wish to teach at the elementary level, nurturing younger children to cultivate their character and shape their worldview." Lu Sun nodded. Gently grasping Lin Qingyu's arms with a firm yet caring grip, he said earnestly, "You may venture wherever your aspirations lead, without concern for cardinal directions. Your husband stands firmly behind you." "All right," Lin Qingyu replied, nodding in agreement. Lu Sun then softly inquired, "Can you share if your decision to consult a psychologist was also influenced by that incident?" Lin Qingyu's face turned pale, and she bit her lower lip in distress, taking a long moment to find her words. Lu Yan had previously made demands in that regard, all of which I had declined. However, I understood that this situation was untenable, prompting me to seek the counsel of a psychologist. Lu Sun's gaze darkened. "So, when you were with me engaging in that activity, you were quite anxious and your body was tense, correct?" Chapter 81, The Unruly Third Master. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qingyu's cheeks flushed crimson, too embarrassed to meet Lu Sun's eyes. "Then I must sincerely apologize to Mrs. Lu. The first time, it must have startled you, didn't it? That incident was entirely my fault." Lin Qingyu pressed her lips together and spoke softly, "No. There is no need for you to apologize. It is not your concern. Rather, it is my fault. I have failed to allow you to experience the essence of love on 2 occasions. It is my inadequacy, and I must strive to improve further." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu felt her cheeks burn with a fervent heat, her head bowed as low as it could go. She hurriedly reached out to cover Lu Sun's mouth, urging him to cease his words. However, Lu Sun gently brushed aside her hand and planted a light kiss on her translucently flushed cheek, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. "Rest assured, Mrs. Lu. I shall take it upon myself to address this matter. I will be responsible for healing your psychological woes henceforth." Lin Qingyu had grown weary of social interactions. She felt a twinge of regret for having confided in Lu Sun, yet upon reflection, her regret was not profound. After their heart-to-heart conversation, Lin Qingyu found her understanding of Lu Sun deepening, and her fondness for him steadily ascending.
Particularly, his remark, "In your eyes, do I seem like such a superficial man?"
struck her profoundly. Lu Sun, oblivious to Lin Qingyu's thoughts, presented her with a specially crafted keychain.
It was a palm-sized flashlight, easy to grasp.
Designed to be attached to her keys, making it exceedingly convenient for outings.
Lin Qingyu toyed with the flashlight and inquired, "Is this for my illumination?"
"No. This is a specially designed stun baton for your self-defense," he replied.
Startled at the mention of the stun baton, Lin Qingyu exclaimed, "But what if it accidentally kills someone?"
"I shall bear the responsibility for you," Lu Sun's voice resonated with conviction, sounding more like a solemn promise. Lin Qingyu felt a tremor in her heart,
sensing that she had once again been provoked.
She toyed with the mini electric shock baton in her hand, incredulously asking, "This 1T actually kill someone, will it?"
"Of course not, trust me.
It's just a brief jolt. Once the current flows through, the other person will experience a tingling sensation, rendering them unable to grasp you. Allowing you time to escape," came the confident reply.
"Oh, so that's how it works."
Just as her words fell, Zhou Nan entered, having knocked on the door, and observed Lin Qingyu as she touched Lu Sun with the specially designed baton.
With a crackle, a powerful current surged through one side of Lu Sun's body, causing his complexion to change. Yet, upon seeing Lin Qingyu's expectant gaze as she watched his reaction, he suppressed the pain, raised an eyebrow, and insisted, "See? I didn't deceive you. This baton isn't too unbearable."
Indeed, Lin Qingyu nodded in agreement.
Zhou Nan bit his lip, struggling to contain his laughter. The sight of San Yi almost calling out but hesitating was simply too amusing. If the brothers in the hall were to find out, they would be in stitches. That specialized electric baton could render a 200-pound pig unconscious in an instant.
The fact that San Yi managed to endure without uttering a sound was truly admirable. After a hearty internal laugh, Zhou Nan stepped inside to report that the doctor had advised Madame to undergo a health examination.
Lin Qingyu followed the nurse to undergo a series of examinations.
After the assessments, no issues were discovered, and she was discharged.
The following morning,
it was Lin Qingyu's turn to take the stage and deliver her lecture. She performed exceptionally well, achieving an impressive score of 9.5. With the highest scores in both the written examination and practical teaching, she only needed to pass the afternoon interview to secure the top position in the citywide competition. In the afternoon, Lin Qingyu confidently ascended the stage, while Lu Sun, seated as a special guest, waved at her from the audience.
This scene, however,
was observed by Qi Mingyue, who was monitoring the situation, and her expression darkened ominously. The judging panel posed several questions to Lin Qingyu, to which she responded with remarkable eloquence. As they approached the final question, one of the judges glanced at the materials in hand and expressed his skepticism.
"Teacher Lin, your professional performance has been outstanding.
Under normal circumstances, you would rightfully secure the first place in this competition. However, our committee has also received an anonymous complaint regarding you."
"My anonymous complaint?" Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback.
Below the stage, Lu Sun's handsome visage grew somber, his deep-set eyes narrowing slightly.
Zhou Nan shifted,
prepared to investigate the source of the anonymous letter, but Lu Sun raised a hand to stop him, saying, "Wait a moment.
She should be able to handle this."
The judge on stage nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we have received an anonymous complaint stating that you have privately sought consultation with a psychologist. We believe that, as a teacher, if there are psychological issues, it may hinder your ability to provide students with a proper moral compass.
Considering this perspective, we have decided to reassign your first place to second. Do you accept the committee's decision?"
Lin Qingyu stood on the stage, contemplating for a moment. When she lifted her gaze once more, a resolute light shone in her eyes. "I apologize, esteemed judges, but I must respectfully decline." "Very well, please articulate your perspective." One of the judges gestured for her to proceed. "Firstly, my engagement in psychological counseling stems from personal reasons. I do not perceive this as an issue that is difficult to discuss or inherently shameful. Over the past few years, mental health has garnered increasing attention.
Modern individuals,
due to the pressures of life and work, inevitably face psychological challenges. We have consistently emphasized that mental health issues do not equate to mental illness. Experiencing psychological disorders does not imply one has a mental disease.
We advocate for adults and students alike to bravely embrace psychological counseling and seek emotional guidance, thereby fostering healthier minds. As an educator, I hold this perspective, and I actively pursue such guidance. I believe it should not be a detriment to my evaluation. After a brief pause, Lin Qingyu continued, secondly, the competition committee lacks evidence to substantiate any claims regarding my moral compass or any purported issues in guiding students to shape their worldview, values, and life philosophy. Thirdly, psychologists are ethically bound to maintain the confidentiality of their clients' personal information. Disclosing such details constitutes a violation of professional standards and is not recognized legally. Therefore, this anonymous information is unlawful and should not be considered by the competition committee. These 3 points comprise my rebuttal. Thank you, esteemed judges. As her voice resonated, Lu Sun gave Lin Qingyu a thumbs up in admiration. Lin Qingyu gently nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou, taken aback, exclaimed, "Madam, you are remarkable." The venue fell into a momentary silence before the judge who had posed the question was the first to break it with applause. Soon after, several other judges joined in, nodding in agreement as they clapped. "Congratulations, you truly deserve the first place," said the leading judge, rising to shake hands with Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu courteously bowed and stepped off the stage. Lu Sun approached with a wheelchair, presenting a bouquet of pink roses. "Congratulations, Mrs. Lu." "Thank you," Lin Qingyu replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Qi, observing the scene from the monitoring station, felt a searing pang of jealousy at the affectionate exchange between the two. Gritting her teeth, she said to the person beside her, "Lu Sun has always been proud. When have I ever seen him present flowers to a woman? It infuriates me. That woman deserves punishment. Go, quickly investigate their relationship." The person hesitated. "If we delve into the affairs of Third Master, it could lead to dire consequences." Qi kicked the individual. "Get lost. You're utterly useless." The person hurriedly departed, thinking it a far better option to offend her than to endure Third Master's wrath. Qi fixed her fierce gaze on Lin Qingyu as she received her award, her eyes growing colder by the moment. "Third Master is mine. The mistress of Jiangcheng can only be me. Lin Qingyu, you shall await your demise at my hands." Meanwhile, after receiving her award, Lin Qingyu commenced her journey home. By the time she returned to the Bund Bay, night had already fallen. After finishing dinner and freshening up, Lu Sun, with an air of mystery, suddenly ushered her into the media room, claiming he needed to provide her with psychological counseling. Chapter 83, Be Good, Close Your Eyes. Lin Qingyu was led into the multimedia room by Lu Sun, only to realize that she was residing in an apartment she had yet to fully explore. It seemed there was also a gym next door, which she had never entered. Perhaps it was the lingering sentiment of not intruding upon someone else's territory that held her back. Now, as she stepped inside, she meticulously surveyed the modest 20 square meter space. Though the area could not be considered large, it exuded a minimalist charm, adorned with a Japanese tatami design. Aside from the entire suite of high-end home theater equipment, there was a double sofa on the floor, designed for reclining, accompanied by a small coffee table. The glass coffee table was currently adorned with an assortment of fruits, all thoughtfully prepared by Lu Sun. Lin Qingyu thought to herself that it would suffice, considering it a means of relaxation, without delving into the notion of psychological therapy. Lin Qingyu helped Lu Sun into the wheelchair, then reclined on the sofa beside him, relishing the large strawberries. She mused to herself that this was far more comfortable than being in a cinema. The film selected by Lu Sun was a foreign romantic drama. The story revolved around the female protagonist, who had been fostered by the male protagonist's family since childhood and referred to him as uncle. The male protagonist was the heir to a noble estate. Throughout their time together, they fell in love, only to face vehement opposition from the male protagonist's family. And his fiancé began to thwart the female protagonist in various ways. Ultimately, the couple transcended societal barriers and embarked on the journey of marriage. Their married life was filled with amusing moments as two individuals from vastly different social strata navigated their shared existence, leading to numerous disagreements over shopping and daily living. Through constant adaptation, they ultimately reaped the rewards of a sweet union. The film was indeed a fine piece. Yet Lin Qingyu was utterly unprepared for the scene depicting the newlyweds' chamber. Lin Qingyu found herself in a state of indecision, caught in an uncomfortable dilemma.
Just as she contemplated whether to concoct an excuse to excuse herself to the restroom, Lu Sun's large hand enveloped her restless fingers, threading through the spaces between them. Lin Qingyu's body stiffened momentarily, yet she feigned nonchalance, continuing to watch the film. The gentle, encouraging voice of Lu Sun resonated in her ears. "Ayu. The union of the sexes is a beautiful thing. It is not merely a primal instinct for reproduction that has persisted throughout history, but rather, through the passage of time, it has evolved into a more profound yearning for love. Observe how they are splendid, they are not akin to qi tianxi. In this world, the majority of men are normal, with only a minuscule fraction harboring twisted perversions in their hearts." Lin Qingyu felt as though something had stirred within her heart. It was then that she comprehended Lu Sun's heartfelt intentions. He had deliberately chosen this particular film, genuinely seeking to provide her with psychological healing. 5 years her senior, Lu Sun possessed a wealth of experience and truly served as a mentor in her journey of growth. Encouraged, Lin Qingyu turned her face to express her gratitude to Lu Sun, only to have her lips silenced. Lu Sun's large hand cradled the back of her head as his lips gently caressed hers. "Be good, close your eyes, and relax." Lin Qingyu found herself unable to think clearly, instinctively obeying his command to close her eyes. Yet, as soon as her eyelids fell shut, her senses heightened exponentially. Lu Sun's soft lips pressed against hers, exhibiting a tenderness unlike his previous assertiveness. It was a gentle and lingering caress, reminiscent of a romantic lead in a film. She felt her body being gradually lowered onto the plush sofa, his soothing words of encouragement whispering in her ear. "Be good, don't be afraid, feel with your heart. Relax, let your body relax. You are safe now." Lu Sun's voice was as warm as a mountain breeze, instilling an indescribable sense of security. His kisses fell like delicate raindrops, from her earlobe to the side of her neck, to her chin, and back to her lips, in an endless cycle. As if he were cherishing a precious treasure. The gentle pressure made Lin Qingyu feel truly valued. She surrendered completely, her entire being unguarded. She mused that Lu Sun possessed far greater skill than that psychologist in guiding others. However, that thought vanished the instant he tugged at the belt around her waist. Chapter 84, How could Master Lu be so beastly? No. Lin Qingyu reached out to press down on Lu Sun's hand. Lu Sun gently brushed her hand away and placed one of hers on the edge of the glass coffee table. "Be good, if you have nowhere to hold on to, you may grasp this." Lin Qingyu. Lu Sun continued his previous actions, gently encouraging her once more. "There's no need to feel anxious. The male and female protagonists in movies often behave like this, don't they? This matter is not sordid, is it?" Lu Sun's voice was soft, imbued with a sense of psychological guidance and suggestion, leaving Lin Qingyu bewildered as to whether he desired to be intimate with her or aimed to address her psychological issues. A tender sound escaped his lips. Lin Qingyu's hand tightened around the edge of the glass coffee table, as a shy voice from the movie echoed in his ears. Goodness! How could he do this? Yet, Lu Sun's antics showed no sign of abating, blending reality and film into a singular experience that sent shivers through Lin Qingyu. "Do not be afraid, you may voice your desires. You have performed admirably, and this time, your body has softened considerably. Especially your waist, how can it be so supple?" As the words fell, Lu Sun took a bite, declaring it softer than cotton candy. "Be silent." At that moment, the female lead in the film also scolded, "Uncle. Please stop." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu felt a rush of embarrassment, her toes curling inward. How could one possibly communicate otherwise? "Mrs. Lu. It is essential for us to engage in dialogue to deepen our understanding of one another. You should be quiet. Please. Uncle San." Lin Qingyu instinctively called out the most familiar title. Lu Sun took another bite of her, though his tone bore no hint of anger. "Madam Lu. Let us make a pact, please refrain from calling me third uncle in the future. It makes me feel rather beastly." Lin Qingyu suddenly let out a sharp cry, and, in a fit of irritation, tugged at his shoulder and playfully scratched him. "Lu Sun, you are truly a beast." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Even as the film concluded and the screen faded to black, Lu Sun continued his antics. By the end, Lin Qingyu felt her entire face ablaze with heat. Lu Sun picked up the garments strewn on the floor and assisted her in dressing, earnestly inquiring, "Madam Lu, are you comfortable? Might I ask if I performed well?"
Lin Qingyu shot him an exasperated glance. Lu Sun, did you not profess your intent to pursue me? Is this truly your sincerity? Luring me into. Lin Qingyu was so embarrassed that she could hardly speak. Lu Sun chuckled softly, his expression tinged with a hint of grievance as he remarked, "Pursuit is still necessary. I am your husband, not some third party. Furthermore, you clearly felt pleasure just now, and your body was no longer tense and rigid. How can you be so ungrateful? Your husband is assisting you in overcoming your psychological afflictions. This issue requires reinforcement. Do you even remember what you just did? Did you not just kick the once mighty third master who once commanded respect in Zhongcheng?" Yet, upon reflection, she decided to let it go. Lu Sun deserved it. Besides, he is no longer that formidable third master. He is my husband. So mischievous, if I don't kick him, who else should I kick? It's infuriating. Not good. Lu Sun, why is it not good? Lin Qingyu, because I was just bitten by a dog. After sending the message, he turned off his phone. Lu Sun. This little creature is becoming increasingly audacious. How dare he call himself a dog? However, recalling the scene in the multimedia room earlier, he couldn't help but smile contentedly. Next time, perhaps he should try a different setting and continue the psychological counseling. The following day, Zhou arrived with breakfast prepared by the aunt. "Third master, I have already given Qi Tianxi a lesson." As his voice fell, Lin Qingyu happened to emerge from the master bedroom, casting a somewhat surprised glance at Lu Sun. "You had someone teach Qi Tianxi a lesson?" Chapter 85. Zhou on the verge of tears. Lu Sun's handsome face stiffened slightly, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as if caught in a compromising position. He adjusted his refined gold-rimmed glasses, directing a reproachful gaze at Zhou. "Assistant Zhou. How many times must I reiterate? You cannot resort to violence so casually. I am now married to teacher Lin, and we must learn from her. Furthermore, I am not as formidable as I once was. We cannot behave as we did in the past." With a hefty remark thrown his way, Zhou immediately defended himself. "Indeed, madam, it is my fault. When third master learned that Qi Tianxi had locked you in the wardrobe, and your second brother had assured that you would not step foot in the West District, he was quite furious and deeply dissatisfied with your second brother's handling of the matter. Therefore, I misunderstood third master's intentions and took the initiative to act on his behalf." Lu Sun nodded in satisfaction, his expression earnest as he looked at Lin Qingyu. "Ah? 1,000 words?" Zhou felt like crying. Would 400 words suffice? 2,000 words. Lu Sun's tone grew more severe. Zhou was on the brink of tears. Lin Qingyu fixed her gaze on Lu Sun, let out a faint, cold hum, and then proceeded to the dining table to have breakfast. Lu Sun turned to Zhou and inquired, "What does madam mean by that? Is she still uncertain?" Zhou lowered his voice and replied, "Third master, I sense that madam's expression just now seemed to convey a message. As if she were saying, 'I give you a look, interpret it for yourself.'" Lu Sun retorted, "That implies your acting skills are lacking." Zhou exclaimed in frustration, "My acting is not poor. 3,000 words." Lu Sun spoke in an even tone as he pushed his wheelchair forward. Zhou responded, "I have never written an essay exceeding 800 words in my entire life. The only instance was during the college entrance examination. Heaven, what have I done to deserve this?" As Lin Qingyu savored her breakfast, she called out to Zhou, "Assistant Zhou, do join me for a meal." Zhou dined here daily, and the distinction of master and servant felt rather blurred. Though his title was that of an assistant, he appeared more akin to a brother of Lu Sun, a member of the family. Just as Zhou took his seat, Lin Qingyu inquired, "Assistant Zhou, how did you deal with Qi Tianxi?" "Madam," Zhou reported, "Qi Tianxi attempted to pursue a woman who was already in a relationship, even sending his subordinates to assault her boyfriend. I rendered Qi Tianxi unconscious, swapped his attire with that of the boyfriend, and, adhering to their scheme, I pushed Qi Tianxi into the back alley. Subsequently, his subordinates proceeded to attack him." Lin Qingyu observed in the short video that Qi Tianxi was pushed into an alley, facing the wall. A group of individuals clad in black rushed forward, raining punches and kicks upon him. Perhaps the beating was so severe that it roused Qi Tianxi from his stupor. He shouted defiantly, "Who dares to strike your father? I am Qi Tianxi."
The black-clad figures erupted in laughter, remarking on his cleverness in invoking the name of their young master. As one of them delivered a vicious kick,
he jeered, "This is what you get for pretending. Your voice doesn't even match." Another assailant followed suit, kicking him fiercely.
"For our young master to take an interest in your girl is a stroke of luck for you.
You brought this upon yourself. I'll teach you a lesson. You are courting death.
Just wait until I tear you to shreds."
As Qi Tianxi's cries grew increasingly desperate, the black-clad men exchanged uneasy glances, their brows furrowed in confusion. One of them signaled discreetly, and they collectively unleashed another brutal assault upon Qi Tianxi.
"This is what you get for impersonating our young master. This is what you deserve." Whether they were genuinely unaware or feigning ignorance, they continued their onslaught.
Meanwhile, Qi Tianxi's wails grew ever more heartrending.
The video abruptly came to a halt.
Lin Qingyu could not help but inquire, what became of that couple?
Chapter 86, Clinging to Power. Rest assured, Madam.
Zhou Nan, ever compliant.
I have taken the liberty to inform them of Qi Tianxi's plan in advance, and subsequently encouraged them to pack their belongings and seek a livelihood elsewhere.
Is it truly feasible to relocate?
It should pose no issue.
Qi Tianxi's uncle holds a position within the precinct in the Western District.
The audacity of Qi Tianxi is largely attributed to the protection afforded by his uncle's connections, which prevents him from facing repercussions.
Once outside the Western District, he tends to behave with considerably more restraint.
The bodyguards are well aware of this. Upon realizing that the individual they had assaulted was, in fact, Qi Tianxi, they hastily vented their frustrations and departed the Western District as well.
Lin Qingyu nodded slightly, saying, "Assistant Zhou, you have worked hard. It's not difficult. But what about my 3,000-word self-reflection?" Zhou Nan looked at Lin Qingyu with eager eyes.
"You need not write it," Lin Qingyu replied with a light laugh. As she had no habit of tormenting Zhou Nan.
Zhou Nan smiled, realizing he should cherish his supportive wife even more. Assistant Zhou is a good person, so naturally there is no need for self-reflection, unlike some individuals who are neither honest nor sincere.
After saying this, Lin Qingyu cast a meaningful glance at Lu Sun,
the insincere student. Lu Sun. Zhou Nan felt an overwhelming urge to cry.
"Dear wife, perhaps I should still write the self-reflection.
If you provoke Sanyi again, I might have to dig coal in Africa."
Lin Qingyu finished her breakfast and proceeded to school.
Upon arriving at the office,
she noticed Luo Jiaran's sister tidying up her belongings, appearing as though she had been dismissed. Lin Qingyu found the situation rather peculiar, however. She was not one to indulge in gossip, so she refrained from inquiring further.
Luo Jiaran's sister, noticing Lin Qingyu's indifferent demeanor,
was filled with indignation and angrily tossed aside her notebook, intent on confronting Lin Qingyu. She recalled the warning from that assistant named Zhou. "Third master has said that if this matter reaches Madame's ears, it will not simply be a case of teacher Luo being transferred to an ordinary school."
With her belongings hastily gathered, Luo Jiaran's sister departed in a huff.
No sooner had she left than the teachers in the office began to engage in gossip. "I've heard that teacher Luo has been transferred to Shangjiang Primary School."
"Really? Why would she be sent to such a remote school?"
"I don't know, they just said it's a routine job transfer. An exchange between teachers from the two schools."
"That is absurd.
Our experimental primary school is one of the first-tier key schools.
How could we possibly exchange with such a low-ranked institution?" "Who knows? As long as it's not us being transferred, that is all that matters." "It's terrifying." "Indeed."
Lin Qingyu listened to the gossip, raised an eyebrow, and dismissed it from her mind.
Meanwhile, Luo Jiaran's sister, having finished her tasks, left the school.
Increasingly agitated with each passing moment,
she was unwilling to accept her transfer from the experimental primary school.
The institution was the finest in the entire Jiangcheng, where affluent men often sought to marry its teachers, ensuring their children would attend this prestigious school. It could be said that this school was her golden ticket to marrying a high-quality man she could not afford to give up.
With determination,
Luo Jiaran's sister entered a nearby women's clothing store and selected an outfit that mirrored Lin Qingyu's usual style, a tailored suit and a pencil skirt. After donning black stockings, she requested the address of Lu Sun's company from Luo Jiaran and promptly hailed a taxi. Upon arriving at Lu Sun's office, Luo Jiaran's sister stepped inside, nervously twisting her handbag. "Mr. Lu, I am here to apologize," she stammered. Lu Sun glanced up, his eyes momentarily brightening before he returned to his documents. Her face paled at the realization of what that fleeting glance meant.
"Why has teacher Luo come to apologize?" Lu Sun inquired nonchalantly, still focused on his papers.
"I believe I owe Mr. Lu an apology for my inappropriate actions. I hope you might grant me another chance," she stated, stepping closer. Remembering her sister's praise of this man as power, she felt a flicker of hope and boldly added, "If Mr. Lu thinks I am unsuitable for your wife's organization, I would be willing to accept a position at the first middle school. As long as you spare me from being sent to a remote primary school,
I am willing to do anything."
At her words, Lu Sun paused in his signing. He lifted his gaze, coolly assessing Luo Jiaran's sister. "Teacher Luo, my calling you teacher is a sign of respect, but do not mistake yourself for a mere pawn." His words struck her like a sharp slap, leaving her pale and flustered as she hurried away. Yet, she couldn't shake her disappointment. She believed her knowledge and poise far surpassed that of Luo Jiaran. As a cultured educator, she thought Lu Sun would appreciate her. Moreover, just moments ago, his gaze had seemed to hold interest. Lu Sun, now smirking, teased, "If you wish, do tell me where you acquired that skirt. The first impression it gives me is that it would look stunning on my wife, especially those black stockings. I imagine they would feel quite delightful to tear." Luo Jiaran's sister turned even paler, the mockery in his tone choking her words. Overwhelmed with humiliation, she swiftly exited.
After finishing his paperwork, Lu Sun stood and instructed Zhou Nan, "Prepare to visit Wu Haoqian."
"Understood," Zhou Nan replied,
arranging everything to accompany Lu Sun to the detention center for a visit with Wu Haoqian. Once inside the visitation room, staff led Wu Haoqian to a seat at the large table. Zhou Nan pushed Lu Sun inside and took a seat opposite Wu Haoqian. The staff glanced at Lu Sun, asking, "Third Master, would you like someone to stay? That one tea be necessary." "Zhou Nan is sufficient," Lu Sun replied calmly. After all, Zhou Nan was specially trained. A rare find. The staff nodded, "Very well, Third Master, I will be outside. Call if you need anything." With that, the door closed behind them. Wu Haoqian observed the staff's deference to Lu Sun with a hint of confusion but then teased, "It seems that even without power, Third Master still commands respect wherever he goes." "Indeed," Lu Sun smiled, "this little bit of face is more than enough to deal with you." At his words, Wu Haoqian's expression stiffened, unable to muster a laugh. "What do you mean? You bring me here, and you're still dissatisfied?" In Jiangcheng, no lawyer dared to take his case. He could only await trial here. With all the evidence against him, he would likely be imprisoned for at least 10 years. Did Lu Sun still find this unsatisfactory? Suddenly, it dawned on Wu Haoqian, and he scoffed, "Regardless, I take full responsibility for my actions. Lu Sun, do not expect me to betray my aunt. You misunderstand." Lu Sun replied, amusement dancing in his eyes, "I am genuinely kind-hearted. Seeing your predicament, I cannot help but inform you of who truly ruined your company. Zhou Nan, Third Master, your CT report likely indicates your heart and intestines are quite dark." "Who? Tell me, who reported my company?" Wu Haoqian exclaimed, standing in agitation. That was his entire fortune at stake. "I only concern myself with my wife's affairs," Lu Sun said lightly, crossing his legs and enjoying the sight of Wu Haoqian's frustration. "It appears that Lu Minghua has truly kept you in the dark. I dismantled your company to teach her a lesson for bullying my wife. Ensuring her investment of 10 million went to waste." Wu Haoqian paused, disbelief etched on his face. "Impossible. My aunt is exceedingly righteous. She never asked for that 10 million. You can't trick me." Lu Sun chuckled, "That is precisely because she knows you lack the ability to repay. Rather than this, she would prefer to have a loyal dog at her disposal to deal with me. After all, finding someone in Jiangcheng to take me on is no easy task." Wu Haoqian's expression wavered.
Lu Sun then played a recording of his phone call with Lu Minghua. After listening, Wu Haotian slammed his fist on the table. That vile woman. So, she knew everything. She used me to provoke you, leading to my imprisonment. Fuming, Wu Haotian ground his teeth, his eyes darkening. Very well, Lu Minghua. If you lack virtue, I shall return the favor. With that, Wu Haotian revealed the code to his safe. Take what you need. It contains recordings of Lu Minghua's investments and dividends in my company. Thank you, Lu Sun replied with a smile. Zhou Nan escorted him out, leaving Wu Haotian alone. Seething with rage. Once outside the detention center, Zhou Nan spoke up, Third Master, I will go retrieve the evidence. No rush, Lu Sun replied nonchalantly. I have plenty of incriminating evidence against Lu Minghua. I simply chose not to submit it out of respect for my second brother. Zhou Nan was taken aback. So you didn't come to the detention center for that? Not at all, Lu Sun replied dismissively. I was simply bored in the office and wanted to provoke someone. Zhou Nan, you don't find it amusing to see Wu Haotian's reaction upon discovering the truth? Zhou Nan, isn't it entertaining to know the truth yet be unable to seek revenge, realizing one has been used, and is now imprisoned? Zhou Nan, it seems you are the one with a dark heart after all. Take me to the royal court. Yes. Zhou Nan's brows furrowed slightly, pondering who his master intended to provoke next. Upon reaching the private floor of the royal court, Lu Sun stood and entered, turning to instruct Zhou Nan. Go fetch the notebook Wu Haotian mentioned. Understood. Zhou Nan responded promptly, shutting the private room door behind him as he departed. Just as Lu Sun settled into his seat, Yuanshan raised his brow, marked by a small scar, and cast a glance his way. I heard you've made a comeback in the West District? Yes. Lu Sun replied softly, without evasion. Duan Xiaobai appeared flustered. You mean to say you haven't yet unmasked the puppet master behind the car accident, and yet you've returned? What if that person discovers it and goes even deeper into hiding? Wouldn't that complicate matters further? At the mention of the incident that nearly cost him his life, a shadow flickered in Lu Sun's eyes. That individual was well concealed. Despite his efforts, he had unearthed no leads. His feigned paralysis had been a strategic move to force the hidden antagonist into the open. Could it possibly be your second sister-in-law? Duan Xiaobai suggested. She has always wished to see you ousted from the board, hoping your second brother would ascend. Before he could finish, Yuanshan interjected, the likelihood of that is slim. Lu Minghua is meticulous in his dealings and unlikely to be so careless. Lu Sun nodded in agreement. If it were Lu Minghua, it would be manageable. What truly concerns me is the possibility of remnants from the Flying Eagle Hall. Those families banded together to eradicate the Black Hawk Hall. But if any of those unscrupulous renegades still linger, they could pose a significant threat. As he spoke, Lu Sun took a sip of his light tea. Oh, my apologies. I nearly forgot. Neither of you has a wife. Yuan Shun. Duan Xiaobai. Chapter 89, The esteemed third master fears his wife seeing his two companions flounder. A smirk crept across Lu Sun's lips. Speaking of marriage, I cannot help but urge you both to reconsider. Perhaps it is best not to marry at all. Yuanshan frowned, yet it was too late to intervene. Lu Sun wore an expression of resignation. Duan Xiaobai lamented, I'm so envious it makes my teeth ache. And is that the only advantage? Haven't you mentioned several? Yet indulging can easily spoil someone, allowing them to climb atop you and exert their will. Recalling how Lin Qingyu had kicked him, Lu Sun's smile widened. His wife's playful demeanor was utterly charming. It unveiled a new facet of her personality. Duan Xiaobai noted, it feels as though I've been fed dog food. Unable to endure Lu Sun's smugness, Yuanshan bluntly asked, Lu San, would you dare say that in front of your wife? Lu Sun was momentarily taken aback. Duan Xiaobai gazed at him in disbelief. No way, Lu, are you afraid of your wife? That's not fear, it's called respect. After a brief pause of awkwardness, Lu Sun resumed his composure. Duan Xiaobai shook his head in disbelief. The once formidable third master, who had been a ruthless figure in Jiangchang, had transformed so drastically after marriage. Duan Xiaobai clapped Yuanshan on the shoulder. Lu, you should definitely avoid marriage. If you turn out like this,
I won't be able to handle it. Yuanshan scoffed lightly, rest assured. I won T. Lu Sun raised an eyebrow, are you certain? Absolutely. Then I shall await the spectacle. Lu Sun chuckled, then added, but with your dispositions, I can only imagine how long it will take for you to find partners. For now, enjoy your bravado. Suddenly, Lu Sun's expression darkened. How do you know Lu Wei's whereabouts? Lu Sun's brow furrowed. My people are keeping an eye on her. Yuanshan replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Lu Sun's countenance grew increasingly grim. Duan Xiaobai glanced between Lu Sun and Yuanshan, silently stuffing his mouth with several shrimp dumplings. After this meal, he would forego lunch. The two big shots were engaged in a battle of wits, and he preferred not to involve himself. Meanwhile, at the school. After teacher Luo departed, Director Wang Mei entered the office. With a feigned smile, she addressed everyone, I have some delightful news to share. Teacher Lin has represented our school in the city's prestigious outstanding teacher competition and achieved first place. With that, Wang Mei led the applause. The other teachers in the office joined in, congratulating Teacher Lin. Congratulations, Teacher Lin. Well done, Teacher Lin. Lin Qingyu rose gracefully to accept the heartfelt congratulations from everyone. Wang Mei continued, thus, our academic affairs office has decided that, following Teacher Luo's departure, Teacher Lin shall assume the role of the research group leader for the Chinese language department. We hope that Teacher Lin will diligently strive to improve the Chinese language scores of all our 4th grade students. Director, I will certainly put forth my best efforts. Lin Qingyu responded with a composed demeanor. Indeed, do your best. Wang Mei remarked, giving Lin Qingyu's arm a gentle pat before departing with an air of authority. Once Wang Mei left, the teachers in the office could no longer contain their excitement and began to chatter animatedly. Ah, you! With your recent accolade as an outstanding teacher in the city, your salary is bound to increase by at least 80 yuan. Exclaimed a female teacher enviously. 80 yuan is merely the district's standard. I've heard that in the city, it could rise by as much as 120 each month. Ah, you! I truly envy you. At that moment, a male colleague, Teacher Zhu, who had previously courted Lin Qingyu, interjected sarcastically, only 120? Don't let Teacher Lin hear that, it pales in comparison to what her husband earns. Lin Qingyu smiled faintly and remarked with a light touch that indeed, her husband was quite remarkable. However, an increase of 120 is still a significant sum. If my salary and Teacher Zhu's salary continue to diverge by that amount each month, wouldn't that create an even greater distance between us? The male colleague fell silent, somewhat chagrined. Meanwhile, several female teachers exchanged knowing smiles, unable to stifle their amusement at the male teacher's petulant demeanor. After all, men ought to possess a certain magnanimity. After Lin Qingyu had a disagreement with the male teacher, she resumed her task of preparing student assessment files. Once she had recorded all the necessary data, a whimsical idea struck her. She decided to create a relationship assessment form for Lu Sun and sent it to Lu Xiaosan. Upon receiving the form, Lu Sun instantly recognized it as a school document, prompting a bemused smile. Was his wife truly treating him like a primary school student? He swiftly filled out the form and sent it back to Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. Upon examining the document, she discovered that Lu Sun had altered its contents and even assigned her scores each one a perfect mark. In an instant, she felt a thrill from his teasing. After inputting a few numbers herself, she sent the form back to Lu Sun. He eagerly opened it, but within a heartbeat, his expression darkened significantly. Gentleness, 1 point. Remarks, recently entered into a relationship, further observation required. Thoughtfulness, 1 point. Remarks, recently entered into a relationship, further observation required. Honesty, -10 points. Remarks, dishonest, prone to deceit. Somewhat duplicitous, under review. Intellect, -10 points. Remarks, mind filled with trivial nonsense. Obedience, -10 points. Remarks, completely unresponsive in that regard, utterly oblivious to others' refusals. Upon reviewing the overall scores, Lu Sun felt like crying. While one could earn a point for commendable behavior, deductions were stark, losing 10 points at once. How long would it take for him to achieve a positive status? After Lin Qingyu sent the evaluation form, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Humph.
Don't think she would give him high scores just because he rated her highly, that was out of the question. Last night, she clearly stated her refusal. Yet he still disregarded her words.
The first session was psychological therapy, and what was the second session? He even had the audacity to mention consolidation therapy. Bah, how unseemly. How could she have once regarded him as a respectable elder?
Just as Lin Qingyu was mulling over these thoughts, her phone vibrated, illuminating the screen. I will arrive in Jiangcheng at 3 p.m. this afternoon, come pick me up.
It was a message from Lu Wei, the younger sister of Lu Yan,
her former prospective sister-in-law. Upon reading the commanding tone of the message, Lin Qingyu felt a twinge of discomfort.
Lu Wei was notorious for her constant travels.
Despite not having a car herself and with 3 or 4 drivers at the old residence, Lu Minghua would still insist that Lin Qingyu borrow a vehicle to fetch Lu Wei, claiming that Lu Wei preferred her as a sister-in-law. The audacity of Lu Minghua and Lu Wei to issue commands so unabashedly truly irked Lin Qingyu. Apologies, but I cannot take leave.
I am busy. After sending the message,
Lin Qingyu did not check her phone again, even forgetting about the matter altogether. It was not until after work when Lu Sun came to pick her up at the school gate that she recalled the incident, though she did not dwell on it. After all, she was an adult, there was no need to coddle her.
Lin Qingyu approached Lu Sun's car. Today marked the occasion of Lu Xiaosan's first date with her. Considering Lu Sun's leg condition, they had agreed to dine on barbecue.
As the car door swung open, a woman's figure rushed forward.
Sister-in-law. Why didn't you come to pick me up?
The woman's voice was laced with irritation, and she instinctively glanced inside the car, gasping in surprise.
Uncle San. What are you doing here? The speaker was none other than Lu Yan's younger sister, Lu Wei. Chapter 91. Those who are unaware might think you have a fondness for my sister-in-law. Both Lu Xin and Lin Qingyu were taken aback, as they had not anticipated Lu Wei's sudden appearance. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Oh, now I understand.
She regarded Lu Xin and Lin Qingyu with a peculiar gaze, her tone elongated with mockery.
Lin Qingyu felt that Lu Wei was morally torturing her.
She lowered her head, slightly embarrassed, as she grappled with her feelings regarding her impending marriage to her fiancé's uncle. It was simply in her nature.
Oh, I understand now. Lu Wei reiterated.
I heard that before my brother went on his business trip, you encountered some trouble, didn't you?
Something about a scoundrel director? Are you seeking protection from my uncle? In the driver's seat, Zhou Nan remained silent.
Lu Wei chuckled confidently, it must be just that. You were right to turn to my uncle.
Although he has a limp, he still wields considerable influence in Jiangcheng.
With that, Lu Wei boldly climbed into the car, calling out to Lin Qingyu, sister-in-law, come on, get in. Lin Qingyu's expression was stiff as she cast a glance at Lu Sun, ultimately bending down to enter the car. As the door closed, Lu Wei exclaimed with excitement.
Third uncle, are you here to take my sister-in-law to dinner?
That's wonderful.
You should also invite me. Let it be a warm welcome from both of you elders.
Yes. Let it be a warm welcome from us elders, Lu Sun echoed with a significant tone.
Lin Qingyu, who understood the implication behind his words, couldn't help but smile inwardly.
She was uncertain why Lu Sun chose not to expose Lu Wei's words, but at that moment, she felt somewhat like a quail, preferring to postpone confronting the matter for a little while longer. The vehicle soon arrived at a barbecue restaurant named Sunset, located on the 101st floor. After a day's work, office workers gathered here to enjoy barbecue while witnessing the gradual descent of the sun, creating a remarkably romantic atmosphere.
As soon as they sat down,
Lin Qingyu received a WeChat message from Lu Xiaosan, Miss Lin, today's egg yolk sunset is beautiful, but it pales in comparison to you.
Such flattery is unconvincing.
She replied.
Lu Xiaosan responded, I am wronged. This is a heartfelt expression, truly. With Lu Wei's arrival, their originally intimate dinner transformed into a gathering of 4.
After the dishes were served, Lu Sun and Zhou Nan took the initiative to use the tongs to grill meat for the 2 ladies.
Lin Qingyu gazed at Lu Sun,
who sat opposite her, his handsome visage bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, exuding an air of nobility and pride. Suddenly, an inexplicable flutter stirred within her, and she covertly glanced at Lu Wei, feeling a thrill akin to that of an illicit affair.
After grilling a long strip of Wagyu beef, Lu Sun offered it to Lin Qingyu. Lu Wei opened her mouth, initially intending to voice a thought, but ultimately swallowed her words. As Lu Sun continued to present her with a second and third slice of meat, while serving Zhou Nan with his share, Lin Qingyu felt a twinge of displeasure.
"Third uncle," Lu Wei pouted, "I haven't eaten yet. I want to grill my own. At 22, do I lack hands?" "My sister-in-law has hands too," she muttered softly. Finally, Lu Sun, in a rare display of compassion, handed her a small piece of meat. "Yet." Lu Wei's pout deepened. "You gave 3 prime cuts of Wagyu to my sister-in-law, and mine is merely scrap. The disparity is glaring. If one were unaware, they might think you favor my sister-in-law." As her words lingered, Lin Qingyu felt a jolt in her heart. Zhou Nan interjected. "You have indeed hit the nail on the head." Chapter 92, Lu Wei, "Of course, it is to defend my brother's love." Noticing Lin Qingyu's pallor, Lu Wei hastily sought to clarify, "Sister-in-law, please don't take it to heart, I was merely jesting." Lu Sun shot a warning glare at Lu Wei. She quickly smiled. I understand. Since my sister-in-law has yet to officially join the family, she should be treated as a guest. As a member of the family, I certainly need not stand on ceremony." Zhou Nan. "It's unbearable to witness, this girl Lu Wei is utterly blind." Lin Qingyu raised her wineglass and gently clinked it with Lu Wei's. Not happy." Lu Wei replied. "Forget it. This third uncle has always been like this." To mask the awkwardness, Lu Wei encouraged Lin Qingyu to share something celebratory. Lin Qingyu raised her glass, gazing at Lu Sun and Zhou Nan. "The notification for the first place in the city competition has arrived. The Academic Affairs Office has also informed me of a salary increase, and I have been promoted to the leader of the Chinese language research group." Lu Sun lifted his glass and clinked it with Lin Qingyu's. "Congratulations, Teacher Lin." Zhou Nan also raised his glass. "Congratulations, that's." Lu Sun cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Nan. Zhou Nan hastily corrected himself, "That's splendid." Lin Qingyu let out a soft sigh. Throughout the entire process, Lu Wei remained completely oblivious to the peculiarities of the other 3 individuals. Zhou Nan, speechless, thought to himself how remarkably naive this girl was. Once they got into the car, Lu Wei casually inquired, "Sister-in-law, where are you currently residing?" "I am living with her," came the reply. Lu Wei was taken aback, staring blankly at Lin Qingyu seated to her left, and then glancing at her third uncle on the right. Zhou Nan, who was driving ahead, couldn't help but chuckle, "Ha! This certainly adds to the excitement." Lin Qingyu discreetly swallowed, feeling a twinge of nervousness as she anxiously clutched her small hands. After a moment, Lu Wei exclaimed, "Ah! I understand now. It must be your third uncle, seeking to safeguard you, who has arranged for you to stay with him. This way, he can ensure your safety when coming and going." Lin Qingyu, Lu Sun, Zhou Nan. "No way. You should stay at a hotel." Lu Sun decisively refused. "Why not?" Lu Wei's voice rose a few notches. "Why can my sister-in-law stay with you and I cannot? Logically speaking, aren't we closer?" Lu Wei was always straightforward and often spoke without thinking. After the words slipped out, she felt a tinge of regret and turned to comfort Lin Qingyu. "Sister-in-law, please don't overthink it, I didn't mean it that way. What I meant is that you and my brother aren't married, so in terms of familial ties, I'm closer to Uncle San." With that, Lu Wei cast another puzzled glance at her Uncle San. Lu Sun, maintaining his composure, replied, "I will book you a hotel, Zhou Nan will take you there shortly." "I won't go. A hotel can't compare to the comfort of home. I must personally uncover that hidden mistress. I want to see who is trying to undermine my brother while he's away." Zhou Nan. "Now, this is going to be entertaining." Lu Sun's expression darkened slightly. Chapter 93, Master Lu flirts in front of Lu Wei. Lu Wei had quite the knack for persuasion. Adhering to the principle of "I have no shame, and whoever is ashamed loses," she relentlessly pestered until she finally earned Lu Sun's reluctant consent. On the way, the journey was slightly bumpy, causing Lin Qingyu to feel a bit queasy as she discreetly covered her mouth. Lu Sun, keenly perceptive, inquired, "What's wrong?"
Lin Qingyu took a deep breath,
suppressing the urge to vomit, and casually remarked, "It's nothing, perhaps I just indulged a bit too much in the sake." Lu Wei reacted strongly, hastily warning, "Sister-in-law, please. Do not vomit in my uncle's car. Otherwise, my uncle, that ruthless man, would effortlessly toss you out of the vehicle." Lu Sun shot a cold glance at Lu Wei, his gaze swiftly shifting to Lin Qingyu's pale face as he admonished, "If you cannot handle it, then do not overindulge."
"Indeed," Lu Wei echoed, finally feeling that her uncle's persona was justified.
However, to her surprise, in the next moment, Lu Sun maintained his composed demeanor and said, "Give me your hand."
Lu Wei responded.
Under the weight of her uncle's authority, she timidly extended one of her hands. Without hesitation, Lu Sun swatted her hand away, stating, "I meant Lin Yu's." Lin Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Lu Sun as he extended his hand towards her, urging, "Hurry up."
Lin Qingyu, perplexed, placed one of her hands up.
Lu Sun then grasped her hand, applying a moderate pressure on the tiger's mouth acupoint of her palm. The alternating light and firm pressure provided considerable relief to Lin Qingyu. Thus, with Lu Wei positioned between them, they continued to hold hands and apply pressure in her presence.
Lin Qingyu suddenly felt a wave of shyness. Lu Sun noticed the flush on Lin Qingyu's cheeks and could not resist the temptation to discreetly tease her palm. Lin Qingyu's body stiffened momentarily as she shot him a glare.
Lu Sun chuckled softly. Lu Wei, perplexed by the situation, sat quietly, observing her third uncle as he massaged her sister-in-law's acupressure point. In her heart, she fervently prayed, "Oh God, please spare my sister-in-law from vomiting. If she does, it will be a disaster for my uncle."
Although Zhou Nan was oblivious to Lu Wei's silent supplications, he found the girl quite intriguing through the rearview mirror. One couldn't help but wonder how much nonsense occupied her mind.
How astonished would she be to discover that her third uncle was marrying her prospective sister-in-law?
Before long, the car arrived at the bund.
Lin Qingyu withdrew her hand. This fellow actually dared to hold her hand in front of Lu Wei. Not only did he hold it, but he also kept secretly scratching her palm.
Pressing and scratching.
One could hardly tell if he was genuinely applying acupressure.
Upon returning to the apartment, Lin Qingyu effortlessly walked into the master bedroom. Lu Wei was once again taken aback. "Sister-in-law, who would have thought that your third uncle treated you so well? He actually let you sleep in the master bedroom while he himself went to the guest room."
Zhou Nan, who was coming up with the luggage, was left speechless.
This girl must be a bit dim-witted. Lu Yan and Lu Wei truly share the same genes.
Lin Qingyu forced a smile, acknowledging,
"Uncle San is indeed quite good to me."
Lu Sun chuckled in agreement, "Absolutely." Lu Wei had initially intended to head toward the master bedroom, but after receiving a stern glance from Lu Sun, she obediently retracted her head, asking, "Uncle San, where will I sleep?" She was acutely aware of her uncle's strong sense of territoriality. It was already a significant concession for him to allow her to stay in the apartment, and she dared not overstep. Lu Sun pointed toward a small, vacant room nearby. Elated, Lu Wei gave an approving thumbs up, then, with an air of mystery, turned to Lu Sun and said, "Uncle, you must help me this time."
Lu Sun raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "How so?"
"My brother's junior apprentice contacted me, claiming that my brother and sister-in-law have separated, and that my sister-in-law is seeing someone else," Lu Wei said with a cold smirk. "That little green tea thinks I would believe such nonsense. She's underestimating me." Without hesitation, she confronted her brother, who explained his business trip and mentioned that someone pursuing his wife had added him on WeChat.
"Tell me, can I just stand by and do nothing? I absolutely must assist him."
With that, Lu Wei emphatically patted Lu Sun's shoulder. "So, Uncle San, you must help me uncover that male interloper."
Lu Sun replied calmly, "All right." Zhou Nan remained silent. Chapter 94, Uncle San, do you think my sister-in-law is unfaithful?
Unable to contain her curiosity, Lu Wei asked, "Uncle,
do you believe my sister-in-law could betray my brother?" Lu Sun's expression darkened, and instead of answering, he countered, "What do you think?"
"I certainly do not believe it," Lu Wei confidently asserted, her eyes narrowing as she speculated, "I suspect there must be someone more charming than my brother enticing her."
"Uncle, what kind of person do you think this mistress might be?" "Uncle San, How can you say that? We are family, on the same side. Lu Wei added before Lu Sun closed the door. Regardless, I stand firmly with my dear brother, she declared, pulling out her phone to send a group photo of the three of them from earlier in the car to her brother. Lu Wei texted, "Brother, don't worry. We have Uncle San to protect her." Lu Yan's expression shifted. Is the situation that serious? Has it attracted Uncle San's attention? Lu Wei confirmed, yes. Lu Yan continued. No wonder AU is upset with me, you must speak on my behalf. Lu Wei reassured him, rest assured, brother, I will accomplish the mission. I will ensure the male interloper is dealt with. As she sent her message, Lu Wei shouted her rallying cry. Zhou Nan, preparing to leave, shot her a glance and muttered, fool. The next day, seizing the opportunity while Lu Sun was out, Lu Wei stealthily entered the master bedroom, exclaiming in distress. I'm so anxious. She dashed directly into the bathroom. Lin Qingyu couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Wei's anxious demeanor. Isn't there a restroom in the living room? That fellow, the general, has been holed up in the bathroom since early morning. I suspect it's a case of constipation, he hasn't emerged in quite some time. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu stepped outside to assess the general's condition and even peeled a banana for him. You ought to indulge in more fruits and probiotics. Do you understand? Consuming only meat may lead to constipation. Woof. The general, perhaps comprehending or not, munched on the banana while wagging his tail enthusiastically. After several days of companionship, Lin Qingyu found herself increasingly fond of the large dog. As she entered the room, she noticed Lu Wei applying her skincare products. These were the caviar skincare items purchased by Lu Sun, quite extravagant, of which she was usually reluctant to use, opting instead to scoop out only a small amount with a spoon each time. However, Lu Wei plunged her fingers into the jar, extracting a generous dollop and applying it to her face, a sight that caused Lin Qingyu a pang of concern, though she hesitated to voice her feelings, fearing it would make her appear stingy. Lu Wei proceeded to use several of her skincare products, including neck cream and eye cream. Oh. Lu Wei glanced at Lin Qingyu with a silly grin, reassuring her, rest assured, I don't mind using someone else's products. I don't have a particular preference for any specific brand. I'm quite easygoing. With that, Lu Wei spritzed Lin Qingyu's perfume and finally selected a lipstick from her collection, applying it in front of the vanity mirror. Lin Qingyu frowned in displeasure. In truth, lipstick is a personal item, and she was not fond of others using hers. After Lu Wei applied the lipstick, she, still unsatisfied, remarked, the color looks quite lovely, but I wonder why it doesn't suit me. Sighing, she added, forget it, sister-in-law. Let's go shopping. With that, Lu Wei unceremoniously pulled Lin Qingyu out the door and into the most renowned shopping center in Jiangcheng. She took out her phone to record a short video, capturing herself alongside Lin Qingyu. Ladies, behold. This is my sister-in-law, adored by all, blooming like a flower. My sister-in-law is taking me shopping at the mall. Aren't you envious? Envious of how pampered I am by her? As her voice faded, Lin Qingyu frowned again, unable to voice her thoughts before Lu Wei dragged her into a clothing store. Chapter 95, A Gathering of Sister-in-Law, Biological Sister and Mother. At the luxury boutique, this clothing store is a favored destination for many socialites and affluent women seeking luxury brands. Upon entering, Lin Qingyu glanced at the clothing tag and was taken aback by the exorbitant price displayed. An unremarkable vest, astonishingly, cost 50,000 yuan. Lin Qingyu instinctively wished to leave. She had always been reluctant to spend her hard-earned money on luxury items. However, Lu Wei held her back, excitedly taking selfies and recording short videos on her phone. Wow! I must be the luckiest person. My sister-in-law brought me to this store to buy clothes. Having a sister-in-law who pampers you is truly a blessing. Before Lin Qingyu could retort, Lin Miaomiao, fuming with indignation, entered the room, arm in arm with her mother, Wang Meifeng. Sister, if you are buying her clothes, what do I and Mom count as? Wang Meifeng, who usually refrained from visiting this boutique, felt a surge of anger upon hearing her elder daughter's intention to purchase garments for another. Indeed. What she possesses, I shall have too. Moreover, I am your biological mother. I deserve double. As her voice resonated, the other affluent ladies in the shop turned their attention towards them, including Qi Mingyue and Madame Zhou.
who had come from the West District. Lu Wei, having witnessed the countenance of this mother-daughter duo, couldn't help but roll her eyes in disdain.
Who do you think you are to compare yourselves to me?
With that, Lu Wei picked up a dress that caught her eye and, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "Wait, staff.
Please wrap this up. My sister-in-law is purchasing it for me."
Lin Qingyu was in a fit of anger.
After glancing around,
her eyes fell upon a fur coat which she fancied. Without hesitation, she turned to the attendant and said, "Excuse me, please wrap this up.
My sister intends to purchase it for me."
Lin Qingyu did not forget to nudge her mother's elbow, saying, "Mom, you should quickly pick a few items too.
How can one buy for outsiders and neglect their own family? Outsiders? How could I possibly be considered an outsider?"
Lu Wei's voice rose slightly. Lin Qingyu was unfamiliar with Lu Wei and scoffed a few times, asserting, "Surely, it cannot compare to the bond one share with my sister."
Lu Wei's expression faltered for a moment before she retorted, "What significance does blood relation hold?
It is the quality of companionship that truly defines closeness.
If you doubt this, just observe whom my sister-in-law ultimately settles the bill for."
Lu Wei, brimming with confidence, then picked up several more garments. Lin Qingyu furrowed her brows and leaned closer to her mother, asking, "Does Lu Sun have a sister?"
Wang Meifeng pondered for a moment and replied, "No.
But he does have an older sister who lives abroad. With a son in college, it's impossible for her to be of this age.
Regardless, this one before us is undoubtedly an impostor." Lin Qingyu, refusing to be outdone, seized several garments with fervor. Wang Meifeng also selected a few coats.
The other affluent ladies in the store, observing these three women as if money were no object, instinctively turned their gaze towards Lin Qingyu.
Who exactly is she? To possess such wealth? Yet, she appears quite unfamiliar.
Qi Mingyue, a frequent visitor of this establishment, was well aware of the worth of the garments these women were acquiring. She instinctively crossed her arms and stepped closer to observe the spectacle, curious to see if Lin Qingyu could indeed afford such extravagant clothing. She wanted to ascertain the nature of Lin Qingyu's relationship with Lu Sun. Could it be to the extent that he would provide her with a black card for unrestricted purchases? Meanwhile, Lu Wei and Lin Qingyu were still bickering.
"I refuse to believe my sister-in-law would foot the bill for you. Do you truly think these are inexpensive?" Exhausted from their quarrel, they both turned their attention to Lin Qingyu. "Sister-in-law, please settle the bill." "Sister, please take care of the payment." Chapter 96, Is it reasonable for a sister to purchase items using her brother's card?
At this moment, Lin Qingyu sat gracefully on a VIP sofa, elegantly crossing one leg while sipping her coffee, a serene expression adorning her face. The surrounding socialites exchanged glances and whispers amongst themselves.
"Do you know which lady or young miss she is?" One murmured. "She truly exudes an air of sophistication." Another responded.
"I haven't heard of her in the Jiangcheng circle. But her demeanor is indeed remarkable.
She seems to possess the qualities of a dignified matriarch." Just as the ladies were discussing Lin Qingyu,
Lu Wei and Lin Qingyu suddenly urged her to settle the bill.
"What?" Lu Wei and Lin Qingyu exclaimed in unison. Lu Wei was the first to approach Lin Qingyu, disbelief etched on her face as she asked, "Sister-in-law, aren't you going to treat me?" In her recollection,
Lin Qingyu had never turned her down before. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Wei leaned closer to Lin Qingyu and whispered, "Sister-in-law, we can't lose face here.
Look at all these people watching.
Lu Wei, these garments total several 100,000, it's not a trivial sum.
This is beyond what an ordinary teacher like me can afford."
"I'm sorry, but I cannot cover this expense," Lin Qingyu replied. At this moment, the surrounding wealthy women stifled their laughter. The tide had turned. They had initially thought her to be a newly minted socialite. It seemed she was unable to make such purchases after all. "I had thought she was so composed,"
one remarked.
"Though she claims to be a teacher, her demeanor is indeed impressive."
Qi Mingyue, eavesdropping on the conversation, smirked with derision. Meanwhile, Madame Zhou, the president's wife,
remained silent, curious to see how Lin Qingyu would manage the situation. Lu Wei, who, like Lu Minghua, was concerned about appearances, felt flustered as the laughter turned towards her. In a hurried whisper, she leaned into Lin Qingyu's ear, "Then just use my brother's card. Besides, as his sister, it's quite reasonable for me to use his card." Lu Wei's voice was barely audible, her sense of grievance palpable. She felt it was unfair that she hadn't even insisted Lin Qingyu use her own money. Lin Qingyu gazed calmly at Lu Wei and remarked, setting aside the question of whether it is reasonable for you to purchase luxury items using your brother's card. The fact remains that I do not possess your brother's card.
What? My brother didn't give you his card?
Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback, incredulity etched on her face.
How could he not have given it to you? Didn't he even provide his card when that little junior sister's family encountered difficulties?
As the words slipped from her lips,
Lu Wei felt a pang of regret, hastily covering her mouth.
Yet, Lin Qingyu merely smiled, unfazed. After all, to her, Lu Yan was a relic of the past. She felt no sense of grievance.
Even if Lu Yan had indeed given me his card, what of it? Lu Wei.
With Lu Yan's monthly salary and allowances totaling merely over 8,000, and my own salary of just over 6,000. The combined total would scarcely suffice to purchase a single garment here.
Do you truly believe it is reasonable for us to bear the cost? Without a moment's hesitation,
Lu Wei retorted, but my brother has a dividend card. The Lu family distributes dividends worth at least several million every quarter. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyu's expression slightly altered. Lu Yan had never mentioned this matter to her. No wonder, when Lu Minghua had requested a handbag, Lu Yan had been able to procure it for her. It turns out there was such a card. After Lu Wei spoke, she immediately covered her mouth. Oh no, it seemed she had revealed too much. Lin Qingyu smirked with a hint of sarcasm. As you can see, I am merely an ordinary office worker. While I am willing to treat you to a meal within my means, I cannot afford the clothing here.
Afford it? What a jest! Sister! Do you truly believe that someone living alone in the Bund Bay would be unable to make such a purchase?
Lin Qingyu was utterly enamored with that mink coat.
No matter what, today she would persuade Lin Qingyu to purchase it for her. Chapter 97, having raised you for so long. Is it too much to ask you to buy me a few pieces of clothing?
Lin Qingyu glanced at the others in the shop, addressing them, ladies.
Let us seek your judgment.
My sister has married into a wealthy family and resides in a spacious flat at the Bund Bay. As her sister, accompanied by our mother.
Is it unreasonable for us to request a few garments?
As her words echoed, the affluent ladies around her began to murmur amongst themselves once more.
The Bund Bay.
Such a location is worth more than a villa. Indeed, a single flat at the Bund Bay is equivalent in value to 3 or 4 suburban villas. It appears that it is not a lack of wealth, but rather a pretense of poverty to avoid purchasing for their family.
Lin Qingyu,
seeing the public opinion directed towards Lin Qingyu, triumphantly approached her sister.
Sister, look. No one is defending you.
I refuse to believe that third uncle hasn't given you any money. Hurry up and settle the bill, don't embarrass yourself here.
Wang Meifeng chimed in, indeed.
I raised you all these years.
Is it too much to ask for you to buy a few garments for your own mother? The new year is approaching.
And you haven't gifted me a single piece of clothing throughout the year.
Oh dear, what a failure I am as a mother.
As she spoke,
Wang Meifeng's voice trembled with suppressed emotion.
Others have daughters too, and my daughter, upon marrying, has given nothing to her maternal family and even destroyed our family heirlooms.
Why must my life be so arduous?
She wiped her tearless eyes. As a mother, I merely wish for a few new outfits, yet even that eludes me.
Pray, tell me, what kind of people are these teachers? Is it not their duty to instill filial piety in their students? Lu Wei,
aware that Lin Qingyu was residing at third uncle's house, was incensed upon hearing the mother-daughter duo.
You have no shame at all, do you?
The house belongs to my third uncle, and my sister-in-law is merely staying there. What business is it of yours? Furthermore, how dare you approach her for clothing? You have conspired to force her into third uncle's home, yet you remain oblivious to your own actions.
Filial piety. What a farce! If it were me,
I would have dealt with you long ago and made headlines. And you still have the audacity to ask my third uncle to buy clothes for you.
Take a good look in the mirror. This outburst left Qi Mingyue, Wang Meifeng, and Lin Qingyu utterly bewildered.
Upon learning that Lin Qingyu was residing at Lu Sun's home, Qi Mingyue's expression darkened considerably, while Wang Meifeng and Lin Qingyu found themselves increasingly perplexed.
What do you mean by residing? Could it be that Lin Qingyu never actually married Lu Sun?
The gazes of the wealthy ladies around Wang Meifeng and Lin Miaomiao began to shift significantly.
Lin Miaomiao and Wang Meifeng couldn't help but shoot a glare at Lin Qingyu. Are you satisfied now, sister? Exactly, you've embarrassed us all.
Wang Meifeng rolled her eyes. Lin Qingyu maintained a serene smile, her demeanor composed as she took a sip of coffee and rose to her feet.
The shame lies with you, she declared.
It is not my burden to bear.
First, let us address the issue of excess. Is it unreasonable for me to decline purchasing these garments for you? Not in the slightest. My monthly salary is clear over 6,000.
There is no necessity for me to buy luxury items for my sister or my mother.
Furthermore,
in terms of filial piety, mother, I have indeed purchased new clothing for you in the past. I recall using my first month's earnings to buy gifts for everyone at home.
The gift I selected for you was a new outfit, yet the very next day, I found it discarded in the trash. Since then, I have refrained from buying you any more clothing.
If you insist on debating the matter of filial duty,
let us visit the shopping street downstairs.
The clothing there is within my means, and as a child, I can certainly buy it for you.
As for the embarrassment, it is you who should feel shame, not I.
From the outset, I made it clear that my salary does not permit such expenditures.
Yet,
you have audaciously demanded that I purchase luxury items under the guise of being a sister and daughter, which is utterly unreasonable.
Should I choose to buy voluntarily? That reflects my goodwill and filial piety. However, if you coerce me into it, that constitutes moral blackmail. Even if my partner were wealthy, that is his affair. Not a license for me to squander at will.
As her voice faded, Madame Zhou, the president's wife, stepped forward and exclaimed, "Well said." Chapter 98, Shi Mingyue faces a defeat. Several affluent ladies, noticing Madame Zhou's support, quickly joined in.
Indeed, we did not expect such shamelessness from this mother-daughter duo. Remarked one.
When we come to select clothing, we merely choose one or two items, unlike them who seem to select a plethora without concern for the cost.
Another added. Isn't this seeking a fool to exploit?
And to think she calls herself a mother.
How could she exploit her own daughter like this? I, too, am the eldest sister in my family.
I detest the notion that being an older sister means bearing all financial burdens.
Must the eldest always pay? Even for a brother's wedding? It seems the eldest has become the designated fool.
Madame Zhou approached Lin Qingyu, linking arms with her, increasingly impressed.
Ah, you. Your words are both eloquent and justified.
It is commendable to uphold filial duty while simultaneously rejecting moral coercion.
Your stance, grounded in personal principles, is far superior to those who bow to the whims of others.
As her words resonated, the previously confident affluent ladies felt a sting of embarrassment.
Shi Mingyue,
striding in her high heels, cast a discerning glance at Lin Qingyu and remarked, "Madame Zhou, while your sentiments are valid, a home should be a sanctuary of love, not merely a place for rational discourse."
She then glanced at the pile of items. Purchasing such an abundance is indeed excessive. However, as family, should we not also consider each other's dignity?
Perhaps we could select just one item as a gesture? After all, with the new year approaching, purchasing a piece of clothing for mother and my sister is hardly unreasonable.
Yet, if your financial situation cannot accommodate it, then why enter this store? This establishment is renowned in Jiangqing for its luxury brands, a consensus among the majority.
Lin Qingyu's face flushed with anger. She recognized the woman before her as Qi Tianxi's sister, the very one who had previously maliciously sprayed her with a drug. Just as she parted her lips to speak,
Zhou Nan entered, politely nodding to the recently alerted Mrs. Zhou, the president's wife.
The boutique manager approached with equal courtesy, inquiring, "Assistant Zhou,
may I ask what brings you here?"
In this space, not only the sales assistant but many others also recognized Zhou Nan.
A saying circulated in town, encountering Zhou Nan is akin to meeting the esteemed third master.
Everyone was aware that Zhou Nan was a favored companion of the third master.
Having long been in his company, Zhou Nan exuded a certain authority. He expressionlessly produced a document.
It had just been announced that the third master had acquired this establishment.
Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The premier luxury store in Jiangqing acquired just like that?
Zhou Nan then pointed to Lin Qingyu and stated, The third master has decreed that from now on, this Ms. Lin shall be recognized. Whenever she enters this establishment, she is to receive the utmost VIP service. All garments she sees or touches shall be granted her the privilege of priority purchasing rights. Anything Ms. Lin desires may be taken, with the expenses charged to the third master's account. As soon as he finished speaking, the wealthy ladies were once again left in shock. Meanwhile, Qi Mingyu was seated in anger, gnashing her teeth. Why on earth was Lu Sun being so exceedingly kind to this vile woman? Just moments ago, she had mocked her for being unable to afford anything here, only to be slapped in the face by reality mere seconds later. Qi Mingyu's heart swelled with indignation. Before Lu Wei could voice her thoughts, Zhou Nan raised his voice further. The third master has also instructed that this privilege is exclusive to Ms. Lin. Anyone related to Ms. Lin, including other relatives of the third master, does not possess this right unless Ms. Lin herself consents. Having said this, Zhou Nan nodded indifferently to Lin Qingyu and departed, leaving those unaware of her connection to the third master in a state of confusion. Mrs. Zhou then linked her arm with Lin Qingyu's and asked, "Ayu, are you still interested in looking at the clothing here?" Lin Qingyu cast a glance and candidly admitted, "To be honest, I still do not quite like it." "Very well, let us explore another place," suggested Madam President Zhou. Lin Qingyu nodded in agreement. The two departed together. Lin Miaomiao felt embarrassed and quickly took her mother Wang Meifeng's arm to leave. On the way, she couldn't help but ask, "Mom, do you think my sister is married or not?" Chapter 99, the younger sister confronts Lu Yan. "Why hasn't your wife kicked you to the curb?" Wang Meifeng replied, "Well, that's truly hard to say. After all, none of us have seen your sister's marriage certificate." Lin Miaomiao squinted her eyes and said, "Mom, do you think it's possible? In fact, my sister colluded with that third master just to find an excuse to transfer her household registration. They never really got married. Therefore, no bride price was given, and all those claims about land are just nonsense. We haven't even met them." Indeed. Wang Meifeng found this reasoning plausible. But then she hesitated and asked, "But what about your sister living over there? Didn't that woman just say she was borrowing a place?" "Old Master Lu and Old Madam Lu have always favored my sister, so perhaps they asked that third master to look after her." After all, the incident with Director Gao was quite embarrassing. Wang Meifeng nodded thoughtfully, "But what about the purchase of that shop?" "Mom, how can you not understand? Look. Did the third master send my sister any clothes? No. It was merely talk, a fade. Moreover, merchants prioritize profit. Investing in a luxury goods store is a guaranteed win. It's not truly an investment for my sister. Even if it were, I suspect my sister is nothing more than his little mistress." "Yes, Miao, you are absolutely right." Lin Miao let out a light scoff, saying, "I truly thought my sister had married into the Lu family. Turns out, she merely found temporary lodging." Wang Meifeng concurred, indeed, with her fate. How could she ever possess such good fortune? As she waited, she sent a WeChat message to her brother, Lu Yan. "Brother, tell me. Have you ever given sister-in-law a card?" Lu Yan paused. "What card? A bank card? Or a credit card, or a supplementary card?" Lu Wei exclaimed, her tone tinged with excitement. "No, you doesn't need those things. Does sister-in-law also remain oblivious to your Lu family dividend card?" Lu Wei continued to probe. "Aside from the bag I bought for you and Mom last year, I lent a sum to my junior sister's parents to build a house in the countryside. And that's it. The money has been saved, intended for when I marry you." Lu Wei was rendered speechless. "Brother, with your attitude, if I were sister-in-law, I would also stray." Lu Yan chuckled lightly. "You isn't as materialistic or pragmatic as you think." "Brother, setting aside materialism, which woman wouldn't desire her boyfriend to provide her with a card? It signifies trust. Moreover, you haven't spent any of that card's money on sister-in-law. Yet you lend money to that little green tea girl? Vivi, do not speak ill of my junior sister. She is in difficulty, I lent her money. Not a gift." Lu Yan's tone grew a touch stern. Lu Wei rolled her eyes dramatically. "My dear brother, with your demeanor, how has sister-in-law not left you? You are unaware.
I thought you had that company dividend card with sister-in-law. Today. Lu Wei stammered out the events of the day. Lu Yan furrowed his brow. Why is IU's relationship with her family so strained? Chapter 100, is there an issue with me using sister-in-law's perfume and lipstick? Brother? Is this the crux of the matter? Lu Wei nearly wished to knock on her brother's head to see what thoughts lay within. The essence is that mother and daughter duo is exceedingly shameless. Lu Wei exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Vivi, there are no parents without faults. An exceptional person should know how to maintain good relations with their family. I know that Miao Miao has a splendid rapport with her family. The brothers adore her. And the parents treat her kindly. Brother! You are beyond help. Truly. Lu Wei slapped her forehead. From this day forth, you shall heed my counsel. I shall teach you how to pursue sister-in-law. Do not listen to that despicable green tea's words any longer. As her words fell, Lu Wei caught sight of her third uncle's dark expression, prompting her to hastily end the call, not quite understanding her own sense of guilt. Third uncle. You didn't go out today? Lu Sun slowly pushed his wheelchair, responding in a subdued tone. Your third uncle is now out of the limelight. With little to occupy his days, merely an idle and unemployed individual, oh no, an unemployed invalid. Saying this, Lu Sun cleared his throat a few times. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's eyes widened, and she approached him with a flattery-laden demeanor. Third uncle, you have always known that my brother and I do not take sides. Whether you, Uncle D, or my father become the chairman, we have no ulterior motives. Lu Wei observed Lu Sun's expression as she continued, moreover, in my eyes. Third uncle is a giant with an impressive aura. Regardless of whether he can wield power or stand upright, my third uncle is still the renowned figure of Jiangchang. Lu Sun's expression softened somewhat. Lu Minghua may be unpleasant, yet his two offspring are rather straightforward regarding the inheritance of the family business. Then let me ask you. You just mentioned wanting to help your brother pursue IU? Lu Sun looked at Lu Wei with an inscrutable expression. Lu Wei nodded vigorously, yes. If my brother relies on that little green tea girl, he wouldn't even know how green he has become. Lu Sun's gaze darkened. How do you plan to instruct him? The first step is to surrender financial control. Sometimes, women do not seek your money, they desire security. As the saying goes, a man with wealth turns wicked. A man who willingly entrusts financial authority to a woman signals his loyalty, indicating he has no money in one tea tray. Anyway, all the girlfriends I know are like that. Their boyfriends at least provide them with a no-limit black card. Lu Sun nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Lu Wei realized, third uncle. Why are you asking this? Lu Sun composed his expression, replying calmly, your third uncle has reached an age where he should learn. You could pursue your third aunt. Why didn't you say so earlier? If there are any questions in this realm, feel free to ask me. I can serve as your and my brother's love consultant. All right. Lu Sun nodded softly. Now, let us discuss your concerns. Me? What concerns do I have? Each time Lu Wei heard her third uncle utter these words, she felt as though she had been caught doing something wrong by the disciplinary head. Tell me, what did you do today? Lu Sun inquired, sniffing slightly. And why are you wearing IU's perfume? Lu Wei shrugged nonchalantly. I used sister-in-law's perfume and applied her lipstick? What's wrong with that? Before Lu Sun could respond, Lu Wei's expression shifted slightly. No way? Do you think sister-in-law would mind? That is impossible. It's just a bit of perfume and lipstick. Why should it matter so much? As her voice faded, Lin Qingyu happened to open the apartment door and stepped inside. Lu Wei turned to her and directly asked, Sister-in-law, do you mind if I use your perfume and lipstick? Chapter 101, Startled, Child? Lin Qingyu's lips parted slightly, and Lu Sun raised his hand to stop her. Let me. Those two simple words conveyed a profound sense of composure and strength. Lin Qingyu felt a warm sensation swell within her heart. In this household, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. In times of distress, there was never anyone to stand in front of her. Lu Sun merely nodded indifferently towards her, gesturing for her to sit to one side. In this family, I am the elder, and I shall take charge.
He then instructed Lu Wei to fetch a chair for her.
Just as Lu Wei settled down,
she heard Lu Sun command in a firm tone, "You will help me pick someone up in the West District tomorrow morning."
Lu Wei was taken aback, but third uncle.
"I have an appointment with a celebrity tomorrow, I need to take her photographs."
"Reschedule it, you will assist me in picking someone up," Lu Sun asserted with authority. Lu Wei pouted in grievance, retorting, "How old are we? Can't that person take a taxi themselves?"
"Third uncle, it's truly inconvenient for me tomorrow. This is a crucial step towards my aspiration of becoming a photographer." She was about to say more when her expression suddenly shifted.
Lu Sun fixed his gaze upon her. "If that is the case, why did you have you take leave to pick you up?" Lu Wei's face tightened. "Lu Wei."
Lu Sun's voice grew firmer. "I am your third uncle, and my intention in teaching you these lessons today is for your own good. You treat you as your sister-in-law and feel entitled to command her, believing that since she is to marry your brother, she should cater to your whims.
Do you not realize that in a typical family, such a sister-in-law would not be held in high regard? Moreover, Yu has not married your brother. How can you expect her to buy luxury items for you?"
Lu Wei felt somewhat wronged. "I am not like my mother. I do not wish to boss around my sister-in-law.
I have merely grown accustomed to it. Besides, how was I to know my brother hadn't given her a card to use? I thought I was simply using my brother's money. Even if your brother did provide her with a card, you cannot act in such a manner."
Lu Sun's tone deepened. "There must be boundaries and a sense of propriety between families. If your brother were truly married, he would have established a new family unit. And his finances would be a part of their household economy. It is wonderful if your brother and sister-in-law wish to buy you gifts, but you must not demand them." Pausing for a moment, Lu Sun continued, "The same applies to close friends, regardless of how intimate the bond, one should always ask before using another's belongings.
This is a sign of respect and personal decorum, not mere formality.
Lu Wei, when you marry in the future, you must learn to manage your marital and social relationships. These are lessons you cannot afford to overlook." Lu Wei remained silent for a while, seemingly absorbing his words, and then bowed her head to apologize to Lin Qingyu.
"Sister-in-law.
I am truly sorry, I will be more mindful in the future.
However, I genuinely consider you my close friend." Lin Qingyu nodded gently, indicating her understanding. At that moment, Lu Sun produced a long lens from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Lu Wei. "This is a gift from your third uncle. Despite the lessons imparted, he will always support your aspirations."
Upon seeing the packaging, Lu Wei's eyes sparkled, and she leapt with joy.
"Oh my goodness, this lens is incredibly expensive.
I could never bring myself to purchase it."
Lu Sun nodded affirmatively. "What I willingly give to you, you may accept. Do not take for granted what others have not offered."
"Thank you, third uncle, I understand," Lu Wei exclaimed, planting a kiss on the lens.
"I can take this to photograph celebrities tomorrow." Lin Qingyu approached Lu Sun with gratitude, expressing her thanks.
Lu Sun grasped her hand firmly, saying, "I have a sister abroad. I cannot guarantee that she is easy to get along with, but I assure you that I will manage your relationship, so you need not worry about the sister-in-law dynamics."
He then gently pulled her onto his lap and asked softly, "What were you thinking about just now?" While reprimanding Lu Wei,
Lu Sun remained attentive to the subtle expressions of his wife.
For a fleeting moment, he sensed something peculiar in her reaction.
Lin Qingyu smiled faintly. "I was just contemplating matters concerning children."
"Children?" Lu Sun was taken aback. Chapter 102, Both exes and current partners must surrender economic authority. "Children?"
A flicker of chagrin crossed Lu Sun's gaze as he incredulously reached out to caress Lin Qingyu's flat abdomen. The expression on his face unmistakably conveyed, he was not particularly eager for the arrival of this little one. What a jest, having just tied the knot.
He had no intention of becoming a monk, did he?
Lin Qingyu opened his large palm, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she softly explained, "No.
I am not pregnant.
I merely observed you educating Lu Wei and thought you would make a wonderful elder. I imagined that if we were to have children in the future, you would undoubtedly be a great parent." The pain of her own upbringing had always lingered in her heart, fueling her desire to establish a family of her own, a blissful and harmonious household, where she could nurture her children to become loving and confident individuals. However, Lu Sun did not share this sentiment, upon hearing that there were no children.
He visibly exhaled with relief. He retrieved a card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Qingyu. Madam Lu, this is a globally customized black gold card. A gift for you. A black gold card?
Lin Qingyu had never heard of such a card and accepted it with curiosity.
Upon examining it, she noticed Lu Xun's signature on the card, bold and vigorous, reflecting his unique character. Indeed.
A black gold card can only be issued to a man once in a lifetime, and it must be held by his wife. A girlfriend cannot apply for such a card. The password for the card is your birthday. You will be able to use it without any limit. As he spoke, Lu Xun placed another card into Lin Qingyu's hands. This is the company's profit-sharing card, which I am also giving to you. Although I do not hold power, I still possess a certain percentage of shares in the Lu Corporation. Every quarter, the company will deposit dividends into this card. Lin Qingyu was rendered speechless upon hearing about the dividend card, her astonishment leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, she finally inquired. A quarterly dividend must amount to over 1 million, right? Today? She had just learned from Lu Wei that Lu Yan received over 1 million in dividends every quarter.
Lu Xun replied with a faint smile. I would estimate it to be even more. So, will you give it all to me?
Lin Qingyu asked, her eyes wide with disbelief.
Of course. I shall give it to my wife. What could be the issue with that? We are family.
Lu Xun continued, from now on, I shall entrust the financial authority of our household to you.
Henceforth, you shall be the one to make the decisions in our home.
Lin Qingyu could not help but smile as she embraced Lu Xun's neck, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on the side of his face. The sensation of being trusted was truly delightful. Lu Xun could sense her joy and continued, we need to change houses and acquire some substantial items. We shall discuss the expenditures from here. If I require pocket money, I will have to ask you for it.
All right. Lin Qingyu had initially intended to decline, considering the significant amount of money involved.
However, upon hearing that Lu Xun would also need to request pocket money from her, she acquiesced.
For Lu Xun had an undeniable tendency to spend extravagantly. Lu Xun felt a sudden, unsettling premonition.
Yet, seeing his wife so blissful, he could not help but smile as he leaned closer to Lin Qingyu's tender lips, ready to capture them.
Just then, the doorbell rang. Their intimate moment interrupted. Lu Xun's expression darkened as he went to answer the door.
Upon seeing an unfamiliar number, Lin Qingyu, apprehensive that it might be a call from a parent,
decided to answer.
As soon as the call connected, the voice of Lu Yan resonated from the other end.
Ayu, it's me. Please don't hang up. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Qingyu suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion.
Just as she was about to hang up the phone, she accidentally pressed the speaker button, causing Lu Xun, Lu Wei, and Lin Qingyu to clearly hear Lu Yan's voice echoing throughout the living room.
Ayu. Please don't stay angry with me.
If you truly believe I lack sincerity, I can send you my salary card and bonus card.
Chapter 103, I am married.
And I've married your uncle. As the words fell, Lin Qingyu's complexion paled slightly, overwhelmed by both surprise and embarrassment. Lu Wei, on the other hand, exclaimed excitedly, Brother.
You've finally come to your senses.
Brother, your wife is blushing.
Lu Wei grew increasingly animated, oblivious to the cold aura radiating from Lu Xun beside her.
After a brief lapse of composure, Lin Qingyu had no choice but to confront the tense atmosphere among the four of them. She pressed her lips together and steeled herself to communicate with Lu Yan over the speaker, despite Lu Xun and Lu Wei's presence.
Lu Yan, thank you. However,
what you've said has no bearing on me anymore.
I've already told you, I am married. Married? That is impossible. Lu Yan and Lu Wei exclaimed in unison. Their voices filled with unwavering conviction. Lin Qingyu.
On sight, Lu Wei was the first to react, reaching out her hand towards Lin Qingyu.
Then may I see your marriage certificate? The marriage certificate is not with me.
Lin Qingyu spoke candidly. Yet Lu Wei wore a knowing smile as she called out to the speaker, Brother, sister-in-law does not have a marriage certificate.
She is deceiving us. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yan heard this and gently replied, Ayu, I have told you not to mislead me any further. It is simply inconceivable that you could be married. Lin Qingyu was infuriated by the siblings, raising her voice at her phone. I am married.
And to your third uncle.
No less. If you want the marriage certificate, go ask your third uncle. With that, she abruptly hung up. The living room of the apartment fell into a profound silence. Lu Wei stared at Lin Qingyu in disbelief, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? You can actually say something like marrying my third uncle? Lin Qingyu let out a sigh. Feeling somewhat speechless. Why is it that I can never marry your third uncle? Am I truly inadequate, or is there another reason? At this moment,
Lu Wei spoke with remarkable composure. It is not a matter of adequacy.
Regardless, you will never marry my third uncle. If you were my third aunt, I assure you,
I would stand on my head in this living room.
Lin Qingyu. Moreover, consider this. One of you resides in the master bedroom while the other occupies the secondary bedroom. Is this a typical arrangement for a married couple? Lu Sun.
Lin Qingyu, as the voice faded, the general in the living room appeared to lose interest, letting out a sound before lying down to sleep.
Lin Qingyu shot a glance at Lu Sun and said, You explain it yourself.
Meanwhile, Lu Wei, visibly frightened and pale,
approached Lu Sun's wheelchair and crouched down to plead on Lin Qingyu's behalf. Uncle, please don't hold this against my sister-in-law.
She has been in a tumultuous relationship with my brother lately, primarily due to that green tea BTCH. I apologize on her behalf for dragging you into this matter just now.
Lu Sun recalled Yu's earlier reaction and nodded thoughtfully. Tell me, do women generally despise those types of younger female colleagues? Absolutely. They loathe them.
It's not merely about being a junior colleague, it could easily pertain to female secretaries,
senior female colleagues, or female assistants.
Lu Sun's gaze darkened. He had neither secretaries nor assistants of that nature.
So, does that mean one cannot have any opposite-sex companions? Not necessarily, Lu Wei interjected.
A normal cooperative relationship is acceptable, but the key is to avoid green tea bee cheese and white lotuses.
Men must assert their boundaries and avoid any ambiguous relationships with such individuals.
Understood, Lu Sun acknowledged with a nod. Suddenly, Lu Wei froze, looking at Lu Sun with suspicion.
Uncle, why have you been particularly concerned about matters related to the opposite sex lately? Lu Sun gazed intently at Lu Wei. Well, I intend to pursue your aunt. Ah. Does Uncle really have someone he likes? Who is it?
As Lu Wei's voice faded, Lin Qingyu happened to emerge at that moment, her eyes drawn to Lu Sun upon hearing the exchange.
Chapter 104, If you want to access my son's bank card, you shall not. It's your aunt.
Lu Sun unabashedly pointed towards Lin Qingyu, raising his chin in her direction. Lin Qingyu's face fell, feeling as though she had been teased in front of the younger generation.
Lu Wei rolled her eyes and said, Third uncle, can you two please move past this marriage joke? Concerned that Lu Sun might blame Lin Qingyu,
Lu Wei took her hand and led her outside.
Sister-in-law, let me treat you to lunch today.
As an apology for having you buy me clothes this morning and for using your makeup. When lunchtime arrived, Lin Qingyu did not decline. She had just stepped out of the door intending to arrange lunch.
Before Lin Qingyu could say anything, Lu Wei forcibly whisked her away. On the way,
Lu Wei admonished her seriously, Sister-in-law,
how can you use third uncle as a shield? Let me tell you, after the accident,
he is not as powerful as he used to be, so it's easier to deal with him now.
If it were before,
you would have been thrown into the sea to feed the sharks for such antics.
Regardless, you must not mention this matter again.
All right, Lin Qingyu replied with a smile,
choosing not to explain further.
Seeing that Lin Qingyu had ceased discussing the marriage topic, Lu Wei visibly brightened. She led Lin Qingyu to a Japanese restaurant.
Sister-in-law, this place is Mom's favorite. Lu Wei raised an eyebrow, adding,
you might want to bring Mom here in the future.
After speaking,
Lu Wei took out her phone and headed towards the restroom. As soon as she arrived at the restroom, Lu Wei called Lu Yan.
Brother, I figured it out.
Sister-in-law is deliberately trying to annoy you and didn't even see the marriage certificate. From the other end, Lu Yan's assured voice responded.
She claims to be married to third uncle. Do you think I would believe that?
It's certainly the biggest joke of the year.
Yes, exactly. So, Wei Wei,
please help me soothe your sister-in-law.
I've already told Mom about giving the bonus card to a you. No problem. Brother, leave it to me. I will definitely take good care of your wife.
At that moment, Lin Qingyu spotted an empty booth and lifted the curtain to enter.
Only to hear an irate woman's voice behind her. What are you doing? Someone is sitting here.
Lin Qingyu, upon hearing a familiar voice, furrowed her brow and turned around.
Only to meet the impatient visage of Lu Minghua.
The two paused, taken aback by each other's presence.
What brings you here?
Lu Minghua's voice rose in pitch.
Well, I was actually looking for you. I never expected you to come knocking. I have nothing to discuss with you, Lin Qingyu replied coolly, attempting to turn away. Lu Minghua,
assuming her hesitation stemmed from guilt, firmly grasped her arm.
Do not leave. We must clarify this matter.
Lin Qingyu, I truly underestimated you in the past.
How could you incite Lu Yan to hand over his bank card to you? Do you have no shame?
Lin Qingyu furrowed her brows slightly and replied. I have not, nor would I ever request Lu Yan's bank card.
Do you truly believe that I would be swayed by such words?
Lu Minghua, overwhelmed with emotion, momentarily forgot that Lin Qingyu was already married and instead projected herself into the role of a prospective mother-in-law, becoming increasingly agitated.
Let me tell you.
There is no way you will obtain my son's salary card. As her voice echoed, several individuals from the surrounding booths emerged to witness the commotion.
Among them was an elderly woman, also a mother-in-law, who curiously inquired, Sister, what is happening?
Lu Minghua, fuming with indignation, pointed at Lin Qingyu and exclaimed.
Can you believe this? Shouldn't a son's bank card be safeguarded by his own mother?
This woman has the audacity to ask my son for his bank card.
If this isn't the work of a scheming and malicious woman, then what is it?
Chapter 105, Provoking Trouble Only to be Ridiculed. Lu Minghua spoke with great conviction. Relishing in the audience she had gathered, particularly among the mothers and mothers-in-law of her own age.
These women possessed formidable combativeness.
Their words sharp enough to drown Lin Qingyu in a tide of scorn.
Lin Qingyu fixed a half-smile gaze upon Lu Minghua.
Before she had the chance to speak,
the meddlesome woman interjected. Oh dear, I understand your feelings. However, do temper your excitement. At our age, many of us face health issues. Do take care not to jeopardize your well-being.
Lu Minghua's expression faltered, her heart sinking at the insinuation.
She certainly did not suffer from such ailments. The meddlesome woman, oblivious to Lu Minghua's discomfort, glanced at those around and continued, My dear, in this new era, we must embrace new ways. As mothers-in-law,
we ought to change with the times.
We cannot always manage the affairs of the younger generation, nor should we control their finances.
They should decide how to spend what they earn and determine how many children they wish to have.
We must take a step back, otherwise, we risk becoming bothersome. This is the key to familial harmony. What is the point of constant bickering at home?
As she spoke,
the woman looked at several peers of similar age and called out, Ladies, what do you think? Is this not the case?
A chorus of agreement followed, indeed.
It's more relaxing for us.
Right, I don't even take care of my grandson, I'm just here enjoying sushi with my old friends.
A few onlookers chimed in with brief affirmations.
A young woman, unable to contain herself, spoke up, Exactly. Your son even asked you for his bank card to give to his wife, and you still have the gall to comment.
This is your son's decision. Why take it out on your daughter-in-law? Let me tell you, your son is married now.
If he weren't, I would advise that girl to reconsider. Any grown man who hands over his bank card to his mother is either a mama's boy or utterly incapable of managing finances. Such a man is unworthy of marriage. Lu Minghua could not abide anyone speaking ill of her son, her face flushing with anger.
What do you mean by that?
I'll tear your tongue out. My son is the most remarkable in all of Jiangchang. The outspoken woman felt somewhat taken aback by such a response. Lin Qingyu expressed her gratitude towards the woman who had just spoken up for her. Thank you. I am truly fortunate not to have married her son.
And I have already ended my relationship with him.
The woman paused in surprise at her words. Then why does she still berate you so fiercely?
At that moment,
Lu Minghua recalled the fact that Lin Qingyu had married Lu Sun, but upon hearing Lin Qingyu's disdain for her son, she instantly transformed into a furious hen,
brimming with combative energy. What did you say? What is wrong with my son?
He does not squander money, he is obedient, filial, and not fickle.
Which young master in Jiancheng can compare to him?
You, with your ill-fated destiny, are simply unworthy to marry him.
Now that you cannot wed my son,
you wish to incite him to provide you with money. Let me tell you, as long as I, Lu Minghua, draw breath, you shall never set foot in my house. As her voice echoed, Lu Wei rushed over, her expression dark.
Mother, is this how you bully my sister-in-law when my brother is absent? No wonder she wishes to break up with him. With a mother-in-law like you, I too would hesitate to marry. Lu Minghua was taken aback.
Completely unprepared for her daughter to witness her fierce demeanor. She had always been meticulous in her actions, ensuring that her bullying of Lin Qingyu left no trace.
Never having been caught by Lu Yan or Lu Wei.
Now, confronted directly, she felt a twinge of guilt.
Yet, she soon furrowed her brow again.
Chapter 106, Lu Minghua loses composure and dignity. Lu Wei, having received a fine education since childhood, was somewhat spoiled, yet she had never resorted to vulgar language. Witnessing her mother in such a state, she felt her image of her shattered.
Lin Qingyu quickly realized that Lu Yan and Lu Wei were Lu Minghua's Achilles heel.
With a sense of vengeful delight, she stepped closer.
Calling me a wretch is secondary.
What your esteemed mother has done to me is far more egregious. Before she could finish her thought, Lu Minghua's pupils dilated in fear, and she hastily raised her hand, hissing, "Wretch, be silent." With a sharp crack, a slap descended. Lu Wei reacted swiftly, positioning herself in front of Lin Qingyu, taking the blow directly. Her forehead throbbed, and she nearly lost her balance. Moments later, her cheek burned fiercely.
Swollen and red. Lu Minghua, distressed and at a loss, exclaimed, Wei, don't frighten mommy, are you all right?" At that moment, Mrs. Zhou, the president's wife, along with several affluent ladies, emerged from their private booths.
Mrs. Zhou, filled with sympathy, pulled Lin Qingyu aside, remarking, "You are indeed unfortunate to have such a former mother-in-law." The other wealthy ladies regarded Lu Minghua with disdain.
Lu Minghua, previously we could overlook your penchant for comparison. But how is it that these days you exhibit less and less of a noblewoman's demeanor?
In public, to insult others and resort to violence, what a disgrace to our circle.
I recall when you first entered our social sphere, we emphasized that the ladies here should possess not only wealth and lineage but also impeccable grace and refinement. Tell me, what differentiates you now from a shrew?
As they volleyed their remarks, Lu Minghua felt her face burn with humiliation, as if she were being roasted over an open flame. She recalled admonishing Lin Qingyu for being too easily provoked, suggesting she could never thrive in high society. Yet, unexpectedly, it was a mere bank card that had driven her to such a loss of composure today. "Wei, we must go to the hospital," Lu Minghua insisted,
grasping Lu Wei's hand to depart. However, Lu Wei withdrew her hand. "Mommy, you go ahead.
I wish to stay with my sister-in-law."
She felt distressed,
not only from the pain on her face but also from the ache in her heart. She could hardly bear to think of how much it would hurt if that slap had landed on her sister-in-law's face.
Rejecting her mother's proximity,
Lu Wei clasped Lin Qingyu's hand instead.
"You!"
Lu Minghua glared at Lin Qingyu with venomous fury before turning on her heel to leave.
"Mrs.
Zhou glanced at Lu Wei with admiration, saying, "You are quite different from your mother, you possess clarity of thought." Lin Qingyu glanced at Lu Wei's swollen face,
feeling a mix of gratitude and concern.
Wei, I believe it would be best if I took you to the hospital.
It hurts so much.
I hope I don't end up disfigured." Mrs. Zhou, the president's wife, accompanied Lin Qingyu as they transported Lu Wei to the nearest hospital.
Throughout the journey,
Lu Wei vented her grievances to her elder brother via WeChat.
"Brother, you won't believe it, mother has gone too far. Scolding sister-in-law as a wretched person and even attempting to strike her."
As she spoke, Lu Wei snapped a selfie to send to Lu Yan.
"Brother, look at this. If it weren't for me holding up, this ghastly appearance would belong to sister-in-law."
Mrs. Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qingyu. Lin Qingyu helplessly shrugged. "I told Wei that I married her third uncle, but she didn't believe me."
As the words fell, Lu Wei rolled her eyes dramatically. "Madame Zhou, if it were you, would you believe it?"
Madame Zhou of the Zhou Association parted her lips to respond,
only to hear Lu Wei add, "Of course not. Only a fool would believe it." "Madame Zhou." Lin Qingyu shrugged at Mrs. Zhou. Meanwhile,
Lu Minghua stormed out of the Japanese restaurant, only to be intercepted by Lin Miaomio and her mother, who had deliberately approached her.
Madam Lu, I wonder if you have a moment, we would like to invite you for a cup of tea, Wang Meifeng said, taking the initiative.
Just as Lu Minghua was about to leave, Wang Meifeng called after her, Madam Lu, I have something very important to share with you.
My daughter. Lin Qingyu has not married third master at all.
Upon hearing this, Lu Minghua's expression changed dramatically, and she halted in her tracks. Chapter 107, Wang Meifeng's utter disgust. Lu Minghua turned around, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized Wang Meifeng.
Wang Meifeng took a few steps closer, suggesting, Madam Lu, why don't we discuss this in a tea room?
Very well, Lu Minghua replied coolly. The three of them proceeded to the nearest tea house.
Qi Mingyue,
who had initially intended to find Lu Minghua, discreetly followed behind. Lu Minghua, Wang Meifeng, and Lin Miaomio entered a private room in the tea house.
Wang Meifeng signaled to Lin Miaomio, why haven't you served Madam Lu the finest tea yet?
Lin Miaomio shyly smiled and quickly rose to her feet.
Pouring tea for Lu Minghua. Auntie, please enjoy some tea.
Wang Meifeng briefly recounted the events that transpired at the boutique that day.
Lin Miaomio added, my sister is utterly broke.
She herself has acknowledged that her meager salary barely suffices, not even affording a single piece of clothing.
Wang Meifeng concurred, indeed.
And your esteemed daughter has directly clarified their relationship, stating that my eldest daughter is merely residing at the home of Master Lu.
Residing?
Lu Minghua furrowed his brow.
Wang Meifeng nodded. Afterward, we overheard Lu Wei mention that they occupy separate rooms.
It appears they have discussed marriage with Lu Wei, yet she remains skeptical, demanding to see their marriage certificate, which they were unable to provide.
Lu Minghua's face displayed shock. So you have not seen their marriage certificate? Surely their marital status must be recorded in the household register? Wang Meifeng slammed the table, indignantly exclaiming, Madam Lu, you too have recognized the issue, have you not? Tell me, would a legitimate marriage be shrouded in such secrecy?
There was no dowry, and although it was claimed that the house was given to a Yu, we have yet to see the property deed. Lin Miaomio poured another cup of tea for Madame Lu and continued. We speculate that it must be Lu Sanyi who is transferring a small house to my sister, allowing her to change her household registration. Then they will feign a marriage to deceive old Master Lu, with that small house being a benefit for my sister. Lu Minghua's eyes suddenly sparkled, and a smile crept onto her lips. Ah, Lu Sun, so you are merely putting on an act before father. Having gathered useful information, she stood up to leave. How absurd, she held the Lin family in contempt. There was no way she would entertain the idea of becoming relatives with them.
Wang Meifeng, sensing Lu Minghua's intentions,
hurriedly blocked her path.
Madam Lu, I understand that you look down upon our humble family. However, the old lady's promise of a marriage alliance still stands. Now, my eldest daughter has not truly married into your Lu family.
Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Minghua's expression shifted, her voice rising a notch.
What do you mean? Are you threatening me with an old marriage contract? This is not a threat, Wang Meifeng explained anxiously.
What I mean to convey is that while you may disdain us, we can be of great assistance to you.
Assistance? What assistance could you possibly offer? Lu Minghua scoffed. Miao Miao is the jewel of our family. If she can marry Lu Yan,
we will do everything in our power to help your son and husband ascend to the position of chairman of the Lu Corporation.
Lu Minghua's eyes darkened. Her voice tinged with excitement. Do you have a plan? Lin Qingyu is my eldest daughter.
For the happiness of my youngest daughter and for your second branch to gain power, I, as her mother, am willing to disregard the consequences and assist you.
Just say the word, and we will follow your lead.
The implication was clear, the eldest daughter could be sacrificed for the sake of the youngest's happiness. Seeing that Lu Minghua did not counter her, Wang Meifeng continued, currently, my eldest daughter is entangled with Lu Sanyi.
Our family has numerous ways to ensure that she faces misfortune. Wouldn't that mean bringing Lu Sanyi down? Hearing the last part, Lu Minghua couldn't help but roll her eyes.
She had expected a clever scheme, but someone was offering themselves as a willing pawn. She wasn't foolish enough to reject it. She casually dismissed a few remarks and arrogantly left with her bag in hand. Before she could exit the tea room, Qi Mingyue intercepted her.
Madam Lu, I can devise a plan they haven't considered. You?
Lu Minghua retorted with a cold laugh. Miss Qi, you were once a fervent admirer of Lu San.
Why would I trust you to help me?
You will, Qi Mingyue replied confidently. You wish to unite Lu Wei with the Cheng family's young master. And he has a good relationship with me.
I can facilitate this matter. Moreover, you and I share a common enemy, Lin Qingyu. Upon hearing this,
Lu Minghua realized that Qi Mingyue was indeed far shrewder than the foolish Lin mother and daughter, and she followed her into the private room. As soon as they sat down, Lu Minghua spoke bluntly, Miss Qi, you should understand my relationship and stance regarding Lu San.
Of course, Qi Mingyue replied. You seek power.
And I seek Lu San, our goals do not conflict. Her eyes gleamed with determination.
I want Lu San to bow before me. Doubly submissive after rejecting me in the past.
I will make him understand that in Jiangcheng, only I, Qi Mingyue, am worthy of him.
Taking a sip of her tea,
Qi Mingyue smiled ominously, and Lu San will only be easier to claim once he loses his power.
You understand this, don't you?
Lu Minghua nodded, albeit with some skepticism. A fleeting look of panic crossed her face. With Lu Yan and Lu Wei's temperaments, they would likely find it hard to forgive her upon discovering the truth. This was Lu Minghua's greatest concern. What do you propose? Qi Mingyue slowly smirked. I have an ingenious plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. We can use Lin Qingyu's hand to drug Lu Wei and place her in Changyi's bed.
Upon hearing this, Lu Minghua's complexion turned pale. No. That cannot happen. Relax. It's not that kind of drug, it's a sedative.
I assure you that your daughter and Changyi will merely enjoy a peaceful slumber, and nothing untoward will occur. The next day, I will arrange for the Cheng family and the press to come, and this marriage will become a foregone conclusion. Your daughter will sever ties with Lin Qingyu, and with your daughter whispering in your son's ear, I believe he will soon lose interest in his former girlfriend.
More importantly, we can also report Lin Qingyu to the authorities. Isn't that a plan that kills 3 birds with 1 stone?
Lu Minghua's heart raced uncontrollably as she stood up in a daze.
This matter. I need to think it over. Saying this,
she staggered out of the private room, while Lu Wei remained in the living room, calling her brother. The first step is to submit the financial power.
Our mother is currently unwilling to give you the dividend card, so you need to proceed to the second step, seduction. Upon hearing seduction, Lu Sun perked up.
In the misty mountainside villa, you inadvertently drop your bathrobe, revealing your chiseled abs. Just imagine that scene, it would surely captivate my sister-in-law. Lu Sun envisioned the scenario, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Once Lu Wei hung up the phone, Lu Sun proposed.
How about we go to the hot springs tonight? Lu Wei replied, Huh? Isn't it strange to go to the hot springs at this hour? Lu Wei looked at Lu Sun quizzically. Third uncle, hot springs are a private affair. It would be odd for me to accompany you. Generally, such outings are for best friends or couples. Oh, is that so? Lu Sun adjusted his glasses, appearing innocent.
Seeing that he genuinely didn't understand, Lu Wei nodded. You and my sister-in-law should maintain some distance. Well then, that's unfortunate, Lu Sun said with disappointment. I just mentioned hot springs. And it suddenly struck me that I want to visit Yuanshan's place. You know, his villa is right by the hot spring resort. This year, he set up a hot spring building in the backyard and reserved 2 rooms for me. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Wei squealed, Ah! I want to go. I want to see Xingu. As Lin Qingyu stepped out of the study, she was promptly pushed into the master bedroom by Lu Wei. Ah! Sister-in-law, hurry and get ready, we are heading to Shinji's villa to enjoy the hot springs. Lin Qingyu hastily gathered her belongings and was drowsily ushered into the vehicle. It was only upon entering that she realized that Xingu was none other than Yuan Lui, a figure whose very name instills fear throughout Jiangcheng. Hailing from a lineage of warlords, he inherited considerable wealth and mysterious influence, establishing himself as a formidable presence capable of shaking the very foundations of power. Alongside Lu Sun, he is known as the Southern Lu and Northern Yuan. While Lu Sun's genteel appearance earned him the moniker of the white-faced King of Hell, Yuanshan's fearsome visage has led to his being dubbed the black-faced King of Hell. The thought of meeting such a terrifying individual caused Lin Qingyu to involuntarily shudder. In the next moment, a gentle voice reached her ears, Lu Sun's soothing tone. Do not fear, Yuan Shin is not as the world portrays him. Yet, of course. Lu Sun was not entirely truthful. Yuan Shin, in reality, was even more ruthless than the tales that circulated about him. Lin Qingyu was somewhat consoled. Yet still incredulously turned to Lu Wei. Do you have feelings for Lord Yuan Lu? Indeed. My lifelong aspiration has been to marry Brother Shin and become his wife. I wish to be the woman of the elder brother. Lu Wei, filled with excitement, applied an additional layer of thick powder, striving to beautify her face which had been swollen from her mother's slap. Lin Qingyu still found it hard to believe. What is it that you like about him? Lu Wei pondered for a moment. I recall when I was still in middle school, and Xinge was attending high school. On one occasion, a few ruffians provoked him. And with a single punch, he shattered one of their heads. Lin Qingyu, at that moment, Shinji's face was covered in blood, yet he calmly inquired of that person. Are you convinced? Oh my, how incredibly cool. Lu Wei gazed with starry eyes. At that time, I felt as if Cupid had soared through the air, shooting an arrow straight into my heart. Woe is me, Yuan Shin, I have fallen hopelessly in love with him. Lin Qingyu. Later on, those ruffians began to call him Big Brother wherever they went. On one occasion, as I walked beside him, they even addressed me as Big Sister-in-law, giggling softly. Lu Wei, feeling shy, covered her face in laughter. From that moment on, I discovered a grand ambition in my life. I aspire to be the woman of the Big Brother. I wish to be the significant woman of the Big Brother. Ha ha ha. Lin Qingyu. So, does Lord Yuan like you? Although the question was directed at Lu Wei, Lin Qingyu's gaze was fixed on Lu Sun. Not at all. Lu Sun bluntly shattered Lu Wei's illusions, adding that in order to prevent her from being harassed, Yuan Shin had even assigned someone to keep an eye on her. Humph. Third uncle, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will win him over and become the lady of the 6th Lord of Jiangcheng. Ha ha. In the blink of an eye, the car arrived at the Yuan family's villa district. Chapter 110, my strap is stuck. The Yuan family had boldly purchased a mountain, constructing their own villa and arranging security. As the car reached the foot of the mountain, the Yuan family members, upon recognizing Master Lu San, immediately granted passage. The vehicle slowly made its way along the path leading into the villa area. Lin Qingyu gazed in astonishment at the armed bodyguards stationed on either side. Isn't this a private villa area? Why are there so many security personnel? There seems to be a guard every 5 meters. And there are even sentinels. These are not mere security guards, they are the henchmen of the Yuan family. Lu Sin replied with a faint smile, that fellow has too many enemies, he must take precautions. Lin Qingyu was rendered speechless by shock. Meanwhile, Lu Wei grew increasingly exhilarated. How about that? Isn't it splendid? If I become the woman of the boss, these people would have to greet me as sister-in-law every day. Ha ha ha, I would be blissfully overwhelmed. Lin Qingyu. This child seems to lack discernment. How could she possibly be enamored with someone so ominous? Before long, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of a villa reminiscent of the Republic of China era. The members of the Yuan family bore fierce expressions, clearly not to be trifled with. As the three entered the living room, Lin Qingyu beheld a man clad in a black shirt and black trousers, seated on a sofa, meticulously polishing an antique knife. The blade gleamed brilliantly, reflecting cold light, yet it paled in comparison to the chilling glint in the man's eyes. Shang-gu! Lu Wei exclaimed with excitement, poised to rush forward. However, Yuan Shang raised the knife, effectively thwarting Lu Wei's advance. Lin Qingyu was nearly paralyzed with fear. At that moment, she discreetly scrutinized the man before her, contemplating how he differed from the rumors circulating outside. The man had a darker complexion, his features were ruggedly handsome, and he did not resemble the tales that claimed he could silence a child's night cries. However, there was an unmistakable air of menace about him, particularly accentuated by a scar on his right brow, reminiscent of a wound inflicted by a vendetta. Yuan Shin glanced at Lu Sun with an indifferent gaze. What brings you here? To soak in the hot springs, Lu Sun replied. Yuan Shin's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. Do you take this for a hot spring resort? Lu Sun remained silent and instead turned to Lu Wei. You haven't spoken to your brother Shin in a while, you should have a good chat.
My third uncle is getting older. Let you help me up to the hot springs first, to stretch my limbs.
Upon hearing this, Yuan Shen's countenance soured further, the tension in his brow intensifying.
So this man assumed his home was a hot spring resort, and he was expected to play the role of a third wheel?
Lu Wei, believing her uncle intended to provide her with some private time with Yuan Shen, excitedly gestured to Lu Sun, "Go on, hurry up." She completely overlooked her earlier concerns about creating awkwardness. As soon as Lu Sun departed, Lu Wei, undeterred by danger, crept closer.
Standing mere centimeters from the edge of the knife, "Brother Shen, it's been so long, have you missed me?"
"Not at all," Yuan Shen replied curtly, continuing to polish his dagger. He had no fondness for women.
Their incessant chatter was unbearable. Moreover, Lu Wei was Lu Sun's niece, leaving him with little recourse.
Lu Wei seemed accustomed to Yuan Shen's demeanor, rambling on about trivial matters. Yuan Shen, growing increasingly annoyed, stated bluntly, "Lu Wei, it is impossible for us."
"Why is that?" "I could never call Lu Sun third uncle in this lifetime,"
Yuan Shen asserted with conviction.
Lu Wei pondered for a moment. "Shall I sever ties with my uncle then?" Yuan Shen was rendered speechless.
Lu Wei continued her incessant babbling, sharing tales of her experiences abroad and recounting incidents of foreign suitors pursuing her.
Meanwhile,
Lu Sun escorted Lin Qingyu to the hot spring room. "This room is reserved for me by Yuan Shen, no one else has been here, and it's quite clean. The hot spring water flows directly from the mountaintop, offering a comfortable soak with beautifying effects."
Upon hearing about the beauty benefits,
Lin Qingyu was quite intrigued and decided to change into a thermal spring swimsuit. Just as she finished changing, she heard Lu Sun calling out to her.
"Hey you! Come here and assist me for a moment. The strap is tangled." Chapter 111, Lin Qingyu, have you had enough of this?
Lin Qingyu heard a call and hurried to the partition, only to find Lu Sun seated in a wheelchair, with the tie of his white bathrobe caught in the wheel,
leaving half of his robe in disarray.
Just as he was about to rise, he was stuck, left to await your assistance. Lu Sun displayed a helpless and despondent expression, apologizing, "I am such a burden, causing you trouble."
"Do not speak like that," came the reply. "This is but a trivial matter."
Lin Qingyu hurried over to inspect the entangled bathrobe tie, tugging at it without success.
In her moment of anxiety,
she knelt down to figure out how to resolve the issue, only to inadvertently collide her head against Lu Sun's chest.
Just as she was about to apologize, she looked up and was momentarily taken aback.
Her face was nearly pressed against Lu Sun's muscular chest, yet there remained a slight distance between them. She could feel the warmth radiating from his body, mingled with the distinctly masculine scent of his pheromones, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Never before had she observed a man's physique from such proximity. During their previous encounters, she had dared not open her eyes.
To her astonishment,
this was the circumstance under which she now found herself. The contours of his pectoral and abdominal muscles were profound, robust, and firm.
Every line was imbued with aesthetic tension,
leaving even someone like her, who was not particularly fond of male beauty, utterly dumbfounded.
"What are you staring at?" came Lu Sun's low chuckle from above. "And nothing,"
Lin Qingyu stammered, her cheeks flushing as she hastily averted her gaze to inspect the entangled tie once more. With a forceful tug, she still could not free it.
And she muttered in frustration, "Why is it stuck so tightly?"
Lu Sun chuckled softly, "You need to see what the problem is.
If you keep pulling in circles, it will only tighten further."
"Oh," Lin Qingyu replied, her face aglow with embarrassment as she dared not meet his gaze. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and resumed her examination of the knotted tie. However, certain angles of the tie were difficult to observe, necessitating her to shift positions, which inevitably brought her face closer to Lu Sun's chest and abdomen.
With each slight movement,
the hard yet warm texture of his physique made her blush deepen.
No wonder Mian Mian often remarked on how unimpressive Lu Yan's physique was,
insisting that true men must possess muscles. It turned out that the sensation of muscle was indeed like this, firm, instilling a sense of strength and undeniable security.
Lin Qingyu felt somewhat distracted as a man's slightly heavy voice, accompanied by an indistinct sound of breathlessness, echoed above her. "Have you had enough?" Lin Qingyu was instantly struck as if by lightning, unable to raise her head. The initial accidental encounters had indeed taken her by surprise.
Yet the subsequent ones appeared to have captivated her a bit too much. Caught in the act, she felt too embarrassed to look up. However, as she lowered her gaze, it seemed she discovered something, and her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed without a second thought, "How could this be?" Lu Sun, towering above her, regarded her with a piercing glance. "You cannot possibly believe that your husband is a monk who remains unperturbed in the face of temptation?" With that, Lu Sun lifted Lin Qingyu and seated her upon his lap. As Lin Qingyu struggled, Lu Sun reacted even more intensely, letting out a muffled groan. "Madame Lu, this time you have truly provoked me," he stated, as he fiercely captured Lin Qingyu's lips, his hands audaciously tracing the delicate curve of her waist. "Wait. Isn't your belt stuck?" Lin Qingyu pushed against Lu Sun, feeling utterly mortified. Yet, Lu Sun chuckled softly, "What's the issue?" With that, he reached inward, shedding his bathrobe and leaving the belt ensnared. "Lin Qingyu, why didn't you operate like this just now?" Chapter 112, Don't you think this is more exciting? Before Lin Qingyu could finish speaking, he was pulled into the water. The warm spring water rippled gently in waves. Lin Qingyu heard Lu Sun's low, seductive whisper beside her ear. "Mrs. Lu, if you wish to see your husband's muscles, you should have spoken up sooner. Come. Let me guide your hand." Lu Sun's flirtatious remarks continued as he took Lin Qingyu's hand, tracing the contours of his chest and abdomen inch by inch. Lin Qingyu wished to withdraw her hand, feeling so embarrassed that she wanted to submerge herself in the water. However, Lu Sun would not permit it, compelling her hand to explore the contours of his muscular physique. "This is the trapezius, this is the rhomboid, this is the pectoralis major, this is the biceps brachii. You, take your time to feel, your husband was once a practitioner of bodybuilding." Lin Qingyu, feeling a rush of embarrassment, playfully bit into the muscle of his shoulder. Lu Sun's joyous laughter echoed above the hot spring pool. "Madame Lu, your willingness to actively explore your husband's body suggests that the previous therapy has proven effective. You no longer resist the pleasures of intimacy. Come, my dear. Let us reinforce the benefits of your progress." Lin Qingyu clasped her hands over Lu Sun's lips, preventing him from kissing her. "No. This place belongs to someone else." She felt a profound sense of insecurity. "Rest assured, Yuanshan is quite astute, he won't disturb us." With that, Lu Sun gently removed Lin Qingyu's hands. No. Lu Wei is also here." Despite her struggles, Lu Sun chuckled softly, "Don't you find this even more thrilling?" Lin Qingyu suddenly realized. This fellow is scheming. The strap getting stuck was merely a pretext to prevent her from splitting and indulging in two pools, deliberately luring her over. But it was already too late. This man was becoming increasingly adept at manipulating her. In no time, her body had completely succumbed. In the living room of the Yuan family's villa, Yuanshan felt overwhelmed by Lu Wei's insistence and wished to throw her out. Soon, a bodyguard entered to report. "The old lady has arrived." Yuanshan's expression instantly turned cold. The bodyguard gulped nervously. The old lady brought a woman with her. So what if she came? Does she think I'm afraid of her? Brother Shen, I'm here for you. No woman can take you away from me. Lu Wei pouted. She was well aware that this Yuan matriarch was not easy to deal with, but she was unafraid. This Yuan matriarch was Yuanshan's grandfather's second wife. After Yuanshan's parents perished in a car accident, he had always suspected her involvement and harbored a disdainful attitude toward her. Ever since Yuanshan's grandfather passed away, the Yuan matriarch had taken control of the family's affairs, oppressing Yuanshan and attempting to wrest the headship from him, to hand it over to her two biological sons. However, Yuanshan fought back fiercely, relying on the loyalists his father left behind, carving out a bloody path. Today, although the Yuan matriarch nominally held power, the family's influence and equity predominantly remained in Yuanshan's hands. As Lu Wei was lost in thought, the Yuan matriarch entered the living room with a woman who looked rather unwell. The woman appeared timid, not daring to lift her gaze or make a sound. Upon seeing Yuanshan, the Yuan matriarch displayed a loving smile. "Oh, my dear grandson, it's been a while since we last met, I've missed you dearly." She then feigned reproach towards Yuanshan. Why have you not come to visit me at the old residence for so long?" Yuanshan, disinterested in her false affections, coldly inquired, "What brings you here?"
What brings me here? Naturally, I'm here to introduce a prospective partner for you.
You've been refusing to go on blind dates.
So I had to take it upon myself to bring someone suitable for you.
With a sigh, the Yuan matriarch continued, last night, I dreamt about your grandfather. He asked me how it was that you were nearly 30 and still had no one by your side who cares for you.
Observing the old matriarch's sincere demeanor, Yuanshan raised an eyebrow skeptically. Oh? Did my grandfather express a desire to see you or to have you join him?
The Yuan matriarch's expression stiffened momentarily before returning to normal. Alas, if I hadn't seen you flourishing and expanding the Yuan family, I would indeed feel embarrassed to face your grandfather. Saying this, the matriarch pulled the silent, downcast woman to sit on the sofa.
Lu Wei, with a sarcastic smile,
chimed in, then grandmother can rest easy, for Brother Shin has someone who truly understands him, me. With that, Lu Wei made to take Yuanshan's hand. Yuanshan shot her a cold glare, causing Lu Wei to stop abruptly, knowing that when he was displeased, it was best not to provoke him, lest it backfire. The Yuan matriarch, noticing this, smiled, Lu girl, do not concern yourself with this old woman's happiness. You are still young, with plenty of time ahead.
Marriage is not something you should rush into.
What a joke! She had always aimed to seize Yuanshan's power, and naturally, she could not allow him to marry the daughter of the Lu family. A strong alliance would mean her sons would lose their voice in the family.
Upon hearing the Yuan matriarch's words, Lu Wei pouted. Who says being young makes one unsuitable for marriage? As long as Brother Shin agrees, I'll marry him immediately.
The Yuan matriarch chuckled and glanced at the woman who seemed to lack presence, reassuring her, you need not take her words too seriously. She has been infatuated for years without any certainty, as my grandson has consistently rejected her.
The woman offered a stiff smile but did not respond.
Too intimidated to speak to Yuanshan.
Yuanshan's icy gaze fell upon her dark hair. Which family do you belong to, young lady?
The woman raised her head, her lips parting slightly, but before she could utter a word, Yuanshan interjected, are you courting death? The woman trembled in fear. It is said that most women who wish to marry me meet untimely ends. With a thud, the woman knelt down.
Sixth Master, please spare my life. It is. My family forced me to come. Our factory is on the verge of bankruptcy. They compelled me to do this.
As she spoke, the woman bowed her head repeatedly. The Yuan matriarch's expression darkened a few shades, silently cursing, useless wretch. Meanwhile, Lu Wei provocatively looked at the Yuan matriarch, oh dear.
The one grandmother brought is utterly hopeless. Hearing this, the Yuan matriarch's expression turned completely grim.
She caught sight of Lu Sun being slowly pushed forward by a woman and was momentarily taken aback. Then a flicker of understanding crossed her face. Lu Sun nodded subtly at the Yuan matriarch, grandmother, how has your health been lately? He had a refined appearance, with gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and a smile that conveyed an air of cultured sophistication. However, the Yuan matriarch did not share this sentiment. She knew very well that Lu Sun was a complete wolf in sheep's clothing. His inquiry about her health was a reminder of her advancing age,
hinting that she might one day pass on unexpectedly.
The matriarch felt a surge of anger but maintained a facade of kindness, thanks to the third master's blessings.
My health remains robust.
If I did not see my grandson flourishing for the Yuan family, I would be too embarrassed to face our ancestors.
With that,
the Yuan matriarch shot a pointed look at Lu Wei, smiling as she continued. To be honest, I truly envy the third master.
Oh? Lu Sun smiled, accepting the provocation.
Logically speaking, after the third master's accident, with his mobility impaired and his reputation tarnished, it should be more challenging for him to find a match than for our Yuanshan.
Who would have thought that your good second sister-in-law would generously push her prospective daughter-in-law onto your bed? And look at that. The third master now has someone who understands him by his side?
As his words fell, Lu Wei's expression shifted dramatically. You old witch, what nonsense are you spouting?
Alas!
I'm getting old, this frail body grows uncomfortable after sitting too long. You young people should gather and enjoy yourselves.
Saying this, she glanced at the still kneeling woman. Useless thing, why aren't you helping me leave? The woman snapped back to reality, quickly rising to assist the Yuan matriarch.
At this moment, Lu Wei recalled that her sister-in-law was staying at her third uncle's house and the conversations they had shared over the past few days. her face turning a shade paler. She hurried over to Lin Qingyu, gripping her arms tightly as if clinging to a lifeline.
Sister-in-law, tell me. This can't be true. None of this is real. It's that old witch's fabrication. Let her go. Lu Sun's brow furrowed in evident displeasure as he reprimanded, "You're hurting you. If there is something you wish to know, direct your inquiries at me. I will reveal all that you wish to understand." Lu Wei sensed her uncle's stance. Recoiling as if struck by lightning, releasing Lin Qingyu's arms and turning to him with disbelief. "So, is it true?" "Yes. This matter is entirely my fault." Lu Sun took the blame upon himself. But Lin Qingyu could no longer remain silent, interjecting, "It was your mother who drugged your uncle. On the day of the incident, I struck Director Gao on the head and hurried to seek assistance from your brother. Despite my desperate pleas, he resolutely chose to go on a business trip, entrusting me to your kind mother, assuring me that she would keep me safe. I believed him. It was this faith that led me to drink the glass of milk your mother offered. When I awoke, I found myself in the bed of your third uncle." Lin Qingyu was filled with indignation, yet she truly wished for Lu Sun to refrain from shouldering the blame. "I cannot assert that neither your uncle nor I bear any responsibility, but the instigator of this situation is your mother. Lu Wei. Neither your uncle nor I wished to deceive you. Initially, we were at a loss as to how to elucidate this humiliating and intricate relationship. However, in time, we acknowledged the truth, yet you chose not to believe us." Lu Wei trembled with emotion, her eyes reddening as she vehemently shook her head. "No. How could my mother? You are my sister-in-law." The last statement was nearly a roar. Although Lin Qingyu had not yet wed her brother. After 3 years of acquaintance, she had always regarded her as a sister-in-law. Lu Wei gazed at Lu Sun as if she had received a tremendous blow. Lu Sun solemnly nodded in response. "You pushed your sister-in-law onto my bed and then informed grandfather about this. I, a mere waste, will be rendered utterly useless at home. After a drunken lapse in morals, grandfather will never entrust the management of the Lu family to me." Lu Wei staggered, her complexion paling to an extreme. Upon hearing about the authority over the Lu family, she suddenly understood everything. "So, in the pursuit of power, my mother would sacrifice my sister-in-law, would she?" Lu Wei was rendered speechless by the profound pain. "No, your mother has never regarded me with favor. She has already plotted a new match for your brother." "This is impossible." Lu Wei asserted with certainty, "My mother has always seen you as a daughter-in-law." Lin Qingyu scoffed with a mocking smile. "Is it possible for a wife to be unfaithful to her husband?" Lu Wei was momentarily taken aback. Yet her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she shook her head fervently. "No, I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that my mother would treat you this way. Or my third uncle. I must confront her." With that, Lu Wei, in a state of despair, fled from the Yuan family villa. Lin Qingyu initially harbored concerns for Lu Wei's well-being and intended to pursue her, but Lu Sun restrained her. Sooner or later, she would have to confront the truth. She was no longer a child and needed to learn to face reality. With this thought, Lu Sun arranged for someone to discreetly follow Lu Wei and ensure her safety all the way to the ancestral home. Upon alighting from the car, Lu Wei rushed directly into her mother's bedroom. "Mommy, I must ask you, did you drug my sister-in-law and push her into my uncle's bed?" Chapter 115, The Twist. Lu Minghua's disdain for Lin Qingyu at that moment. Lu Minghua had just finished dinner and was applying a facial mask. Hearing her daughter's accusation startled her so much that the mask nearly fell off. She hurriedly dashed to the entrance, glancing around anxiously. Upon confirming that no one was present, she pulled Lu Wei into the room, closed the door, and reprimanded her. "What are you shouting about? What if your father hears?" Lu Wei was not entirely foolish. Observing her mother's reaction, she began to grasp the situation. Tears that had been welling in her eyes finally spilled over. "Why? Why would you do this?" Seeing her daughter in tears tugged at Lu Minghua's heartstrings. Wei Wei, listen to your mother, things are not as you perceive them." "What do you mean? Speak." Lu Wei demanded assertively, "I wish to hear whether your explanation differs from what the elite ladies are saying. If they are wronging you, I shall tear their lies to shreds tomorrow. I will not permit anyone to bully my mother."
Lu Minghua was momentarily speechless, contemplating a rebuttal.
Yet fearing Lu Wei's temperament, which could lead to a full-blown scandal within the elite circle. Such a fallout would tarnish her reputation and jeopardize any future prospects. At that moment, her resentment towards Lin Qingyu intensified.
Had Lin Qingyu not publicly exposed her at the private dining establishment,
she might never have been forced to acknowledge the truth.
After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Minghua finally replied with calmness, "Yes, I was involved in this matter."
As for your question of why, surely you must have some understanding already? Mommy, what is it that we lack in our lives?
I truly do not comprehend. Even if Dad is no longer the chairman, the dividends he and my brother receive each month should suffice for our family to live quite respectably.
Why? Because I desire power. I aspire to be the matriarch of the Lu family.
I long for my maternal family to regard me with esteem.
I want every member of the Lu family to treat me with respect.
I wish for the ladies of Jiangqing to bow down and flatter me. I can no longer tolerate your uncle's arrogant demeanor. He perpetually behaves as if he is above others.
Why should it be so? Lu Wei was taken aback. Momentarily at a loss for words, before finally managing to utter, "Mommy, how have you become this way? If you seek power, you could encourage Dad to strive for it.
Or motivate my brother.
How can you expect my brother to face you after this? How can you expect me to face my sister-in-law?"
Lu Wei shook her head, adding,
"My brother will never forgive you."
Lu Minghua smirked derisively, retrieving a document from the drawer.
"Your brother will eventually be grateful to me. I am aiding him in making decisions. Do you think I desire to act this way? Do you believe I did not regard Lin Qingyu as a daughter-in-law? But the truth is, she is utterly unfit to be the Lu family's wife." Lu Wei furrowed her brow,
picking up the document that Lu Minghua had carelessly tossed onto the bed.
It was a medical report.
The diagnosis stated, polycystic ovary syndrome, difficulties in conception, and a recommendation for prompt consultation with a reproductive specialist. Lu Wei staggered back, her complexion paling as she gazed at Lu Minghua.
"Mommy, how do you possess this medical report? This involves personal privacy, how could you have it? This was given to me months ago by Lin Qingyu's biological mother, Wang Meifeng. Wei, do you not think Lin Qingyu has failed in life? Even her own mother has betrayed her. Tell me, can I entrust my exceptional son to someone like her?
Moreover, Lin Qingyu concealed her physical condition from us, which constitutes a deceitful marriage."
Chapter 116, Lu Yan learns of Lin Qingyu's medical report. Upon hearing the term infertility, Lu Wei was genuinely taken aback, struggling to breathe.
She examined the report repeatedly. Noticing her daughter's emotional state begin to stabilize, Lu Minghua continued her discourse.
"You understand how crucial children are to a family, do you not? Especially between spouses.
Without a child, no matter how strong the bond, it cannot endure. Wei, as a mother-in-law,
do I not have the right to desire a daughter-in-law who can bear children? Is it wrong for me to wish for grandchildren? Besides, let us not forget, our Lu family is among the most prestigious in Jiangcheng. In such a grand family, any daughter-in-law unable to bear children would be subjected to scorn. Any household that cannot produce heirs will be looked down upon.
In marrying into a wealthy family,
which woman does not aspire to have 3 to 5 children to solidify her status?
Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Wang have each borne 3 sons yet still desire more." Lu Wei neatly folded the report and placed it in her handbag, indignantly stating, "So you intend to push my sister-in-law onto my uncle,
ensuring that he will have no heirs and thus be ineligible to compete for the position of chairman with us, is that it?"
Lu Minghua remained silent, acknowledging that she indeed had considered this.
"Mommy, do you harbor such malice? Does Dad know?" Lu Wei spoke coldly.
Lu Minghua stood up in agitation.
"What do you mean? I am malicious? Who do you think I am doing this for?
If your father or your brother were in power, your worth would also rise, and you would have countless suitors in Jiangcheng."
"Lu Wei, you must speak responsibly."
"Mommy, regardless of how rational your arguments may seem, I find it incredibly difficult to accept your actions.
We are related to my uncle, how can you act against family? Furthermore,
whether my brother should break up with my sister-in-law should be his decision, not yours to make for him."
Modern medicine is advanced, they can seek treatment or consider adoption.
Mommy, the times have changed. A woman's worth is not merely as a childbearing vessel. If a wealthy man were to marry me solely for the purpose of siring 3 to 5 sons, then I would rather not marry at all. I wish to choose someone I love, someone with whom I share passion daily, to spend my life together.
I wish to explore mountains, watch sunsets, feed pigeons in Paris. Even if we never have children, I would still feel fulfilled. You like him? Lu Minghua's expression darkened slightly. Is it not that you fancy Yuan Shen? Let me tell you, you can forget about it for this lifetime. Yuan Shen is in league with your uncle.
I shall never consent to your marrying him.
Then we shall see. Lu Wei retorted fiercely, I intend to marry him. Lu Wei, wake up. Stop being so naive.
Lu Minghua exclaimed. There is no man in this world who can fulfill your fantasies, nor is there a perfect marriage as you envision.
Do you think your uncle is a fool? Do you believe Lin Qingyu's infertility can remain hidden from him? Lu Wei furrowed her brow. Mommy, what do you mean?
Lu Minghua chuckled lightly. Do not assume I orchestrated your uncle's childlessness. He, on the surface, deceives your grandfather, claiming he will marry Lin Qingyu and take responsibility, yet in truth, he never even registered his marriage with her.
Wei, this is the nature of men. This is your esteemed uncle. It cannot be true.
Lu Wei refused to accept the truth, shaking her head as she fled the villa.
She ran to a secluded place and wept bitterly. The shock she experienced today was truly overwhelming.
Although she had always been aware of her mother's ambitions, she never anticipated her mother could stoop to such depths.
It was somewhat revolting.
After calming her emotions, Lu Wei called her elder brother, Lu Yan.
Once the call connected, she found herself unable to voice her initial thoughts.
She was unable to express that her own mother had drugged her sister-in-law and pushed her onto their uncle's bed.
After a prolonged silence, Lu Yan inquired, Wei. What is wrong? Is there something the matter?
With a slight quiver in her voice, Lu Wei asked, Brother, let me ask you.
If Sister Au cannot conceive, what would you do?
Chapter 117, Lu Yan reveals the truth to Lin Qingyu. The other end of the line fell silent for a moment before Lu Yan's voice emerged, tinged with gravity.
Are you certain?
Lu Wei felt a pang in her heart, brother. Her heart sank further. She had always held progressive views, believing that motherhood did not define a woman's worth, and hearing her brother's response filled her with disappointment.
Brother, do you truly care about this issue?
Wei. I would not abandon Au simply because she cannot bear children, but marriage is not as straightforward as you might think.
There are numerous factors to consider, especially for families like ours. Now, I must ask you, are you certain about this matter?
Yes, I have seen the medical report, Lu Wei replied.
All right, Wei.
Do not involve yourself any further, I will handle this. Lu Wei wanted to inquire how he intended to manage it, but before she could,
Lu Yan hung up the phone.
Distraught, she refrained from calling back. She felt sympathy for Lin Qingyu, who had been used as a pawn, thrust onto their uncle's bed,
only to receive no proper assurances in return. The following day, Lin Qingyu resumed her work as usual. During the lunch break, a stranger, a woman around 28 years of age, approached her office. Hello, may I ask if you are the Chinese teacher from Class 8, Teacher Lin Qingyu? Lin Qingyu nodded gently. I am. May we have a moment to speak privately?
The woman possessed a gentle demeanor, and her voice, soft and courteous, made it difficult to refuse her request.
Lin Qingyu, mistaking her for a parent, glanced at her watch and inquired, would it be acceptable to meet at the CAF across from the school? Certainly, came the reply. And together they proceeded to the CAF. As soon as they were seated, Lin Qingyu initiated the conversation. Hello, may I ask which student you are a parent of? Is there something you wish to discuss with me?
I am not a parent, the woman replied. I am Lu Yan Sr., and my surname is Li.
I am a doctor.
As she spoke, Dr. Li handed over her business card. Lin Qingyu accepted the business card out of politeness and nodded slightly.
May I inquire what brings you here?
Well, the doctor began, Lu Yan has entrusted me with the task of guiding you through a fertility examination. As he mentioned, there might be some issues that require my assistance in treatment.
A fertility examination?
Lin Qingyu's voice rose several octaves.
Her thoughts racing, had Lu Yan lost his mind? Miss Lin, there is no need for alarm.
Rest assured, we have a confidentiality agreement in place.
Your personal health information will remain strictly confidential.
Please trust me, Dr. Li assured her earnestly. Lin Qingyu's emotions were somewhat agitated. I apologize.
But I do not require any form of treatment.
Before Dr. Li could utter another word, he was interrupted by Lu Wei, who had come specifically at noon to apologize to Lin Qingyu. I'm sorry, but please leave for now.
I will speak with my sister-in-law, Lu Wei stated, nodding at Dr. Li. I am Lu Yan's sister.
Dr. Li smiled and rose, saying, very well, do not hesitate to contact me if you need anything.
With that, Dr. Li picked up his bag and departed. Lin Qingyu was utterly perplexed, her brows furrowed in confusion. Do you know about this matter? As soon as her voice faded,
her phone rang with yet another unfamiliar number. Fearing it might be her parents trying to reach her, she felt compelled to answer.
Once the call connected, she heard Lu Yan's voice. Ayu, it's me. Has my senior sister been in touch with you? At this moment, receiving a call from Lu Yan only fueled Lin Qingyu's frustration. Lu Yan, have you lost your mind? Why would you send someone to conduct a fertility examination on me?
Lin Qingyu felt profoundly disrespected by Lu Yan, even though he was her boyfriend. It was unacceptable for him to unilaterally decide to take someone for a fertility examination without consulting her. Moreover, they had already parted ways, she was now his third aunt.
Lu Yan took a deep breath and said, Ayu, you need not conceal anything from me. I am aware of your circumstances. I do not hold your infertility against you. On the contrary, I am actively seeking solutions to address the issue. Can you comprehend that? Chapter 118, Doctor, can I truly have children? Lin Qingyu, feeling a headache coming on, pinched her throbbing temples and asked, Lu Yan, do you respect me? Ayu.
Lu Yan's tone grew slightly stern. This is not a matter of respect.
I am focused on resolving the issue.
You are the one who has been secretive about your own problems.
I ask you, have you ever respected me? Your problems?
Lin Qingyu found herself at a loss for words, but before she could respond, Lu Wei snatched the phone away.
Brother, it's me. Lu Wei. I've come to speak with my sister-in-law.
She may not be fully aware of the situation, so I am here to clarify.
It was not her intention to keep this from you.
After speaking, Lu Wei hung up and returned the phone to Lin Qingyu.
Lu Wei fidgeted, lowering her head. First and foremost, I am here to apologize on behalf of my mother. Sister-in-law, I cannot face you.
It is my mother who has caused you such suffering. Since you know the truth, you should not address me as sister-in-law.
Lin Qingyu's expression darkened. Upon hearing this,
Lu Wei felt a pang in her heart.
Sister-in-law, you will always be my sister-in-law.
I have yet to mention the matter regarding you and third uncle to my brother.
Perhaps he will not hold it against you? But Wei, I care about this.
I cannot overcome my own feelings. Lu Wei trembled slightly.
So, is this why you intend to break up with my brother? Lu Wei appeared somewhat awkward as she retrieved a medical examination report from her bag. This is the report your mother gave to my mother a few months ago. After seeing this report, my mother thought about giving up on you. My mother?
Lin Qingyu furrowed her brows as she took the report, her eyes widening in shock.
A few months prior, she and Lin Miamia had undergone a health checkup. Each year,
the family would have routine examinations, and at the time, she had not given it much thought. She later inquired if the family had received the examination results. But they said they had not, and the doctor confirmed that everyone was healthy, so she dismissed the matter.
Yet,
how could she have imagined that her own mother would take this report to her prospective mother-in-law and betray her? Lin Qingyu's eyes turned crimson.
Why? Why must she be treated this way? All for the sake of Lin Miamia's marriage to Lu Yan?
Lin Qingyu painfully closed her eyes. The document indicating her reproductive difficulties had compelled Lu Minghua to resolutely abandon her, forcing her into marriage with Lu Sun, thereby ensuring that the third branch of the Lu family would remain without heirs, allowing her to seize power and ascend to prominence. Lin Qingyu felt as though her heart had been torn open, a searing pain coursing through her.
Infertility. Betrayed by her own mother. Conspired against by her future mother-in-law.
The myriad of agonies crashed over her like a colossal wave threatening to engulf her.
No, I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept that this document is authentic.
I refuse to accept that I cannot bear children. Lin Qingyu clutched the medical report, stumbling out of the CAF. Lu Wei rushed forward to embrace her, saying, "Sister-in-law,
do not be disheartened.
Medical science has advanced significantly, the situation may not be as dire as it seems." Lin Qingyu shook her head, saying, "No, this must have been tampered with, I refuse to believe it."
With no classes in the afternoon, she promptly took leave and headed to the People's Hospital for an examination.
Lu Wei, concerned for her emotional state, accompanied her throughout the blood draw and various tests. Soon, the blood test results and other reports were ready.
Lu Wei stayed by Lin Qingyu's side as they approached the consulting physician.
The attending physician, an experienced gynecologist in her 40s, meticulously examined Lin Qingyu's data, remaining silent throughout.
Lin Qingyu could no longer suppress the turmoil within her heart and inquired, "Doctor, what exactly is my condition? Am I able to conceive?" Chapter 119, Does your third uncle know about this matter?
Lin Qingyu recalled the occasions when she and Lu Sun had engaged in intimacy without protective measures. Yet she had not conceived. Her complexion paled further. The doctor removed his glasses and regarded Lin Qingyu with concern. "The data regarding your endocrine system does indeed present some issues." With that single statement, Lin Qingyu's eyes brimmed with tears. She had always harbored a deep affection for children and yearned to possess a child of her own. The mere thought of potential infertility caused her heart to ache painfully.
"Ah, young lady, please do not weep.
Your results indicate a minor issue, likely stemming from the pressures of daily life, and do not warrant treatment at this stage."
"Is there still a chance of conceiving?" Lin Qingyu inquired anxiously.
"To speak candidly, your condition is not severe. However, polycystic ovary syndrome is a complex ailment.
Clinically,
I have encountered numerous patients with polycystic ovaries who have conceived without treatment. Conversely, many others with seemingly mild data have struggled for years without success.
My recommendation is that you are still young, try to conceive naturally for now.
We need not resort to hormonal medication at this moment, as your values do not necessitate such intervention. Instead, focus on dietary adjustments, exercise, and perhaps some yoga to alleviate stress and promote relaxation.
If, after some time,
you find no success, return to me for further assistance." "All right," Lin Qingyu nodded in agreement. Noticing her lips had turned pale, the doctor felt compelled to offer further reassurance. "Do not fret, your data truly is not alarming.
It merely suggests a slight hormonal imbalance.
I have witnessed many individuals with more severe results achieve pregnancy."
"And doctor, hypothetically, if I truly cannot conceive, what would the treatment entail?" Lin Qingyu asked with concern.
"Typically, we would begin with ovulation induction to see if conception is possible through natural means.
If that proves ineffective, we would then consider artificial insemination or in vitro fertilization."
"Young lady, take it easy, you are still quite young, and there is no cause for alarm," the doctor replied with a gentle smile.
Lin Qingyu picked up the examination report and left with unsteady steps.
As she exited the chief physician's office, she encountered a woman of similar age emerging from another office. The moment the woman stepped out, she burst into loud, inconsolable sobs. Two women, both around 60, hurried over to comfort her. "Dear, it's all right, don't cry. Please don't frighten your mother," one of them exclaimed.
"Indeed. If you cannot conceive, then do not worry about it.
We should not endure such suffering.
In this day and age, what is the point of carrying on the family line?" Another chimed in. "My dear daughter-in-law, rest assured, I am an open-minded mother-in-law.
If you wish to have children, you may try again, if not, that is perfectly acceptable too.
Adoption is a wonderful option as well, it is entirely your choice.
Life is but a fleeting few decades, we must not squander our time solely on the pursuit of offspring. We should fully embrace the experience of life.
Whether or not one bears children, in the end, we all return to dust."
Upon hearing these words, the woman wept even more. "Thank you, Mom, for your support. Perhaps moved by the compassion of these three women, Lin Qingyu turned her face away to wipe her tears. She felt an overwhelming envy for that woman, blessed with such caring figures in her mother and mother-in-law. If only she had such a formidable support system, she would not feel so helpless at this moment.
Lu Wei, sensing Lin Qingyu's sorrow, could not help but embrace her tightly.
Sister-in-law, do not be disheartened. The doctor has assured us that it is not as grave as you fear. Lin Qingyu was aware that both the doctor and Lu Wei were attempting to console her, and she forced a faint smile.
Sister-in-law, please refrain from calling me that.
Lin Qingyu's voice was low, betraying her despondency. If you are unwilling to address me as third aunt,
you may call me a you instead.
It's not that I am unwilling, Lu Wei said, biting her lip, feeling quite awkward.
I have always regarded you as my sister-in-law.
Then, for the time being, I shall call you Sister Au.
Lin Qingyu nodded.
Your brother is aware of this. What about your third uncle?
Chapter 120, My dear wife, why are you so fervent tonight? Lu Wei shook her head. I am uncertain.
She had intended to express that her mother speculated that the third uncle was indeed aware, but she found the truth too harsh to voice.
Sister Au, this matter is your personal affair, and I respect your privacy.
Whether or not to inform your third uncle is entirely up to you.
Moreover,
if you choose to share it, it should be you who conveys the message. Lin Qingyu forced a smile of comfort. Wei, you have grown, learning to consider others.
Thank you.
Upon returning to her apartment, Lin Qingyu secluded herself in her room, sitting on the windowsill, lost in thought.
Coincidentally, she felt downcast and her mood was grim.
She truly wished to avoid facing Lu Sun. Given Lu Sun's sensitive nature, he would surely notice her current state and inquire about her troubles.
However, she was not yet ready to confide in him.
Lin Qingyu perched upon the windowsill, tightly embracing her knees. For the first time, she yearned to be a little selfish.
To withhold this secret from Lu Sun, if only for a moment longer.
On her journey home, her mind was a tempest of thoughts. She feared that once Lu Sun learned the truth, he might choose to sever their bond, and the prospect of losing him filled her with dread.
Throughout her life,
she had never experienced such protection and affection from another. It was only in the face of potential loss that she realized how deeply she cherished Lu Sun. How greatly she longed for the warmth he provided. It was akin to a traveler accustomed to the darkness, who, upon discovering the guiding light,
could no longer endure the shadows. Suddenly, her phone chimed again, signaling a message on WeChat.
Lin Qingyu suppressed her emotions throughout the afternoon, but upon seeing this WeChat message, she could not help but smile. Through the screen, she could sense Lu Sun's playful demeanor.
Lu Sun, understood. Listening to my wife. Just as she set her phone down, it chimed again, this time a message from an unfamiliar number.